them, it's just known stuff, right? I don't have to explain the most basic stuff to you. Everybody understands what happens when, for example, two blocks of human beings, 1,000 men strong, run into each other during a charge, right?
What else were you saying?
There and either do historians, and if I was in my hot air balloon 100 feet over the battlefield,
So anyway,
I would finally be able to answer the question. Do those blocks of human beings
so
actually run into
they were
each other?
in. So this is where base is, basically. And there's a timber industry. Why did they leave Germany? There's a great migration when many people left. Judaism changed in Germany, and
there's something inherent in human beings
when,
they won't throw themselves on the weapons of their enemies.
When
they stop with a 4 or 8 foot gap between the two blocks of human beings of no man's
Reform
land,
Judaism started, which was when?
where they're stabbing and throwing stuff across the gap. Champions are running out from each side,
It's a good
challenging
question.
each other in the
Technically,
no man's land. Other brave people are running across to the other side and grabbing somebody out of the ranks and pulling them back to their side. Is that how it was?
In 1820, Germany.
Say that the units run into each other for a second, and then over the first minute and a half or 2 minutes or whatever, slowly pull back from each other, creating that dead space in the middle.
Yeah,
but nobody knows.
I mean,
Nobody knows.
I'm not. I will tell you this. My friends would be like, okay, so we know some Jews, okay, and be like, yeah, but not the same kind that I am, and
round numbers like this to try to get an idea of certain capabilities.
It would be like, it's a different religion. Jews don't call Reform Judaism, Conservative Judaism, Orthodox Judaism different religions, but as a modern day halakhist, that's not even really a word, but like it is. It's a pasuk, like an expert in religion within Judaism. I can tell you they're different religions. Other religions would consider them different religions. Why don't you? Why don't we? We're so small already that we don't want to let them go. And there's also some ability to be brought back into orthodoxy that isn't allowed to some of those other groups. But they're different religions. There's no doubt about that. And for Jews, that's why I feel like everyone needs a conversion. Even my Orthodox friends over here. So like, yeah, none of them are doing it correctly. Why? I can tell you the footwork was wrong. Really? Absolutely. They all did their footwork wrong. If you read in the book how it's done, it's left, right, left.
Is sort of the rock around which you built the battle line, you could say in some periods. A good estimate.
Right, left, right. And they do left, right, left, left, right, left. When it comes to their footwork on the Amida. They even call it the Shemoni Esrei, and that means 18. And it's Mida, and it's standing. They don't even like call. I mean, things have changed within that. Anyway, so what is it? Well, how would you describe it to your friends? Okay, so basically you have these Egyptian mystery schools thousands of years ago, and polytheistic Canaanite religions, Hittite, that shit in the fucking ancient Near East. That like people in Israel, we need one of these for Israel. Where are you in Israel? And be like, oh, I'm from Tel Aviv, and that'd be here. And then you point out in Israel where you are. Or I'm from Herzliya, or I'm from Netanya, or I'm from Gaza, or I'm from Dimona, or I'm from Jerusalem, whatever. Really? And it'll be good. Why? Everybody knows what its places are. But not always. Why? People be like, I'm from a really small part of like Kiryat Don or something like that. And they're like, well, where? Huh? Where's that? It's like, oh, it's here. Really? Yeah. And it's just easier to point on something and be like, I mean, Israel's not that big. I say this like it's the size of Michigan. It's not. But it'll eventually be that big, and people won't know. So at least when you're talking about to Egypt, to Jordan, well, through Lebanon, to Jordan,
creates a very flexible
into
formation. Any enemy that will come
to Syria, into Jordan,
any enemy
and then like the Red Sea. But I mean, when this starts, like I'm on Jordan, people know. But like if you when you're be like, oh, I'm like we eventually expand, it'll be like, oh, I'm from Al Chakakaka, and be like, where the fuck is that? And like, oh, you're out way in the fucking desert, like the Negev or whatever. That's like here. Really? Yeah. Shout out to Demona. Really? Anyway. Why Demona?
And replacing them with archers. Often archers
How I learned about Israel was Mordechai Benunus. Really? Why? I knew I was Jewish from my grandma and my mom. But my mom never talked about it. She didn't really know anything about it. My grandma knew more. And I always made sure that it wasn't like my grandmother was like all your fucking grandmothers. What do you mean? Trust me, you think you know your grandmother, who was like, oh, she's so fucking observant now. That woman used to play cards. She probably smoked cigarettes. She probably had a beer every once in a while. Our grandmas are exactly the same people. Your grandma now is just wearing a shtetl. Okay, that's the only thing. She's got a wig on. That's the only thing. Okay, are you done?
But your archers are shooting over the heads of those troops and just blowing people away. So I did some
a shtetl? Yeah.
Assuming
so if I would have had my grandma, she had wigs. If I would have just said, oh yeah, that's a shtetl, then you'd be, oh, okay, cool.
Imagine that
wigs become
in that battle,
yeah.
the Persians have probably increased the firepower over Assyrian Persians by 20 or 30% more. Imagine that 20,000 archers.
Anyway, is that the end of your story?
Each archer fires about 5 arrows a minute.
Oh, I have to tell this fucking story though, because I just had this really nice way to start my day. But anyway, I would daven at Beth Jacob. I would walk. I had this fucking walk with my friends, and I was walking past Beth Jacob, and it looked like a fucking prison. It looks like a prison. Why? It's very cold, which it's doing the right thing. Shuls are not supposed to be welcoming places to the outsiders. It doesn't have a sign. These places, it's a very interesting way that it's like tradition that you just don't do these things. You don't proselytize, and a sign proselytize. So they might have signs in the future. They do. Theirs becomes a thing. It's like this thing. It looks like a menorah, and it's like this thing that goes up. It's nice, but it's like they don't. It's not a proselytizing place. Why didn't you go there when you first moved here? It was called Beth Jacob, and I was told that Chabad, that rabbis are only men, and so I thought it was some ladies named Beth Jacob, and it was her synagogue. I thought that was she's like the rabbi, and she just named it after her. So I joined the one that sounded like a fucking youth group. I joined. I'm not going to say it. Young something Israel of an area. Why? Because that sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like you're going to be playing paintball and going bowling, and there might be a couple songs you sing, and fuck no, it's a lot of work.
Of maximizing the number of archers in the infantry units, unlike the Assyrians, who seem to have maintained a 50-50 ratio.
Did you ever go paintballing? No. Did you go bowling? Yeah, I did go bowling with my friends. It was in a bowling alley, so it's like, oh, you're going to be doing something at this place. Never. We pray there is also a fucking.
This is the kind of minutia that determines why these battles we're about to talk about go the way they do.
But we did go bowling once, my friends and I. And did you have fun? We did. How'd you do? So my friend from his name is Eric Kowalski. He works at Boeing. He works on some kind of program that affects all this. He's an electrical engineer from Tusk, and he it would be like, this is what my friends do. For my friends from where I am, it'd be like, hey, what do you do? And they'd be like, oh, I work at this company. It's in healthcare. and we like manage healthcare data. Well, okay, cool. And you ask these people from Boeing, and it's like, what do you do? Like, oh, I'm an electrical. What do you do on day? Just like, well, we really can't tell you. And honestly, I don't know, and they don't even know. I mean, you get to talk to him a little bit, and it would be like, he would be like, I work on some kind of radar that can like, which was like 5G. He probably didn't know, but he was working on like 5G from years ago, and it can affect things, and it's really strong, but I don't really know exactly what it is. Okay, fine, but they're working on like really advanced stuff, and it's right here in Huntington Beach. Really? That's what was so cool about it here, kids. It was like, from where I am, there are no industries. Nothing. There's that fucking school, and that's it. It's like when the fucking donut place opened up, there was like a second industry. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's run by the Amish. Anyway, fucking Midwest Kosher is going to be the biggest fucking industry in the town. Really? Yeah, and it didn't open up till too late. Really? Yeah. Anyway. So is that the end of your story? Midwest Roughneck. And they will get. I used to send my parents money home and for groceries and stuff, and I wanted them to start keeping kosher. Who's to say they didn't? But I wanted them to do so at a certain store, which was different. So they opened up Midwest Kosher, which actually my dad's the first person to take me there. And what did he have? Pastrami on rye, and marble rye. Marble rye outdoes how? Like, if I say to any Rebbitzin, hey lady, knock knock, I got news for you. Hey, what? Something changed in our fucking religion? I'm something. I don't know what it is. But on top of all that, you know the fucking challah that we have every fucking week? Yeah. How many do you need on a given week? Good question. There should be 3 meals. And so you've got Friday night, Saturday, and then another on Sunday. I think you can do it with 5. So you've got the 2 for Friday night. And this is like a really rabbinical question. And it's also very practical. Like, at the very minimum, how many loaves of bread do I need to do everything correctly? 2, and then 2 for after Kiddush, or whatever, when you're like a Mishnah. And then you need a 3rd before like Habdal. So I think that's it. Anyway, but like, you know those fucking challah? It's no longer challah. It's gonna be marble rye. It's just gonna be like, well, why? The only time I've ever really heard of a marble rye is from that fucking Seinfeld. And I'm gonna be like, exactly. Welcome to our fucking religion.
You know, when he runs down the Persian army. So you have all these people we just talked about, but then you have all the exotic people from the periphery of the Persian Empire. Herodotus talks about the Indian troops that war. He talks about the troops from Africa who paint half their body white and half their body red and tip their spears with antelope horn. Black troops from modern day Sudan. You talk about what he calls the black Ethiopians or India, which Indians because they're dark ways that have straight hair. I mean, it's a wonderful exotic list of historians.
I'd like to replace that. But it's got to be sports, not schnitzes. Sports, though I'm sure schnitzes becomes a big deal. It's sports out of San Diego. Really? Yeah, he's black. It's George Soros' original name, but that's cool. He changed it because it's also a Sparks was a negative connotation to some people, but it wouldn't be anymore. Sparks means friend. Like nigga means friend in American English. Sparks means friend in Hebrew. Really? And nigga means friend in Hebrew as well. Because nigga doesn't mean anything in Hebrew now. So it means what it means in English. What about niggas? Now niggas, that is an Ethiopian king. And that kid pronounced it like 100 fucking times in the ESPN scripts spelling bee, where it's like negus. The word is negus. An Ethiopian king, negus. Negus. Use it in a sentence. A negus is an Ethiopian king. Negus. Negus. Can you please say it into the microphone? Negus. Negus. Niggas. This lady would have been the oldest lady I would fuck. Really? Yeah. Either this or that 114-year-old lady, but that's another lady. But this lady, so if you're wondering, like, would this kid fuck me? If you look younger than this bitch, you're in. Really? Ask any of my friends. My friends would be like, yeah, if you put that lady in a red dress, he might fuck that lady. Why? I'd be like, lady, you saw the Hoover administration. Get over here.
Sites diplomatic warfare. Now be reasonable. You cannot turn down $50 for a $6 ride. Profit loss, you know, that kind of thing. And you're trying so This is meticulous planning. Is one of your strong suits. I'm terribly sorry, but that actually
I have a very funny story. I think it's funny. It's a Jewish thing. I have Jew humor, I have mom humor, king of mom humor, king of Jew humor, eventually. Really? Yeah, there are some very good Jewish humorists, of course, but, and comedians, but who's the best one you've ever seen? It's actually two. One, I'll just say, I'm the funniest motherfucker ever. There's one guy I saw in March. He was at a Hanukkah. He's not that funny. I swear, you're not that funny. You got a good little shtick. He was on the Tonight Show, but he made my rabbits laugh. So we'll say he's number two. Why? He wasn't like overtly funny. And then the third guy is this really fucking Shlomiel looking motherfucker, or Shlomazel, depending on the day. Anyway, it's like he got slapped. He's a Shlomiel, got slapped by a Shlomazel, but then wouldn't that make him a Shlomazel or got slapped by a Shlomiel? Something like that. Anyway.
And if you weren't good at that, you wouldn't have been
he's actually funnier than the other guy, in my opinion. So we can say of the first knot, well, I'm the first epic, I'm the funniest, and the second epic, I'm the funniest. But number two, first epic, that Mark guy was the funniest. The second epic, that fucking Shlomo motherfucker was the funniest. Really? Yeah. Why? People won't, like, humor changes just like beauty changes. Oh, like I was saying, Hilary Swank is seen as really pretty today because symmetry is so important. But like in the future, everyone will be super symmetrical. Like, well, I do like someone with a little something different. Really, it's this is what always fucked me up. Why the fuck, like, women, I'm gonna like solve a bunch of shit. Women, at least for one part, always think that people with beauty marks are pretty. And to someone who doesn't like beauty marks, that is seen as ridiculous. It's like, you are so pretty, but you're a little fucked up. If you, some people who see people with famous beauty marks, like even tattoo versions of them, and you can't tell the difference. It becomes, and I never understood this. But then I finally got it. Why? When you start dating the same kind of girls or a lot of different girls, and they kind of start fitting stereotypes, like certain looks, like all blondes or all brunettes or all Latinas or all Asians or all European chicks. They're like all Russians, all Middle Eastern. They're all really pretty. Or I mean, they don't have to be if you're a fortunate person. Or if you're, let's say you have a casting call, which are things where you have, like, I need someone to be cast as a good-looking, or African, of course, definitely. I need a good-looking African person. That's a little different one, though. Why didn't I say African? You can't really tell, actually. That's a weird one. I didn't say African, almost purposefully, because normally I would, but beauty marks don't really, you can't. You can, there's some, I mean, African people have beauty marks, but their skin's beautiful for other reasons. And if I were to say, like, would I rather have white skin or black skin and have my choice of like a clean slate? No, I would rather have black skin. There's more pigment to that, and it's better in the sun. And I would think from an adaptive, or like as a species, it's stronger. But it doesn't work that way, because black people admire light skin, and people in general admire light skin more in society, because it's seen as more pure. Just as a, and it's like, as from animal instincts, it's more rare. That's the thing. That's why, because it's more rare, and so it's seen, not necessarily as more pure. I misspoke. It's rare, and that rarity is seen as somewhat pure in today's society. So that's why, like, people with fair skin, it depends where, but a lot of times people want fair skin and have for a long time. I've always wanted the opposite. I always wanted like super dark skin. I even tanned a lot. Really? Yeah. For the vitamin D specifically, but that doesn't say I won't do that in the future, but I'm just telling you, it turns out. But I didn't want it that way. So I'm like the least racist person I think you could ever want. If you had to ask me what would I want, I'd want the opposite of what I have, because of adaptive traits of it, just purely biological. I think everyone could understand that. If you have a black person and a white person and put them in the sun and they're exactly the same, the black person will die after the white person. And I'd want to give my kids like those kind of traits. And that doesn't necessarily mean I don't, but eventually we're inside and we're in like spaceships and shit. And the sun doesn't really affect you as much as like other stuff does. So it's like, it becomes a certain thing where you can choose what you want. And basically everyone starts to become a middle ground, like there are all kinds of different terms for whatever you want to call it. Tan is what I basically, it's the middle, where like terms are like the race, I don't want to offend anyone, but mulatto, red bone, those kind of things. Everybody becomes that. But then there's like one little group that still people want to be, that is that almost like Aboriginal. Not Aboriginal. Not vertigo, but
burning, pillaging, looting, whatever there might be.
Albinism becomes really
attempt to
interesting.
somehow
Yeah.
bring these people to battle. But they won't
Do
stop
you know anyone
running.
who's albino?
And Herodotus
do.
in his account writes,
And I didn't really know
as there
it.
seemed to be
Really?
no end to this
They're very,
pursuit,
very
which
attractive.
had gone on for a
And
long time. Darius sent a
as
horseman
many
to Idan
people with
Thyrsos,
albinism
king
are,
of the Scythians,
and
with this message: "You extraordinary man, why do you keep fleeing when you
I
can certainly
guess
do otherwise? If you think you are
they're
able to
considered
challenge my
African
power,
American,
then stop your wandering
but they're
and
lighter than
stand
I
to
am.
fight it out.
And because of
You acknowledge
just
that
the
you are too
pigment of
weak
their
for that
skin,
course,
they have
then
like
you
red
should stop
hair
running away.
and
Bring gifts
pretty
of earth
eyes.
and water to your master, and
I
enter
know
into
like sometimes they have
negotiations.
red eyes, but unless you have like colored contacts or something, but very,
Sounds
very,
like a
very pretty
civilized
person.
kingly
Really?
approach, right?
Yeah.
Let's settle
She used
this
to
here
wear
and
this
now.
green jacket.
But
Oh
that's
my
not
god,
how
she had
they
this
did
green like
business on
master's
the
like jacket, but no,
Central Asian
it's like a petticoat or something,
As the
like a
reply
calico, but not like a
from the
petticoat.
very scary,
Not a
barbarian
petticoat, that's a long thing.
Central Asian
Like
tribal
it's a peacoat, a green peacoat, though, like that color.
To this, Idan
Is
Thyrsos,
very pretty.
king of the Scythians,
And
responded,
she's very
"This
smart.
is my situation,
And
Persian.
what?
I've never yet fled from anyone out of fear before, and I'm not fleeing from you
Well,
now. What I have been doing is in fact no different from what I'm
did you know
accustomed
something
to
was
do in
different about
times of
her?
peace.
Like, I was an
I'll tell you
adult
why I
person
do
who's
not
met a lot of
engage
people
now.
and
It's
couldn't
because
really
we
tell
have neither
anything
towns nor cultivated
different about
land to worry about being
Really? Yeah.
captured or raised, which might induce us to engage you in battle soon.
So, I mean,
But if you
people
really
get really
must come
interested
to
in
battle
that.
without further
Really?
delay, know that we do
Does that mean
have
people in the future
ancestral
are
craves.
albino?
So
No.
come on then,
It's just
find them and try to
there's much
destroy
more
them, and you will know whether or not we shall fight
albino
with friends.
acceptance.
But before that,
And
we shall not engage you in battle unless we see fit to do so. He then says,
they're already
instead of gifts of earth and water, I
shout to
shall
the
send
first.
you the
I
kind
don't know
of
if the
token
first, but
you
the one that I
really merit. And in
recognize
response
as a
to your
music video
claim to
that
be
has
my
someone
master,
else.
I tell you,
I guess it's funny to say a person of color, but it's not. It's like the opposite of that, which is very funny, right? Isn't that? I'm glad I captured that on camera. I'm sure all albino people think that. Maybe they don't, but they have to come to something. I know I came to terms being scarred, and still do. So
they retreated,
that's not the same.
taking with them their livestock, burning
some
the
people think
grass,
they're
and filling in
scarred.
the water pits. In
But
addition,
it's like something. It's like a skipping, I guess. People immediately when they would see me, they was like an instant judgment.
The Persians were worn out
I
by
think
their
that's the same
protracted
with
pursuit of the
people
Scythians
who are
deep
albino,
into
but
their
they're
own
not.
territory.
It's not to be
When
feared.
Darius was looking
As
for
a
a
child,
way
if you've
out
never
of
seen
his
anyone who's albino,
Scythian
that's the thing. We
leaders,
should
in
show
response to
children
his
like
demand
this is what
that they
different
would
people
either
can
come
like,
out
what
for
they
an
can
open
look,
battle or
so that
submit
people aren't
voluntarily,
scared of it.
sent a messenger to the Persian camp.
Because if they
Subsequently, if Herodotus is
aren't
to be believed, Darius was presented
attuned
by
to
the
people with
messenger
albinism
with a
early,
bird,
they'll be
a
scared of
mouse,
those
a
people.
frog, and 5 arrows. Darius thought that the
Why?
Scythians thus announced their submission. Gabrias, however, one of the 7 conspirators against
They'll have all kinds of questions. They won't know anything about it. The earlier you get people to learn about stuff, the more normal they become with it. So, like, if people find out that there are gay people early, it'll be normalized much more early. As opposed to, I mean, the way I grew up and the way society was, there were no openly gay people. I'm not saying no, but if you were, you had to be really fucking flamboyant. You were like Liberace or I don't want to like out anybody, but I think I can out Liberace or like Truman Capote, something like that. It was rare though. Really rare. Are you done? Anyway, right, Brenda, because of Seinfeld is part of canon. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Seinfeld would be like the Leviticus. Really? Yeah. It's like huge when it comes to people and Judaism. It's how I learned Judaism. Really? I know Judaism better than my rabbis know Judaism because I've seen it from inside and outside. And
so, in other words, Darius might have just punched these tribes exactly.
I'm not saying I'm the world's biggest Seinfeld fan. I am saying that I'm referencing twice within minutes of getting arrested in 2 different times. I'm referencing Seinfeld. Really? Yeah. And Jerry Seinfeld's observance. I'm like, how observant is Jerry Seinfeld? Hello, are you Mr. Rothschild? Yeah. Really, it's just like that. It's pretty close to that. Really, yeah. I wasn't questioning his observance. He's very sure, right? He's got that his meme thing where he gets up with the Pez system. I'm out of here. Really, yeah. He's fucking. Who would he be like? He'd be like one of those fucking Israel. He'd be like Saul or something like that. I'm gonna say he'd be like a big fucking Israeli. Really? In the future? Oh, he'd be like, I don't know how to describe it. Shrugim becomes really big. What did my friend call it? Shitzel, but stiff Shitzel. This is called Shitzel, but it's Shittle. No, Shitzel. She always would say that. There's this one girl. I just have to talk about her because I think she's so beautiful. She might be the most beautiful Israeli I've ever seen. Really, more than Gal Gadot, more than Raffaelli, more than who's the first Israeli girl I ever made? Yasmin. Oh, I have to talk about people's shit on their face, and she doesn't. Oh wait, we'll finish that, and then we got albinism. African coast, they had one outside of Egypt, they had many on Sicily, they had some. I don't know her name. And she's like, hey, wait a minute, you think that girl's pretty? She's very symmetric. I can just tell symmetry very well. Okay, so it's Schitzel? No, it's Schiddle. Stridel.
After they rebelled,
No, it's not Stridel.
realized,
Okay, Shruga means knitted, and Schitzel's the name of this family. It becomes a big show. But it's not Schitzel. That's what my friend Marlene calls it. It's Schitzel. Yeah. A Haredi family living in ultra-Orthodox neighborhood of Jerusalem reckons love, loss, and indulgence of Israel. So,
has him acting as a clever
I'm sure it's coming
businessman to
back.
try to sell
Who's the girl?
on
People are going to be, who's
intervention
the
in
girl?
their revolt against the Persians.
It really caused me some. I have emails to my rabbi about this. This was weird to me. When I was a kid, it was like the last thing in the world ever was that you would marry a cousin. Why? My cousins were all boys, first cousins. The closest cousin that I would have had would have been, I guess, no, I had other cousins too. That's not true. But ever, you'd never marry a cousin. Why the fuck are you going to do that? Our family sucks. Go to another family. My father's side of the family is the only family that ever said, if your parents ever get divorced, we're taking your mother. Father, and it's true. They would have. Really? They weren't kidding. Yeah, but who's this chick?
When he went to talk with Cleomenes, Aristogoras had with him a bronze tablet on which a map of the entire world was engraved.
Yoshi's gonna be like, it's Leah Koenig, is it? Oh God, it's Leah Koenig. No.
Aristogoras said,
it's Hadassah.
Cleomenes, do not be surprised at my urgency in coming here, for this is how matters stand. That the sons of the Ionians are slaves instead of free men is a disgrace. And the most
my friends would be like, she looks like girls from home. I'm like, I know.
Especially of all the others, inasmuch as you are the leaders of Hellas. So now, by the gods of the Hellenes, come rescue the Ionians.
She looks like she could be from Ohio.
They're of the same blood as you, after all. This will be easy for you to accomplish, since the barbarians are not valid.
Anyway, so there is a thing where in the show, this girl, they start to date. They're first cousins. And I was like, and as we were watching the show, my friends were watching the show, they were not as observant as I was. And they also weren't as into the show. So I was further down the seasons as they were. And I'm like, have you seen what has happened yet? And I can't explain it to them, but I'm like, is that normal? You marry your fucking cousins? What the fuck is this? So, in other words, he's running down the benefits, right? I got to do my research. Actually, I changed the Chabad website. Really? Yeah, I know the Chabad website so well. But I mean, I can tell you, this is something on which I wrote to my rabbi, and he wrote back to me, and this was a compliment. He said, this is something like, this is an apt observation, and something that a lawyer would notice. And the person who wrote this article is seemingly not a lawyer. But there's a loophole on the Chabad website about the most critical thing that we could have, which is marriage within Judaism. They're supposed to meet again for the Spartans to give the answer as to how they feel about investing in this company. At least there was. It's documented. I have screenshots of it to my rabbi and asking for clarification. So, Chabad website. And there's a thing here. It's Chabad Judaism. No. It's like, well, what the fuck is it? It's Chabad. It's its own thing. Well, what about, can you convert to Chabad? No. There's no Chabad conversion. Really? There are some offshoots, arguably, that say, blah, blah, blah. But no. If you know a Chabad rabbi who has done a conversion directly, then they're not Chabad. They're their own thing. It's like one of the key parts of Chabad is you cannot convert. How do you become a Chabad? How did I become a Chabad? Well, I'm Jewish. My mom's Jewish. My mother's Jewish. And I can follow this to the Bible. And I'll say to Litzker, and I'll say to Shalom, and Tadamon, and Weiss, DNA test my ass. And look at my observance. My observance behind closed doors is better than your observance in front of the fucking school. At least out there outside. Because you sleep too late, but some motherfucker, imagine I'm in a fucking spaceship. Or that we're in Antarctica and we don't know in the time the sun never rises. And I'm gonna make those motherfuckers so rich and famous damn shit. Anyway, the Jewish wedding, American relationships and marriage. No, married by Kabbalah. No, I do a Jewish wedding. Marriage question. Who marriage Chabad marriage? Who can marry? Now, what do you mean Chabad is not Judaism? I will say this. One of the big, I didn't know what Chabad was when I first moved here. I didn't know how to pronounce it. Like many Jews, I know people who celebrate Shabbat every fucking Friday who call it Shabbat. I mean, they don't know. And so a lot of there's like if you're not in a Chabad, not some people do. So from where I was kids, when I was a kid, there was no Chabad, and there was no Chabad in my town. I moved out here. They found out that they had Jews there, and they had a Chabad within 6 months. But there was no Chabad. Keep that in mind. Really, there was no Chabad. From where I was, there was no Chabad.
And the Persian methods of warfare, how they used neither shields nor spears and were easy to beat.
The closest one
in addition to this, he pointed out that Miletus had been founded by Athenian settlers, so it was only natural that the Athenians.
I don't think there was one in Kalamazoo. And I think Kalamazoo got one.
Indeed, so anxious was he to get Athenian aid that he promised everything that came into his
now,
hand.
is there Chabad in Chicago? Fuck yeah.
Apparently, it's easier to impose upon a crowd than upon an individual.
There's all kinds of shit too. There's breast lovers and fucking probably a Satmar or two. But there's no Chabad. And I grew up so insulated. I knew one person who even said they were Jewish outside our family, and that was a man, I forget his name, his first name. But he worked at the university. You're not very Jewish, and I could say that to him. You're not very Jewish if you're working at a Catholic university. I could say that to my own mother. Really, yeah. But it's like when there are no Jews, that's you hang on to what you've got, and I can't denounce him for that, or my own mother. It's what you have. Is that
one Spartan king could see the flaw in this dude's proposal?
Is that
from the get-go, right? Spotted the flaw, like the Shark Tank investor, venture capitalist.
I gotta find this thing up about. It's very important.
30,000 Athenian, voters, part of the electorate there. They could have the wool pulled over their eyes by a clever salesman, right? And the Athenians send 20 ships to go help the Ionian revolt. But 20 ships is not enough to do anything except get you in trouble. These Athenian ships will join other ships.
No.
Disembark and join rebellious Ionian troops. Among other things, burn the provincial capital in Sardis.
No. I want Chabad. Why? They have to change the website. And I would have demanded it then because it was like, oh, this is a loophole. I'm a lawyer at heart, and my rabbi knows that, who is a lawyer and law professor. And
support for this Ionian revolt is kind of like not a little more than symbolic, but quite a bit less than useful.
Knew I had a fucking. Okay, here it is. Perfect. They have to change this. You fucking Chabadnik motherfuckers. I love you like you're my fucking family because you are. But no one knows you better than I do from an insular and outside standpoint. I've been in Chabad to the point where I would go to young something, Israel, and they would tell me, make sure you tell them that you're Chabad. And that hasn't changed. Rabbi Lipsker told me, when you go to wherever you're going, Rabbi Fisher, you tell him that you're Chabad. And I told him at Shabbat, I was Chabad, my Rebbetzin was there. Really? Absolutely. And we are. Really? I've never converted to anything. Never have. I've done everything needed for it, including 2 brisses.
He asked
Really?
for a
Yeah.
bow.
With
He took
reservations
the
for a
bow,
third, but I
set
don't
an
want to get
arrow
into
on
that.
the string, and shot
The
the
following
arrow toward
summary
the
of
heavens.
marriages
And as it flew
prohibited
high
by
in the air,
Jewish
he
religious
said,
law details specifically
Zeus,
whom
let it be
one
granted to
may
me to
and
punish
may
thee
not
evil.
marry. Everybody listen,
After
this is the
saying
big
this,
fucking thing.
his
This is a
attendants to
who
repeat the
can you
name
marry
3
and who
times
can't.
whenever his dinner was served.
And
My
it's
lord,
bullshit
remember the Athenians.
that it reads this way. A man may not
That's how
marry
they did things back in
anyone
the day.
not Jewish. Now let's get into that. Anyone. Can he marry a man? Well, that doesn't count. Anyone not Jew. Can he marry a Jewish man? According to this, yeah, it seems like that. The daughter, so they're not defining, so it's got to be better defined as a woman, if that's what you want to do from a traditional way, I understand. Okay, but notice, we're going to look at this like an attorney, and we've got loopholes. Okay, anyone not Jewish, okay, that's fine. The daughter of an adulterous or incestuous union. Mamzer. Okay, so mamzer. What's a mamzer? It's basically a bastard. Now, Jewish women have been
out to rebellious cities, but let's understand that's something that in much of the world is still treated rather harshly. In this time period,
controlled for too long over this issue. Basically, within Judaism, women were held to a much higher standard than men when it came to their future mates. And that's why it was always like women never really married outside of Judaism, but men did more commonly. Or they'd have bullshit conversions that were very common and basically that were paid for, which is half of fucking Hollywood and half of fucking Beverly Hills. Not just Hollywood, the people. I'm saying half of the city of fucking Beverly Hills. Their fucking conversions were all just paid for. It's like wrote a check. It's a joke. They never walked the shul. They never kept kosher. A lot of that shit. And we'll make sure that they do. They're finally excited that they get to watch it and they'll be all really nice and organized and they'll learn. And it's a lot of fun. And then they teach it to their kids and then they have traditions and they live their normal fucking lives in secular society, but they've got purpose. Is it about like pie in the sky kind of got? No, it's about like self-improvement and things like that. Okay, which shul is. It's a place to learn. A man may know. Okay, the daughter of an adulterous or incestuous union. Now, what's that? Okay, so there are all kinds of laws in Judaism. What a monster is and what could be considered a monster. And they've been held very difficult. Women to a very high degree and men to a very low degree. We'll just keep that there. But basically, within Judaism, the standards haven't been the same for men and women and different communities. Meaning, the whole fucking state of Ohio needs a goddamn conversion. Even the most observant person in Ohio, I could basically say the most observant rabbis in Ohio
the dramatist Phrynichus put
are
on a play called The Capture of Miletus, vividly
basically
depicting
like
the collapse of the Ionian revolt. The effect was remarkable. Phrynichus saw his audience weep tears of grief and patriotic shame. Stung into swift action, the pro-Persian lobby got the play banned. When in doubt,
at a level of like
fall back on censorship. Phrynichus himself was fined 1,000 drachmas, almost 3 years' pay for the average working man.
an observant Jew in LA or New York. I mean, it's just more relaxed there.
Now rapidly lost ground. How modern is that?
So, an observant Jew in Ohio, no offense, but like, is just not, it's more than most, but it's not very impressive. Why? You live in Ohio. There's not a big community, not many big communities. Okay, you got Shaker Heights and fucking Beverly Hills and some players at Cleveland and maybe a 1 or 2 in Cincinnati, but that's really reform. It's
censorship of the arts is not a good thing, and that public opinion should matter.
Jews go to be around Jews, and Ohio is not for Jews. It is a weird place because of Cincinnati and what happened there, and we'll learn all about that more. But and not to say I don't like it. I end up moving there, I think, but to make it more conservative, it's like it's not conservative from a political standpoint. No, very from a maybe more observant, meaning Maimonides Torah. What is it? This kind of shit. Okay, a married woman until the civil and Jewish divorces have been completed. His own divorced wife after her remarriage to another man and the latter's death or divorce. A widow of a childless husband and who was survived by a brother until after the chalitza ceremony has been performed. What is that? I want to see that. That's one thing I haven't seen in Judaism. I've seen brisses. I've had reservations for one. I've done everything. I don't want to be a moil, and I don't think it should be done. I don't want to cut off a piece of dick. Absolutely not. And that's why a lot of moils will not do an adult man's bris. They have it done in a hospital because that motherfucker will kill you when he finds out all the sensitivities. And he's less likely to do it to a doctor. A Cohen may not marry a divorced woman, and that's another one. Oh my God. The Kohanic blood. Oh yeah. There's no perfect Cohen right now except for really fucking macho, and I'll just be able to say it. And even my, I know where I have loopholes, but my Kohanic bloodline goes all the way to fucking Aharon. So you can, it goes even further back than that to Badzazo, first architect of the Mishkan. Nobody else can say that. DNA testing for that, please, I beg you. There's no test that can do it. I had the closest one, and I didn't have it. Someone in my bloodline had it, and it's one of the most famous tests of all time, and it's the National Geographic Genographic Project. It becomes very big. It happened in 2004. So this isn't like I had a 23andMe or anything like that. This is a really big one. Like, it's what all 23andMe and all that shit was built on. This was the biggest one in global history. This is what basically allowed us to link all of us to the human genome and stuff. It's the big one. Anyway, a Cohen may not marry relatives, primary and secondary incest. You may not marry your mother, grandmother, and descendants, and mother of his grandmother, his stepmother, and the wife of his paternal grandfather, and of his descendants, and the wife of his maternal grandfather, his daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and her descendants, his daughter-in-law, the wife of his son's son, and descendants, and the wife of his daughter's son, his wife's daughter or her granddaughter and descendants, his sister, half-sister, his full or half-brother, his wife, divorceable except for levirate marriage with the widow of childless brother and full or half-sister, divorced wife in her lifetime. His aunt and uncle's wife, divorced or widowed, whether the uncle has been full or half-brother or father or mother. And let me say this. There's something interesting about mamzers. What? The law with mamzers is that they're not Jews. It's not that they're not Jews. They are. But for 10 generations, they have to marry other mamzers, which Judaism never really thought. It's a fucking loophole. That, okay, call them mamzer a mamzer. But then eventually mamzers become to be a really big population. And they're cool people. And everybody wants to start marrying into that. So eventually, mamzers become really? To some extent. Not non-Jews marrying other non-Jews, but certain marriages that perhaps could have been considered that. Why?
No people ever in the path of being conquered by any other people could see the upsides in a
when you're Jewish, you have to do a lot of shit. When you're a mamzer, you're Jewish, but you don't have to do, there's like a lot of shit you don't have to do. And so it's like, when people hear mamzers, it's bashes. Oh, it's really bad. But actually, in the future, was that bad? Really? Yeah. So, a man may marry his stepsister, a step-parent, blah, 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 his stepfather's wife, daughter-in-law, the brother, his niece. In American English, a man may not marry his niece, his daughter, his brother, his niece. The halakhic permission, even encouragement to marry the daughter of a brother or sister is superseded by the civil law's prohibition in this case. So basically, we have halakhic law and civil law that directly conflict. And it's obvious that they conflict. And Jews just have like a blind eye to it. Really, yeah. His stepson's wife, his deceased wife's sister, a woman with whom he had relations in their unmarried state. A Cohen may not marry a widow who was never divorced. A woman may not marry. Now this is the big one. Anyone not of the Jewish faith. Okay, that sounds like nothing. No. What did we say at first then? A man may not marry anyone not Jewish. A woman may not marry anyone not of the Jewish faith. What does that mean?
Problems on the Greek frontier.
There's a difference between being Jewish and being of the Jewish faith. What does that mean?
The Persian wars makes it sound, like the
Jewish is Jewish. Your mother's Jewish, blah, 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 or an approved conversion, but even those are questionable. Even the best of them are questionable. I saw the best of them, and those were questionable. Absolutely. So they're all bullshit, in my opinion. But what is this? Anyone not of the Jewish faith? What is the Jewish faith?
Party versus what the Indians sometimes called collaborators.
I don't know, but there's a big fucking loophole here. The Supreme Court of Israel, they're in the fucking. They have a really nice building. It's in Knesset. It's like this fucking. I know this. My family donated it, and no one knows how much it was for what it was. And it has, I can tell you all kinds of shit about that thing. There's this fucking eye and a circle, and it's like a triangle, and it's like a pyramid. If you look at it from this fucking one angle, all kinds of stuff about it. But it moves on it. And well, I mean, there's a lot here, a lot to this. And what does it come down to? There's a 1966 law that basically says if someone leaves the faith of Judaism, they're not allowed to come back to Israel. If they convert or are of another faith, their kids are cut off. And in my case, I can trace grandma's house. I can trace it all the way back to Bet's house. Chief architect. But that was not a law when my mother was born. It actually wasn't even a law until she made her bat mitzvah, arguably. She was 12 years old when it became. So when she was a child, that was not the law of the land of Israel. The law of the land of Israel was you could, anyone who came from a Jewish woman was Jewish. That's the law of the land of Israel. Until 1966, when some dumb motherfucker converted to something and then wanted to come back, and they were like, no, you can't do this. So I know this. This comes up. It's like, how the fuck do you know all this? There's some kind of technology. I was talking about my friend was about. I'm in Aviation Alley, which is San Diego to fucking LA, El Segundo, then to Palmdale, Lancaster area, where like Lancaster, Palmdale, that's Lockheed Martin, Boeing is El Segundo, like Northrop Grumman, they're all here, and they have advanced technology. And one of them is called chronoscope that can see into the future. I know that sounds crazy. And how did you know about this? I had a relationship with rabbis, I guess, and it was like it came to me and how it feels. I don't know if that's true. I could tell you that my predictions are basically right, and you watch some of the political predictions will still come right. They'll all come right. And if it doesn't come right, it still will come right. It will come true, and it'll just be a funny way how it happens. And a lot of these happen with like I confuse words. Anyway, are you done? No. So the Israeli Supreme Court will rule on this. And what will they rule? That
into official provinces run by governors appointed by the Persian king.
After 1966, when that ruling was made, if you were born after 1966, your children cannot leave Judaism and come back. But my mother was born before this was a law. And the Israeli Supreme Court would say, you have someone here who basically, I don't know how it was, but you would just have to say this from like a clean slate kind of idea. They can marry anyone they want because they're Jewish. And then that changed because of a law that wasn't taken seriously. The whole country wasn't taken seriously. And now you're supposed to take it seriously. halfway through your life. That doesn't fly. If you were born after 1966 and you leave Judaism, you're done. If you were born before that, and your kids, and you're a different religion, or you were born into a different religion, there will be an opportunity for your children. There's like 1,600 people. It's not that many. Will have an opportunity, and many of them are in Los Angeles, where there's like this fucking forum. Every fucking person in LA, and Hollywood especially, Googled. The number one Google thing of the 90s was, and Google wasn't even a thing. It was Yahoo. Nobody called it that. Number one search engine index question. And I think up until like 2006, aside from the word Google, to Google something, typing in Google into Google is the number one thing that's Google. So when you type Google and then your company's name, it's a good thing to do because it's got the logo. But the number one question that was typed into a search engine was, is George Clooney Jewish? Is he? Yeah, but it's a weird way. And it's like his mother's. It's not a weird way. It's how everybody's Jewish. But he doesn't practice Judaism. He doesn't wear a kippah. He fucking grew up like Greek Orthodox and all in fucking Cincinnati and all these other things. Right. So what would it be? His mother was born before 1966. He'd have the opportunity to go to Israel, live that life if he wanted to make Aliyah. What if his mother wasn't born after 1966? And then it's a conversion, just like anything. Really? Yeah. Is it possible? Yeah. Everybody has to convert. So it wouldn't be like a big deal. Even people in Israel, fuck yeah. They're not religious at all. Of anyone who needs to become religious, it's Israel. And they were waiting for somebody to lead them.
What does that mean? Are they all bunched together in one place, or are they scattered around an entire coastline? What is the visual on this? If Herodotus is doing it, who's doing the cinematography on that? How much do we have to use CGI computer graphics? Because there's no way otherwise to show that scene. How much would it cost to do that 1950s Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton style, right? Analog. Have to get 300 fake ships. I mean, think about the visuals. Just all the people in the water. I mean, everything that people find so horrifying about going down in the Titanic, you have happening, around Athos. When you think about precariousness of maritime travel, I mean, that storm sink ships today, as we all know. Well, the farther back you go in history in general, the more rickety these vessels become during this period. They didn't even like to stray away from the coast very much. Standard operating procedure was to beach these ships at night, and then in the morning push them back out again. And they're big ships, but you still beach them. 140 guys. It took to essentially lift the Trillion onto the shore at night. So I wonder how much it took to actually get these fleets trouble. But the idea of 300 vessels going down when they rounded a Cape, it just boggles the mind. And you can find historical examples all over the place. I mean, the most famous has to be the kamikaze, right? The divine wind. When Japan was saved, from the Mongol horde because the storm came up and battered the fleet, sank all these ships, scotched the invasion, right? Maybe this was Greece's own version of the kamikaze. The one thing that the Greeks knew is that this was not going to save them. This kamikaze was not.
Aside from questions and marriage, moms are treated exactly the same shit. But it's like, well, are you a momser? No, I'm a Jew. But really, what happens, I'm not in love with this solution, but this is what my parents are. What my kids would say, Mom, Dad, what kind of Jews were Grandpa and Grandma? We call them humanistic Jews. What is that? This is a newer wave of Judaism that started really in the late teens more so became public.
Already
But
seeing that the odds are massively in his favor.
It's
I mean, the Celestial Casino
so it's founded in Detroit, Michigan by Rabbi Sherwin Wein, offers a non-theistic alternative contemporary Jewish life, humanistic Jewish belief, and creating a meaningful Jewish life free of supernatural authority and reviving the secular roots of Judaism.
No stone unturned.
So what is it?
He sends out envoys in the year
It's-
between the first expedition and the founders of the
It encourages Jews who are humanistic and secular to celebrate their identity by participating in relevant holidays and rites of passages, weddings, bar mitzvahs, and inspirational ceremonies that go beyond traditional literature while still drawing. Meaning, like, and there's something else. Reconstructionist Jews, well, both my parents, Reconstructionist Jews consider my parents 100% Jews. Judaism considers my parents 100% Jews. Do you? I'm tough on it about it. But, I mean, that isn't to say that by the end, last I spoke with them, this gets us back to Midwest Kosher. I would call Midwest Kosher. Well, I'd send my parents home money. I was making a little bit of money, and I was able to send some money home just to be nice. And
onto the ledger of misdemeanors and high crimes.
And so, but I'd call Midwest Kosher because I'd go to OC Kosher and buy whatever, and I'd be like, man, this is so much better than any food that I normally get. I really want my parents to realize this and become more kosher. So I would start sending them checks home, and
not just neutral in the struggle that Athens is about to engage in, but adversaries by other city states and Greece all of a sudden were subject to.
Not to my knowledge. I think I would really ask my parents to, and but they knew I was in more debt than they were. But they did start going there, and not that they went there before I have. I've never been there. I was only in a parking lot. Really? Yeah. I was on a tirade. I didn't want to go in there. My father's the one who was like very welcoming of Jewish home business.
Now he's just going to crush that little part of
the town.
Now he's going to add
when he found out that Jews own a business, a little deli just outside, I mean, he got my mom in the car with me, and we went there on a Sunday night, right when they went.
Takes to launch and gives you an absolutely new appreciation for the capabilities of HB.
Anyway, so that's how we got on a ride. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Well, how else are they Jewish? Reconstructionist Judaism? Really? Yeah. So where do you get any fights from anyone? Orthodox Judaism. Why? Rabbi kind of described it like this. He said, basically, you look the Av based in eye to eye. His name is Rabbi Abraham Yuna. You looked him eye to eye, and what did you say to him when you met him? I said, I want to become more observant, and he pushed me away. He said, you don't want this kind of life, basically. And I said, yes, I do. And he pushed you away for like an hour, and I told him, no, this is the kind of life I want. And what was the thing that convinced him? I said, if you don't let me do this, that's fine.
The troops in their own rear.
But I will go to the corner of Pico Robertson, and I'll have a date in 5 minutes. And it was that point he knew he was fucked, and he had to let me in.
Not even a name. Yet on they marched, directed by the will of their far-off, all-seeing king. And every evening, no matter where they halted, these men from the steppes, from the mountains, from the villages of Iran, they would be provisioned out of monstrous depots, supplied punctually with jugs of wine and loaves of bread and barley for their horses. And when at last,
so would people just jump into Judaism? No, everybody would have to do what I did, at least for 1 year, become Noah. Really? Yeah, you did it for a year? Really close. Really, yeah. Because if I say I did it for a year, there's an argument to say you did want to be a Jew. So we'll say like 364 days or something. But
it's hard to find an earlier version. It's hard to imagine that anyone.
Why? Because I wanted to
Tens
see.
of thousands of troops
I wanted to.
across the water landed them.
I did not want to do
this assault
be every kind of
situation
religion
where Persians are
by any means. Jim Croce already did that.
breathtaking.
Really, yeah. Shout out to
2
Jim
years
Croce.
ago, after 2 years ago,
One
they
time,
lost 300
there was
ships,
this
20,000 men doing something like this.
Dafyomi class, and fucking, I'll never forget. It was the day I gave my hybrid to Cars for Kids. I got it on camera when I gave the car to them. Really, yeah. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. But yeah. Anyway.
Especially if you were in Athens, it's hard to imagine those folks getting a whole lot different than the British. The Second World War,
So
France fell.
then what?
They knew. They just knew. Okay, brace yourself. The storm is coming.
Earlier that morning, I heard Rabbi Senior say something like this.
Storm breaks.
What did he say? It was something like,
Persian expedition gets underway. Herodotus says it consists of 600
it was something like this. We know that there are some men who have.
poking holes in the ancient authors' numbers.
It was something like.
But they have no real agreement over what numbers to plug in for them. And there's broad disagreement. In fact, historians are not even sure what the goal of this mission is. Is this a mission just to punish Athens and some of their, small island friends and whatnot? Well, if so, it would require one side source. If on the other hand, this is an expedition with the intention to punish Athens and conquer the rest agree, you need another side source. So even trying to figure out, your numbers requires you to make certain assumptions, and historians differ. I mentioned earlier that this operation is a different sort of operation than what you saw before this
And
period. The Persians, as we said, may have done this already.
I just remember thinking about this as I was donating that car. As I was closing the door, I remember thinking about Jim Croce and this moment that I just heard. And I disagreed with it, but I didn't want to get into a debate with him or anything. In fact, he and I really never spoken. We spoke like 5. I saw him 666 straight days. We'll say we did, because I was there. When I could call out the rabbi and how fucking consistent I was, and not to say he was inconsistent. He was there 666 days, but he's very consistent, very, very consistent. But when I know I have that on him, he knows there's a new sheriff in town. Oh, somebody liked my video. Thanks, man. Anyway, I told that motherfucker at Golden Dreidel there's a new sheriff in town. On camera. To Naftali Bennett. On camera to Naftali. I'm saying Naftali Bennett, calling him the president when he's prime minister. Naftali, hey, president, and this fucking guy's right there. Really? Yeah. Anyway, I just can't wait till they fucking they're gonna make his fucking parking lot gold someday, and this special paint. And I one time reenacted Derek Jeter's throw to Jorge Posada with Jason Giambi in that fucking parking lot. Actually, it was later that day. I was there. I went to the Hall of Justice, made this fucking video for Naftali Bennett where I called him the president and the whole fucking time. And then I came back to there at sunset when I was fucking pissed. Nobody has seen it. Well, I sent it to him, but I even said, motherfucker, I'm so solid on this, man. I would just send this to you. He's like, all right, man, knock yourself out. Hey, we write notes on this. Nice. Anyway, was that the end of your story?
It's the carrot and stick approach that the Persians always use. Then they go to another city and they rip it to shreds. The city's name was Eritrea. It was one of the two cities, along with Athens, that really supported the Ionian revolt. So it's on the hit list for the Persians, and they take advantage.
I think if this got big, people would like me. I think they would just see enough of me that they'd fall in love with me naturally. And I'm not saying that in a cocky way. It's just like, if you see enough of someone, you'll like them enough because you're just exposed to them. You become associated with them. And so if people saw this,
But it's not just
I
a
think
division
so,
between the cities.
but
Argos does not get along with Sparta. It's divisions within city-states.
that doesn't mean I want it. Really, I just want to live a fucking normal ass life. If you ask me, what was your dream as a little kid? Would be to live at the fucking end of my fucking cul-de-sac next to my friend and have my parents on the street, and that would have been far enough away that I wouldn't have had to mess with them. Damn, they would have been able to see my leave all the time, but I wouldn't care. If I had a family and things like that, frick them off your grandparents. Like, yeah, but they could go run down it. The people who I knew who had it the best, and this is what it comes in this way. My friend Joey. My friend Joey was
on the seventh day, the Democrats surrendered their seat.
He had a big, beautiful pink Barbie house, and it was all mason. His dad was a mason. Not, I don't know if he was a mason like I'm a mason, but he was a brick mason, and was very talented at it. And they had, it was like a Tudor. It was a very, very ornate house, and his dad had a business and was able to provide for a really nice living. And I just have to say, his sister's so hot. Her name is Katie, and she was the first cheerleader I knew. She becomes really big in cheerleading, but she was just super hot. Really, she was the hottest of any of my friends' older sisters. Definitely, my friend Mark's sister was the hottest younger sister, and my friend Joey's sister was the hottest older sister. Really, for sure. Anyway, so her grandma and his grandma lived on the same property across the basketball court. They had like a basketball court or like a driveway, and they had a really big, beautiful house. I mean, it becomes a really good thing. Of just, it had a big circular driveway, and it was a huge lawn. I remember him saying how it would take him a long time to mow this lawn. And eventually I think they got a lawn service, but so everybody can worry about their fucking landscape. Anyway, his grandparents lived literally like you would toss a ball to their house. So one time I was over at his house and he was like, you want to go over to my grandparents? And I was like, well, sure. Where's that? And he's like, oh, it's just above the garage. I'm like, above the garage? You got your grandparents living in the attic? He's like, yeah, kind of. He's like, come on, I'll show you. And we went, and they had the cutest little house above a garage that had like nooks everywhere and a little brunch nook and fucking kitchenette, and they didn't need a whole kitchen. Literally, they had a house next door. It was a guest house. So it was like just everything that you would need in like a kitchenette. I don't know how else to describe it, but meaning, but that isn't to say she cooked cookies in there. So I think they had a full kitchen. I'm just calling it a kitchenette because they already had a kitchen. If I were to say, oh, in his kitchen, I'd say, well, the grandma's one or whatever, but I probably wouldn't anyway.
And that faction in Athens is opposed by some of the most famous people.
They were, his grandma and grandpa were really nice. His whole family was really nice. Really, yeah. And they end up buying a lot of south of the bypass becomes like Kellyville. Really, yeah, like Nellyville. St. Louis becomes Nellyville. This is Kellyville. Why? Well, just what this kid had to endure one time when he smelled some of my mad flavor. This fart that I had, allegedly, it was tremendous. But I mean, I'm talking about this thing 20 years later, and every kid right now would be like, oh yeah, I remember that fart. It was the worst thing we'd ever smelled in their entire life. And they could literally talk about this whole thing for an hour, because I've talked about it for 5 hours. So they could talk about it. But Joey needs, I think he's going to have to get psychological help because of it. Why? Well, ever see someone with post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as shell shock, also known as war neurosis? This kid had them all in one. He had this 1,000-yard stare. I don't want to get into it right now, so long story. It's on the backtracks. Anyway, if I don't tell, if I keep telling the same stories, you'll never see it. Anyway, so Joey's grandparents lived across the way, So we go over to their house, which was just above this garage, and have milkshakes and cookies and stuff. But like, what a cool fucking thing to be a grandparent and just be like, hey, we'll have your grandkids there with their friends, and there's nothing to do. Oh, they come over and you make them milkshakes and cookies and and it was like, what kind of milkshake would you want? I'd be like, what do you mean? There's thin, thick, medium, thick, thick, like in Roseanne's. Oh wow, you get a choice. Whatever, thick, I guess. Really? Yeah, because then it can melt and then be thin, thick. However, actually, am I eating for speed? Then it's thin, and I'll just suck that bitch down. But if it's like we're gonna be walking around, then thick, because then it'll fucking melt and stuff. Really? Yeah. Anyway, and I'm thick. Anyway, are you done? So, shout out to my friend Joey and his parents and for having me over. Why? If you ever had me over, I told a story about being at your house at least once. Really? Yeah. Like maybe not. Okay, I went to my friend Jeff's once. Or not just once. It wasn't like, oh, we had him over and he smells like he does now. We never had him over. Why would it change? I would change schools. Or it's like you have other friends. When we were in school, we had 30. Now, girls never came over to anybody's house. Just boys as little kids. And it would be like, I'd have him over, he'd have me over, and then you'd find another friend, you have him over, they'd have you over, and another friend. And you do this 30 fucking times. I've had 30 fucking friends over and been over to 30 friends' houses or something like that. Really? Whose didn't you talk about? You should probably do that. Whose houses you were at, because you really appreciate going over there. Okay, so Jeff's house. I said it before, his mom was a pilot, his dad was a pilot. They got divorced for whatever reason. They'd have 7 years in the future. Why? Here's my friend, and I know he loved his parents a lot and always wanted them to be back together. So maybe if they live forever, they could spend 7 years together and appease him, and then get divorced again on purpose and find she can go to her current husband or whatever for 7 years and then get divorced back to that guy, back to however the fuck she wants. She could have anyone she wants. Let her do what she wants. But she doesn't have to be tied to people like perhaps before. But she was able to do. What was her name? I don't know. I do know that. I don't remember that. My mom always said she looked like my cousin's mom. My aunt Mary. I didn't really think that, but that's fine. But they moved to our town in 4th grade, I think, and he and I went to university together, and we're a little bit of rivals at university. And I can say that in like a way that I won, but that isn't to say that it wasn't a respectful effort. Really? What does that mean? Well, so I think his stepdad had gone to university or something like that. He was a really big university, maybe his dad, somebody like that. And well, I had gone to his house, and he had a dog, Rudy. He was a really big fan of university. And I don't remember anything great about his house, meaning like I know where he lives, and he lives by some of my other friends too. John Holmes. John Holmes lives there? Yeah. So we got Paramore, we got John Holmes, and then we got Brendan Murphy. They all like live in the same street, basically. Something like that. And then what? So I was at his house once, and did he ever come here? I think once. It's like that would be the thing. Like at least with my parents, I had my one really close friend who would come over more often, and some other friends. But I would try to get as many friends over as possible to have different experiences. And one time I was able to have all my friends over. Well, God, that was the end of that one. But so I mean, we were always trying to have friends over, whatever. But I did go over to his house and had a lot of fun there. It was just after school, and then my mom picked me up after work or something like that. And that's usually how it goes. You'd go home with someone with however they got home, and then your parents would pick you up at like 5. And so it was like an hour and a half after school where it wasn't too much on the parents. Like, oh, this kid's here he's going to spend the night. Now this is going to be like a sleepover or something. It wasn't like that. I mean, not that we didn't all have sleepovers. But Jeff was on my basketball team, and he was the center. He was the tallest kid on the team. He used to run on his tippy toes, and we used to make fun of him before that, but that actually becomes how you run in the future. And was he very fast? No. But he ran the way that you're supposed to run. It just looks hilarious. When everybody's running a certain way, especially the big kids, and you got this kid on his tippy toes, but that is how you're supposed to run, and that's how he learned to run. And he probably could be a pretty good runner in the future if he put his mind to it. Not like super good, but he was a good athlete. Where, like, I know some athletes, my cousin is the fastest person in all of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and he's in his 50s, and he is a natural athlete, meaning he doesn't choose, he doesn't use human growth hormone. Not that that's not natural. I mean, of any person I've ever met who's just like, he drinks water. I don't know if he drinks coffee, maybe a little bit, but like he just has, and he's athletic. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Who else house you went to? Who else's house? My friend Blake, and I was in first grade. I went to Blake Weehy's house. Blake Weehy's big. Why? Well, let me think about this one.
From 650 to 350 BC, no foreign army,
he was a very good athlete. Well, he left the school. And why did kids leave the school? All kinds of reasons. But, well,
relatively small numbers of well-led,
it could be all kinds of reasons. But it's sad because you wouldn't get to see him anymore. I wish him the best. He was my friend, and he's the first kid I knew named Blake. That becomes a nickname for both boys and girls. Where did he live? He lived in, I love his neighborhood. It's this little, like, neighborhood, like, between, like, by the bracket club is where I'd say, by, like, what's that? I used to play at the school all the time. I remember. Not typically. It was,
the generation from then, do you change the power relationships at all? Does the weak civilization stay weak?
Elementary school. So he lived there, and do you remember anything about him? Normally when we went over to your house, we just played video games at anybody's house, or maybe we played in the yard or something. But usually we played some kind of video game. Why? All of us were pretty poor, and video games were like a thing that we all had in common. Where whether, like, if your dad was a doctor or a lawyer, maybe you weren't so poor, but you still had video games. Maybe your parents weren't that. Maybe your parents was an industrial tool salesman and a real estate agent, or maybe a stay-at-home parent, or whatever. You still had video games. Now, I don't know if we played video games there, but it gave us like a common something in common. So we had school and stuff as well. I will also say, I remember this about Blake Weehy as well. I don't remember much about him, but we were in first grade, because I think he left in first grade or something. But we were in first grade, and we
just a percentage of them, but as Hansen points out, about 80% of most of these city-states were made up of farmers or people that made money in farming.
Oh, I know where that is.
Athens and Sparta are always kind of exceptions.
I got chased down there. Really? Yeah, I was very close to where that is. Actually, I have two very good stories about that. Okay, so Blake, we read about him. Well, really quickly, we were in first grade together, and the teacher, Miss Liskowski, asked. She had a friend who was a dental hygienist who gave everyone in the class like toothbrushes and toothpaste. Okay? I remember Miss Liskowski said, "How much toothpaste are you supposed to use?" And everyone was like, "This much." She said, "No, a pea-sized amount. That's what it says. You all can read that. Like we could read what it would say on that. Really, yeah, we were pretty good at reading at that point. You could, or somebody read it aloud and we heard. But that was very important. And I called. It says, if not, call poison control. And I remember being like, oh, poison control. It's like a new word. What's poison? We learned about poison. And anyway, no one does that. I did it when I was in law school because I wanted to be like a Ralph Nader like motherfucker. And I was like looking out. Here's who's looking out for you, baby. And it was like, hey, I'm calling to see what happened. So what did I do? I was in law school and I asked the poison control. Must have been in like 2009 or so. I called when I was in torch class, not while I was in torch, but after torch class, or it was when we were learning about the Clean Water Act and all the shit that's in your water. And I remember being like, "There's no law that says that you can't put pharmaceuticals in the water. Clean Water Act only had to do with like pollution. It didn't have to do with like garbage and stuff. And also it was the name of it. No one's gonna go against the Clean Water Act or the Fresh Air Act. No one's going against these fucking acts. The No Child Left Behind Act. Oh, you want to leave children behind? I mean, come on. Anyway, they'll make laws, I bet, in the future that are like, oh, this is if you don't vote for this, you're a terrible congressperson. Act of 2025. Anyway, why? I don't know. Don't make that crazy. It's a big tarp bill. It's just filled with fucking, what do you call it? Pork barrel fat and shit. What do you call it? What do you call pork? Not pork barrel. Pork barrel. What do you call it when you add, like, I want to be a lobbyist one day. What do you call it when you add shit to a law that isn't anything? It's like pig fat. I forget what it's called. We rate mills. Anyway, what about Blake? We were in class. Well, what happens when you call poison control? I said, hey, I swallowed more than a teaspoon amount, or more than a pea amount of you don the armor, you meet up with everybody in your neighborhood that you normally fight with, and you go out there for the day, and you try to beat the neighboring city-state or in a nice, flat field of battle. Toothpaste. What should I do? And they said, they were like, are you serious? You called us over this? They're like, yeah, that's on all the fucking things. No one it was like poison control just sat there at a fucking phone until like nobody ever called us. And then all of a sudden somebody rang the fucking phone call. Like, hello? Poison control, like, is this line even working? Poison control. And I was like, yeah, it says on the toothpaste that if you accidentally swallow more than a pea size amount to call poison control. So let's just say I accidentally did that. What should I do? They're like, holy fuck. Somebody fucking called about it. They were like, I don't know. Hold on. Let me put it on hold. Let's see. This means that the spears are about 3 or 4 ranks behind the front rank, protrude beyond the front of the formations and have a pincushion here. The upright formation is called a phalanx. We now know, maybe 50 years ago or 60 years ago, that the phalanx is a formation that has been used ever since very, very ancient times. Mesopotamia cities used it a long time ago. A
but the Greeks may have moved closer than the Normans debated. One thing that these formations had a real problem with is being a sort of difficult terrain. In fact, maybe even just a little uneven ground, because if you're trying to stay shoulder to shoulder with the person next to you, in front of you, behind you, the last thing you want to do is run into, for example, some bushes because of your formation. Victor Davis Hanson's approach to thinking about how this famous spot would make it seem something like a very, very, very pointy, irresistible scheme.
I might change Google Translate. But yeah. Eventually, you won't have pilots anymore.
Oftentimes,
Really?
the best men in the rear file, too.
Well, I'm talking about pilots. My mom would always say to Mrs. Paramore, or whatever her name became, Mrs. Johnson, how is it that you're able to fly such a big plane with all these flies? And she's like, Shirley, you drive your car, right?
You know, the great warrior out there with sword players and a spear, like a Shaolin monk.
Like, you got kids in the carpool, you got my kid driving them. Same thing. When you're in a plane, you're paying attention, you're doing your best, but it's like a big car. And I remember her saying that, and I was always like, well, it seemed mandatory. It wasn't like you had to be blessed with some kind of special skills. My mom could drive a car, and this lady is basically saying, you, with the right kind of training, you can do the exact same thing.
Because in a formation like that, older people aren't required to be so new. The arthritis, can be more controlled. You just sort of stay and do your job, stand and dive, conquer and move forward. But all as a part of this mass working together. In fact, the older people added both experience and solidity. They had veteran status, and they could help stiffen some of the newer soldiers in the formation. And some of this is believed by some people to try to explain maybe why these hoplites do so well when they face non-hoplites. Why are they kicking ass? Who knows? Is it the armor? What is it the long spears? Well, anybody can do long spears. What makes them do what they do? What makes samurai so good? What makes mounted knight good? What makes marbles so good? What makes Apache so good? That's what he has another idea about marble and such. And he points out that, well, I don't know, let him explain how he sees the development different from everything that always heard. As scholars have traditionally reconstructed the history of hoplite equipment, it follows in a perfect arc. Beginning in the late 10th century, we witnessed the gradual introduction of hoplite armor, culminating in the universal adoption of the full hoplite panoply in the middle of the 7th century. Then from the middle of the 6th century onwards, parts of the panoply begin to be discarded, until by the end of the 5th century, we reach the rather lightweight hoplite already described. This tiny picture needs some modification.
No. Did you ever go to John Holmes' house?
In his opinion,
I think so once.
the artwork is kind of
We golfed.
biased.
Really? Yeah. Shout out to his family. I think one time they allowed us to golf. I golfed with him.
Baddest guy with the
Really, yeah. His mom's really nice. And she's seen as really like a trailblazer for golf. Youth golf, women's golf. Why? My dad and she were like the two advocates for golf at our school. The school never got a golf team, so they did have a couple events where we did. Who was a good golfer? David Miller, I remember, was a good golfer. Really, yeah. And so I think we golfed at the university golf course for a couple times after school. But they never got a golf team together. Why? Well, I'll say they had an athletic director, Randy Peterson. I'm sure still there. And he always did his best to really take a program with no money or anything and try to build school spirit. And he did a very good job with it. Points. Though the students were the ones who did it, he'd make sure that they had games and all that other shit. But golf is a very expensive. Here's the thing. He was about bringing in money to the school. And what brings in money to the school?
was or how they exactly thought.
A little bit. Soccer could, footballs, but they weren't at that point.
Those are the kind of
But it would be soccer and like basketball, where you can. It's like a place where you can charge admission and make money on things. And here's the funny thing: how they used to have to charge admission at the beginnings. It would be like your friends are playing. I wouldn't go to pay to see my friends play because they were just my friends. It's like I see them play in the fucking yard of our school all the time, and we have no money, any of us in school as kids. So it's like I'm not paying. And I remember we'd go there, and he'd be like, "Did you guys pay admission?" We're like, "What do you mean pay admission?" He'd be like, "Well, you should go over to that booth and buy a ticket." They're like, "But there aren't tickets." They're like, "Yeah, we call them tickets." It's like, you just want me to give some, your account is logged out. You just want me to give a donation, basically, to watch my friends lose a soccer game. I'm not doing that. So what would you guys do? He got to be like, well, you got to pay admission or whatever. So people just started putting their lawn chairs, like, right outside where the school owned, and they just watched the game from like a non-school owned place. Like they would do at many schools, and it becomes a big thing. I forget what schools, but they have a big hill, and all the kids, you could just go in as a student, have no money, and just go and watch your team play, like from a big hill, as opposed to in the stadium. And it becomes a lot more fun out there. Really? Yeah. What one is that? I don't know. But anyway, why am I talking about all that shit? I forget where I am. I'll find it. My spot. Oh, for Jews, I have to finish this. Close up that Chabad conversation. Fuck up. Because women are as important as men. Anyone not of the Jewish faith, but we have to clarify that. You have to be Jewish to marry Jews, okay? But what's this, anyone not of the Jewish faith? It's a fucking loophole. Why can't you just pick some guy up the fucking street, tell that guy to start going to shul and keep kosher and the other stuff and no conversion, and then he can inseminate her? Why is that allowed? He doesn't have to be Jewish. Why is anyone not of the Jewish faith? To me, this was a blatant Chabad. How are you allowing this? Anyway. I would just say to Rabbi Lipsker, Rabbi Shalom, Rabbi Teitelbaum, Rabbi Weiss, I'm disappointed in you. And all the other rabbis and rabbisons, the rabbinate of Chabad and the rabbinate of Chabad, I'm disappointed in you that you are not harder on yourselves about prohibited marriages and your website. This is a reflection of you. And random ass people go on the website and a random ass person reads, a woman may not marry anyone now the Jewish faith. And then a guy can just go around and say, I practice Judaism. Are you Jewish? No, I practice Judaism. There's a difference. One has a full-on conversion and one doesn't. It's a huge loophole. Anyway, son of adulterers or incestuous union moms are, we went through that. A married man, but don't put down the mom. Why? You want to, in the future, there will be something of that. What do you mean? How would it work? Well, here's why. If we live forever, if like you can upload your brain and stuff, an incestuous union won't be seen as that bad. It would be like, well, I married my sister. I don't have a sister. Okay, so I can say an incestuous union, I married my sister. Why? She doesn't exist. But maybe there's a machine. You could take my DNA, put it in a machine, create a person, and I have a child with her. Normally, that would be prohibited by Jewish law. In the future, that would be super technically amazing, and people might want to be of that bloodline, and that would technically make you a mamzer. So just think, when technology is involved here, everything's up for grabs. A married man, until the civil and Jewish divorce have been completed, a man with whom she committed adultery, her divorced husband after the death of a divorce, or her second husband, the following relatives, primary and secondary interest, her father, grandfather, and descendants, her stepfather, and husband of her grandmother and of his descendants, his son, grandson, great-grandson, her son-in-law, and the husband of her granddaughter and descendants, her husband's father or grandfather, and the father of her father-in-law and descendants, and the father of her mother-in-law, her husband's son or grandson and descendants, her brother, half-brother, her full or half-sister, divorced husband, and her sister's life, and her husband's brother, her nephew. A convert may not marry a Cohen. So even more difficult. There we go. A woman may marry. And in case any fucking Cohen is like, oh, no Cohen has a perfect bloodline aside from the older fucking Rothschild, and I can tell you that to a certainty. And if you want to go after mine, you can DNA test me, you can look at my lineage, and I arguable throughout the whole thing. My father attended religious services for 70 years straight. Where was your dad? That's all I have to say. Did your dad go to a religious service every single day for 70 years? No. What was he doing? Counting his fucking money, cheating on his mother, most likely. And my father was doing the opposite. Not counting money and never cheating on my mother. Her stepbrother, a step-parent's son from a previous marriage, even though they were raised together as brother and sister. Did I just read all this? Oh, maybe her stepbrother, a step-parent's son from a previous marriage, even though they were raised together as brother and sister from the earliest youth. Stepmother's former husband, divorced or widowed. The son-in-law of her brother or sister, her cousin, which was like, what the fuck? Her sister's husband after her sister's death, not divorced unless she is deceased already. Her uncle. In Jewish law, incest law, in Jewish incest law, an aunt-nephew marriage is prohibited, but an uncle-niece marriage is permitted even though the state prohibits it. A man may marry his deceased wife's sister, but a woman may not marry her deceased husband's brother. Even a childless widow, whom the Bible commanded to marry her husband's brother, must today receive chalitza and forced separation. I want to see that. That's that fucking thing with the boot. They have a boot in downtown LA, not LA, but at the base in there. And I want to see that fucking chalitza. That's the only thing I haven't seen. Nobody sees that unless you're a woman whose husband dies and the brother is gonna. You're either I'm a brother. I'm not a brother of anyone, and I've never been married, so. It's like I've not been on a base to see that, but I've basically seen everything else in Judaism, from a bris. Oh no, I've never seen a bat mitzvah. Why? That doesn't exist in Orthodox Judaism. It doesn't strictly. I've been to bar mitzvah. Damn, have I been to a bar mitzvah? But I've been to tishes. I've been to every holiday. I've been to weddings, been to funerals, but I've not been to a bar mitzvah because that isn't considered a traditional Orthodox Jewish event. It just isn't. It was invented because Christians had. What are these things called? Confirmations around the same, around 13, and boys had bar mitzvahs, but girls didn't have anything, and it wasn't fair. But it's purely to, you could ask Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, died in 88, but bring him back. First thing I'm going to ask him is, you made a halakhic leniency, a header for women to be able to have that, but that is not anything that's biblical, and it wasn't celebrated 100 years ago. Name one woman 100 years ago who had a bat mitzvah, an Orthodox one. It wouldn't have happened. Anyway, a man with whom she had relations in her unmarried state. A Cohen's daughter does not have the restriction of a male Cohen. But yeah, by Maurice Lamb. Who is this? So basically, Maurice Lamb. Everyone in Judaism is disappointed with, but truthfully, we're happy that you put the fucking rules down because it's a pain in the ass looking at it any other way. Really, you know how much fucking Talmud you have to know to know all that shit? Really? Yeah, because it's not all in the Bible. It isn't? So anyway, so why did you find out about that? So this one girl, it takes us to Raimundo and Martine. So I had this job as a an accountant, and one of the things I could do was, so this one girl who had the job before I did, she would just sit there and watch Netflix all day and not be very productive. Well, I thought, well, if she's allowed to watch Netflix, I should at least be able to listen to it, and so, and like glance off at it when I'd like, and so I would just play that, and it's all in Hebrew, so it's not like I'm fluent to the point where I can just listen, but I think it would be, but it was a good foundation. And but they were, the ownership of that business was very nice to me, where they knew I was an observant person, and they never pressured me. They always gave me any kind of time off I needed. Really the exact opposite that I had in another role. And so that's why we pray for them every single day. Think about it. But yeah. Are you done? What? Movie phone? Movie phone. Fandango, people would just call movie phone just to have a thing to do.
What's about to happen. Given the fact that Herodotus emphasizes that they had
Welcome to a movie phone. Though Brian's always got to do cool stuff like that. They got to call movie phone, and Uncle Tommy would pay the bill. We never fucking got to do that. We had to look them up in the fucking newspaper.
Is able to convince the war archon to support an aggressive attack.
It wasn't that
Persian lines. We should also point out that there are other historians who think that what probably happened here is that the Persians decided to attack. The Greeks, on their armor, got all ready, formed up, and met them.
Yeah.
Another line.
Though I did see Waterworld at the 100 Center once with my friend Declan Garvey. Oh, Blake Weehee. So we're in first grade, anyway, called Poison Control. What did they tell you? They were like, they put me on hold and they were like, yeah, are you feeling any queasiness or uneasiness? I was like, no, I'm good. Queasiness, then foot tapper. Every time I hear the word queasy, I think of this one lady. Her name is Helen Ann, with whom I worked. I think she had a crush on me. She's an older lady, and very pretty lady. But anyway, these ladies with whom I worked would always say, she always says, I feel queasy. Yeah. Anyway. Blake Weehee and I, the teachers said, what way should you brush your teeth to the class? And the class is like, she says, up and down, raise your hand. And the kids raise their hand. And maybe of a class of 30 kids, 14 of the kids raise their hand. How many kids do you think you should go side to side? All those kids. 14. How many do you think should go in a circle? Like Weehee and I were the only two that said that, and that's the way you should do it. But, yep.
After the troops were in position,
so that's why you got to go to his house? No. But I just went to his house, and what'd you do?
The space between the two armies was about a mile.
He lived by,
saw the Athenians advancing
I wouldn't know this, but our friend
prepared to meet their attack. They assumed that the Athenians were sieged by some utterly
Monica and her
self-destructive
husband
madness.
lived there or
As they
something like
observed how
that.
few the
Monica.
Athenians were in number, and how they were charging toward them with neither cavalry nor archers in support. So the barbarians suspected that the Athenians had gone mad. Historians have been tearing apart Herodotus' account of events ever since, but
Are you done?
we can't expect him to give us the sort of details that we need.
So that was in a big. Anybody else's house too where you went that we appreciated? Yeah, Danny. Danny Hammers. He and I went to his house. His mom had. We were in preschool together. His mom had goldfish in the backyard. Like she had ponds that become really popular. Ponds in the backyard become really popular. With like fish and like koi ponds and shit. Really? Yeah. Why? She had ponds, and I think I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. So he had oh, I want to talk about my friend Jeff's stepdad. He had a very good relationship with his stepdad, and I remember his stepdad was always not always, but like generally, when he could be there at Jeff's basketball games along with his mom, and you wouldn't have known there was any difference. That's what I'm trying to say. We had friends on that team who they were adopted. You wouldn't have known any difference. They had divorced parents. They didn't have any. You wouldn't have known any difference. Maybe one parent, maybe it was a father raising the child as opposed to the mother. If it was the one thing, there was something kind of unsaid, but it wasn't. And it wasn't like. I remember Blake's parents. He had very nice parents. What did you do? I think peanut butter and jelly at his house or something like that, which is perhaps the thing. Oh, but he lived by Targeting School. We had a lot of practice at Targeting School. Anyway, at the end, well, he didn't continue with the school for whatever reason, and it would be funny. I would meet up with some of these kids later on. Bridget Nathanson is the one who comes to mind, where she and I were in school together, and it would be funny. We were all in school together, and then she moved to Florida to move with her father. And we didn't see her again. And that happens in school. And then all of a sudden we're in college, and I meet up with her again, and it was very like we had friends who were all of the same friends, and it was very, I don't know, like did she ever come to your room? I think so. Until one side, quotation marks, breaks and runs. If not, well, I would say this too. We kind of looked out for each other like we were still in grade school. Like I knew her kind of like a sister. Like we were to hook up. There was one girl who was kind of different than that, but I didn't know that girl growing up. That girl in that like when I was in eighth grade. But these other girls with whom I was younger, it was like we were brothers, sisters kind of. The other girl who I met in eighth grade, I had religious class with this girl, and we didn't see each other for 4 years or 5 years or 4 years or so, and then we saw each other at this party, and we just from across the room ran at each other and laughed and went on the fucking stairs and just made up and made people walk over us at this party. We hadn't seen each other, but it was like na 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 na. Really? Yeah. We didn't even see anything. It was like really, it was, and why didn't anything happen there? What's his house? Even above the thundering of their feet upon the dry earth, the cacophony of clattering metal and the screams of the panic-stricken enemy. No, she played very good defense. Wait, what do I mean? Things happen, but especially when I was a student. But I didn't really want to go for it, with other phalanxes. Wooden shields smashing against wooden shields. Iron spear tips clattering against breastplates. I could tell you where on her body she'll let a boyfriend be, and where she will just let some guy for flesh and bone. Yeah, he's great at defense. Anyway, are you done? And armed, perhaps, with nothing more than her school becomes big Stanley Clark, so we didn't. I did not go there. That would be school. I think that might become part of this fucking yeshiva. Anyway, oh yeah, so that yeshiva one day takes over the university, but it was nothing when I was there. Really, you were nothing when I was there, kids. Really. That fucking rabbi is gonna say, I've never seen this motherfucker in my entire life. He's from Pawnee. You mean the guy is from fucking Pawnee? Of all the fucking gin joints in all the land, you had to walk in the money. But no, the thing that I really want to do is daven them really, really well, and they wouldn't even know the difference. They would have been like, "From where are you?" I'd be like, "Fine," and they'd be like, "Huh?" That's my goal, is to just one day walk in there and then just be like, they'd be like, not know the fucking difference. That's the goal. Yeah.
In their victory there, they allowed the barbarians
Are you done?
that they had routed to flee, and then drawing both their wings together, they fought those enemy troops who had broken through the center. And in this encounter, too, the Athenians were victorious. And as the Persians fled, the Athenians pursued them and cut them down until they reached the sea, where they called for fire and started to seize the ships.
In that far west, all they have to take is Russians been getting electrical power plants and stuff like that, knocking out the power
He's trying to please an audience.
and then a study finds that automatic braking in cars cuts crashes by more than 40%.
It helps a lot.
That's not a lot of cars that have it.
Going after the
The more
false
cars
party.
that have it, I think we're all going to pay less in insurance later on. Let's see what we hear.
Recognized
That's
at that time as being a huge deal.
Terror
Let's be
at
negative.
Target.
He gives us like
That's
3
what's following it on the
paragraphs
news.
from start to finish.
7th and Figaro in
And
downtown
in those
Los
3
Angeles.
paragraphs, he takes some time off for some digressions.
Have gone
That's
bad
one
at
real
Target.
solid thing that
Target,
you
very
could count
friendly,
on in terms of if that turns out to be wrong.
I go there often with my wife and daughter, and I love Target. I've never felt unsafe in Target ever.
Well, we have the area concerned right now as they investigate schools and taking it an aerial video. Target is one of the anchor stores for the downtown LA mall at 7th and State, and it was full of shoppers at the time when the seemingly random attack occurred. In this next video here, which was shot by a witness, you can see up to at least a dozen cops running toward customers trying to get everyone to safety. The video really captures the panic inside the store once everyone was gunfire and screaming and started scattering. We have another video for you here, also shot by a witness. You can see victims being taken out of the Target on a gurney and then rushed to a hospital. The LA police told us there were 2 stabbing victims tonight, unfortunately in critical condition. That includes one adult who was stabbed in the chest and an innocent 7-year-old little boy.
And the audience laughs. It's kind of because those things may have happened. Audience is probably saying,
Right, are you done?
just like
Um,
That includes one adult who was stabbed in the chest and an innocent
aha.
7-year-old little boy.
You know, I don't know any of the circumstances here, but it sounds like a
to
lunatic.
fight these kind of
It sounds
battles.
like a crazy
Listen, full
person.
disclosure here,
I
there's a
don't know
small
whether they're,
chance that I've witnessed
nice
this
brief,
entire
Don.
tape.
Thanks, Big Dog. Big cat.
Somebody who stabbed a 7-year-old child.
Oh, what's your TikTok? Circumcision on TikTok. Oh, cool, man.
Apparently came into the store, grabbed a knife from the home section,
All
and
combat
then used it to
experiences
go
tend to
on a
score pretty
rampage.
highly on the
Okay.
list
Sounds like
of
somebody
storms of
unstable.
human experience.
I don't know if they're homeless or not,
But the different
but
eras
somebody lost
each
it
come with
tonight
their
in
own
downtown LA.
particular
And
deal
innocent
of
people are shopping at
variables.
Target,
There's
getting
some
ready for
rules that were
Thanksgiving,
unchanged
getting ready for the
since the Stone
holidays.
Age.
They paid the
But
ultimate
there's
price
tons
here in
different too.
Quick
Anyway, what was that? Are you done with Blake Leafy?
Not overdone.
You done with Joey Cut? Yeah.
And then a store employee
Was very different.
I went down for what would it be? St. Sebastian's Day for I just want to see what it was like in downtown LA. And so it wouldn't have been this, but it would be in the future. So there's nothing to do in downtown LA. And it's even like joked about on Family Guy. But yeah. But it would be. I mean, I like it. It's just very dangerous. Really? Yeah, that's why they say there's nothing to do in downtown LA because the fucking place will you get stabbed. Really? For sure.
The challenge is the stress on your psyche is different. There's two kinds of situations. You think of the modern soldier, and there's a drip, constant pressure. If you think about it, the psyche
and prevent him from hurting those other 2 people that he was able to stab.
24/7 risk of death day after day.
Downstairs inside this mall on another home this happened, so thankfully they were able to get inside this door
warriors facing different tasks. Their lives are relatively fine most of the time outside of battle day, but on battle day, the stress, the intensity, the fear is extreme. So they don't get a drip on their side. They get tidal wave. You know, when their cycle hits over the space of a couple hours.
So it's actually in this big one. It's called Blue Harvest, which is the original name for Star Wars. I don't know anything about Star Wars, but I know like something. It was originally known as Blue Harvest.
Any attack made by the rebels against this station would be a useless gesture, no matter what technical data they've obtained. This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. That is fantastic, terrific work. So no weaknesses at all. Unimaginable. Something I can use. Something I should know. No, it's virtually indestructible. 99.99% close. Okay, I'll be doing the job. I didn't ask what's the understand. Well, I mean, there's this little hole. It was kind of an aesthetic choice by the architect. And if you shoot a laser into this hole, the station blows up. That sounds like a pretty big design flaw. It's like 2 meters across. Well, listen, exactly. And even to get within range of it, you have to skim along this whole trend. I mean, the college boy about years of pain, whatever, or something. But that was terrible. Again, we gotta think about resale. So, what are you talking about? This property is right about sunset. The values are not gonna go up. Lord Vader,
Shout out to the
references to the Los Angeles real
Bird
estate market.
neighborhood, the Bird Street.
To
They
turn a
become
profit
big.
on that condo in Glendale. Nor has it.
We had my grandmother had a
Beach, 20 minutes to downtown. There's nothing to do
downtown. Had a
Enough of this. Later.
apartment building.
As you wish. Alright, so we're gonna pack up that home? Yeah, we can get it done tomorrow. Price is no object. We'll get estimates. Yeah, estimates. Yeah.
So what? There's nothing to do in downtown LA. Really? Yeah, I mean, if I tell you, like, there's a lot to do in downtown Manhattan. Nobody really calls it that. There's a lot to do in Manhattan, including look at this girl's cooch. But I guess downtown, just New York, but yeah, downtown Manhattan, as opposed to uptown. There's so much to do. There's downtown and uptown. But in LA, it's different. Is there an uptown LA? No. What would it be? Mountains, basically. If you go north of downtown, you hit a set of mountains, and then on the other side it's Glendale. So,
Debilitated by post-traumatic stress disorder. Greek soldiers, he writes, rarely came
so I mean, the valley. But like, New York doesn't have the valley, which is totally different. Really, yeah. It's just different.
Friends blown to pieces. On the other
Anyway,
hand,
so I'm in downtown LA. Why? Because I'm thinking, well, there's got to be fucking. It's like New York. You got to be in fucking downtown LA. Because downtown New York. That's what people do. When I should have been in like the Sunset Strip area, which I had been previously. It isn't to say that I hadn't, but it wasn't so impressive to me that it was like. It wasn't that impressive. It was manageable. It was like, oh, I could be cool here. It wasn't like it was like a Tuesday night and everybody's like fucking going crazy and there's lines of Coke and everything. There's that a little bit, but I remember going to Whiskey a Go-Go like some fucking Saturday night, and I remember being like, in my own way, I'm the coolest person here, but that's everywhere. But it was like, I went to the guy at the door. I remember saying, like, you know, it's a thing. If you work at the Whiskey Go, if you're on this, you're on this. But it was like, you know, I traveled thousands of miles to come to this fucking bar because it was basically an event. But no, because it's a famous bar. A lot of people go there. But it's, to me, like the biggest LA bar is the Whiskey Go. It's like the Studio 54 of LA is the Whiskey Go. So I wanted to make sure if I'm going to go anywhere, it's like right down the street from the Comedy Store. It's the Whiskey Go. It's like, ask anyone in LA. I'm not picking a bad one. There are others, but it's like the hot spot traditionally in the Sunset Strip. And I remember saying to the people who worked there, you know, it's something to work here. It's very, very famous. And I'm looking at these guys, and they're like normal security guards. Like they could have been working for anyone. And they're like, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, like whatever. And I remember going through that whole place to tell everybody, like, you know, it's a thing to work here. It's like you'd be able to tell, like, your grandkids would be like, oh, my grandfather went to the Whiskey a Go-Go one time. Like, oh, it'd be a big fucking deal. But they didn't like connect with any of them at that time because they're so connected to LA. They don't really capture how famous it is and some other things. And maybe that just like about history. So anyway, so I had done the whole Sunset Strip thing a little bit, and I'd been in the Valley, and there's nothing going on in the Valley on a Saturday night. I mean, unless you're like cruising the Strip or in your car or something, everybody goes to Westwood or Hollywood or something. Anyway, so I got this fucking great idea. I gotta tell a fucking story about that. Anyway, I'm gonna go party downtown LA with like no money, really, yeah. And so what? Well, actually, I went twice, if I recall. The first time I went to the same place, the Standard Hotel, very cool hotel. Why did I go there? I did what any fucking smart person would do. I googled best MILF bar in LA.
How long would it take to get it back if you decided to?
Really? Yeah. And I wanted one that had a pool. Really? I wanted a rooftop pool. Like, if I could have any fucking bar that I wanted to have a rooftop pool. I wanted it to be MILFs galore. And, so what? I just thought, okay, so what'd you do? I went there. And it was cool. You could like smoke vape outside, and I remember that was a really big thing because it wasn't legal. It was like nobody's gonna say anything to you here. Was anyone in the pool? It was December, and so no. But it was a super cool party, and then so I later on was like, I'm gonna go there again some other weekend. I was like, actually, I had more fun there than I did the Whiskey a Go. However, when I was at the Whiskey a Go, it was just a random night. I was there. I had a kippa on in an LA Dodgers hat. I was wearing this Dodgers hat anyway. And this guy, I was walking on the street outside the Whiskey a Go on Sunset, and this guy comes up to me and he says, "Are you Jewish?" And I say, "Yeah." And he says, "Oh, cool. I am too." I was like, "Okay, great." And he's like, "You really look Jewish." And I'm like, "Okay, thanks." People tell me this a lot. And he's like, what are you doing? I was like, actually, I was just at the Whiskey a Go-Go, and there's not a whole lot going on there, and I'm going to get my car, and I'm going to drive to Van Nuys, which I'm living in a house where I just moved here. And he's like, "Oh, okay, well, let me get your number." I was like, "All right." And I was like, and I'm never forget this. It was like 818, because that was the kind of number that I could get, just a Valley number. And he's like, "Oh, well, I'll make an exception for you." I was like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Well, there's like a rule, and it's an unwritten rule. This is how uppity motherfuckers in LA are. If you have a certain number in LA, like I have a few, a 310 number is a very big deal in LA. It tells people that you're from the West Side, that you perhaps, but you can tell if I hear 818, I know you're from the Valley. 310, it's the West Side. 213, it's an old school Los Angeles one. 714 is Northern Orange County. 949 is Southern Orange County. 5, there's one of them. 5, the Gateway Harbor District. That's one I forget. off the top of my head. Anyway, and you can kind of tell where people live by their number if you know the telephone numbers really well. And then you know 909ers, which is like Corona, and that's like that was actually how I first learned about that. This girl told me one day, she said, this is in law school, but she was like, "What's your number?" And I was like 574, and she's like, "Oh wow, what the fuck is that?" I was like, "Pawnee," and she's like, "Oh okay, well wherever that is." She didn't know. Really, she didn't know Indiana was. It was like the world cut off at Las Vegas, and then but she had been in New York, but there was like, like well, Chicago maybe, but anyway, she's like, well, whatever you do, look out for 909ers. Watch yourself if anybody gives you their number from you. I was like, okay, she was looking out for me. Really, yeah, it makes her sound like super biased, but it was the first thing I knew. Like, oh, people care about numbers here. Like, yeah, and then I had two other friends who were like. One of my friends was like, "Give me your number," and I was like, "All right, 574." And he's like, "Where the fuck is that?" I was like, "Pawnee." He's like, "All right, whatever." 310. And this other girl was like, with whom I was having a discussion. I was having a discussion at a table with a girl, my friend Molly, and my friend Tom came in and was like, "Hey, what's your number?" Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I remember they were like both 310, and they both knew kind of where they were in the city. He's like, "Oh, from where are you?" And she's like, RPV, Rancho Palos Verdes, and I was like, "Oh, I'm from San Pedro." Anyway, and blah 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 blah. blah. Yeah. Anyways, at the end of your story, that becomes big. San Rancho Palos Verdes. Rancho Palos Verdes. I think Rancho Palos Verdes is the most beautiful part of perhaps. Really, yeah. It's gorgeous. Anyway, Donald Trump's golf course is like the Forest Gardens of California. It's beautiful. Really? It's just like right on the ocean. It's the most beautiful golf course I think. Really? You ever played it? I played parts of it. Really? Yeah. What happened? You know, it's on camera. I don't really remember. I can't see the ball. That's what happened. I can't see the ball. My vision has digressed to the point where playing golf to me isn't fun. So I had a cart and everything, and I hit the ball, and I couldn't see where it was going. So it was the first time I played golf in many years, so I didn't know my vision had digressed that badly, and so I couldn't play. Anyway, are you done? But it's beautiful. I could tell we're on the ocean. It's absolutely. But, yeah. But you can't see the ball anymore. Yeah, and I'm not talking the ball's going all over. I mean, sometimes, but like, no, I'm saying dead straight, and it's like I can't see it in the fucking fairway. So I have to stop every 10 seconds and like see if I like can. No, it's really not fun. Not only not fun, it's dangerous when you can't see that. But when you're looking for a golf ball, it's super small. And you might think that you went off the edge and out there you're off the edge and it's the ocean. And you don't want to. You might think that you went off the edge and out there you're off the edge and it's the ocean. And you don't want to fuck around, you know, too close to that shit.
Panic was contagious. And you don't know how many people it takes to run.
Anyway, so I was in downtown LA.
You know, everybody does.
This was another time. So this was like, I was like, man, I had a really good time. Oh, well, with that guy at Whiskey A Go Go. So he's like, what's your number? I'm like, that time, 818. He's like, well, I'll make an exception, but normally I don't take numbers from anyone outside the room. And that would become the thing. Like, yeah, and I'm like, huh? And I'm like, I was just walking out of this bar. I'm doing my own thing, and you're like accosting me, basically. You're like the one talking to me about Judaism. He said to me, he said, actually, wow, you look, are you Jewish? Yeah. He's like, yeah, you really look Jewish. He's like, give your number, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I was like, he goes, what's your name? I said, Michael Rothschild. He's
In
like,
every
no
army,
way.
there is a mob waiting
My
to
father's
escape,
obsessed with
and
you
its
guys. And I'm
motivation
like,
is fear.
well,
The real killer on the ancient battlefield
ta-da.
was fear.
He's like,
Men in combat have their instinctive flight or fight responses held
he's like,
in delicate
are you really
balance by a
Jewish?
thin string of
I was
intuition.
like, yeah.
Continued stress increases
I'm
the
like, look,
probability that
and
someone
I take my
within
hat
your
off
ranks
and I had a
will
kippah
lose
on.
nerve and run.
He's like, no
Sometimes the
way.
actions of
He's like,
a
you're a
single
real
soldier
ROTHSCHILD.
are
Whip out my
sufficient to
fucking
forge the onset
He's
of
like,
panic
oh
in an
my
entire
God.
unit. Once
And
the
I was like,
integrity
yeah,
of the
and you didn't want my
formation
fucking
began to
number.
erode, the ancient soldier was
And I
a
put
very
my fucking
rigorous
shit away and I start walking into this. He's like stalking me now. And he's like, wait, give me your number. Like, and I'm like, no, you're a douche. Like, fuck you, man. And I walk into this fucking coffee bean and he's like, oh my God, you are really fucking drunk, sir. I was like, not knowing that it was at the time like a kosher hangout. Anyway, so did you get his number? He was like, please, I made a mistake. I was like, look, don't be a douche.
I mean, if you saw someone get around your flank,
Really? Yeah. I said, do you know how pretentious you sound if you say to someone, I'll make an exception for you today, but normally I wouldn't get your number? I said, you don't know who the fuck I am. I could just bought the whole fucking valley and just got a number from there. You have no idea, but it was very much like that Mindy Kaling scene in The Office where she says, big mistake. Huge. Really, yeah. It's not like any other scene in anything else. No.
You feel like there's almost a connection to the animal kingdom.
Anyway, so I didn't want to go down there. I mean, I had a fine time down there, but it was just not that popping, to be honest with you. Why? It lost. I mean, I expected the Sunset Strip of the night skates, and I think we could get that back. But then it was like kind of boring. Really? I've realized the most fun kind of party or bar or anything ever is a dorm party. Everyone wants to be in a dorm room party. What is that? Where it's so tight that you can't move, and but you can. I mean, it's not crazy, but kind of not. And everybody's like got their hands in the air and dancing to music and having a good time. That's what everybody wants. But still, the ability to not be touched in an awkward way and be able to maneuver where you want. That's what everybody wants. Really, yeah, where everybody's dancing and having a good time. But it's hard for bars to replicate that. So anyway, but down there, it's like, well, here's the thing that surprised me. It wasn't that expensive in comparison. What would actually be the place? One Oak would be the place to go in any city. Really? Yeah. Like One Oak would be, if I'm going to a city, it'd be like, you know, that's where I was going. Really? Yep. Why? Have you ever been to a One Oak? No. But I know that's where. Really? Yeah. Why don't you go there? I got observant, and I didn't want to do that whole fucking shit. But after dominating observance, if we're going to dominate the world, then I'll dominate it from a One Oak in every major city in the world.
But it's this shock, it's over in 2 seconds, and you know, the terrorists sort of after the fact.
So quickly tell your fucking story. So I'm in downtown. So it's at the end of your whiskey roaster. Yeah. But shout out to the bartenders right there. I just remember being like, you're famous. You don't even know it. But like what you're doing, having a job here is very, very cool. They talk about this in pop culture. It's in history. It's a thing. Really? Yeah. Shout out to Ruth Book. We get her husband back, Dr. Book. Ruth Book's on this bitch. Really? Yeah. I would never talk about how she got the shoe. She walked just like everybody, just like I did, right? Ruth Book.
used to was turned. And it's terrifying stuff. It's one horrific outcome after another. The spear goes through the eye hole, the brain oozes down the shaft. I mean, it's stuff like that. Horrible things. Lots of people get hit in the groin, and it's awful. And you turn around and you start to realize,
Not USA. Oh, anyway, so tell me about that. So I'm at so I had a really good time the first time I went to the Standard, and the only reason why I went there was because it was not the top MILF bar in take a moment to just mourn, that was Foxfire. Foxfire was the ultimate MILF bar in the world in Orange County. They closed several years ago, or I wouldn't ever be there. I wouldn't leave. I'd be a busboy there if I needed. Anyway, I went there once, and it was amazing. And even though I saw some people there who had defrauded me, actually, they weren't MILFs, they were trying to pick up MILFs, but it was such a good place that I went there. They saw me, they bounced because I would have fucking killed them. I would beat their asses. And I would just embarrass them in front of everyone. So it was good for them to get the fuck out. And what? Because I that's my place. Anyway, it was this fucking fox den. It was amazing. It was just hot full of women. And I went there, and it was like, it was too easy. It was like I was walking out, and women are like following me. Really, yeah. So what? They closed it. So anyway, what became the top one? It's actually a quiet one in Newport. Have you been there? Yeah, one time. Is it a MILF den? Yeah. It's like elite MILF. Really? Yeah. I remember going there, and like the MILFs are like professors at UCLA and like women living off hedge fund divorces. It's like, oh, actually, this one would be really big in Northern Orange County. It's called Canyon Club. I've actually been there. It was on a one of those bar rescues, which all those places become big. They all reopen. So if you're like, oh man, we haven't had that, all the fucking Kitchen Nightmares places become like a unionized and like a chain, and under Gordon Ramsay, and then those become under Jack Tapper. They all become very, very successful because basically these people are like, it's like they're just able. These people are already restaurateurs and they're already in major places. They just put together a loose connection of these, and all these places make a lot of money over decades and like long hundreds of years. They become big. Why? Because they were on television. People really underestimate the connection that people have with art and television and their dollar. Are you done? Jack Tapper. Is he on this? Anyway, so I'm at the Standard. He is, but like he's not a thing yet. So I'm at the Standard the second time I was down there. And so like if I had to choose, I had a much better time at this MILF bar with the pool and everything than the Whiskey A Go. Why? Whiskey A Go was what would be really big is like life and things like that, but which becomes big, but it's like it's super dark, and it became, at least when I was there, it was very like vampire-y, like dark, hardcore metal kind of deal, and I wanted it to be like disco, and no place does disco anymore, though they would in the future, and it would in the future. It knows that there's a certain people like that kind of shit, so do it on a given night. But when people want to go out and have a good time on a Saturday night, they don't want to always go to be a vampire. They want to sometimes listen to pop music and have a good time and dance and have bubblegum parties or bubble parties and blacklight parties and you know, like theme parties. I mean, that's a thing. You want to have a big fucking night at your club? Have a theme night and only let people who have that theme on. So you have it's like Jersey Chaser night or black and white night or
That's not true.
Southern California
By the way, it's been wonderful to see the addition of traditionalist
pink night
classes
or
this kind of
polo night or
neuroscientists, evolutionary
I mean, there's like
biologists,
1,000 different kinds of parties we used to have where it was just like everybody's just gonna wear like cops and robbers night. Just what were the big? I mean, I remember Pink Party was the biggest, one of the biggest parties I ever saw. That was my friend Sarah's birthday. It was huge. Everyone wore pink. If you came within on that fucking street not wearing pink, you were gonna get fucked up. It was like everyone wore pink at this party. Anyway, you'd have like Halloween parties. You'd have St. Patrick's Day parties. You'd have holiday parties. You'd have holiday parties in the summer. You'd have just anything. My parents used to have a Shoot Your Tax Man party and Christmas in July party, and that becomes a Jewish thing. To celebrate Christmas in July is not a Christian thing. It's kind of a secular thing. So all the Christmas shit becomes like a summer thing in Judaism, in Israel. Like what? Like wearing that fucking and this becomes a thing. Okay, so the pink, what is it? Red for fucking the winter, I think, like Santa, that red for Victoria's Secret, that little thing with the fur around the thing and the Mrs. Claus little costume. And then I think it's blue in the spring, pink in the summer, and orange in the fall. They get 4 of them. That fucker from whatever his fucking name is, I can't even think of it. Lex Wexner's on this motherfucker, and he owns all that shit. So we pump Victoria's Secret like a motherfucker. But my friends would do that anyway. Ask any of my friends my first year of college, and for sure. I'm not talking about the underwear that they wore, which most certainly was, but the clothes they were all Victoria's. That fucking pink on your ass becomes very big. Really? Can you wear that to show? Fuck yeah! You can wear duct tape over it if you need it. Really? Yeah. And then one day everyone rip their fucking duct tape off that pink and fucking Juicy Couture. Really? Yeah. You can wear Juicy Couture on Shabbat. We gotta do something. Okay, are you done?
Neuroscience now becoming involved. It's starting to look more and more like the responses that modern day soldiers have to some of their combat experiences is timeless. As a sort of a universal soldier, they call that aspect to it kind of thing, where modern day soldiers would be able to commiserate with these.
So I was at downtown LA at the Standard, and what? So, well, this was a very bad situation. There's one time I can tell you technology kind of saved my life. And what? So I was downtown LA. I didn't know where I was really at all. I would now a lot more, but and it's not like I was drunk or anything like that or anything. I was clear-minded. Anybody's liable to go through these experiences that just haunt your nightmares, and you wake up in cold sweats, or later, you forget about you killing somebody else out by narrowly being killed yourself. Watching your buddy have that spear shoved through his face, or whatever it might be. The panic of the moment, isn't it just human to expect that might come and find you later in your dreams? So then what? What about Charlie Sheen? Could be called a traumatized society.
And does that explain things that it go through in tandem? Does it take a traumatized society to fight one of these battles that would traumatize us today? Because they're
Who was driving that fucking car?
I don't know the answer to any of these things. I find them all fascinating. I find the laboratory that helps us to experiment with these kinds
What's the best thing to do if somebody is tailgating you? What can you do? You put on your hazard lights and they'll go around. Really? Yeah, if you put on your hazard lights, they'll go around. They'll realize something. If they're so fucking wanting to go, you put on your hazard lights 99% of the time, they'll go around. Really? And what does that mean? You're not going to go any further, but it basically is a lesson to them. God damn it. That nothing is, that you're not, you might even go slower or something's wrong with your vehicle. But at a certain point, they're not going to fuck with you at that point.
Ferry the sightseers over. Sometimes we couldn't even keep up with the demand. These people that wanted to walk, not for looting purposes, just for
Are you done?
value. Now, let me say something here. I know we're a sick bunch, and I know that if you put this stuff up on YouTube, a lot of you out there would go and watch it. Many of you out there click on the website video that shows you these battlefields afterwards, which is really indicative of how nasty these battles are, because unlike modern warfare, this all happens in a confined
Is this the end of your fucking story?
confined space that creates the uniquely horrific slaughterhouse of the ancient battlefield, which
I was like,
is a historically distinct thing. Nobody will ever see this again. Nobody has seen it for like 400 years. This kind of slaughter in a confined space. Would you go on the tour? I said I want to be in that hot air balloon, which, by the way, I read another book someone else said, so obviously we're doing it consciously. But I've often said I want to be in the hot air balloon, looking down and answering all of my questions about how this formation that no one actually on the battlefield. Totally forgetting that going on 100 feet below me is absolute madness. People absolutely scared out of their minds, cutting each other.
is that the end of your story? No, so I'm at the Standard Hotel,
There's
and
no way
it's as cold as it's going to get in LA, which is nothing. And I just come from Pawnee, so I'm fucking fine. And
crashing over a relatively wide area.
what?
And the bodies are
So I go to the Standard Hotel. That was the night with the head, yeah. So I go to the Standard Hotel, and to go again to party like I did like a week or two before, not knowing that you needed to have tickets because it was a big night. And so I as I go, I'm like, man, this place is fucking loaded. It's around the corner. This is going to be a really big night, because when I was there, it wasn't that big, but it was something at least. And it was like, I'm like, well, I'll just get behind all these people. So I wait, and I see like all these people. We start going around the building, and it's like, going to get like later and later. And I'm thinking, I'm excited. Like these kids look cool. This is going to be fun. And then we get to the door, and it's like, that door just got you to another door, and it was wrapped around way even more. They had so many people in this thing. And I was like, oh man, holy shit. This is something that seems like you need tickets. And I was like, oh man, I bet you need tickets. So I said, excuse me, do you need tickets to this? They're like, oh, then what? So then I was like, okay, no big deal. Well, I remember I had parked in this parking garage, and I didn't have really a lot of money, and I really shouldn't have done this, but I parked where like the parking security parts, they're normal cars where it's like not underneath the thing, the arm. It's like still outside. I was like, I'll park there. I'm not going to be here more than an hour. I'm sure it's gonna maybe 2 hours most. What are they gonna do? Give me a ticket? I'm never in LA. Fuck them. That's right. Not knowing that they'll tow your car, they'll do all kinds of shit. So anyway, I was like,
Xenophon recalls that the very earth
walking downtown, and
phrase that was
I
probably
remember
no exaggeration.
this is also, I think, the same night, or around the same night. I was like, well, oh, yeah,
The bodies
that's
of the
right.
dead lay piled
So,
on top of each other in the water. Their spilled blood turning the very
there's a
current.
bar downtown around that area, Dublin's, and then there was one across the street. And the one across the street was the one where I was gonna go to Dublin's, but then one across the street I didn't because it was fucking packed out the door. This other bar was packed out the door, and I was like, well, I'll just get in line here. I didn't want Irish shit. I was like, fuck that. Whatever this is, and I said to the lie, the guy's like, you can't wear a hat in here. And I was like, it's part of my religion. And he goes, wearing a Dodgers hat is part of your religion. That was so funny. Really? Yeah. And wouldn't you know it would, but why? Because I'd wear this Dodgers hat with a kippa under it. And why? Because I thought, like, well, Orthodox Jews don't go to bars, but no one told me that. So I was like, well, I've never seen a fucking Orthodox Jew wear a kippah in a bar because it's not done ever. It's not. It's against the religion, basically. It's a shanda, essentially. So I was like, well, I didn't know any of that. That's not necessarily like well known, but it's just kind of, when you're in a Jewish community, you kind of know that. But then again, like, you don't. I mean, I saw there are a lot of Jews in bars. They're just not wearing a kippah, and they consider themselves inside, and so they're good. And whatever they do, they just they say maybe the satellite dishes or satellites in the sky or something, or like protecting them, whatever. Well, however they live that way. Okay, so what do you do? We just do it for modesty, but also respect for that. Anyway, but it's also, it's like, God, this is a fucking joke that God told me, but he says, you know why Jews wear a kippah? And it's a medieval tradition, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, so God can keep track of his people. It's like, oh, okay, oh, that's a cute joke. But yeah, anyway, so what did you do? That guy lived downstairs, not the guy who lives there now, but that guy's yes. So was that the end of your fucking story? No, I'm at the stairs. So then I went to this other bar. Anyway, so there was like no room at the end. Basically, I didn't have anywhere to go, and I was just walking around. And I was very dressed up, and I remember I had dress shoes on, and when you wear dress shoes, when a guy wears dress shoes, it would be like a girl wearing heels, but only half of what a girl experiences. Like, a girl in high heels would have definitely taken her high heels off by this point, because I kept walking in circles and I didn't know where I was going. But I was still in my shoes that were very uncomfortable. And not normally, but I just walked so much downtown LA that they would become uncomfortable. And this guy starts yelling at me. Now, this has happened a few times. People yell at me, Jew or Jew boy, but most recently in Santa Monica. But this happened down in LA, and this guy could tell I was Jewish, and he said, "Use a Jew," something like that. And he got up and started walking quickly behind me, and so I'm walking as quickly as I can, and he's walking right behind me, and I was gaining ground on him as he's yelling through all of downtown LA, come back here, and I remember I turned this corner and I turned around like to see where he was, and he had gained some significant ground on me, and it was like, I'm gonna fucking run now, and I don't know where I am, and I'm all turned around, and now this guy, if he sees me on the street, he's gonna fuck me up. And so, I mean, that's a lesson, kids. I didn't have a gun on me. I didn't have a knife on me. If you're faster than kids, though, it's like the ultimate weapon. Like, my friends and I would be at parties and stuff, and we were faster than the police. And especially when we got to college, they were track athletes and track stars. So it's like they they were some of like world record speeds. So it was like cops could still get you with squad cars and stuff. But if it's just we're standing next to each other, kids, don't ever underestimate the ability to just beat someone in a flat out foot race. And when you're able to do that, they can't get you. You're too quick for them. And that's what we had in this situation where I was just faster than this guy was. And I turned this corner and I just took off in a dead sprint. And but the way I did the sprint, it was like this building had like these pillars, and I went inside the pillars so that if you were looking down the street, you couldn't see that I was running on the inside unless you had like kind of maneuvered your way. It was just a way to lose this guy. And then I was able to cut this corner again and go down another street. I never saw him. But I remember, I mean, from where I am, if I just walk around, this looks like a white person. But here, you're identifiably Jewish. And sometimes it's somebody stops you on the street and wants your number to be a friend, and sometimes it's a fucked up situation. Good, yeah. Anyway, so then what'd you do? How'd you find your car? So I couldn't find my car, and this guy was fucking chasing me, and I was fucked because I parked it in a parking garage, and that's the thing I'll teach everybody about downtown LA. It's a fucked up place. I mean, it's cool. It would be really, really cool. And the financial district would be a really big place to be and party and things like that. But it's very dangerous. And why? It's not like gang violence. It's random ass motherfucker who just doesn't like the way you look and fuck you up today. And just random stabbings. I know exactly where that happened is. And this is right where it happened. And so what'd you do? I couldn't find my car, and my legs were to the point where they were hurting. And it's like, well, do you take my shoes off or just try to find my car? So I had an idea. I had my phone, and like Waze normally tells you like that has saved me a bunch of times where I've been in a new city or new area of the city and I didn't know where I was, and I have this terrible habit where I just get on my car and I think I know everything and I don't look and see exactly where I parked or anything. I'm just do the next thing. Anyway, that has saved me. And we use Waze this year. So Waze isn't a really active Google bother. Use that. Don't use anything. And it tells you where cops and stuff. Anyway, I didn't know where my car was, but I used this thing that I had. I would always lose my keys, and I was always afraid to lose my keys as a supervisor because my keys were worth like $1 million basically in the amount of if I lost my set of keys, not $1 million, but a lot of money to rekey the buildings to which I had keys when I was a supervisor at the university, meaning it's like $100,000 I think to replace some like $10,000 each key, because they have to redo all the cores of the doors and it takes a long time to do that. And it'd be a lot easier in the future where it wouldn't be that expensive. You could just do so electronically. But back then, people had keys, like old-fashioned keys, and we were issued these, and it was like you guarded them with your life. While I was there, I didn't know anybody who lost theirs, meaning we were all very, very careful with others. I did know one employee, a couple of times employees might lose something, but not the supervisors, because we knew how important those were. You basically meant you just they would have understood, but it would have been a rough year for you. But it was an understanding place, things happen. But nevertheless, I had bought these tiles that would tell me if I ever left my keys anywhere, where I left my keys. And I had one of them that wasn't on a set of keys, but it was in my car, just randomly. And I remembered that I had that, and I went to the tile app, and it told me where I needed to go. And I was over a mile away of where I needed to be. And I was just taken way off because I was running away from this guy, and I didn't know where I was. And the thing was, everything was closing down to the point where it was like 4 a.m. at the time, and and I couldn't ask anyone for help, and it was just a really, really bad situation. And I can tell you that tile app saved my ass. And it has like a battery in it for like 6 months, because it's not like it was charged or anything. And that's the thing, we needed like longer lasting batteries so that you could do that. But man, did that save my ass. Anyway, so I found my car and it wasn't ticketed. And whenever I see those fucking gates, I think of like Lamborghinis that go right under the fucking guard gate. Like Lamborghinis are so low that they just go right under guard gates. You don't have to fucking do that for a license. Anyway, but my car I did, but not then. I couldn't even pay for the parking. I would go down there with like $100 in my name and be like, well, I got like 20 in gas and like, I don't know, $20 to spend to get in, and like, I don't know, not a whole lot. I mean, and then like, I don't want to pay for gas. That was my thing. Like, how could I have a good time and not pay for like the most Jewish thing ever? The parking, fucking. I understood I had to pay a door fee and all those other things, which was actually I was always fine with that. Really, yeah. It's, in my opinion, it was like you're throwing a party, basically. A bar is throwing a party. There's an
Today's
entrance
show is
fee.
sponsored by Squarespace, the easiest way to create a beautiful website, blog, or online store. Go to
The
squarespace.com
Standard
and
Hotel
enter the
is
offer code
really, yeah.
hardcore at checkout to get 10% off.
Anyway, same with the London Hotel. Really good.
Topic picker. I traditionally pick something that I think I can do much more quickly than I can, and then when I get into the middle of it, I feel compelled to do the topic justice. We end up traditionally with a very long series of shows. What you're about to hear
So,
is the
what do you think?
equivalent of a double
Why was
album
this all a thing?
by a music
Truthfully,
band or something.
I know it sounds funny,
We are essentially giving you parts 3
but
and 4.
I'm right on the border. I mean, I'm 100% Jew, but it's a close call.
With an obvious focus on their
Halakically, meaning you have someone who was born to two people who were assimilated within Jewish society, whether they're humanistic Jews, they're 100% bloodline Jews. I always thought it was just my mother, because that's all that matters. It's my father as well, and that doesn't surprise me. Why? Well, it doesn't at all, because my uncle used to say that his mother was Jewish, and that made all those people in my mother, so that my aunt and her 4 brothers were all Jewish, but it didn't affect me at all. So I was dismissive of that. I was like, okay, fine, but that doesn't matter to me. It's just what my mother was. Really? Yeah. But it wasn't. It was important to him. Why? Because I mean, he remembered that. So anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Shout out to James Vanderby, keep you on this. Dawson's Creek would be big, though I never saw that show. But yeah. Katie Holmes would be big. Like, yeah. Is there a real Dawson's Creek? There needs to be. Dawkins, Richard Dawkins Creek.
The events.
Dawson's Creek Office Park. Are you done? No, so you're at the Standard Hotel in Denver. You gotta get to your Dutch Jacob site. Okay, so I found my car in the guy. That's it. So I had this really nice fucking I don't know, routine, not ritual, routine. What was it? Okay, so Shabbat, I had these people, my friends, we'd walk to shul, and we were walking past Beth Jacob, past it, because we went to another shul, and it was like, there's an old joke in Judaism. It's an old joke as long as they've had synagogues, which has been not since the first day we didn't even have the Beit HaMikdash. I mean, it's like, it's been a process, it's been a timeline, but since, when was the first synagogue? That's an arguable point. I mean, after the fall of the Beit HaMikdash. Okay, so what's the first synagogue? It's really the Mishkan, really. So, someone on my bloodline matrilineal. We're really the
story of the accumulated
Miriam bloodline. But this is an interesting thing. It dies because I don't have a sister. But there's some way to take something that I have of my parents that has their DNA to make a girl that becomes the Miriam bloodline that continues. There's the Kohanic bloodline, which is considered the Aaron bloodline, and the Messianic, really, Moshe, but that's Aaron, but Mashiach comes from Moshe, but that bloodline. There's those two, but there's still a girl in this, Miriam. Nobody in Judaism talks about her, but she's the sister, and we're that one too. We're also the Merovingian and some other things. But that one's important because somehow, some way, there's a way to get me a sister, and then that becomes not that she's she'd be special too, but without my mother having to have this child or my father, they won't even know about it. It'd be like I have their DNA on, so you'd be able to take my DNA, know what my sister would be in some machine, make her in a machine, and then it's like I have a sister, but she'd have that. It's some kind of Raphael program. There's a company called Raphael. I didn't know about this company, but it's a Raphael Advanced Defense Systems. And somehow, someway, I'm their project, and I have them. And I didn't. So did my parents. It goes back to 1948. This is when my dad. And that company was founded in the United States. My father was born in the
So obviously there are exceptions to the rule. Those kind of people don't come along every day in any society. I mean, oftentimes the great empires throughout history have managed to sustain themselves, with occasional great leadership. I mean, how many great leaders must you have show up over a period of 150 or 200 years to keep the empire in good stead? I suppose it depends on the variables, right? The outgoing conditions. Things are pretty stable. You can have Caligula, you can have Nero, no problem. But if the barbarians have been smashing at the borders of the empire now for 20 or 30 years, you better have a Diocletian or Hadrian. Well, the Persian Empire gets off to a really strong start. Cyrus the Great, his son Cambyses, who was probably better than the sources describe.
Yeah, but they'll just say we can neither confirm nor deny this information. That's all they can say. A lot of people start saying that. That'll be an okay thing to say. And then, so when you don't want to say anything about anything, you'll just say I can neither confirm nor deny this. Really, yeah. So who are my parents? Are your parents Michael and Shirley? I can neither confirm nor deny. Really? Yeah, but I mean, that's all I've ever known. Yeah. But I can neither confirm nor deny. Your name, Michael? Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny. This is an iPhone 8. Yeah. So that I can almost confirm, but I can neither confirm nor deny. But, yeah.
Personally, but this guy's in his 60s. Remember, how they say
Chubby's Pizzeria.
Back then, 60 is the current 70 or older.
Bob and Tom become a thing. Really? Yeah. So here'd be an interesting thing. I used to listen to these guys, Bob and Tom, not a lot. Why? I had friends who listened to them a lot, but it wasn't something to which we listened because it was too hard to rock. It becomes big. We were like an oldies family, not too hard to rock. Anyway, these guys had this fucking show in Indianapolis, but they used to say from the Napa studios. And I always thought that was Napa, California. I was like, oh, these guys are from California. Cool, they're doing a fucking show. Napa Auto Parts. But the one guy would have his Dodgers hat. It's just like I had the fucking thing. Yeah. Anyway, they'd be big.
He faces the big problem for most empires.
Did you like them? Again, the Bob and Tom show. They're on there. My friends like them. Really? Yeah. But I was not a major fan. I was a major fan of Teaching the Morning. Yeah, I was a fan of like 7 other people. But I can tell you this. I would they have a thing that they say, at least from where I was, that said 1 winner per household every 30 days. And they used to play that all the time. Why? Because there'd be assholes like Joe the fucking Rothschild who would take advantage of this. I would win
skinning alive that person.
contests so often in my town that I would win 13 contests in 12 months just so I could get around that loophole. What were they? So I'd win a prize in January on the oldie station. I'd win a prize in February on the talk station. I'd win a prize in March on the talk station, and maybe February. March, April, May, June. That was on the talk station. On the sports show, I might win in July and August, maybe. September, October, I might win on the oldies station, or oldies in September and talk on October, talking October and, or talking of September and oldies in October, something like that. November, I'd win on the oldies station. In December, I'd win like December 1st of that month, and then 30 days would go by, and I'd win on December 31st. So I could get 13 of these fucking wins on the radio, just calling in whatever. They'd be like, they'd always be like, 6th caller to 288-96, 288 AM 96, what was it, 288 AM 96 or something like that. I forget what it is. 23496, whatever it was. Would win tickets. So what would I win? I would win some sweet stuff. I'd win car washes for my parents. I'd win tickets to like the Temptations or to the Beach Boys or big bands. They'd have like, you know, the Beach Boys would be in town, so they'd give away tickets to the Beach Boys. And so I'd win them. And I'd always give them to my mom. Why? Because I always felt like, I don't know, they did a lot for me, and it was like what I could do to give back. But also, at that time, I was living in their house, and I was trying to give back what I could to them. Anyway, so if they had prizes going that weren't just fucking whatever, if they had like call-in fucking prizes, I'd just call in all the time. If they had, but here's what killed that: the internet. People were just able to look up answers, so it couldn't be like this. You know, they used to do this milk commercial. Aaron Burr, this famous duel between a vice president and Secretary of Treasury ended in the death of Alexander Hamilton. And this guy goes, Aaron Burr, and he's like drinking or eating chocolate chip. He's like the 99th caller, whatever. And he'd be like, Aaron Burr. And they're like, hello? Aaron Burr. And he's like, hello? Aaron Burr. And, so, and that became Milk's big fucking campaign for a decade. Got Milk. Everyone thought that was so fucking funny. You haven't heard somebody drink fucking gallon of milk in the last 10 years. Anyway, but I used to do all kinds of contests like that. I was the ultimate big fish in a small pond. Not saying I was smarter than the people there. I just cared more. So it was like they're gonna have a contest. I'd be the first caller in. I'd be the third caller in. I'd be the fifth caller in. I'd be the seventh caller in, and they call the sixth caller. They pick the sixth caller. But over the course of that month, I would at least get one fucking win on one of the shows. Really? Yeah. To the point where when I would call in, JT, the guy who ran the show, would I would have to. One time I won like earlier that week, and I had to give the phone to my mom, and I'm like, Mom, say Portugal, and she's like, huh? I'm like, just say Portugal, and she's like, who is this? And JT's like, yeah, I think somebody recently won in the house. And she's like, I think. Really? Yeah. So I was like, Mom, you could have fucking won tickets to see the Four Tops. What the fuck are you doing? Really? Yeah. No. She would have been like, for the Four Tops, Portugal.
The earlier version, King took over the Egyptians, and the Egyptians had to be punished for mistreating some diplomats. And Herodotus says,
was that the end of your story?
That all the nobles were gathered to the aristocracy of Egypt, not the poor people who had nothing to do with decision making, but those.
Shout out to this one doctor I forget his name, but he had a practice that sets up a medicine rates becomes a thing, and then also Dr. Ansari's practice was really.
and sold an equal number of girls into slavery.
But it would be super moving.
And wonder what that sounded like. Remember, that's still a scene.
Cleveland
Hey,
Clinic
what's the
would be
movie
big.
scene like that? How do you recreate that for the film?
For Dr. Fooney,
Nonetheless,
he
that
was
kind of
there.
collective punishment was not unusual at all.
When I was sick,
Which makes
we
you
didn't know
wonder,
exactly what had happened to me,
if that's what
and we
faces
went
you.
to a leprosy
Let's just say you're the
expert,
governor. Your name
and
is Baru.
is that what you had? No,
Run
I
a
had.
Syrian city.
I mean, that's how bad it was. Where
signed a bunch
maybe
of
it is.
documents
I mean, like you got a doctor looking for you. Like, we don't know. But he was like, no, that's usually not the sign of it, but we'll try it. But yeah, what was it? Bacteria. That could have killed me. I'll never forget when I first moved here. Shout out to this guy. None of this would be possible, but for this one woman in Las Vegas, Nevada, I'd driven thousands of miles freshly out of fucking jail with a bounty hunter on me, and I get to Las Vegas and I went to my friend's house to drop off my ties, those ties right there, and because I didn't have enough room for them. These cops had fucked up my whole car, and it was like, I'm not going to have room to store all this stuff. Shout out to our family friend, but he's like a member of our family, Tom. He allowed me to store a lot of stuff at his house, and I went back and I picked it up, but he was very, very kind to let me do. He'll never know. Anybody ever ask you, can I store some stuff here? I've had to ask people, do I know my family has, and it's very much appreciated. And, you know, if you can never do it and it doesn't hurt you, it doesn't hurt you. I mean, storage would be really big too, but like if it's just temporary and you know that they don't have money for it and they'll use their stuff, it doesn't hurt you. And that really meant the world to me. So what? Well, I dropped those ties off there and some other stuff, and this woman says, Bobby, where have you been? And I was like, huh? And she said, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. And I was like, what? She said, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you. And I was like, she's like, you're Jewish, aren't you? And I was like, yeah? She said, we've been waiting for you. And I was like, how did you know I'm Jewish? She said, it's obvious. And I was just parked outside my friend's house, and she came from across the street, and she's like, I'm like, ma'am, I think you have me confused with someone. She's like, no, come with me. So she's like, Indiana, what are you doing from there? And I was like, I just moved here. Like, I just drove through here. I'm just going to California. She's like, well, come, we'll have a glass of water and let's talk. She's just this random woman who walked across the street to talk to me. Little did I know, this woman was a cat lady. That the cats had kind of taken over her life. And I don't want to say she had a shoeless or anything like that, but she wasn't what you consider in society today to be like a normal person, but she's still a very special person. She says to me, so maybe we put our executed criminals to sleep. Maybe tell me your story. And I was like, well, I just moved out here, and a friend of our family lives across the street from you, apparently, and I moved to California, and
otherwise, the whole reason that the Greeks are fighting, right? That they get drawn.
I'm sorry, who are you? Like, what? Why do you keep saying Bubby? Why do you? What is
on the coast of modern day Turkey?
And she says,
so you have that thing. Well,
we have been
waiting
too often a very long time.
In the next few years, and right after the battle of Marathon, I was like, maybe even tied to the outcome. I mean, the Persians could set back at Marathon, and all of a sudden Egypt revolts.
I didn't know what she was
doing. And whereas the Greeks and that whole Greek world,
she's like, well, let me get your number. If you're, and I'm like, all right, well, 574. She's like, she's like, I have property in California, and so I was just literally like driving through town, and the
Egyptians and the Babylonians are notoriously difficult to govern. Part of it is because these are populous societies, these are urban societies,
and I was like,
and I mean, in Egypt, for example, right after this era, there will be lots of documentation about how if you don't pay enough attention to the general public on the ground, you riots, and they start burning and destroying stuff tomorrow in places like Alexandria, which doesn't exist yet.
I'm going to California, but I don't have anywhere to go. And she's like, you don't have anywhere to go? I was like, no, I don't know anyone there.
People in such a small area. You gotta
I was
watch
like,
the
no, I
crowd
mean,
control a little bit.
I really did not
Also,
know
both
anyone
those
who was
places have
living there. And
unbelievably high
I knew
levels
people
of
who had lived in California,
cultural
but whether
achievement,
they
and
still
they're
did or not,
aware
I did not know
they're
anyone if they
very
did.
much
They
in
moved, and I
one of the
hadn't talked
places
to
you
them
have
in a
to do
decade.
nothing but look
So
toward the
I
horizon
moved here literally not
and
knowing
see
anyone.
pyramids that are
And
2,000
even if, like,
years
I have an
old
uncle in California
in
who
this
lives
area.
very close to me. Had I gone to
And
him
they're
and said,
almost as
hey, I'm
old
here,
to
he's not going to help me. He'd be like, absolutely
as the
not.
Achaemenid Persians are to us now.
Might have a cup of
If
coffee,
you're
but that's
Egyptian,
it. There's no more
you're
than
thinking
that.
to yourself, who are these barbarians who just appear on the scene? Look what my
If
ancestors were
that would be a
building.
huge thing. Let alone to be like, hey, here I am. But this woman's like, well, I have property in California, but it's like not developed. She explained to me, it's like on the side of a road.
2,000 years before that.
And so, and I was like, well, that's better than nothing. I was like, well, I could park my car there and just start living in this. She's like, but it's in Riverside. And I was like, I don't know where that is. And she's like, yeah, you don't know anything about LA. You don't know where Riverside is.
Anytime you can speak for God.
And she's like, but you lived in Orange County. I was like, yeah, but I didn't get out at all. I was just in law school. And it was like,
So all
I
of
didn't
these
even know
places
Irvine
difficult
was
to
in
control.
Like, I didn't know.
And when Egypt
So anyway, she's like,
Herodotus
well,
says that Darius essentially finds out about it right around the same time he finds
why
out
don't you,
about what happened at Marathon Increase.
I didn't go in her house. She I was literally like, I came from out of state, randomly, like, walked off the street, and she's like, was very welcoming, and we were talking about living together, basically. Why? Well, she had told me that oh, that's right. She was in the entertainment industry in the 1950s and 60s, something like that. She was a manager for people, and she eventually retired in Las Vegas, and she had a lot of cats. That's all I can tell you.
To make war on Hellas than he had been before. At once he began to issue commands and to send messengers throughout the
Little
cities
did
of
I
the
know,
empire.
she did not get along with the friends of our family. Why? They were just on wavelengths to not get along, but knowing that they were both very important to me, they would get along swimmingly. Really? Absolutely. Because they're both really nice groups of people, but it was just different, a different kind of scenario for them. So what?
Egyptians who had been enslaved by Cambyses
This woman and I,
which only increased Darius'
like,
desire to go to war.
we've been waiting
Now
for it.
against
I'm
both
like,
people.
who is we? She's like, all of us.
As
I'm
we
like,
said, though, before you can do those things,
I was like, is this one nuts? Anyway, she's like, so you're going to California? I'm like, yeah. And you're just going to drive through the desert? Yeah. And then what? I'm like, I don't know. I'll just meet people, I guess, and try to figure things out. She's like, well, do you have any money? Like, no, nothing. She's like, well, she's like, all I have is a piece of property, and that's not going to do you any good. They're going to throw you off that property the second you get there. Because she's like, I would let you just go there. She's like, what are your plans? I said, well, I saw this documentary on a city, so to speak, like an artist colony in California, and I'm going to live there. And she's like, what are you talking about, artist colony? I was like, well, I know Las Angeles, I'm never going to be able to make it there. And Orange County, I already failed. But I saw this documentary on this artist colony years ago, and it's always been in my mind. I remember it's called The Last Free Place in America, and it sounded really exciting to me that there was still a place where there's freedom in this place, and I want to go there. And she said, well, where is it? And I said, well, I didn't know all that much. It's called Slab City and some other things, but I said, it's out in the desert, and there's laws of the United States, but there's not your normal real estate laws, meaning like you kind of have squatters' rights out there, that you could just go to a piece of property and be like, I'm just gonna start living here, and if you can survive long enough, it eventually becomes yours. Now, is that exactly the way it is there? No. It's very easy to get rid of all those people, but I would fight for them that are like that for squatters' rights. Squatters' rights. Basically, these people were living in an artist colony using like recycled, what many people would consider trash, like an old bus or things like that, became like living quarters for people for many years. And you could go there, and it was free. And I didn't have any money, and so I moved out here to live in an artist colony. And so I explained to her that my plans were to go to California that day and to spend the night in an artist colony.
Successors seem to have only included those of the legitimate wives, and then it seems to boil down to 2 boys.
Well, I mean, it's something. At least it's not like, which my other alternative was just
The second one
go to the
was
ocean and
Darius'
turn around.
oldest son, born after he became king. This is something that's important, I guess.
So what?
If you're worried
She
about
said,
something to do with the mythical blood nature of the religious conception, you're a
well,
different guy after
whatever it
you
is, you're
become
very
king,
special and
and
we've
the
been waiting for
child
it.
you
And
sire after
she's
that
like, give me a
might
hug,
have
bye,
something
Bubby. And
that the one you sired before you
she, like, kind of started to cry. She's like, I wish you the best and don't forget about us and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I was like, I just met this lady. It was literally like a non-playable character of a video game where it was like I had in a video game. Sometimes you play a video game and it's like you reach a new level or a new stage and it's like somebody comes out of nowhere and it's like, and literally this woman came out and it was very interesting to me that she was like, just so I looked so Jewish that it was, I looked more Jewish then than I do now. And it was very identifiable to her. And so then but it was because of this woman that I knew. I mean, she changed my life. And she changed Judah. She changed world history.
Perhaps usurper himself was smart. Said he kind of like
have the confidence to be able to walk into a shul. I had already told people, my mother said this. It's just, how are you Jewish from where you are? It's a very difficult. And my grandmother, and I remember this, and my father, that doesn't mean shit. But it's just a crazy thing that how you could have this occur. And people don't realize, at one time, approximately 20% of the entire world was Jewish, and 50% of the Roman Empire. So anyone who had anything having to do with anything Roman, there's a 50% chance that if your family didn't move off, there's a very good chance that there's a 50% chance that you come from Jewish people, and that you still very well could be, even though you practice Mormonism or Mennonitism or Buddhism or Taoism. It could be anything. But people don't realize that because we're only 0.2 of the world population now in the United States, 1%. But of Orthodox, it's much less, 10% of that 1%. So it's 0.01%. The other involves the idea of a life cycle where decline. But those of that 0.1%, those who are really observant, truthfully, are 0.01%. That is Shomer Shabbos. Most people in a shul who are on the shul roster are not Shomer Shabbos. Even if they want to say they are, not the toughness of their poverty and the value. Maybe 10% are really where it's respectable. So it's really a small percentage of the world population. But anyway, but it's because of that woman that I had the confidence to come. I went to the artist colony, and I realized. So I drove there later that day to there, and I spent the night there. And what? Well, it was really late when I got there, and everything was closed. But there was somebody on a bicycle, and I like flashed my lights at him, I waved at him, and I was like, "Hey, is this Slab City?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, this is where the documentary was." He's like, "What documentary?" I was like, "Oh, there's a documentary about this place. It's very famous. It's like an artist colony, right?" And he's like, "What's a bunch of homeless people living here? But yeah, if you want to call it artist colony, sure." I was like, "Well, it's not a bunch of homeless people. As much homeless people as the people in Irvine are homeless people who have houses. Why? Because they have houses. But everybody has to start somewhere, and people start on like the outskirts of society. And it was there. Why doesn't everyone just go move out there? It's a hard life. There's no electricity. There's no water. So you basically are disconnected from society. But if you have absolutely nothing, you can get a start there. And truthfully, the people there have heard every story and heard how trusting you're going to be with them, and everyone steals from them and everyone takes from them and everyone hurts them. So the people there are very not trusting. The people who live there many years. But that being said, if they are willing to trust you, they're very, very, very. But you just have to understand, everybody who's down on their luck goes out there and they're like, oh, I'm going to live here forever and we'll be great together. And then that person ends up stealing your shit and leave. And so, and it's way out by like the Chocolate Mountains. I mean, people don't know about this area. Chocolate Mountains in like China, China Lake, all kinds of like really esoteric military bases are out there. Very much like Studio 54 north of Las Vegas and all that other shit. So, but it's like right on the edge of it. So it's like this weird place of the world where you've got like Los Angeles and then Palm Springs, it's out there, and then it's like military bases again. So what? So I was out there, this guy on a bike, and I was like, hey, so this is it. This is the world famous Slab City. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, well, I just traveled thousands of miles here. You want to smoke a J? And he's like, yeah, man, absolutely. So, how'd you get that? I had my connections in Las Vegas. Anyway, and also in Colorado, it was legal. It was legal. It just passed that. Really? Allegedly, because I don't even know what a J is. I don't even know. Anyway, because I've never done any drugs. Anyway, so, caffeine's a drug. It's a very good drug. Right now. Right, are you done? A cowardly despot so then what? By his women and his eunuchs, cruel in victory, spineless in defeat. Persian sources, recollection no doubt he writes equally prejudiced in the opposite direction, reveal a very different man. Tall, I was like, well, where can we go to do this? And he's like, oh, there's this place, like just up the road. Drive your car there. Actually, he's like, just follow my bike. And so I just followed his bike to this huge fucking circle in the middle of the desert, a little past where all the people's houses were, and I shut my car off, and we just fucking looked at the moon and the stars, and it was so fucking bright. The moon was so bright out there, it was like a light was on. It was like, holy fuck, is it dark out here? But it just was really, really bright. And what'd you do? Well, you could see all the stars. It was really cool because light pollution's a thing. You can't see the stars in the city like you can out there. But man, you can see the stars like a motherfucker. And then what? So I just got a feel for the place. That people were. I mean, and he gave me a tour. We walked around, and he's like, "Yep, there's like a museum there, and there's like city halls there. People live there." And he told me. So I'm like, okay, I'm a new guy here. What do I do? And he's like, well, you're a nice person. How did he know that? I mean, I was like giving to him, and he said, you're a nice person, so people be able to, people give you more of a shot out here. But, oh, shout out to my friend Caitlin Sharkey. She's my friend. I forgot about her. She's my friend. Cesar Hernandez's girlfriend from college. I don't think they ever ended up together. I'm almost certain they did, but they'd have 7 years in the future. I just saw somebody with her fucking last name. But, yeah. Anyway, is she cool? Yeah. Did anything ever happen with you guys? No, never would. And that was the thing. If you were my like friend's girlfriend or something, it was like no, never. And not ever said there was ever an option, but it was like no, I would never. Same with Caitlin. Kate Kate, my friend Max. I would see her at things. I would see basically my two friends' ex-girlfriends at things, and I would. I'm not saying it was mean to them. We were actually very nice to each other, but I was very respectful of that was like my friend. I wasn't going to start shit with my friends. But yeah. Anyway, Katie, and she and Matt Blue would have some.
these Persian
John.
women who sometimes are shown as
They were in my car.
dragon
It was a good time.
right?
But, yeah.
Murderously scary. I mean, on the level
They were in my
of
car this one time.
Mother
I've told it on another story, but
wonderful character. She's all real as far as they
where
can tell. But I
we,
mean, these
I
murderous
forgot. I
dragon ladies,
remember
are they there because
saying
they
that
really were these murderous
Kate
dragon ladies?
was in
That's
my
what
car
Persian
with Mac
women
because they were in the
like.
front seat.
Or are they there because
But
they play into the
and this
stereotype
one
of the
girl
harem and
was in the
women
middle.
beginning to
What was her
dominate
name?
the men, and
You
these
really
Persian
liked
men
it.
are sitting there
Tiny
drinking and
Dancer
drunk, and they
moment
don't even care what's
where
going on,
like
and the women are
that one
needling
girl
them for their
with
manliness. But yet
that
there
Goldie Hawn
is a
thing. What is it? Kate
one of the
Hudson
women
was like
Herodotus has doing
that guy who looks like Buttigieg. Like I want to go home and almost famous.
color her greatness any other color but magnificent.
Really? Yeah.
This is one of the
Anyway,
greatest figures, certainly maybe the greatest female figure in the history of the Persian Empire.
I had a
And
moment like that
only
with
the
this girl. What
barest
was her name?
facts of her are known,
She's curly,
but the
fucking
barest
like
facts by themselves
Irish
are
girl.
testimony to an
What do you
amazing
call it?
life.
Irish dancing.
That a
She's
person
big
whose
Irish dancer.
specialness shines through when all you really have are a few names and dates and facts. Her name was a Tausa. At least that's what the
Really?
Greeks
Yeah.
called her.
But I really like that girl.
She was Xerxes' mother. Herodotus basically says the main reason Xerxes was chosen over anyone else is because of the influence of that woman. But that she didn't
Lindsay
have
was her
that
name,
influence
right?
should surprise nobody. Listen to the facts that comprise this woman's life, and look at how it shows a woman who was at
And it just never worked out.
the Sauron's eye level of the historical focus and
No, where did that ship
vortex.
pass me the other night? Really?
She's Cyrus the Great's daughter.
Why?
It's like being
Because then when I was there,
Napoleon's
she was
daughter,
not.
Genghis
And
Khan's
that's
daughter,
just kind of how
Julius
it's
Caesar's
supposed
daughter.
to be. But she was
And
completed her
she's
degree.
there when the
She
empire
completed her
is being
degree,
won.
but she did another degree.
I mean,
But yeah.
that's the vortex of history in that part of the world. And as we said, he's probably the greatest
Are
conqueror
you
in
done?
world history up to that point, and this is his girl.
No, there were two people like that who I knew. I don't know why they didn't finish. Well, I know why Steve did. And this guy Steve would get it. His dad is on there, and this poor kid. I say poor kid. My friends would be like, "Dude, how are you calling Steve a poor kid? He fucking did it to himself. He played so much Star Wars Battlefront. He fucking flunked himself out of school. And he'll be the head of NASA someday. Yeah. So anyway, talk about that fucking story about that chicken. So, I had this really great fucking routine that I would have, and
So she either married her real brother
I
Medea,
would.
or she married the fake usurper whose blood
At
should
times, I
have
had it so good that I
contaminated
wake up
her
at between
super royal
3:30 and
blood
3:33,
and the
whenever
guy
the fuck
who
I
may be
wanted,
killed.
and really like 3:29.
She
And
marries
then what?
Darius
I
the
would
Great when he takes over. And remember, when he
go for a
takes over,
run,
he either did so
shower,
by
read the
killing
paper,
the real heir to the
then
throne,
go
her
to
brother,
get ready to
husband,
go to shul.
or the
Ratio,
Magi
some
guy who
kind of
seized the
ratio.
throne, in which case he saved her from that, low-level person who should never have been anywhere near the kingship.
A lot of people are liking
Which
this
of
video.
those stories are true? That's an amazing life right there. I look at it this way. This
8
is
hours
who
to
was
fuck?
either
Question
the
mark.
daughter, the mother, or the wife of the first 5 kings of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, which, by the way, includes
Portugal
the greatest
chiropractic
king.
goes for us.
Wouldn't surprise anyone if she had a little influence at court, would it?
Anyway,
And you can tell by reading about her, the little bits that seep through, that she's not like some shrinking violet prize or something that just gets passed around. You can tell that she's valuable for what she knows, that she's raised in this environment. As I said, when you're in the center of that vortex, when all this history is being made, I mean,
Are you
she
done?
sounds like a
Portugal
political
demands a
animal,
thing. They
like
have a
someone who knows how to move the levers of power and influence and rule through husbands and sons. And she's a fascinating character. She's probably the most famous, powerful character,
Are you done?
female character in Achaemenid Persian Empire history. And the fact that so little is still known about her just shows you how much this era is still sort of covered in a gray mist.
Okay, so then what?
Bright and luminary characters, dimly appearing from the other side, but Atossa is
Is
one
that
of
the end
them.
of your fucking story?
Atossa's son,
I
Xerxes, was sort
fuck
of
a
have
lot
the
of little
opposite
people in this.
problems,
Apparently,
whereas
there's a way to get little
we have
people
some
to be big.
facts and not enough color to flesh it out.
And I fuck them when they're small and they're
With
big. So, yeah.
Xerxes, whatever facts you have,
And they get to be big and live normal lives.
It's difficult to
Really?
figure out who the guy
Yeah.
dealing with
Have you ever known a little
is.
person? I have not. I've known some short people,
Back in the early
but never
1960s,
anyone who was so short that they were always like between being super hot petite and like little person. But if you're short, you can be really hot too. But there's this fine line between needing extra height and just being a small thing. Ethiopia, tight little pad.
Alone presents him in the round. Xerxes has a Persian love of natural beauty.
Anyway, is that the end of your story?
On a princely scale.
No. So then I go to shul. Well, I used to walk past this fucking shul all the time. There's an old joke in Judaism. What was the first? Oh, so we were talking about all that shit. So what was the first synagogue? I can tell you the first synagogue in America was Toro Synagogue. What was the first synagogue in like Europe? It depends where you draw the line of Europe. And then it's like, what's the first synagogue in But that's in the United States. What's the first? I mean, there are first. I don't know them all, but I know some of them. Anyway, there's the old joke in Judaism.
One of my favorite Herodotus stories.
You have to live in every city lives in a community with two synagogues. One where you daven and one in which you wouldn't be caught dead. Not knowing that joke, I'm walking past Beth Jacob and with my friends, and we're looking at it. And they have a building, and it's really nice. You know, it's like fucking behind. Like they got fucking.
But this is like a violation of the ancient world's version of international law. The gods frown upon treating diplomats.
Razor wire around the fucking place. Really? Yeah, it has a fucking name. We always look at
pronouncements for a while, and they try to figure out, okay, how are we going to
concerta wire or whatever?
A better word, and basically they come up with this idea
Concerta becomes
that if they send a couple of Spartans to the king of the Persians, and he can do with them what he wants.
Do they have this shit?
So the Spartans asked for volunteers, and some older, wealthy Spartans maybe
spiral razor wire. It's called.
For their duty to the state, volunteer to go be the sacrificial victims who show up in Xerxes.
It has a special name. It's like an Italian name. Consigliere? No, that's what fucking.
For the death of the Persian diplomats, and Xerxes says, "Go home." He says, "You think I'm gonna violate international law?"
The lawyer is in The Godfather.
Don't make it right. That's kind of the way Xerxes is portrayed, which is a pretty
What is
cool
his
way to
fucking
be.
name?
Although there's perhaps
His
a
name's
more
Tom.
intelligent way to look at it. Maybe Xerxes is thinking to
In the
himself,
movie.
wait a minute. So
Robert
they kill
Duvall's
diplomats
character
and
in the
get bad karma, and now they want
Concertina
me to
wire.
do the same
Anyway,
thing. No, thank you. I'd rather
they got
go
that fucking shit out
karma
this. Do
untainted.
they?
Thank
No.
you very much. Go home to Sparta.
But
So that's a good portrait of Xerxes. Because as we
now,
said,
why is
otherwise,
it?
he's
Why do you
mostly
joke
Voldemort
about that?
or Darth Vader in
Well,
the
at first,
story.
it's painted gray,
Fun is,
so it's like,
he's like Darth
which is
Vader,
fine.
who,
But
besides
it's
his
like,
black
and
ominous
then what?
getup, happens to be wearing
And they painted it gray. It used to be like a tan. When I was walking past this motherfucking place, it was tan. Anyway, was it? No, I think it was gray. We're walking past with my friends, and my friend, who knows I'm very, very pro this other shul, very, very pro this other shul, completely in the other league. He goes, just to kind of get my goat, he goes, you think you'll ever go there? And I said to him, I wouldn't be cut dead in this place. And wouldn't you know it?
And uses it against the
In
Egyptians.
1 week, I would attend shul there
Literary
666 straight
traditions have
times.
Xerxes being the first of the uncool Persian kings, because as we said, they had a reputation for sort of coming in there and saying, listen, you can keep doing business the way you want to, keep your religion, keep your way of doing things. There's a new boss in town, we're very hands-off. All of a sudden, Xerxes, by the writings of the Greeks, starts to look like the jerk. Goes into Egypt and starts saying, no more of this, you don't get this your way anymore. We're going to up the taxes, we're going to take more people for building projects. And the Egyptians are mad. But in a way, you can kind of see the Persians' point of view. If they've been lenient with the Egyptians all this time, the Egyptians are still a pain in the rear. At what point does the pressure ratchet up to finally get tough on these people? Looking at it from the Persian point of view, maybe you would say to yourself, listen, we tried the lenient approach with these people time and time again, and they keep rebelling. Or maybe the whole thing is made up and it's all Greek propaganda, and Xerxes never did any of this. We do know he crushed the rebellion, though, and the Egyptians stayed good for a short period of time. The Judeans may also have revolted during this period. The Babylonians revolt twice. I mean, you think to yourself, what revolting punishments are going to happen to all these people who revolt? You would think the revolts would be fewer and farther between, but they're not. And it should be pointed out that this is just the stuff we know about in Persia's west. Trying to divine the history of Persia is like trying to divine the history of the moon. There's a light side of the moon that you can see, and that's the side of Persia that faced Greece and that got written about extensively. And it was near Babylon and Egypt and these other societies that kept good records. And then there's the dark side of the moon, which is everything to the east of Persia, which is a huge expanse of territory going up into modern-day Afghanistan and Pakistan and places like that. That's almost completely invisible in terms of the historical record. The Persians may have had amazing battles and dealt with monstrous revolts over there, we just don't know. But Xerxes crushes efficiently the revolt in these very important places in the Persian Empire, Egypt and Babylonia. My favorite story in Babylonia is perhaps what you might call the final solution to the Babylonian problem. That's not what you might think. They found during archaeological digs, I guess, a receipt, maybe you call it, for a statue taken from Babylon when the revolt is crushed by Xerxes. The statue is the famous statue of the Babylonian god Marduk. It's supposed to be solid gold, about 13 feet tall, somewhere between 800 and 1,300 pounds. And this is the statue that anyone who wanted to be the ruler of Babylonia had to grasp the hands of. That was called grasping the hands of Marduk. Very important religious ceremony. When the Persians took that statue and apparently melted it down, they eliminated the ability of Marduk to grasp anybody's hands ever again. Ha ha ha, we got your God. Isn't that what we said in the last version of this tale? The politics of dealing with the gods of local communities is fascinating aspect to these early societies. And now what were the Babylonians going to do if they wanted a new local ruler? Marduk's hands had been melted forever. I suppose if you're Babylonian, that is a pretty big black mark next to Xerxes' name forever in your book, isn't it? Why do you hate Xerxes? Well, he melted down my God. Oh, understandable. After crushing these revolts, Xerxes will turn his attention now to finishing a job his father began. The job of conquering this troublesome people who inhabit the European mainland. A people that after the Battle of Marathon have had a good 10 years to prepare for the return of the Persians. Remember, you might think of the Battle of Marathon as an Athenian or a Greek victory, but really all that they had done there is parry a Persian blow. The Persians' second blow should have come a lot sooner, but they had the death of a king who had been on the throne for 36 years. That'll throw off your game a little bit. Then the succession, then the crushing of multiple revolts. Now, 10 years after the Battle of Marathon, the Persians are ready for blow number 2. And blow number 2 is going to make blow number 1 look like a tap. Preparations for this next invasion will take years. It will be visible to all. The Greeks could not have been surprised. Some of the things that the Persians were doing to smooth the way for the next time they showed up, were hard to hide. For example, the last time the Persians were there, they'd had problems crossing a peninsula around a certain mountain. Their fleet had been wrecked right at the tip of the point of the peninsula. So this time, they spent 3 or 4 years ahead of time digging a canal more than a mile long right through the neck of the peninsula, right at the base. Won't even have to go around it next time. Ancient authors said 2 triremes could pass side by side in the canal, and apparently they can find remnants of it today. But that's the kind of thing that takes thousands and thousands of people and years, and the Greeks would have known. In addition, unlike the last assault,
There's some kike
which culminated
motherfuckers.
at the Battle of Marathon, which was essentially an amphibious landing,
Beth Jacob,
which is kind of cool
seen her
for this
being
period when you think about the capabilities of a moving army.
the most famous of them.
Landing and supporting and all that, that's really
Who
cool.
might
But
say,
this time,
that's a lie. He wasn't there
we're gonna go
666
the
times.
old-fashioned route,
Because
which
I
means a
never
lot
came, but the
more
one time I
historians
came, he
use
wasn't
an
there.
agreement
He
on
wasn't at Rosh
this.
Hashanah. He wasn't at
The
Yom
second
Kippur.
time
He
Persians
wasn't
came
at
around,
Pesach.
this
Okay,
time
I was a
led
member of
in person
multiple
by
shuls.
Xerxes, the
One
great
motherfucker,
king
you
of
know who's not a member
But
of
this
one
time it's
shul,
a full
member of
invasion.
multiple
This is not a
shuls.
punitive
Okay, it's
expedition.
expensive to do it. Really?
This
Yeah.
is not something
And I
to
was the poorest person to
scare
ever
the
be a member
locals.
of multiple
Although
shuls. I was the
historian
poorest
Peter
person to ever be
points
on
out
a
that this
shul membership
also
on their
would have been
own.
something
I
that
had,
the new king
I was
Xerxes
6
would
figures in
use
debt,
to show the
but I
flag,
had
to all the peoples. You march the army through their
$1,800, and I
territory
gave
on the way to some
$1,000
other
of it to
goal,
a shul.
and it has the
Not
subsidiary
not
effect
as my
of
shul
reminding the
donate,
locals,
not as my
our king is
shul membership. I'm the one person who documented history, and you can put this up there. I was more than hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, but I gave more than 50% of everything that I had to a religious organization. I gave $1,000 of my $1,800 that I had in April of so Nissan 57.
So you're going to move it over the land. You're going to attack Europe from Asia. There's only one problem, is you probably divined there's water that separates Europe from Asia. It's not very much. I mean, it's a strip, but it's famous.
Yeah. Why'd you do that? I was very appreciative to my rabbi, my Rebbitzin, for giving me a purpose. Judaism gave me a purpose, and I didn't have a purpose in life before Judaism. I didn't see myself as ever reproducing. I never saw myself as someone who would ever amount to anything because of the debt I was in. But Judaism gave me an opportunity. I saw basically people make it in one of three ways in this life: through their family, through money. And Judaism gave people an opportunity through education, through halakhic knowledge. And it was something that society would normally give. And I was nothing. I came from nothing. I'm just a lowly Rothschild. And I have no money. If I were a Rothschild, then I would have more money in the world. If I were a Rothschild, so I wanted to be
This is what Herodotus writes that Xerxes did after finding out his
a rabbi.
first attempt.
Or I didn't want to be a rabbi. I shouldn't say that. People told me you're a rabbi.
Xerxes was infuriated when he learned of this. He ordered that the Hellespont was to receive
After
300
getting
lashes
close
under
and
the whip,
with
and that a
multiple
pair of
rabbis
shackles
and
was to
learning
be
under
dropped
them,
into the
it's
sea.
like,
And I've also heard that he sent others to brand
your
the
Hebrew is not the best
In any
by
case,
any means, but you don't need to know Hebrew. People don't know that. You don't need to know Hebrew to be a rabbi.
striking the Hellespont.
Most rabbis don't know Hebrew. Why? Because most people who say that they're rabbis are
Your master is
Reformed
imposing this
Jews and
penalty
they don't know
upon you
Hebrew.
for wronging him,
Really?
even
No.
though you had suffered no injustice from him. And King Xerxes will cross you whether you like it or not. It is for just cause,
Are you
after
done?
all, that no human offers you sacrifice. You are a turbid and briny river.
But I'm as much a rabbi as the Chafetz Chaim. If anyone ever doubts my rabbinicism, just to give it a word, but we would create some words. Humash,
Now, if you're Herodotus, you just make Xerxes look like a bit of a nut job there, don't you? And maybe he was. Absolute power corrupts absolutely
Gematria,
sometimes, right? Xerxes may have thought that made a difference. On the other
Gematrio,
hand, I always try to think of these people as cynical, just to see if there's a cynical answer for some of this stuff. And I mean, theoretically, look at how
halakhic already, but no one uses these words like I use. I never say, well, in a Hamashic fashion it would work, but in a
almost certainly turned out to watch everything. Maybe the way you
Gematric
pacify the rubes,
way it would not. What would that be?
somehow
Somewhere where like Torah and
God's
Talmud would disagree, which really doesn't really
is to
happen.
blame it on the water.
Because one's based on the other, but like midrashic isn't like a word. No, if I say to someone midrashic, that doesn't. But it has to do with the midrash. It's like these are English words that we've had. Anyway, I'm the person who brings all those into the lexicon. Shout out to that shit lexicon. We build a fucking school there. Really? Yeah, where that fucking library is. That's owned by Irvine Company. I just have to get supposed to the Irvine Company. Dude, it's on your way. Hold on.
Side by side with the bow facing the current, and
Are
then
you
they
done?
lash them all together. So they rope boats, strings of boats together. Then they lay planks across the boats, and then they put sides up. Herodotus says to keep the animals from looking over the side and seeing the water and getting spooked. Then they put dirt down and pack it down.
Is it?
And all of a sudden you have a floating bridge, something that can handle the current because it can move up and down and be flexible.
My precious.
All of a sudden there's a bridge between Asia and Europe that a giant, nasty Persian army can cross with all its cavalry and baggage and supplies and everything. These are the kind of engineering feats
Tell you fucking.
that the Persians and the entire part of the world
That's
whose
it.
heritage
So anyway, I thought it was like named. Honestly, I thought Rabbi Senior was like Rabbi Beth Jacob, and he was just full of himself or herself, actually. I was really like, damn, you named this bitch after
Well, I
yourself?
say Greeks, but it's important.
They told me at Chabad, stay away from
The
this stuff.
historians always emphasize there is no Greece at this point. And there is no sense of national Greek consciousness. The people
They just
thought
told
of
me
things
that.
more in terms of the city-state they were from, which is why they had so many problems with each other. A lot of this
It might be a thing in the future. They might have community centers that are named for women in Judaism. I think that's a really nice thing. But
of a literary creation of a past unity
there's
that
no,
may or
like,
may not have ever existed. But the
House of Miriam, though there could be, to be Beth Miriam.
Their second
There's no Miriam bloodline, but there is. We just don't know it. And you see, one day I think there would be. I think I'd have a sister somewhere. Really?
Books and movies and everything we still sell
Anyway,
that event.
are you done?
This in part explains why it's so exaggerated and there's so much myth built on top of it. It's so hard to trace the little facts from the fiction. And then for a while,
At the beginning
Western
of
civilization stuff that's come,
the school year,
long
at
after
Frost
that,
Show and stuff, orientation, they don't want people to use
but you can certainly tell that the Greeks are not foolish and they can see odds.
chewing tobaccos and things like that, so they give out this mint. It's this mint, like a mint that comes in a puck. The university health system would give it away, but they'd eventually end up selling it. It would become a very, very popular thing. People just dipping mint. Kids too. You can dip mint as a little kid. When we would go to the farm. I stories about being on the farm. My grandparents were on the farm, and we had family on the farm. Anyway, when we would come back from their house, it smelled like mint throughout the whole car because we'd have the windows down and we would be going through fields of mint, and it smells wonderful.
You will have more Greeks fighting on the side of the great king of kings of Persia than with his brethren, the Greeks, supposedly fighting for Greek freedom. So things may be a lot more complicated than thousands of years of historical tweaking make it appear to be today. One of my favorite parts of the story, though, happens now. When the Greeks do what people in this era did when you're worried about something and you need advice. They went to the gods. And the Greeks go to the most famous of all the oracles in this part of the world, Delphi. This makes the representative of Apollo.
Why? You know
Kind
anybody
of
who's had it?
channels the voice of the
Kind
god.
of. Hold on. Yeah, I do know, but I kind of had. I had a point where I was
Fascinating parts of this
dead on
era
the
in
table.
human history. I think we were talking about that.
Yeah. I had a point where I was supposed to have a surgery that was supposed to last like an hour, and it lasted like 10 hours, and they could not resuscitate
Should
me.
we invade this country or not? Should the educate all sources say yes? Ask again later.
So in case anyone's
Outlook
like,
is positive. I mean, it's crazy sort of to the modern mind.
have you ever had
Once
to?
again, there are
This was
multiple ways of viewing
halakhic
some of them
like
much more
allowance.
cynical
Like
that could
this was
suggest
a
that some of this
life-changing
stuff
surgery
was only metaphysical.
that.
to make
So
it
there's a
rank
halakhic
high on the
opportunity,
ground. Maybe
but
sophisticated people
I was gonna have this surgery at,
oracle angle a totally different way. For example,
let's say, 10 o'clock in the morning. I was supposed to be there, and I was supposed to be done about 4, and
why take any chances?
it was
When the oracle at Delphi
almost 11 o'clock at night, and I remember coming to, and the doctor's saying, "Oh my God, thank God," and he really thought he lost me, and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, it's very late. And immediately I started thinking, "Oh my God, it's Shabbat, and it's past sunset." And he's like, "Well, I don't know about any of that, but you need to understand, we weren't able to do everything that we wanted to do. I had paid for a certain surgery, and basically, I paid for 2 surgeries in one, and they were only able to do one of the surgeries. And that was the surgery that was less important to me than the others, to some extent. They were both important, but the one so it was really important that the other surgery got done. The reason why I was there for the first surgery, the other surgery was like more of an optional thing, but I wasn't coming through. And it was like the fact that I was the first surgery was the one that was really impacting my life and my well-being. So then what? I just remember he was in his fucking
found this. This was a crack in the earth, he says, and a sheep from a
down,
shepherd fell into the
and
crack,
he
and the
was
shepherd
like,
went in to look for the sheep, and all of a sudden,
he
he could
lost
see
a
the
lot of
past,
blood,
and he could see the
and
future, and he was,
we didn't know if we were going to come through.
it's wild stuff, and historians and scientists ever since have been trying to figure out, assuming it's true, what the heck made this woman the Pythia, she was called, and it was associated with snakes, by the way, so that makes it more exotic and
It
interesting and
was,
weird. What she was on, what she was taking, was she chewing laurel leaves or oleander leaves or something, or was there something to this idea
so
of
I was
crack in the earth
disoriented.
that she sat over and the fumes did it to her, told the hair
I
stood
take
on
the
end,
blame.
the skin
Why?
changed color,
When they tell you
spoke
before
in
surgery, you wouldn't have to do this if you just to
suspiciously,
fast.
sometimes
You
you
need
couldn't
to
understand
fast.
a word they
Did
said, and
you?
they had these handlers.
I did up until right before the surgery, and I was hungry. And it was like, oh, and I ate a can of Pringles, and it raised my blood pressure. Do you take blame for it? No, it raised my blood pressure a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but I should have fasted. It's not like I pooped myself during the surgery or anything like that. But to take a little blame off the surgeon, just for people to know, if they tell you to fast before it, make sure you fast. But that didn't cause it. It was, we'll just say it was a wavelength so people know. Even I, the most, and I would just say I'm more observant than all my rabbis have ever been when it comes down to it. When it comes down to it and how specific I am. I mean, I can tell you where Rabbi Moshe Feinstein alludes to abortion being at 40 days in there, and my rabbi at Beth Jacob didn't know that, and we fought over it in front of the shul. And I bested him, and I had the evidence to back me up. And shout out to our friend who was there, who evidenced this, who challenged me basically. So how did you get there? So I said I wasn't going to go to fucking Beth Jacob. I was going to the other place. Anyway, I was at the other place, and Rabbi was like, "You come to class every single time we've ever had class. You've been to every Chumash class. You've been to every Gemara class. Unless, well, I shouldn't say. I came to all. Once I started coming to them, I never stopped coming to them. Meaning, not unless something. There was one time, my mother and my aunt were in town, and we went to Pat's in LA for a kosher dinner. That's the only time I ever missed any Gemara class, and they won't even have remembered it. Really, yeah, because I was there. Ask anybody, ask anyone. I challenge you. Ask anyone from Young Israel of Orange County from 57-77 until 57-80. Not any person was more dedicated to Judaism, to Shurim, to classes, to halakhic observance than I was in the world. And I'm the only person who got more religious in the last 10 years on earth. Everyone on earth has become less religious. How do you know this? Ask Mossad. Mossad tracks this shit through other companies. I could just tell you, whenever I have a feeling about something, I'll just say, ask Mossad. Okay? Why? Because they're going to say we can neither confirm nor deny all this shit, but the reason why they exist is so that I have an intelligence agency, I guess. And when they start saying, like, this is the guy who bosses around Mossad, you're fucking right, I do. So we're told. Anyway. He has a massive fleet as well. This time it's a battlefield. I said I wouldn't be caught dead in that shit. Why? Because I was very associated with the other rabbi, and who was the head of the JDL. Really? And that's on public record. Like, we're talking about the top tier of the mafia. The top. This is not like the top of the mafia is not the Gambino crime family or that bullshit. La Cosa Nostra has banking accounts. The Vatican has a bank, and it's owned by the Rothschilds. But the Rothschilds don't own the world. One would think the Rothschilds would have owned the world with what is known in history. Not true. Would own the world or run the world. It doesn't work that way. I thought it did. Of anyone who thought it worked that way, it does not. The Rothschilds are not observant. None of them. And so they're controlled by rabbis. So Jacob Rothschild and Evelyn Rothschild and David de Rothschild, they're all controlled by rabbis at the end of the day. Why? Because they need to get married into something. And the way that they're married is through traditional Jewish weddings. So no Rothschild has ever been so observant that they've been more observant than all the rabbis. There's always been a rabbi who's always been like, I taught that Rothschild, but not in this case. I'm more observant than all the rabbis. And now we have like one king of the world, basically.
Still had their own kings. They just answered to the Persian king. Their kings were sometimes called satraps, and the Persian king could put them on or take them off at will.
So what? Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I know exactly who I'm going to marry. I know exactly how we're going to do it. And it's just a matter of time for that. And I don't want to get into who I'm going to marry and all that. I know exactly who it is, to the point where I have me yelling outside my shul. That's Jacob, one of them. Because I'm a member, there's only a second shul. There's not even a second shul of which I was a member. We're Chabad kids. Don't ever forget that. The Chabadniks are going to say, why the fuck aren't you a Chabad of Irvine or any of them? Anyway, long stories. But have you ever been there? No. Why? Because I'm really Chabad of some rules, if anything. Really? Yeah.
Herodotus goes down this list. And what strikes you when you read it, he goes into what they're armed with and what their clothing looked like and what their facial features and ethnic features looked like, is that Xerxes is bringing peoples from different
I said I wouldn't be caught dead in it. So what happened? My rabbi and I had a discussion. He's like, look, you've moved here. You keep all the laws. And a year before I did that, I lived as a straight Noahide, so that what's a straight Noah? I mean, just like a Noahide, that I believe. I didn't want to get into all the 613 laws, because there aren't 613. So long as I'm here, there's but one law: do as thou wilt. Just don't fuck up. But 613, and people can't even align on what those are. And so there are 7 Noahide laws. And I felt like if we could align on the 7 Noahide laws, we could align on something. That's even less than the 10 commandments, because we can't even say if they're commandments or pronouncements. I mean, Jews don't get along on anything. But we've got the first one, which is, well, first if you ask Rabbi Senior, he'd be like, well, you have to memorize the Hebrew alphabet, and it's kind of in the shape of a dot. So I always think of it like this. It's like an archery. There are 7 things, and I haven't looked them up in a long time, so this is a good test for me. Okay, so what are they? What's like the worst thing you can do in society? Kill someone. Don't kill. What's another bad thing? Okay. Don't steal. Okay. What's another thing that like you wouldn't want people to do? Don't idolize. Don't blaspheme. What's the difference? Idolize is to have graven images, like a statue of something. You don't want to have statues. Have you ever had statues? Everyone's had statues of some sort, but you want to get away from it. And blaspheme is to curse God, basically. God damn. And so if you ever hear me say that, it's just for education. Then what? Then you have no bestiality and no incest. Okay, so no incestuous relations, no bestiality, and then you have to establish a court system. So that's how I remember. I think of things like visually. I don't do this whole bullshit of like, you have to know. All these rabbis have been teaching all these other rabbis things for so many years. It's not that complicated. These guys have it that you have to memorize things in this really difficult esoteric manner. And it's not. With wikis and modern day technology and text to speech and speech readers, we can learn all this as a Jewish community much easier. And it doesn't have to be, not to say that they don't have it is important, but they know that their time is limited now that I'm here. And in 20 years, you won't be able to be a rabbi. There will be rabbis. They'll be like grandfathered in or grandmothered in or whatever, planned person did, whatever. But you'd be an engineer, a software engineer, but you wouldn't be a rabbi. No. It wouldn't be like that. Why? Because everyone would know this knowledge. It'd be like, well, you won't. They always said when Mashiach comes, there won't be a time for rabbis. Everyone will have this type of knowledge, and everyone on earth at the same time will know Mashiach is here. That was the big thing to me. When Mashiach's here, everybody's going to know it. The second that this gets big, everyone will know it. This is the motherfucker. And I'm saying I'm not that guy. I'm saying that could be any of us. The person who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, that person, that's the person. And I'm that person. Now I think, I mean, the rabbinate made me aware. And I was like, I just got to really? Yeah. But anyway, so how does that happen? Well, it's not that big. Firstly, like Muhammad used to live here. We still pray for Muhammad. He's a Muslim, and he'd understand that, well, these guys at Beth Jacob, fuck them. First place I'm going to dive in is at his mosque. Because, like, people don't know all the fucking laws within Judaism. Rabbis don't know. Jews cannot go into a church. That's why what this fucking Rabbi Raps is doing, and he bought a church. You're not allowed to do that. You have to have an intermediary. That's known halakha. But like I even knew, like I have family who is perhaps married in some places, and I even beat them to the punch and asked to not be invited to some events. Because I would say it would have been the wedding that I would have wanted at which to be the most of any person I knew, and I said I didn't want to be at that wedding. Really, more than any friend I ever had or anything, and I did not want to be at that wedding. And it was very painful for me. I tried to make it not hurtful to them. I think they understood they saved on catering and stuff, but I know they would have wanted me there. And I just absolutely could not. That's how strong I am. I'm vehement. I'm aggressively.
But the problem sort of stems from a lot of this. You rely on this guy because you do everyone else. When it comes to TRUMAN's story, he's awesome.
But it has a velvet touch because we do have to make some
sense out of afterwards. Not so awesome. He's heavily criticized for this and that and the other things. So everything
I don't want to say we have to like take any leniencies. Everything's still very strict. But it's like now everybody gets to know. The way that you learn in Judaism is a weird way. It's like, well, to talk about the Rothschilds, my family, and they're going to be like, who's this guy? I was born with a different name. I never knew what it meant. It means king, like castle. And when I was an adult and able to make my own decisions, I decided to change my name. Really, as many people have done in honor of great people of history, and I really admired Anthony Rothschild, and I thought, how fucking hilarious would this be? I'm so poor. I'm a poor person on earth. I'm going to take his name. And
you also have to get it, by the way.
I talked it over with a friend, and he was like, that's fucking hilarious. I mean, you're fucked, so why not? He's like, you're really Jewish. You say you are. You didn't know. I mean, but I am. And it's like, if that's true, then no one should be able to take that away from me, I guess. Though if you want to do it in the future, take Rothschild, and then eventually we'll get you to Rothschild. It'll make it too complicated, and trust me, we'll know. We'll know if somebody just randomly comes into a family reunion. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's what I've done. Really, absolutely. So basically, I was not putting the kibosh on that. Anyway, what? Well, of our family, I adopt them into our family. We don't have there's no Rothschild, a little bit rabbinical dynasty, but there's not a dynasty. There are some Rabbi Rothschild. He becomes very famous from Martin Luther King and some other things in Atlanta, Rabbi. But there's no one Rabbi. Like there's a Rabbi Epstein. There's a Rabbi Feinstein. There's a Rabbi
Now, they may have gone down to Athens, because
Sneers.
Athens at this point,
When I say these people, no, they have nicknames and things like that. But there isn't a Rabbi Rothschild.
also brings
Not to
all
say
this
that's what I
stuff,
came here to be.
all
No,
this,
I didn't want
it
that.
makes us
Fuck no. I hate religion.
sympathetic from every
Really, yeah.
cause on so many levels,
But
because all the
like that's
stories
documented. I don't know. But if somebody's got to help us, then I guess I can. But here's the thing: people would think the Rothschilds. How do we rule the world? It goes back to the Battle of Waterloo and 1850.
Stories about, you know, a
Battle of Waterloo.
5-inch tall giant about to, beat up a 4-foot
The
tall
Allies
man.
against Napoleon. Napoleon
Sympathies tend to go to the underdog.
lost the battle.
For
Our
the fact that
ancestor, Meyer Amschel Rothschild,
Western civilization,
had
as we said earlier,
the most intricate communication system of anyone in the world,
to not see
and
the story
had
that way.
people on
The
horseback
majority of people during this
ride
time
from
period, not
Belgium,
on the
which is
side,
where Waterloo is,
which is
to
what Greeks made seen like
the English
relatively
Channel.
feeble effort to
And when
stop the Greek king,
people,
passive Thermopylae, and
the
Greek
horseback,
brushed them aside.
the horse riders got to the English Channel,
Herodotus and the ancient sources
and
say
I believe this is true as
20,000
well.
dead
They used a system of horse riders, so they always were on a fresh horse. They'd like have one horse go for a mile, and then 2 miles, and okay. So get this information to the English
Just
Channel.
behind Herodotus' numbers now.
The information crossed the English Channel in a boat, and
Do the math.
that information was passed to our ancestor, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, and he,
at the cost of less than
the
half
voracious actor that he had to be to know this information. The next day or shortly thereafter,
Once the versions are through,
went to the London Stock Exchange and began selling all his stocks, while telling his friends to buy it all and he would pay them back for
The
it.
story is much,
And
much
when
better.
everyone saw that he was selling his stock, they all began to sell their stock as well, because they knew that our ancestor had such a good communication system that if anyone was going to find out about the Battle of Waterloo's outcome, it would be Rothschild, our ancestor. And so what did we do?
From the Greek point of view, this is
Or what
an
did he do?
inspirational account. It
Well, in
starts
reality, he knew that
inspiration from the get-go, meaning it had an
Napoleon
effect
had
on
lost.
your effort.
But by selling all his stock, everyone had thought that Napoleon had won. And within a matter of moments, he was able to buy up all of England, the United Kingdom, within a matter of moments. He was able to take over the world. And it was only a matter of hours after he had already bought up basically the entire London Stock Exchange, basically all the money in the world, that world had traveled to the king. He had information before the king, and he kept it secret. And when the king knew, information started to go out. But he had the information over 8 hours before the king had it. That's how good his communication system was. And what? He was able to buy basically the world.
That makes it useful is it nullifies so many of the Persians' advantages if there really are more Persians.
And then what?
They can't really use those numbers, can they? They can't get around the Greeks. In the past like that, the main Persian advantage, their cavalry.
Well, I admire
Get
this.
around the Greeks either. You can basically have a solid line of armed,
What a savvy business
men
move. I always thought this was cool as fuck. So what?
It's a solid body.
And I didn't know what the fuck my name meant. I didn't know it meant castle or king or any of that shit. I mean, you didn't guess that? No, I really had no idea. I didn't really know anything about it. There's a law firm named after it now? Jesus Christ. Anyway, there was none of that. I remember as a kid, and this was true at the time, there were no other people with that last name in the United States. There was only people in our family. So what? So there was no connection. I had no connection to it, and I wanted a connection to a great person from history. Little did I know that it was like predestined. One question that I had for my rabbi, I knew like a lot about religion, but it was, as Jews, we believe in predestination, right? And he was like, yeah. And I was like,
Yes, they are.
So that means, and I even said this at a Shabbat, everything that I'm saying right now has been predestined to be said. Even what I'm saying right now that has been predestined is what Jews believe. And I was like, yeah, that's crazy to me that's part of the grand plan. But if chronoscopes are a thing and you can see into the future, then somehow, some way, that could be a fucking thing. Anyway, is that the end of your story, chronoscope? No, get to your fucking story about Ben Jacob. So I'm like, I wouldn't fucking. I wouldn't fucking go in that lady's place for all it's in China. Whatever, that's Jacob. But little would I know. And were you there all the time? No. Why? At Pesach and at Rosh Hashanah and at
This is a Spartan king who's got Zeus's blood in his veins. It's no big deal.
Yom Kippur, I was at a hotel and at a program, a Jewish program at a hotel, a catered event where everything's taken care of. That's how people do it. It's very, very nice. But you mean they don't pack themselves in like fucking sardines at their own shul? No, they actually go and they treat it like a like what it's supposed to be, like a vacation. They get a hotel and it's really nice. But yeah, not to say you have to, but I mean, I did it and I had less money than anybody else ever will have in Judaism. So if I could have done it, you do it. But yeah. Anyway, shout out to Mr. Ditz.
Take them from our cold dead hands.
Oh, I thought you went to Danny Ham's. Yeah, I talked about that. He had a lot of cool toys. He had a lot of Lego. So if anybody who makes Lego really big, we'll give Danny Ham. He would really like Lego. He'd be like, I still like Lego. Like, I know you do. I bet you do. Really? Yeah. He lived down the street from fucking this other kid. I forget his name. Really? Yeah. But he was really smart. Really? Yeah, he gave me that idea. It was his idea, really, but I brought it in law school where if you ever get pulled over and you're going to get a DUI, drink a beer right in front of the police officer or whatever with the keys outside of the window so you're not driving. And what are they going to do? It was like, how did he know this? His dad was a lawyer. And so I brought this to law school and it was like, this is a good fucking, this is a good test. Is this a DUI? Is it? No. So if you ever get caught for a DUI, have a fucking, like one of those little bottles of Jack Daniels and just drink it like Little Blutarsky or John Belushi in Animal House, and then the cop's going to be like, nobody ever gets a DUI. If you get a DUI, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Why? Because you will have more money than I had and my friends had, and you'll be able to get Uber. We didn't have Uber back in our day. So if you ever hear me saying I had to take a guy called Jesus Cab, you know why. Anyway.
That's a good strategy, by the way. But if that's the strategy, how else would, as a horrible failure,
are you done?
Judge the inability to hold that most defensive position in all of Greece for a week, really only 2 or 3 days of actual fighting?
So I said I would be caught dead in that fucking place. And it's always a joke within Judaism. If you're ever in a community, there are always 2 shuls. There's the one where you daven and the one where you wouldn't be caught dead. And that's exactly what I said. I wouldn't be caught dead in that fucking place. And I was there. Oh, hold on. And I wasn't there on Sundays. Why weren't you there on or Shabbat? Why? Because I was at the other shul for those. But when I say I made 666 days, it was more consistent than any Jew's ever been. More consistent than Moshe Rabbeinu. Really? Yes. He's not even the best Israeli that's ever been. We don't even know if he made it in the land of Israel. We don't even know if he made the promised land. Perhaps he did. Rabbi Moshe Shalom is the most famous Israeli ever. There will never be a more famous Israeli person born in Israel than Rabbi Moshe Shalom. And it's not that if anybody's Eliyahu, that would be Rabbi Moshe Shalom.
It eroded his tail and it made it true.
Anyway,
the Greeks are
are you
holding their
done?
own. In fact, they're beating
You have a picture of him?
every time the Persians attack
Yeah,
the
right here,
palace, they're
baby.
beaten back by
I'll post it. 316.
It's only because
Really,
some
John
traitor shows
3:16?
up and betrays the
God so loved
cause
the
for
world
gold.
that he gave his only begotten Son.
Getting people to betray
That's
their
not
people for
Jewish.
gold. Imagine that.
I know, but it's better than
The
sports
traitor
thing.
shows the forces of King Xerxes a secret path behind the Greek defenses. Xerxes sends troops behind at the Greek rear, and in one of the versions of this, Leonidas is able to get the other Greeks to head back.
He told me, don't put this on the internet, but it's okay now. I even said, I'm not going to, I haven't. I really, you'd see through this, Rabbi Moshe Shalom, that I really protect this picture. I mean, it was on my phone. It's the only place it was for many, many years. I've never put it on the internet, but it'd be very, very, very famous picture someday, and it'd be like, now's the time you can have this picture. If it, no other time would it be, this is to make you the most famous person ever to come from your country. That's the highest compliment I can give a person.
Of other Greeks are the ones who cover the retreat for the rest of the Greek army, and that may be true. As one historian pointed out, if the Persian cavalry get to the other side of the mountains, there's a whole bunch of Greek hoplites for miles in front of them retreating. They're going to have a field day spearing those people in the back, so could have saved a lot of lives here. Herodotus' account, of course, is much more colorful. He has the Persian king setting up a throne.
Did it post? Yeah, way down there. How the hell did it post?
He can watch what's going on. He supposedly like to watch all these encounters on land or sea. Even sort of grading to describe that.
So how do we get to Beth Jacob?
That kind of thing. And Herodotus says he's sending.
My rabbi was like, you come to everything, you keep kosher, the fucking kosher butcher knows you, the owner of the bush, the kosher grocer knows you, our kosher caterer knows you.
More than their match when they run into Spartans.
There's nothing really more for you to do.
Herodotus says is true.
Oh, except learn everything.
Anyone who's ever been out,
that's more a lifelong
process. With other human beings and having them all work together.
So what?
What a feat this would be, and what an advantage in combat this would be. Spartans could really behave on the battlefield the way Herodotus has them behaving. After the Medes and the Cassians get
it might be time for you to
destroyed,
start davening.
were badly handled by trying to assault the Greeks in the past.
Now,
here's what Herodotus' colorful account of
because
the
we don't
next
have
step turns
daily
out to be
services,
while
though they would
Xerxes the
someday.
Great king
I'd be their
marched
fucking
to school.
rabbi. Yeah,
Since
which
the
is always a
Medes were
weird thing. I
suffering
never
extremely
thought
rough
I would
treatment,
become that
they now
rabbi
and
or
the
that one.
Persians, under the command of Hydarnes, whom the king called
My
the
friends would be like,
Immortals,
you never
came
thought you'd be a
forth to
rabbi
take
of
their
anything,
place.
ever,
There was every
ever.
expectation that they at least would prevail. But when they joined
Why?
battle with the
Because I
Hellenes,
didn't think rabbis could get
they
married.
fared no better than the Medes, and indeed they suffered the very same setbacks. The fighting continued to take place in a confined space, with the Persians using shorter spears than those of the Hellenes, and unable to derive any advantage from their superior numbers. The Lacedaemonians, meaning the Spartans, fought remarkably well, proving that they were experts in battle, who were fighting among men who were not, especially whenever they would turn their backs and feign flight altogether. And the barbarians, seeing this, would pursue them with much clatter and shouting. The Lacedaemonians would allow the barbarians to catch up with them, and then suddenly turn around to face them, at which point they would slay countless numbers of them. Of the Spartans themselves, however, only a few fell there. Finally, the Persians retreated, since despite all their efforts to attack by regiments or by any other means, they could not gain any ground in the pass. It is said that during these assaults, the king, who was watching, leapt up from his throne 3 times in fear for his army. Thus ended the contest that day, and on the next the barbarians did no better.
So is that the end of your fucking story?
That's a feel for how Herodotus portrays this. And he goes through all the details. I mean, eventually Leonidas will be killed.
So,
there will be a fight or a scrum over his body to
like, I've been davening in my own room, and I had a really good fucking routine down, and it was really nice. And I didn't want to break that. It was like, God damn, now I gotta go somewhere for like an hour before work every fucking day of my life. This sucks shit.
And see anything but the bad guys in the story. It's the
I'm like,
cowboys
okay,
and the Indians. They're
that's
the
what we do,
Indians
that's
in
what we do.
the 1950s, right?
And
They're the Zulus. I mean, you know, fill in the gap. In these kind of stories, there's always these defenders sitting there fighting doomed odds, doing it for some greater cause, and a whole bunch of ants that are swarming over their position. In this story, as Herodotus tells it, the Persians are
and I
the
get
ants.
there for my first
The bottom line is, no matter how heroic it was,
session,
in the summer
and
of
I
480, the
realized
ants are in central
you
Greece,
can't just drive
and they're
in
burning Athens.
like you can. And I'm not saying most any show you cannot drive in, but where I had been davening,
So the Persians break into the open country.
They had a
of Central
parking lot
Greece.
for the conference center that was public.
Many of these cities had already gone over to the
So
Persians,
this
much
time
like
I'm
what they
there
do
and
too.
it's like, oh,
Big cities too.
there's a
Places
there's like
like Thebes or other
swipe
Persian
card
cities. All
gate,
these
like at the
cities will
university
now
kind of deal,
provide troops
but
to
it's
his
got like a
army
fucking
to use
big,
for the rest of
big
this
gate.
campaign. It's
Like,
starting
oh,
to look
there's
like
no
the war's
getting
over,
in.
isn't it?
So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just park my car and just wait for someone to go in and then
Cities
just
that
follow
don't
them.
cooperate
So that's what I
with the
do, and that's what
Persians are destroyed.
So I get there to Davin, and I got my fucking
Plataea
tefillin,
is the city that
and
fought
people
10
ask,
years
who did your
before this time
tefillin?
against this
The
king
shul
of
did
king's
your
father
Really?
with the
Because you
Athenians at
shouldn't
Battle
buy
of
your own
Marathon.
tefillin.
Long memories.
People will, and we'll have to like say,
Thespian.
where'd you get your
Just
tefillin?
lost a
Rabbi,
bunch of
I'll
thespian
tell you.
hoplites with the Spartans at
Why?
Thermopylae
Because
destroyed.
if you don't have tefillin,
At Athens.
it's not something that you buy for yourself. It's not. It's a gift from someone, and they're very expensive. The little fucking thing of black light is very, very expensive. And
We were told Xerxes sends a message back to his capital in Asia, which he left 3 months
And he-
previously, remember, over that bridge of boats.
at least I,
Essentially telling his people that when it comes to these Athenians,
this is how it went. I did not want the show to buy my. I didn't want anybody to buy my. So this is what happened. Rabbi said, the show's going to buy your
change the
tefillin.
complexion of everything.
And
But it's hard to figure out exactly how it happens or which
I knew
story
how
it is.
expensive they were,
All you
and
can
I said,
say
how much are
with
they?
any sort of
And he said
accuracy is that
how much they were. And then I immediately, once it gave to me, within an hour, he had a donation for that amount,
They
because
may
I
have
did
been
not want
tricked
to buy
into
them.
this encounter.
But you shouldn't buy them for yourself. That's what it would have to be. I'd have to have like a system. You buy it forever. How much I bought mine, you could give a thing to the show and give it right back to you. Kind of that's how some shit works in Judaism. It's really fucked up. These fucking laws are. But anyway, so I knew how to don from well, but not and with a million things, but not on a daily basis. I shouldn't say that. I had in Chabad. But not in Orange County, which is a different kind of Jew. It's a totally different kind of Jew. So what? This is when I say different kind of Jew, it's a different kind of person. It's a South African person. It is not a East Coast New York Jew. Though Rabbi Senior is, to some extent, from Ohio. Had I known he was from Ohio, I would have never taken him seriously. He had to come from Israel first. Anyway,
is that there's such a wonderfully clever
and he's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm from New York or some shit like that." I'm like, somebody in your fucking family's from Ohio. I can sense the Ohio in you. Anyway, but I think he is. Because if you were, I'd be like, wait, where are you from Ohio? Like, I don't take Ohio seriously. Why? I don't take Jews from Ohio seriously because they're too much like Midwestern Jews. They're too relaxed in there. There's no Jewish hotspot, no Orthodox Jewish hotspot in Ohio. So if you come from Ohio, it's like you're tagged that with Reform Judaism all over. So, and what does that mean? That means anybody could have fucking walked in and been like, "Oh yeah, this girl's hot. Let's just call her a fucking Jew." Anyway, and that's what it really gets down to: observance and like conversion. Well, I get in and I get my seat, and after shul, Rabbi comes up to. I actually go up to introduce myself to him, and he comes to meet me, and he says, the way he looks at me, I just can tell it. He would say he's absolutely right. He thought I was a pussy. He thought I was a very prominent rabbi from somewhere in the world who just didn't have any type of knowledge that I would be there because of how devout I look. And I was way more devout than that. I had a big beard to here, and I had a black hat, and I had my black suit on and everything. And I looked like any very devout man, but with a big beard like that and everything, it was like, in no way did he think that this was someone who perhaps was just beginning their religious retreat. And I explained what I knew to be the situation. I said, I'm in a program, but my mother's Jewish. And he said, all right.
But there's an entrance to that stream
welcome,
of
and
water on one side
no,
and an
you need
exit on
anything,
the
let me
other.
know. I think that's too many words. That he really only spoken like 5 times.
Tells
I've
somebody
heard him
eventually
spoken, heard him
afterwards,
speak a
I
lot,
sent
but
my slave over to King Xerxes to say,
person to person, we spoke
the
then.
Greeks are all getting ready to
We
pack up and
spoke
go
at this
home. If you
abortion
attack
thing,
now, they're dead meat.
and I faced him down
So
and whooped his
Xerxes
ass. He didn't know what I knew. He did not know the basics of Judaism when it came to abortion. He didn't know the basics. He went with what his fucking rabbi said and didn't look at what any of the other observant rabbis said on the topic. And when anybody ever came to him with that issue, he gave him what his rabbi would say. But I would just tell him, in this city, kids, when as of 57, and I solved the issue, as of 5780, had you gone to one rabbi in this town, you could have gotten an abortion. Had you gone to another, you could have not. I don't care the amount of days. If you just said, I'm pregnant, one would have allowed an abortion in whatever, and one would have not. And I thought this was fucking dumb, because I was like, no. It can't be, I want to go to this guy and I want to go to this guy. There was no concise answer to it. What is Judaism's take on abortion? Our belief in abortion. I'm not going to tell you what all of the different beliefs were, because I know them all. I'm the only person to do it. To actually know them. Really? Yeah, because Rabbi Moshe Feinstein came the closest that anyone ever came to saying it, but not even he would go out and say it. This is what it is. You can always have an abortion. I feel as a mother, you should be able to kill your own kids. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, think about it this way. If you're able to live forever and upload your brain and all of those things, maybe in the past it was different, but now you shouldn't ever have anything endanger your life. And your life is now very important, more important than some fetus or embryo or something like that. And I'm empowering women to have that power back, that if you can live forever, you would never want to endanger your life. You just have another egg or have another baby. So the whole argument of what is it within Judaism, within Orthodox Judaism, and I am the voice of it, and I don't align with conservative or reform. I do align with Reconstructionist, and I do align with humanistic Judaism. But I'm sure conservative and reform Judaism jump onto this, and that's fine. But they'd have to converge, just like the Orthodox people do. Everyone would have to. It'd be a certain process, and it'd be like a 7-year process. Really, not 2. But if you live forever, it's a good process. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, what is it? Even rabbis here, especially rabbis here. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Well, what if I can't afford it? What if I can't walk? And what if all these other things? I did it. There would be like, if you can't walk, there'd be some, perhaps halakhic flexibility, but perhaps not in some other cases where you just have to move. It's as simple as that. I had to move multiple times just to be in a community, but that's what Jews do.
It's like a giant human-powered missile.
Though now we can be connected a lot better, but we want to be in the same communities. It's important. Okay, are you done? So I get there and Rabbi's like, wait, you're what? And he's like, okay, well, so I said, I'm really dominant here. We did have that face-off, and I won it. I mean, I'm very clear about it. But what is it? What is it halakhically? It's 40 days. It's 40 days of what it is. So if women want to say, no observant woman is aborting her baby at 8 months and 29 days or whatever. No one is doing that. It's a blessing. It's absolutely not. But if she needed to, she could. Why? If it was threatening her life and she is to live forever, we don't want to ever. We want to preserve her life as long as possible. So I want to be the most Hasidic woman on earth. Should kill her kid if it's going to take her life, even if there's a 1% chance to kill her. Really? Yeah, and we need to lower that. Meaning there is a 1% chance that it could kill her. So we want to lower that as low as, well, I mean, then it's really a point where you would then have a surrogate where it would have no, that's where you want to get to, is where you just want to have a child and you have enough finances, have a surrogate have your children. Really? Yeah, that's a thing. Okay, are you done? And what if people are like I have friends of mine who don't have nearly this fucking kind of money. There'd be some kind of fund, huge amounts of money that you could just, if you did not have the funds, that did not mean you weren't going to be on this. Really, yeah. But then there are some people who have the funds who are, I mean, somewhere on this phone, I have billionaires' telephone numbers. I don't know where, but somewhere. Really? Why don't you call them? It wouldn't get anywhere. Why? Everyone's so afraid of what their fucking friends are going to do. It's like, I just have to break through to people, and once it breaks through, everyone will know it, and then everyone will want to be associated with it. But anyway, so I started going to Beth Jacob, and I went there every single day that I needed, or I was at the other place, but I didn't miss anything. And
she's sort of the main character. This messenger that tells her what happens in Salamis is another one. And I love when they go and they conjure up the ghost of Darius.
But every single day I get there, and I did not have a way to get in. I had to wait for someone every single time. So I asked my friend Mark, I was like, Mark,
it's wonderful.
How did you get like a little key card? And he's like, oh, you'll have to talk to the rabbi about this. So I really thought, this isn't like a normal thing. Like most religious places I had been, they're open, they'd welcome you. This was very closed and different. And it was like, okay, so what did I do? Well, I first was there like 6 months of literally what I would do is somebody would drive in and I would wait across the street and fucking floor it like the Dukes of Hazzard, getting fucking airborne in this little fucking Honda Civic, like boom, getting fucking driving into this fucking thing every single day. I would fucking Dukes of Hazzard it. They have camera footage of it. I would and get in, and I had a rental car once. I rented a car, shot to that place. It becomes big. And it was a place like my uncle has in Las Vegas, but it was here in Orange County. Or hadn't my uncle had a place, he had died. Anyway, and my mom and aunt were here, and I was been driving all over, and I wanted a little bit more space and a nicer vehicle. So I was driving this Chrysler 300, and for some reason that gate. Well, I should say this. So eventually, I was like, you know what? I'm davening here so much. I'm praying here so much at this facility. I better just look up how much it is for a membership, because I'm already a member at the other one, and I've been there for years. But so I looked, and online it shows a certain amount. It shows like 800 shekels. And I'm like, okay, I shouldn't say that. It showed 5. I asked my friend who was a member. I was like, hey, they have an associate membership, don't they? He's like, yeah. I'm like, how much is it? It's like 500 shekels. I was like, oh, all right. So I go and I look online. He's like, you know what? I don't remember off the top of my head exactly, but it's like it's about 500 shekels, something like that. And I was like, okay. So then I went there to be a member, and it was like, I clicked the link on their website, and I saw that link said it was 850 shekels. So I was like, okay, well, it went up a little bit this year, no big deal. And I paid my money. Little did I know that link wasn't a live link for the new year. So it actually went up to like over 1,000 shekels, which I'm not saying was a deal breaker to me at that time, but I wasn't making the kind of money that I would be making, and juggling 2 shuls at the same time. Plus, that's just the basics. Like, shul is very expensive when you're buying all the shit for it and going to all the events. It's very expensive. But I remember getting the email from them, and it was like, oh, actually, it's more expensive than that. I was so proud that I had paid a second shul dues. I mean, that's not a thing that most people are able to do. And then I started going to classes. So I've been to one of their classes. It was very good in person. I've been online, of course, but they had, what is it? It becomes really big. Blueberry Hill catering becomes really big, and I don't know, some other shit. Anyway,
all you can figure is somehow the Persians probably were defeated because you can see what happened afterwards.
Is Rabbi Senior a good rabbi? Yeah, he is. Has he been with you? We've had 5 discussions, and I don't want to say outsmarted him, but like, just I knew more about Judaism than he did on a very, very important topic, and in multiple ways. There are other opinions on what it should be, on what abortion is, but without going into them all right now. When else did you talk to him? So then, I was having to drive in like the Dukes of Hazzard and like flooring it in his fucking head just to get into the fucking shul every single day. Oh, so I finally was like, I pay my shul dues. So I had paid my shul dues, and I was expecting to get one of those like white cards like everyone got. No. So I'm like, after shul, after about 3 months of, so I was still following people like that. I was like, whatever. I just got to fucking floor it in. But it's like, I'm a dues paying member of this place. Why the fuck am I being treated like a bastard out here? I go to Rabbi Senior, hey, how do I get one of those? Like, I'm a dues paying member. He's like, oh, we can get that set up. So he gets me in his fucking system, and he takes a little picture and has me in his system, and he's like, okay, fine. So now I no longer have to fucking do Dukes of Hazzard, right? So when my mom and my aunt were here, it was really nice. I go into that whole story, I won't, but we go to shul. I wanted them to see what it's like. So they've been to shul. Senior's last name is Senior because he has seen my mother in shul. Not a lot of people have, but she's been to multiple shuls. Most Jewish women have not been to multiple shuls. Really? Nope. Most Jewish women haven't been to a shul. They don't even know what I'm saying when I say shul. Most Jewish women have. Some Jewish women have been to synagogues. Most have not been to shuls. So what? So I'm not going to go into all those, but so I say, great, thanks for this card. When my mother was here, I rented this car, and when we were there, everything was great. But I remember I went there. I kept the car from like a Sunday to a Monday or something like that, and swiped the car in. And when you know it, that fucking gate had like a quick. It wasn't its normal amount of time. It was quick, and it fucking hit this car. And that's on Beth Jacobs. They give me money for it. No. What happened? It damaged the car. Their little gate there damaged the car, and it didn't have a pad on it or anything. And they could see it on camera. And so what? So I went and parked the car, and I'm like, fuck, did it do any damage? Yeah. And what? So when I took the car back, what did you do? I was like, they're like, all right, so is anything wrong with it? I'm like, no, go check. Like, here's the keys. He goes and checks it out, and he's like, hey, you need to come with me for this. You didn't get the insurance on this. You know that, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, look at this and this. This little, like, it had bent the part of the wheel well. And I was like, oh, that was like that. He's like, it wasn't like that. We went around. I was like, I wasn't like playing. I wasn't. It was like, I think I said, oh, I thought it was like that. Well, I guess it wasn't. I guess I do owe you for that. That's what it was. I was like, gonna see if he found it. He found it, and so I came clean. But I didn't lie or anything like that. So then what? I said, well, I didn't get the protection on it or anything. Should you? Yeah, get insurance on that. Why didn't you? I didn't have a lot of money at all, and so it was like, it was just. And I had my own insurance, so it's not like I was in an uninsured car. It's just I didn't get extra additional insurance because I'm like, whatever. Little did I think a shoe was going to fuck me up. So then what? I asked him, what do we do? And he's like, well, I can get you an estimate on it and paint and everything, and you can just pay the bill. Like, let's do that. So how much was it? It was like $800. Really? 800 shekels or something like that. It was pretty expensive, and that was it, yeah. But it was on their gate. Why? Because I knew that gate very well. Normally lasted a lot longer. But this one time, it was like a fluke, weird thing of the world where it just was too quick. Maybe it's got an issue with that, but I don't know. But if anything, they need to put a little bit of foam on it. And all places should. Actually, this is a really good thing. University need to do that for their gates. A lot of these places have these fucking guard gates. And they're hard plastics or they're metal gates. They don't have a pad on them. And a couple things. One, they hit people's heads and they hurt people. And two, they hit cars and cause unnecessary damage. You need to put a foam thing on that, like a foam noodle thing, and like zip tie it. That's what I do. I don't see that motherfucking thing zip tied. They could do it nicely, though. Really? Yeah.
The problem is some of the major Greek states are north of it, where the Persians are. The Greeks were south of that wall. Once again, having this debate about do we really want to go north of the wall?
Like, yeah, I finally fucking told them about the Dukes of Hazzard.
Who are north of the wall on the Persian side of things, having to do crazy bargaining and threatening and using the
But that's all on camera. Why is it so fucking hard to get in there? Oh my god.
You know, pulling the big takeaway and maybe even saying,
well,
we will go and
was I a member there yet?
if you don't come up here and fight. And we'll take the fleet and let them use our fleet
I don't
against
think
you.
so. But I was a member at the other show, and I lived here, and there was some kind of anti-Semitic
that standard Persian deal. Good for you, good for us.
graffiti that was written on. I don't know what was written, but I hope they catch that person. And I think they would, but it's on camera. I never saw the picture of it, but so they have it on camera, but it's just, I mean, shuls are very. I'll go to what Rabbi Lichker told me. Shuls are where people go to feel safe, and you want to feel safe in one. So you don't want random ass people walking in.
Even at this time,
thank you.
Through the biased sources, you're hearing the Persians trying to make a deal.
Is that the end of your story?
I don't care how much harm you've
Well, at
given
least they
us.
fucking got the Dukes of
We'll give you your city and more land than you ever had. It's the same deal they're supposed to have offered the Spartans at Thermopylae. They may not all be true all the time, but you don't get this many mentions of it in history unless it kind of was the policy. The Assyrians, the previous major empire coming from that part of the world, would probably not have offered you
That's a Sacred Heart
at any time.
High school in New York
Certainly not
City.
this late in the game, with this many casualties already suffered and this many dead people, to have to atone for. And in this case, eventually, Themistocles, and maybe it's part of his genius by hook or by crook, has by 479 BCE an army of combined Greek hoplites from a number of different city-states heading on up toward the area where Thebes is to have it out with the spider who's sitting up in the web up there just waiting for him. There will be Spartan hoplites there, there will be Athenian hoplites there, and the eventual encounter will happen in a kind of a symbolic place when you think about it. It will happen at Plataea. Plataea was the city
I just had a lot of pain in my.
at the Battle of Marathon. Keep the Persians out the first time. Plataea was the little city that when the Persians arrived in this latest encounter, didn't submit to them, so
I
it
don't
was
know
destroyed. So this is where the battle
something here
is
before.
going to happen.
I just know this. In the future, if you want to go into space or you want to go to Antarctica, you have to get your appendix removed because they don't want to do that. Like, I know some stuff about the future, and that's one of them. If you want to go to space or you want to go to Antarctica, you got to have your appendix removed. You can read it. That's but, yeah.
The actual battlefield.
I know LSU wins the Heisman Trophy, wins
where
the
the Greeks decide to stand.
national championship this year. I texted or tweeted direct message on Twitter Brian Kelly that he was going to win in 2022. He would win a national championship. I didn't know if it would be this last year, but the 2022 season, really, which is pretty fucking accurate. And what else? Nobody was calling out Karen Bass. I was saying that for a long time, but I don't want to go into those. But the politics ones, Kamala Harris,
the Greeks have picked out a pretty strong defensive position of their own up in the hills, and they'd like the Persians to come up to them.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez,
Thus begins the pre-battle jockeying for position and advantage.
Jeb Bush,
There's a lot of it. It goes
Chelsea
on
Clinton, and
once again, it's a good time to remind you that you're getting
George Prescott Bush should be the next amount of president.
This is so argued about amongst
And then
historians.
I might be after George Prescott.
Recreating as best they can, where things happened, and so much has changed since. I'm just going to stake out sort of a broad.
So I'd be like the Obamski, where there'd be like a random ass person, and then it goes Bush, Clinton, Bush, random ass person, Bush, Clinton, Bush, random ass person. In Israel, this becomes the thing in Israel. The president of Israel, not the prime minister, the president becomes a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, and then it's a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, and then it's a Herzog, and then it's some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, and then some other motherfucker, then it's a Herzog, 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 then some other motherfucker. Really?
It's also my favorite battle in the entire history of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Because in color,
I don't.
Herodotus didn't live in color 2,500 years dead, but you know what I mean.
You know what, motherfucker?
Really the only
What the heck is
colorized
this?
story of the Persian army and its height fighting. I love this army. After this period, it will change. And not be the
Great
same.
question,
This period,
USA.
we really don't
Jeech
have
backs. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm live on YouTube here, live on YouTube here, live on YouTube, live on YouTube here. Hashtag ViralRabbi and YouTube live, and you'd see it.
about how the Greeks fought in this battle. In the last discussion we had on this, I mentioned some of the historians like Hans van Wees who suggest that the idea that we've always had about how the Greeks fought during this period is misplaced, and that they don't fight that way till after this period. And the one we're into now is sort of like, while they're in transition from an old style that they would have
Anyway, are you
recognized
done?
in Homer's Iliad
Who's this
to the
motherfucker?
style that will come to be known in the future after this period, the rigid
Meanwhile.
phalanx style, where everybody stays in the ranks under penalty, and so many stories here, if they're more than stories, where people will spring
Meanwhile,
forward from the
Shirley
ranks
K.
and do stuff.
Oh my
Or
god.
move backwards fluidly, back toward their own lines, which is much more like the fighting from the heroic Greek era of Homer's time. It would sure explain a lot of
Is that the end of the story?
this, because Herodotus
Is that the
describes this all the time, and he begins to lay out, what will become his version of like a Saving Private Ryan type
Anyway,
battle scene. And it's
what's the
worth
last
pointing
thing
out,
you did there? Well, I was
this is
there.
like
It's like
first
the pandemic
battle
happened. That's why I
scene
know there came out some other
stuff
things. But
that will set the stage
the last thing I
for
was there
all
was with this one man,
movies and
a very nice
plays
man.
and books
He
and
becomes a
everything
rabbi.
afterwards.
His son's a rabbi.
He starts by pointing out that the Greeks
And
and the
I
Persians are
said,
trying to
everybody's
maneuver
doing,
each other out of position.
everyone is
It talks
praying
about
here
the
incorrectly.
skirmishing that's
That's
going
basically
on.
what I said.
At one point,
I said everyone's
the
davening
Persian
incorrectly,
commander
and he said,
Mardonius
"What do you
sends
mean?"
cavalry
And
to
I
go
showed
up
him
into
in the
the
book,
hills and try to mess with the
and
Greeks.
he's like,
You know
"Oh
what
my
for,
god!"
historians
And
all
basically, like,
disagree.
"You're right."
A lot of things, though,
Everyone
sometimes a
is.
general does something just to see what will happen.
He's like,
How will
there's
they
this thing in the
respond if I
book
go up there
that no one
shut up?
follows because it's not in everyone's book, but it's
Maybe
the
they'll
way
start
that you do
dying
it
in
as a
large
Jew.
numbers, which would be good.
And
Or maybe their morale will suffer,
I showed
which
him
would
where it's
also
in a
be
book
good. Or maybe they'll just leave,
that's
which would
put
be
out
good
by
too.
by
They
Misra,
can't catch my cavalry. See, not only does the
publishing, the
Persian
biggest fucking art scroll. I mean, it's the biggest one that you
basically
got in
dominate this
Judaism.
field because they're the best
So
cavalry in Asia,
Koran
which is
Publishers
a
becomes
cavalry
really big,
country. But the
huge.
Greeks have no cavalry
But
at all.
nevertheless,
The only cavalry in Greece really worth its
Koran
salt
Publishers
are in
becomes
places like Thebes
really.
and Thessaly up
Why?
in the north.
Because their Talmud has
They're on the
pictures.
Persian side. So there
That's
aren't
the only
any
reason.
cavalrymen in this battle. They're just fighting
Really? Yep.
on
And
the
when
Persian
when I'm
side.
teaching this to kids, I'm gonna say, which one do we want to use? Kids are gonna say the one with the
Starts the
pictures.
narrative, and the Greek line, which has been put together sometimes, sounding like a bunch of petulant 4-year-olds arguing about who gets to stand on this part of the line, and no, we get to stand on this part of the line. And it's crazy how, you have to remember, and historians like Lazenby never tire of reminding us that excepting the Spartans, these Greeks are militia troops. They're farmers.
Do you know who you're
for the
gonna win?
most
Yeah.
part.
In fact,
They
outside
fight
of Beth
sometimes
Jacob,
with
I have
lions,
you saying her
battle
name,
experience,
and
but
outside
not fighting.
the courthouse as well. I have you saying her name, and I stand by it. I know it.
Militia.
Not like I know it in my heart. No, I mean like somebody fucking told me, but I was like, no fucking way. Do you know how hot that is? Like, oh my god.
And so when the Spartans start giving them orders, there's likely to be a lot of grumbling. At one point, the group of Greeks, they're called Megarians, who end
Really?
up on the
I
front
know
in this Greek formation
who her
under
sister's
Aeneas
gonna marry.
hammering
Really?
by
Yeah.
the Persian cavalry that is shooting them full of arrows. And they don't want to be hammered anymore. And they send a
Who's that?
message to the high
My
command,
rabbi's
essentially
son,
saying,
Aharon.
if you don't
Really quick story about Aharon. I always tell this story. Shout out to his
this is the
sister.
way Herodotus describes it.
Really? Yeah. Who are they? YJ,
Fighting begins to shape up here. He talks
Carry
about
Up,
the Greek
and
teams.
I don't know. The other one is just there's like a picture in my mind of her across a kosher
Can't get these Greeks out of the
booth,
hills.
and we're just like having a good
Since the
Instagram
Hellenes refused to come down
booth
onto the
moment
plain,
where she's got like her
Mardonius
food
sent
or
against them
whatever.
his
Right?
entire
Yeah.
corps of cavalry
Anyway, she's
under
really
the
pretty.
command of
They are,
Mesticios,
but
whom
anyway,
the
her,
Hellenes
their
call
brother
Magistios, and who was
was
very
with my
prominent among the
rabbi, and
Persians.
my rabbi was
He
a friend
rode
of
an
and
Assyrian horse with a golden bit and adorned by
Hawaii
many other kinds of
for
beautiful ornaments.
Pesach,
The horseman
and
rode
my
out
rabbi
against the
was
Hellenes
giving
and charged them
some
by
Pesach
regiment,
program,
one after
and
another,
during
doing
one of the weeks
significant
during
harm to them and
the
insulting
holy
them as they
period,
did by calling
the
them women.
in midweek, basically, it's an 8 days, so
I
like
remember Peter Green
basically
had a footnote
there was a
that
chess
said,
tournament on
"One
days
wonders
2
if they
through
have
6, let's
asked
say,
Greek
and my rabbi's
in
son
the
was in
Roman
it and
army
was in the
what
finals
the
for it.
word for
And let's say he
woman
was 9
was,
and he was
so
against
that
an
the
11-year-old.
enemy could
And
understand the
the
taunt.
11-year-old started to cry because he was losing to
Herodotus
Aharon.
says,
And Aharon threw the event, threw the chess
by the way,
match so that they
as we
would.
said earlier, the way that
And
these
I
Persian
always thought that
cavalry
was
seem to
really,
have fought
really
is a lot like Huns and Mongols
shout
and
out to
Scythians and
Aharon.
all these people that, attack you in little
Really?
teeny packets of force
Are you
archers,
done? No, I make the
hoping
cake
to
of a
break your
motherfucker in this. I
formation.
tell that story so much.
You
So.
attack them to try to get back
Anyway,
at them,
shout
they
out to
just
his
sort of
mom.
drift
Who's
away
that?
from you when your
Chicagoland
formation breaks
Bishop.
up and then they can
She's
sort
cool
of
as fuck.
cut
Why?
you apart
She's a
piecemeal.
ride or die bitch. I'd be like, your
If you
mom's a
don't, you
ride or
just have
die
to sort of
bitch.
sit
Why?
there,
This
take
bitch
the
lives out here
arrows
now.
until you lose
But
so many people, you're in trouble.
she got
Until
arrested
you're
with my
outraged
rabbi
and you think no more
for
of this. Maybe a
what is
combination of the two
fighting
effect
for
of
Soviet
Megarians.
Jewry. If anybody ever asked, why did you get arrested? Fighting for Soviet Jewry. You could only say fighting for Soviet Jewry in our family, and it was like, oh, you fucked up.
The
But
Megarians happened to be deployed in the
doing
most
something
vulnerable
for
position of the entire battlefield. And it was
really,
they
yeah.
received the
What was
brunt
he
of the
doing though?
cavalry's
He was
assaults.
outside the United
Because they were
Nations,
so
fucking fighting
hard-pressed
for
by these
Soviet Jewry.
attacks,
What were
the
you
Megarians
doing?
sent a
I was
herald
fighting
to
for
the generals of the
absolutely
Hellenes,
fighting for
who conveyed
my own
this
jewelry
message to
outside the police station. But at the Civic Center, really, in a very similar way, in a more, his wasn't even fucking related to anything. He was doing it on behalf of billionaires. I was doing it on behalf of you all. If you all see this one day,
So
really,
far, we
fuck
are
yeah.
resisting by tenacity and valor, though we are hard
Anyway, are
pressed.
you done?
But now you should know that we shall abandon this post if you do not send others to replace us there. End quote. So you can already see that, yes, the Spartan is the commander-in-chief, but all of these city-state units are basically keeping their own freedom to make choices to themselves.
Shout out to
They're
Sophie
not going to
last
stand
time. She's
here
on
and
there.
kill for all of
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
We've taken enough casualties. It's somebody else's turn now,
I don't
Mr.
know,
Spartan.
family. Really? My friends
So
are like,
Herodotus
you know
says,
you're
now we have
not
to be
in
careful
this
because
family,
historians
right?
for
You
a
get
long time now
there's
have
like
been
this,
wondering if
and then there's
some
you. But I'd be
favoritism
like,
for the
somehow,
Athenians in the
some
upcoming
way,
parts of the story, 'cause all
our
of a sudden
lineage
Herodotus
is
starts
unique to
favor
has one
the
person in
Athenians quite a
common,
bit. He
and
even
that'll
mentions that
be.
Clint Eastwood
It's
Spartans
not this.
look a little
It's
goofy next to
this.
him. At one point said,
Really?
maybe
Yeah.
you guys should
You're not gonna be seeing things through what it's like to see things in fucking Vienna and Venice and Rome and Sydney and Melbourne and no, you're gonna see what things are like in Pawnee, Bremen, Plymouth,
You also
Kyle,
have the only archers in the whole Greek army. So
little
the
New York,
Athenians,
little
some
Florida,
of them,
all this
and
stuff.
these
But a lot
archers
of
go over to
California
the
too.
flank where the Megarians are hard pressed. And now you get a feel for how chaotic it is there. Herodotus' colorizing is really good. He's able to give you a sense now of the danger and the panic and the dust and the chaos. Go look at a video, modern video of a riot somewhere that gets really out of hand. Look at the chaotic element of it, where the point of contact between the two sides is. So Herodotus says these Athenians with their archers decide to go help the Megarians on the flank, and he says, quote, "These were the men who undertook this task, and they stationed themselves at Erythrae in front of the other Hellenes who were there,
Isn't it like
taking along their archers for support.
self-explanatory?
The battle they fought there went on for some time, until it ended in the following way. As the cavalry was attacking by regiments, the horse of Mesticios,
Oh, I was talking about being at Slab City,
which stood out
and
in
what
front of
happened?
the rest, was pierced in its ribs by an arrow.
So I was just there with this guy, and I was like, so how's this work? And he's like, well, if anything, I'd want to help all those people, make them all millionaires. So they'd never expect that. They're like basically living off the land, and they were desperate when they got there. Nobody goes there with a ton of money, really. Maybe in the future, people want to live out there. Desperate housewives. But and that wouldn't be insulting to them. That would be the truth, and they would know it. No one goes out there. If you have any amount of money, you buy a little bit of land inwardly if you can, but no one just goes out there with anything. People go out there exactly like I did. Maybe if you're fortunate, you had a vehicle. Really? Yeah. In fact, people walk out there. It takes a long time. Anyway, I saw this guy get on a bike, and he and I were just looking at the fucking moon. And I was like, so what do people do? Where were you going? And he was like, oh, I was just coming back from the hot springs. There are hot springs out there. So when I say that there isn't any water, you can't drink it. It's like sulfur. But you can go out there, and he's like, you can go out to the hot springs out here. That was the one thing that they had that I didn't do. Because I might actually like it. But because as they had turned around and were riding away in retreat, no one had seen how there's like a hot spring in where you can go. And then I said, well, do they have internet? And he's like, one guy has internet, and he'll give you his Wi-Fi password per hour for some amount of money. Like if you're a traveler. If you start living here, you can get to know him, and he might give you the password. But that doesn't happen within a first year or something. You really have to get to know him really, really well. So if you want to use his Wi-Fi, I think he said if you get to know him, he might give you a daily rate or something like that. But he changes the password all the time. So it's traumatic sometimes. It's never good. And that's a way that he makes money. Because like there's no way to make money out there. So what else did they? They had a coffee shop. I think just somebody who had like a fucking little bit of coffee. And anything else? Really gives the impression that the units were kind of left blind, unable to know what to do without their commander. So go get the body seems to be the default position. How many people are you willing to lose to recover a cadaver? Is that the end of your story? Apparently a lot of the Greeks and the Persians fight quite a while over this body. Like, the Greeks end up with the body, and they go and put it on display. Well, I was like, well, I'm here. I went thousands of miles. I saw this documentary. This was really interesting to me. But it doesn't seem like, well, some of the people are really nice, but the guy's telling me the people there are not that nice. Don't think that they're going to be overwhelmingly nice. I'm being nice to you because you were nice to me, and you seem like a nice person, but the people there are much more rugged. They've seen some shit, and because of that, they're not very trusting of people. So then what? Shout out to anyone named Odysseus, Ulysses, or Ursula. But yeah, Ursula doesn't be here. Yeah. Well, I know an Ursula from Germany. She was married. I know who was. She was married to. I think her husband was deaf, and she was married. She worked at someone named Fred, and his wife was deaf. Yeah. We know some deaf people. Fully deaf or somewhat deaf, but I'd want to get them all cochlear implants so that they could have hear again, and that would be really cool. So shout out to Ursula and this other lady were married, and I'll say this: I don't think this is a big surprise. Anyway, she would love to hear this stuff. If I had to fuck, probably anyone on that shift, it would have been Don Bell. Don Bell? No, Don Bell's would have been Don Bell's she could get it. She read it someday. Why? Because she makes Chinese Sharpays really, really, really big. But John, yeah, she's really cool. Really, yeah. But I would also say she was really in love with her husband, really, in a beautiful way. Really. Why? When light comes up and you can see what's going on the hills above you, Persians see that some of the Greeks have gone away. Some of the Greeks are. If you ever saw anyone flirt with her,
and some of them are still there.
Like women who are really in love, they immediately just talk about their husband whenever anybody flirts with them. But yeah. Now, did you do that? No. I was never.
Face off with the Greeks for almost 2 weeks in the hot July sun.
But she's very attractive.
Damage to each other through skirmishing and cutting off detachments and all kinds of other things. Receiving reports of dissension in the ranks and
no, but wouldn't you know it? I think of those three, Mary, she shit herself. Mary Grunwald becomes what people think is the prettiest in the future. So if you were like, I didn't get a whole lot of attention. Mary Grunwald can be. I know her very well. She's gonna say, he's right. I didn't get a whole lot of attention in the first epic or whatever, but people are still sure as hell talking about me now, and I like it. Really, that's exactly how she is. Really, yeah. Why? She's a really nice lady. Really good personality, but I'm just telling you, I think they really personality. You know, not to say Ursula and Dawn had bad personality. They were great. Were they ever your employees for a short amount of time? Like enough for them to say, yeah, he was our supervisor, but very soon thereafter, I was doing the job. A teammate and I were doing the job of 3 people. So 2 people doing the job of 3 people. When the third person came, we were actually doing the job of more than it was 2 people doing the job of about 7 people, and then we at least got a teammate to do it.
On the double moving forward across the river, they put up their standards and follow along.
And that changes. During my entire managerial time, at least there, they always told me, according to the books of what you should manage and what should be managed within this type of environment, it should be between 10 and 15 employees. You should manage between 10 and 15 employees. And I only ever had 20 or more. And I would always be like, they said 10 to 15. And they would be like, oh yeah, that's what they say in the books. But nobody really gets that. That's not what you're going to get. And it was like, but you're expecting me to do the same amount of work. And it was like, well, you do the best that you can. But it's like, I'm supposed to see, instead of 10 to 15, like 10 people, I'm supposed to see 20 people. 10 people, I don't have 10 people's issues, I have 20 people's issues. And I really started to understand when you are, what people's time meant. There was a book that we read and some other things about time. And you, like, it's like in your life, people are always trying to put monkeys on you. There's a book. That's my boss of mine, Jeff. He really, this is important book to him. Phyllis is important to him, but Phyllis has a bunch of them. Jeff would just the monkeys on you. So basically, what's that? Basically, like people at work are always trying to get you to do stuff, and you're always having to get monkeys off your back. And this is what it was about coins. Basically, when you're at work or at anything in your life, you have a certain amount of coins every day of your life. So you awake every morning and you've got like amount of energy basically. But let's just say that's in coins. Okay, so your amount of energy, you could just show your life like a Sims character with like a full amount of energy. Well, then you've got to deal with your kids. So that's a little bit of your energy, a little bit of your coins. And then you get to work and then your employees need something. That's a little bit of something. And maybe you go to lunch or something, or you take care of yourself and you get a little bit of coin back, but then you go back to work and you've got more and more things that are taken from you. And by the end of the day, you just don't have any. And you feel like you don't have any coins left. You don't have any more time because all these monkeys are basically on you. These are just business terms for just putting into visualizing issues that people have that they're dealing with. Okay, so then what? So basically, it's important to take time for yourself and to replenish your own coins. That's very important. But that's basically how it works. If you were to ask me, Rabbi, what's it like? How do you pick up women? What's the best visualization for it? It's The Sims, the game The Sims. What do you mean? It's like, sure, there are elements to relationships, like whether there's going to be that first amount of attraction. But once that's all down, it's about how you treat the person, and it's a game of The Sims. I swear to God, that's what it is. And what do I mean by that? If you're playing the game of The Sims, you might first meet a character, and there's a little bit of attraction. You need that first, and that's very key. If there's no attraction, I'll never get there. But maybe the person will start talking to the other person. If you ask the person out immediately, they'll be like, no, they'll be freaked out and they'll leave. So you have to start talking to them a little bit, and then what? Maybe they come back for another party the next day in The Sims or whatever, and you start playing a game. Maybe it's like ping pong or table tennis or something. But you have to like kind of pair off with them, so to speak, and develop some kind of mutual, just something in common. Not necessarily. You can go to a bar and it can be totally different and other things like that. But as people, The Sims is a really good expression of what human interactions are without using words, because they use that Sims language, so it works for anyone. You understand when people are mad or they're upset or whatever just by symbols. It's like an early emoji, basically. But anyway, you could see by facial expressions as well. So then what? So if you wanted to like marry a girl in The Sims or whatever, you
decide that will win this battle is the one that stays on the defensive.
Well, you wouldn't just like
doesn't advance
you would
So we're told that the Spartans are back here, not
you would
just
try
insulting
to
the magic 8-ball.
interact with them. If you don't interact with them, you're never going to do it. So first you have to meet them or have some kind of interaction. But you can't come on too forward. And you can't, just like in that game, you can't keep talking to them to the point where you bore them. You have to leave them wanting more. It's very important. So it's like, it goes back to that Seinfeld, and this becomes really big, though it isn't. It's that Play Now, that company becomes really big. With that oil thing, that I had that idea for a car, to basically have a bladder inside a car so that when there was a fire, you wouldn't have car explosions. If you put a resealable bladder, like a silicone bladder or something like that, inside a gas tank, when a car would explode, usually from fire getting in there, this created a skin on the inside of a gas tank, so that when the gas tank is punctured, it would still be held together by the silicone thing. Anyway, what caused that? I was in law school, and I really thought like there were ways that I saw the movie Crash, and I thought that there was a way to like prevent the way that some people died in that movie, where it basically had like gasoline on the surface of the road and fire got on it and exploded. I thought there was maybe like a something you could spray on the inside of a gas tank, that if that gas tank gets ruptured, the inside has like a silicone, and even if that silicone gets ruptured, there are materials that can reseal immediately, and they're very cheap. I think for less than, honestly kids, for less than $1, you could put this kind of silicone on every tank in the world, but especially every major tank that's going to come out, and at least if it had a gas leak, it would not be all over the road. There is in the same kind of technology, you can have one of those run flat tires, basically a tire that takes a puncture and can continue to run because it can self-seal. It's the same kind of technology, it's self-sealing. Really? Yeah. So would that gas tank be able to last forever? No, just as long as it needs to until the fire department or the person gets out with the jaws of life or whatever. Really? Yeah. Have you ever had to see the jaws of life? Yeah, it's how I met one of my friends. Not the jaws of life, but we both got out of the car after school once because there was an accident, and we went to see if we could help the people, and I think the people died. But it was a really sad thing. The people died. I think one of the people, they had to use the jaws of life to get the people out. But, I mean, if anything, it started a friendship. I had this friend, Rory, who, and her sister, Amy, with whom we had a moment together because we saw someone die, basically, or we were there. And we weren't friends really before then, but at that point, like she would say that was the one. I asked her out when I was in 8th grade, and she did not say no. She was going to Chicago that weekend, and she was. Really? Yeah. We were going to go to the movies. I had the whole thing planned out. My mom was going to drive to maybe my mom wouldn't drive. Right, because that was sad. But maybe some, I didn't want to go to the movie. Oh, God. The amount of movies I could have gone with Lori.
Not gonna
Really,
put
yeah.
up with the
Anyway,
casualties
how about Amy?
stoically any longer.
Same thing,
When we
but
started the
no.
story, we talked
Now,
about
Amy's one friend.
responses Clint Eastwood playing Batman. Well, these Tajians play the role of Robin in this story. They can't wait. They lose their temper. It's sort of portrayed and they charge toward this line of Persians. The guys holding the shields up and
Not from within
rank after rank of archer behind them, pouring arrow fire into them. They charge down there. They're gonna get
No, but they used to judge their life with that thing.
Robin's gonna
Well, anyway,
but all of a sudden,
I'd seen, like,
in a moment of trauma has
car accidents. They're terrible things to see. I want to have a day where, like, whatever Dick said, you don't have anyone die from in the street or from a car. That's achievable. I dream of a day where nobody dies, like that fucking Nickelback song. But especially in Israel, I don't know if we can do it everywhere, but in Israel, where they'd be on the news, they'd be like, "We fucking did it. It was an accomplishment. No one died today."
Once more, as they were about to engage with Mardonius and his men, they, the Spartans, performed the ritual of sacrifice. The omens were not favorable, and meanwhile many of their men were killed and many more wounded, for the Persians had made a barricade of their wicker shields, and from the protection of it were shooting arrows in such numbers that the Spartan troops were in serious distress. This, added to the unfavorable results of the sacrifice, at last caused Pausanias to turn his eyes to the temple of Hera, and to call upon the goddess for her aid, praying her not to allow the Greeks to be robbed of their hope of victory. Then, while the words were still upon his lips, the sacrificial victims promised success.
What would you ask? I would just say,
against the enemy,
Cena.
Stop shooting their arrows and
It
prepare to
is.
meet them
I
face
would
to
when
face.
you go to Cena, I'd say, barrel up. Barrel
Now,
up.
what this meant is that the
No,
Persians are
barrel
on
wine
your
is
side,
with Rabbi. Basil up.
that they're best
You-
at.
You run the show there. Your pocketbook runs the show there. Not necessarily everywhere, but you, if you ever want to have another Jew buried in your fucking cemeteries ever, you will say, Rabbi Cena, there's something going on here. I was on the internet, and this motherfucker knows that I have a little flashlight, and that you gave me a hater for this little flashlight on Shabbat, which is cool. I'm not saying anything about it, but he's like, if he knows me that well, and I don't really remember him too well.
At the end of the battle, the Greeks have suffered very few casualties.
And he's saying that you have emails that he wants you to produce for our shul. If you want to continue being our rabbi, it is
surveys and all kinds of things to try to figure out how effective things like archery fire would be.
important that you give the shul every email that you ever receive from Michael Y. Rothschild at gmail.com. Every single one. I want them up there. They're going to be on. There aren't that many that I sent to Rabbi Cena. Rabbi Christian and I, those are books. But the other one, and I want them, they'll be on the fucking wall when you walk in, every single one of them. It's that important to me. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, you'll read this thing and it's like, I'm making halakhic arguments that are valid about Elvis Presley, and they are valid. They just haven't been discussed openly in an open forum. No one's wanted to take on these arguments, but from Elvis Presley to Moshe Rabbeinu and everyone in between. I mean, these are very good arguments. These are very important arguments, but
you begin to see the difference.
But I have nothing to hide there.
And from a distance, when the Persians are shooting at you, which is their style, no big deal.
I would be its
The
president.
Spartans closed that gap, that no man's land between them. Very big
Like
deal.
one of the years. I didn't. It was something. It was a goal of mine to be its president, and I actually didn't think I could be a president. Why people don't know this. If you were in some programs, you're not allowed to be the president of some shul in America. Yeah. But are you allowed to be that? But I was okay with not being there. But here's the fucking funniest thing about it. Oh my god, it's a bunch of bullshit. Really? Yeah. There was no real president of the shul. It was a joke. It was an absolute joke. Why? The one guy who was the president who started it, they never told him. Oh, then they said like the Rebbitzin was the president, so kind of but they never took him, the original guy, off to be the president when young Israel was checking it off, and it was like, I don't get into it all, but basically, like, they were franchised. It's like McDonald's. so long as they're getting their cut, they're fine. But they weren't checking into their shit. They make sure they're checking their shit. Really? I know Rabbi Hammer, and I know him fucking his email address very fucking well. Let me just tell you, he's gonna do what I say when I say it. Really? Yeah. What's your favorite of these? Well, mine. But I really,
almost whole armies running
well, actually, I'm Beth Jacob too, but actually Beth Jacob that's where my friends were, and
just because you're brave, and just because your friends are brave,
I like
around
that
you,
shit
what happens
a lot.
if the 10,000 Spartans,
And
with their 10-foot spears like a giant pincushion, start charging at you?
I mean, that's what I would have done. My friends would have been like, Mikey, had he had any chance, he would have gone to the Jewiest motherfucking Jew and said, which one of you fucking Jews runs fucking Hollywood? He would have been, I want to fucking the Jewish motherfucking Jew I can find. Really? And wouldn't you know, I would be
How do you stand there
the Jewish motherfucking
and
Jew we
accept
could
the
find.
charge, especially
Really?
if you're
Yeah,
not
because nobody is really that fucking observant. Really?
You're not
Yeah.
gonna have any armor.
It's like
You're the standard Persian infantry behind the front
my
line.
friends would be
You're
like,
not
okay,
gonna
how
have an
observant
helmet.
did you get? I'd be like, Amish observant, and they'd be like, yeah, like no
You're gonna
car,
get
no electricity. Yeah, but when Jews start to hear that like no electricity, wait, what do you mean no electricity? And they're like, yeah, no television, no internet, no. I would literally just sit here. I had a box. I had a fucking Kedem box of oh no, was it Kedem? No. I had a Baron Herzog box of wine, and this actually is what I didn't like. I had a Baron Herzog box of wine, and I would drink a bottle of wine every week. And I didn't think that was a good look, and I still don't think it's a good look. If you're a single person, I do not think it's a good thing for you to drink alone. My family doesn't do it. My father didn't do it. I don't like to do it, and I would only do it because it was a religious obligation. But instead, as you see, we have. You guys know. It's becoming wine, but we have
helmets and pads, and big old spears facing another NFL team. No helmets, no pads, and short swords.
I would get here, and I would.
Nevertheless, if you read between the lines,
and I know some Jews get to this point, but the only thing that I had that I really was about which I was worried was the light here. That's an automatic light flicking on and off, of which I had no control, and the lock on the door down here. But I was able to come in the side door if needed, so that everything was like I was not using electricity or anything, no radio, nothing, and just sat here and would drink. And it was not a good thing religiously. But why would you drink? Well, I would drink a bottle of wine. When I say drink, it sounds like a lot. It's over the course of like 25 hours, and of that, 3 of the glasses of wine are like mandated. So depending on how big the bottle is, it was like I don't know, maybe like 6 glasses of wine or something like that. But I would get to the point where then I didn't like having to have wine that I was either gonna have to throw out or keep for the next week or whatever. I wanted to just be done and move the next week, so I would drink the whole bottle. And when I first started doing it, I would get very drunk, and then just pass out, waiting for the sun to go down, and it was just super fucking boring. I'd go to shul and I would do all the other things, but there wasn't like a thriving shul atmosphere. I did have friends, and I would eventually go to their place and not have that. We'd do a lot of things, and we would have a completely Shomer Shabbos, but when you have people, well, did you have electronics and things like that? No, but I had people. And did they use electronics? Absolutely. And they tried, while I was there, no, but they tried to make it look good. I had no. But like, when people hear, like, I wouldn't touch a phone. I would not even have Wi-Fi connected. I would take my phone, and no one is this dedicated to it. I would take my phone, I would shut it off, I would put it in a. These become really big. I have it. It's right over here. I would put it in a. What do you call these? Bag.
Truthfully, if you read that, maybe from the Persian point of view,
it makes a
you
cage.
see that the Persians stood up.
Faraday cage, not a T. Faraday cage. I would put my cell phone in a Faraday cage. No other Jew does that on Shabbat. No one.
If the 10,000 or 15,000 hoplites bear
Not my
down
rabbi.
on
None of them. Nobody
you,
put their fucking phone in a
for
fairy.
something.
So that's how dedicated to
Okay,
it I
so
got.
the spirit
But then
comes
what?
forward, I'm gonna
Well,
break
it was this
I
argument
mean,
that I
you
always
don't
had
even
in my
have
own
that
head.
opportunity.
That
You're
was like,
facing
well, electricity
50
isn't
miles
combustion.
away your heads. I mean,
And
this
that
is a
means like
giant
this
coming at you.
USB lighter
What's your
isn't
plan?
combustion. So what happens when you have this? Am I going to be the only old motherfucker? Because I will be. Who's like, no, I'm not using the electric car, and I'm not using all these other things on Shabbat because my grandfather didn't, and his grandfather didn't, and his grandfather didn't. Because fuck, my grandfather was driving a Cadillac. Probably. But so anyway, who knows? Probably. Who knows when Shabbat is? And that was another thing too. We didn't know when Shabbat was. When you really start learning about time, you realize that this was all aligned in like the 19th century, but it hasn't been consistent. So like, when is Shabbat? And with the time changes that go on, that affects things. Not necessarily a whole day, but it certainly affects when Shabbat is in Judaism and things like that. And then other things started to arise, where I had friends of mine who were traveling to Antarctica, and it's like, when Shabbat in Antarctica? Because you know, when you're very observant, you know where the sun is fucking going down, basically anywhere in the world. Or you start to think about these things because you need to know like when you're gonna have to pray and things. And it was like, well, it doesn't set. So you do it whenever you normally would with a clock. But it's like, not even that's accurate. And you don't want to be that accurate. Naftali Bennett's going to say, well, I'm going to say, Naftali Bennett, what time is it? He's going to say, I don't know, whatever time it is on my phone. Okay, what would that be? I don't know, 023? Is that military time? Whatever the fuck it is. 0023? What do you call that? So it would be like 1,200 hours, 1,300 hours is military time. Military time is very easy. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock are all the same. 1 o'clock p.m. is just 13. 2 o'clock p.m. is 14. 3 o'clock p.m. is 15. 4 o'clock p.m. is 16. 5 o'clock p.m. is 17. 6 o'clock p.m. is 18. 7 o'clock p.m. is 19. 8 o'clock p.m. is 20. 9 o'clock p.m. is 21. 10 o'clock p.m. is 22. 10 o'clock p.m. is 22. 11 o'clock p.m. is 23. And it would be like 23:59 is almost midnight, and then midnight is
hard-fought battle beat the Thebans, the allies of the Persians, send them back to Thebes. They go running back to Thebes. The Greek army,
I've never actually
led by the
said
Spartans,
what
but
it is.
eventually joined by the Athenians, surround
Normally it said at 0800, but because O is easier to say than 0. But so would it be 00 25 hours?
It sounds like they just put up almost no resistance up at that point, which is interesting in terms of human psychology too. If you're in that situation, what's the right move? Your adversaries have you surrounded.
0-100 hours.
You're stuck in that
So
stockade, and then when they
000 in military time is pronounced 0-100 hours. And then if your day ends at midnight, you end your day at 2400 hours. So are 0-100 hours and 2400 hours at the same time? Yeah, it's just if your day begins at midnight, you would say I started 0-100 hours, and so right now it would be 0-125. And if we were ending it, or we just ended it, we would say 24 hours. But we're in the new day. So it's 0-126 right now. Anyway, are you done? No, that's not fair time. And from where did we learn it? Home Improvement. That fucking general who was Patricia Richardson's father on that show. And he came out and was like, I can never remember what the fuck
Traditionally, the Persians are portrayed as losing the majority of their men in the fighting.
Oh, it's really easy. It's like you take 1,800 out, you take whatever time it is, and you subtract 12 from it, unless it's in the first 12. If it's the first 12, this is exactly what it would be. And you explain it in this really complicated manner. But he was right. It's basically, if it's a PM or post-meridian as opposed to anti-meridian, meridian being 12, it would be known as like high noon, basically. But that's not normally when it is. Don't think that noon is when the sun is highest over you. It doesn't work that way. It depends where you are on Earth. And if you're on the equator, it should be that way, but only perfectly on the equator. And even the equator kind of varies a little bit. So don't be like anyone's perfectly right. Anyway, that'd be like the zenith, and then the nadir is lowest. But it'd be like the opposite to the center of the Earth. All right, are you done? No, shut this guy in the nadir. But yeah, anyway, are you done?
Now, the problem you have with these numbers, just so you know, and it screws up the casualties too, is that you have people.
What? He and I fought over the Apollo mission, and I would just be like, I'm absolutely right on it. And he was like, basically, I'm not going to go into the whole argument, but everything in my law school, I fought on two really big things. One, to power the Rothschild family, and two, truthfully, the power of the banking system. But two,
but some historians have pointed out that they might not have been
the Apollo program. And everything I said about the Apollo program is so true. His big argument was this: my grandfather worked on the Apollo mission. Great, that's wonderful. He'd be really grateful. And basically,
what's more, there will be another battle that will happen. Traditionally happens at the exact same time Platina is going on. Probably happened a little bit after.
Well, I mean, I don't want to insult him or insult his grandfather, but I would just say I was right then and I'm right now.
Basically, what happens is the remnants of the Greek fleet.
He may say, well, why don't you want to get into that debate? I'd say I could all day long. It's not going to help anybody. Go to what I posted on Facebook then is as absolutely relevant as it is now. It's a funny thing happened on Woody the Forum. That's just
very much like the battle of
really, yeah.
all over again. The hoplites charging, tearing down the wall of wicker shields.
You're gonna watch it? No, I'm not gonna get into all that. And what else did you post? The Money Masters. Why? Tell the world how the fucking banking system works. I mean, if anything, I'd want my friends on Facebook. My friends, I would want them to know this is how the fucking world works. This is where Facebook went wrong. There got to be this whole like, oh, I've got this crazy aunt on Facebook. I didn't, but perhaps people would think I've got a crazy aunt, crazy uncle, crazy someone on Facebook, and they're spouting their lies and bullshit. Okay, fine. Well, that's, in my opinion, that they shouldn't have their opportunity to have their say, and you could just mute them. There's like a mute button. Instead, they took that person off the internet, and so now they don't use that fucking platform anymore. So when Facebook originally started, they didn't have a way to ban anyone. So it was this open opportunity for anyone to do whatever they wanted. And so I was the first person to really post anything very controversial on it. And it was about the banking system and the Apollo program. And what happened? Well, then I posted this. If anybody gets a manifesto, I get a manifesto. While I was in law school, and it started like this. This is your captain's duty, which would be a thing. I would captain a fucking ship in space someday if this is actually like Star Trek style. If this is actually true, if anybody ever finds out about this, I'm like the captain of the Starship Enterprise thing. That you're looking at your captain. Really? Yeah, but anyway, this one time, I was bleeding from my head, and I couldn't fucking stop bleeding, to the point where I would push on my head here, and my knees would give out, and I'd pass out on the fucking ground, like my head would boom, boom, boom. And then I'd awake, like, moments later, or minutes later, blood in a pool of my own blood. Anyway, there's blood everywhere. There's bloody handprints all over this fucking world. Anyway, why? I 86 myself into another world with a X-Acto knife. I don't want to get into it all now. It's on the back stretch. Are you done? So what?
First one is one of those, the spear versus the bow. the idea that the Greeks had, and a lot of historians still today, that you look at the equipment difference. Herodotus writes about it too. One side had armor, the other didn't. One side had these long spears, the other didn't. One side had heavy shields, the other really didn't. The Greeks also sort of had a subtext to this sometimes. It wasn't just that one side had spears and the other had bows, but that different kinds of men are created, when you're an archer versus when you are a close combat infantryman, right? And that when it came time to an actual clash of spears,
What's a
the Greeks were
Hooverville?
melee fighters.
A homeless encampment?
Certainly not.
Basically is what we'd call them today. But in the future, Hoovervilles will be really, really nice. Really, yeah. When you refer to something as a Hooverville, it'll be like a nice area. But before, like during the Depression, it's really cool. But in the future, it'd be like, oh, Beverly Hills, that's a Hooverville. Really, yeah. And Beverly Hills gets very,
when you see how dominant they are, if the Persians look at Greek hoplites and say, wow, they're really effective, why don't they just go make their own?
Well, I know this woman named Beverly.
For some reason, just put a Greek helmet
and
Greek armor.
Everybody in Beverly Hills starts looking like Beverly. Really?
And have them fight like European Greeks. This is a huge question I've always had in my mind. Why?
How?
It's been tried all through history. There's
well,
famously imitation legionaries during
looking fly as fuck, having a nice red dress. Really, everybody knows this fucking red dress. So we'll start it right at that point.
Somebody would say, "Listen,
but, yeah.
what they've got. Go make me some of
those."
Like,
go on, get.
Pay them some money. They equip their troops like Romans. They train them like Romans, but they don't fight like Romans. Why not? Maybe the same reason today that some of the great militaries will go give their stuff and training to other countries' militaries, and yet when they have to fight, they've got the good stuff, they've got the top training, but they don't fight the same. Why? We've talked in the past about this really hard to quantify and very scary in terms of, kind of moves into areas where you can.
So what happened in
bigotry, but it gets into the question of
Club City. So this guy and I enjoyed this, whatever. And we enjoyed the joint. What does that mean? We enjoyed the place. Like, people talk about joints all the time. Oh, of all the gin joints and all the land, you walked into mine. So that's a joint. This is a joint, like your tendons and shit. So what? So we enjoyed the joint. Though we were outside, you could still say, it was a hell of a joint. Really? Whatever the hell this is. So then what? Because I've never had it. I don't know what that is. I don't know what drugs are or anything. So I was like, so you could buy Wi-Fi from this guy? And I was like, yeah, this seems like, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to make it in LA. But this doesn't seem like it. Maybe I'll try to make it out. Like, if anything, if I ever made it, I would make it. It'd be like, you get a house, you get a house, you get a house, you get a house. Because these people were living in the middle of the desert in the summer, and it was so hot there. I asked, does anyone have air conditioning? Like, these are good questions I felt. And they're like, well, somebody's got an RV, but basically, if you need air conditioning, you need to run a motor. And most people were living in like tents and stuff, or like mobile homes, manufactured homes. But not like nice, like not a nice trailer, a trailer that was already burned out that somebody put out there, and then they repainted it. It's like paint on rust, or like when this becomes a thing, containers, putting containers out there and making nice houses out of them. I think I might live in a container house someday, or a few of them, maybe a lot of them. But anyway, container store. My mom went there with my aunt. But yeah, anyway, they went. Where else did they go? The hardware place and Crate and Barrel, the rarest part of the Cracker Barrel, and what else? Pottery Barn and Apothecary Trade.
Until they do, they're fighting.
Why? Because a bunch of these fucking bitches are fucking
the Greeks can't win
bitches.
Without coming in contact with the Persians. But the minute they do,
are you
they're
done?
armored for it, they're equipped for it, they're trained for it. They may be hardened by generations of people who promote the very things it takes to win in a hand-to-hand encounter.
What else?
These Greeks may have a culture of melee, and once melee fighting happens, they're in their element. But then there's much less controversial and weird and hard to quantify reasons that are thrown out for why the Persians may have lost also. And the Occam's razor one is poor decisions. Poor decisions at every level, from the king
They have
deciding
open
to
lines.
do
You
things,
gotta call them.
let's go to war here.
I've tried before and I could not get in.
Battlefield, spur
Really?
of the moment
It
ones
was
made
like,
by the general on site.
I've tried it a few times. Is this a real thing? Do you really get? It's like I've been listening to this for decades and never called. It was like, we called. It was like,
in the morning you wake up at the Battle of Plataea, and all those Greeks are
really
moving off in other directions, and their
but then
lines
how
are
the
broken,
fuck
and they're
does
running away. It's done.
Cornelius in Louisiana get on?
How do you blow that? But they did. The historian that comes right after this period, he's one of the biggies and one of the
Paranormal
greats.
bait. This is just some mock me.
He
Why?
basically says, and I'm paraphrasing here, the barbarians blew
Well, because
it.
I think this is a cool way how to meet chicks. Like, look, I don't fucking give a shit about your.
Thrown out there as a reason that the Persians fell victim to one of the great military upsets in all time.
I probably would care about everything that a girl would say. But on top of all that, what are like the furthest parts of from society that are really, really interesting? Do you like that kind of stuff? And if she's like, no, then I'd be like, we're not going to do it. But if she's like, oh yeah, my paranormal matchmaker normal date, I'm on senior. She's like, I'm actually on senior paranormal date. Oh yeah, I'm UFO MILF.
Everything that it takes for more than a year. Difficult to do. Herodotus tells a story of
that's UFO MILF. I always thought that was UFO MILF. No, it's UFO. So it's ufology, like ufology, and it's UFO MILF.
Like that were true. Think about how that would impact decisions by the Persians.
I'm UFO MILF on paranormal senior date. I was like, oh, I'm fucking time on TikTok.
So maybe you do something that otherwise would have been considered a poor decision, unless the people who were judging you knew. With the supply constraints working on you might have been. Supply is an extremely likely thing. It certainly impacted every level of the campaign. Finally, there's a school of thought, and this one goes all the way back to ancient Greece too, and still has its adherents, and a lot of people think certainly, even if it wasn't the main reason.
Is that one done?
What about the idea that the Greeks just wanted to use a sports phrase? The Persians are sitting here trying to add a relatively small and poor territory to their already ginormous empire. How motivated are you? They're professionals. The king rewards people who do well. There's a whole lot of good reasons and carrots and sticks operating.
Some lady's gonna be like, I have very smooth skin, but I'd really like some actions. Hey, you don't want it. I used to get it in the winter, right here. Yeah, it's like weird flake.
Yeah, you ever do anything about it?
Nonetheless,
I just ran through it.
do that.
Man pain.
And freedom, or at
That's
least
my
the right to
goal.
go by your own people, is important to you. You probably feel more strongly about than adding this poor little territory on the fringes of the known world to your already ginormous empire. So the idea that the Greeks were fighting for more certainly rings true. You look at a lot of other conflicts throughout history where one side seemingly should steamroll the other, and they don't. There are lots of other reasons. Tactics is even thrown out there. Maybe, as we said, it's a conjunction of several of these things working together.
Are you done?
The bottom line, though, is that, when I was growing up, there was a long tradition, 40 years ago, the histories that were written of portraying these victories as shattering victories. And Persian history is having this watershed moment in the year 479. Right before 479, they're on the rise. After 479, they're on the decline. 479 is like the year they're at the top of the ladder, right? The wooden shoes are going up the ladder, the silk slippers coming down.
There's so many cool. There are only so many cool things in the world, and I know them. Really, yeah, it's like limited. I thought there'd be more cool shit. Anyway,
You're going to see the Greeks go on the counteroffensive and take the war to Persia.
we'll learn some more shit. But like,
What's the
what's the coolest shit in the world? Being comfortable, cozy. Is that the coolest shit in the world? It's very important. If I were to say to like a girl,
Here's the thing, though.
what could I, if I could provide you with anything in the world, I always think to myself, like, if I were a girl, what would I want most from a mate to produce for me? It would be comfort. And I think that's just pretty much universal.
How amazing it was that the Persians could feed and supply these armies over these long
Cool,
distances.
dog.
Well, as an example of
Hey,
how amazing it is, the
Sponge-worthiest.
Greeks
How you
can't do
doing?
that. They can't go
Somebody's just gonna have a shirt. No sponge necessary.
Athenian army into Mesopotamia and feed it. They just can't do
Do they
that.
still make this? No, but I think they would remake. They make the sponge again. That's fucking kind of prophylactic.
Is not in the Greeks' hands. Now, what they can do, theoretically,
Thank you,
is
Patrona.
start a
GG.
rolling chain of revolts, maybe that acts like a line of dominoes and begins to get the Persian Empire to sort of shake itself apart like an earthquake. And there are revolts that happen. There are several historians I would think that it's logical to assume that Persian losses against the Greeks, encouraged places like Babylon and Egypt and all the usual suspects to revolt. And that would have been something that the Persian
Babylon B
king,
becomes good.
generals and everybody, that would have concerned them greatly. Stuff on the peripheries, it's a little bit more like
Are you done?
And here's the thing, if you look at it over the long haul,
People don't know
you can make a case that
Baghdad is Babylon. So when we talk about Babylon, the city, it's Baghdad.
declare victory now.
So when there was a whole war for
Declaring victory,
Iraq and shit,
in
that was
the
a
Second
battle
World War
for
in
Babylon.
1942,
A
just
war of
going on.
Babylon.
I mean, sure, the Persians lost these battles because of these tactical
Don't say that
advantages
fucking
of the
Alvin
Greeks.
Bridges
So
is
what are they
about
going to do?
But Babylon's really big. I mean, Baghdad's really big. Really?
And when you
Baghdad
look at
Babylon
Persian
is
strategy
really
here, you can really see some of the advantages that the Persians have.
Do we call it?
that the
What do
Greeks
we
don't.
call
The
it
Greeks
in
have tactical advantages on the battlefield. The Persians have advantages at a much higher level.
likely eventually Babylon? But
They might not be able to raise any infantry that can compete with Greek hoplites head on, but they have a much more powerful and versatile weapon at their disposal. Gold. Lots of it.
Mumbai becomes Bombay again
You can't
because of
make
Bombay
your own
Sapphire.
hoplites out of your own people, but you sure can hire the originals.
Why? I don't know. We'll see. Bombay Sapphire becomes really big.
Play a large role in the Persian military. What's more, this is really.
I mean, what do I do? What do I know? I'm just talking in my fucking room in my
At a
underwear.
much higher rate, it had always been going on, but if Greeks into Persian.
But if anybody sees this, it might be
because you get
something.
these mercenaries
And
who
then
serve and then come home.
we might be able to help some people.
The other thing the Persians do with this gold is they begin to encourage
That's
the
a Bombay,
Greeks to kill
Bombay
each
Beach.
other.
Bombay,
Two
New York.
things now
That's
go
Babylon,
away in
New
the
York.
story that will change the story greatly. The first thing that goes away is Greek cooperation. The terrible threat of Darth Vader right in Greece had encouraged a bunch of city-states that weren't that friendly with each other to drop their antagonisms and work together. When Darth Vader leaves, the antagonisms come right back. Most famously between Sparta and Athens. This begins to be something that Persian gold will figure out a way to exploit and encourage. Persians might not be able to kill Greeks on the battlefield very effectively. Even Plataea and Italy were any laboratory tests, but they sure do a good job of killing each other. Persian gold can encourage that. The other thing that goes away at this point in the story, and you can argue he's the most important person in the story, is our storyteller. This is where Herodotus' history ends. His movie's over, and you miss him terribly. Earlier we said historian Peter Briot had said something to the effect of, Herodotus gets all this criticism for not being factually accurate. He's all you have, and you'll really miss him when he's gone, and now he is. And this person that we have used to help colorize this story since the very beginning, when he's gone, a lot of the color goes with him. And we are left with some of the old ways of putting the story together. It's the opposite of the Wizard of Oz that went from black and white to color in the middle of the picture. We've had color the whole way, and all of a sudden,
Shout out to all
it goes
New
back
York
to black and white without Herodotus. Now, when you're talking about the ancient past, black and white generally means the sort of things that archaeologists can find. Whether you're talking about carvings or artwork.
Oh, shout out to STD Test Experience. Shout out to this one place. I think I've been spoken for. It's this Out of the Closet or something in Long Beach is where I knew there was one. But I'm sure there's one in West Hollywood and some other places. What is it? They offer STD testing. I just think that's really cool. Free STD testing. Really? Did you ever need it? No. No. I don't have any. You could test me for it. But some lady would be like, dude, whatever he has, I want. Really, yeah, but I don't have any. Thank God. Thank God. Really, yeah. One time I thought I had, but I called, this is very interesting, I called it dermatological herpes.
Theseus,
My doctor said that doesn't exist.
worked for the
There's
Persian
like oral
kings,
herpes and like
lived in Persia, went to the dinner parties, had Persian
genital
friends, says
herpes,
he saw the Persian historical
little
records
did she
himself.
know it does exist. It just wasn't yet discovered. Basically, it's some kind of herpes that you can get in the skin that is the same thing that you'd have outbreaks of. I don't have herpes. I've never had herpes. I could just tell you though that I once thought I had it and I made it up because why did you say that? I had cystic acne and I did not know how to describe it, and it would come about like I'd have
and seems on one level to cater to a contemporary
hormonal changes. I would have like something would happen in my life. Whenever I'd have anything stressful happen in my life, a week later I'd have a big symptom, like a cystic acne. It was like whatever it was, like clockwork. And I remember telling my friend this once. He was like, "Wow, that sounds like a herpes outbreak." And I was like, "I don't know." But
that's the level he was.
I then started reading about herpes, and I thought,
geopolitically focused history, a film on the epic grand
well, maybe that's what I have on my, but not like on my mouth or anything, like on my forehead. And his doctor's like, that's not a thing. And she was right. It's not a thing currently in dermatology, but it would be. It's not like a new thing. It's like it is a thing, but it hasn't been discovered yet. Like you have to look into it, but there's some way for herpes to get in the skin. Really? Yeah. Well, doesn't that freak out everyone? It's like a certain way, and it doesn't happen normally, or people would have it all the time. But there is a way, but it's not current. It's not like it's normally done or something like that. But I can tell you, the rabbit made me aware. At one time, this would be very funny, that I thought I had an STD. I didn't really think I had an STD. I didn't know what was wrong with me, and saw that one of the I had just shared
are the people who are writing about a completely different subject.
Reaction.
And they just happen to, as part of their story, include some
I had
facts that are
shared
relevant to yours. One of the best historians of the ancient world, a guy who starts writing right after Herodotus, Thucydides, Thucydides. He's
I had shared.
He's writing a story about the Greeks fighting with each other. But there's, sidebar information about the Persians
but
occasionally.
they weren't the same. And so what did I have? I had what was called, and this gets me that lady. She said to me, Bubby, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you. And right away, she just cut no shit with me. She said, what happened to your face? And I said I had an infection. And she said, what kind? She had been a nurse or something at some point. No, she hadn't. She was in the industry. She hadn't been a nurse. But this was interesting that she she had worked in the entertainment industry. Perhaps she had worked in something, though, because I said, and this is what I don't know that I can't pronounce it wrong, but it's serratia, and it can kill you. I didn't say that. I said serratia. And she said, oh my God. And you survived? And at the time, I was like, yeah, but I very came close to death. And that wasn't when I near death experience. So that was when I talked about that. Anyway, that wasn't near death experience. I didn't see anything, no. But I do know someone my mom had a boss, and that happened to her, and then Sharon, and we'd want to ask her about that. Why? Because she could either go to the light or go to the darkness. And if you go to the light, you die. If you go to the darkness, you survive. And she had this feeling, don't go to the light, go to the darkness. Really? Yeah. And she survived. The light would have killed her. The darkness. Really? Yeah. Anyway, but we'd have to ask her about this. I don't know anything about it. But anyway, this lady was like, "Can you survive?" And I said, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, come on." And she took care of me. She was really nice to me. And she had a lot of cats. I can tell you that. She's like that lady in The Simpsons. Really? Not crazy like that, but that many cats.
Connection time-wise to them. And so when he gives you some sort of theme for the story, whether or not the theme is true, the way he uses it is one thing, but it tells you something about the people living in that era and the way they portrayed or thought about or remembered these events. Herodotus ends his movie, if you will, with a little story. The story is about the guy, the legendary King Arthur type figure who founds the Persian Empire.
So somebody's gonna be like, so you don't have any STDs? I'm like, no. Like disappointingly. She's like, oh, why? Because she's like, I wanted to get something. I wanted to be like, oh, dude, let's get some gonorrhea. I need something new in my life. No. Knock yourself out. I show you right now. I get pulled down. I used to. That's why you haven't seen this. All my fucking accounts got taken down because I've been naked for half the fucking year. Really? Yeah, I mean, you can still find me just whacking off really aggressively on Instagram on some like esoteric accounts that I have. So it's out there, but they tried to take me down everywhere.
Cyrus did not think much of this suggestion. He replied that they might act upon it if they pleased.
Are you done though?
But added the
That
warning
would be my
that if they
question.
did so,
You could whack
they
off
must
aggressively
prepare
all you want.
themselves to rule
Are you done?
no longer, but to be ruled by others. Soft countries, he said, breed soft men. It is not the property of any one soil to produce fine fruits and good soldiers too. The Persians had to admit, Herodotus writes, that this was true, and that Cyrus was wiser than they, so they left him, and chose rather to live in a rugged land and rule, than to cultivate rich plains and be subject to others. End quote. Well, by the time Herodotus wrote that, the Persians lived and occupied some very rich plains indeed. And the theme of a growing Persian decadence starts with Xerxes and becomes one of the most dominant parts of the entire narrative. And not just decadence, but also decline.
Just tells me I'm dehydrated.
One of the weirdest metrics I think that's ever developed, but it's natural to see how. And
Are you done?
is this idea that you can trace the rise and fall of civilizations to how they're doing in terms of territorial acquisition and retention. Is the Roman Empire rising? Well, are they still conquering territory and expanding? If so, then they're rising. The minute that they stop expanding and start to contract, they're falling. They're in decline. Of course, that ignores the empires that, like the stock market, expand and contract based on their fortunes. China, as the Chinese, for example. Nonetheless, the Persians, in that sense, do sort of follow
That's
the Roman
the
Empire,
hardest.
where they expand, like the blob in the science fiction movie that we talked about earlier, to a certain point. And once they stop, it's all about trying to hold on to
That's
what
the
you have.
loudest the wind is
In the
blowing.
old, especially 19th century way of viewing things, that's a sign of an empire decline. You know, the idea that this decadence
Santa Ana
and
Winds,
decline
kids, it's their
reached a
thing.
point where you no
Windsor,
longer
Canada's the
have
thing. My friend got
shoes
stabbed in
sitting
Windsor,
staircase,
Canada.
well into the
Really? Yeah, I was with
going
him.
down.
Really? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there because of stabbing brothers in Windsor with them at the time. Really? Yeah, so if you're like, oh, Canada's so fucking nice, I had the exact opposite fucking idea of it. Like, the only time I was there, there was like a 14% chance of getting stabbed of the friends with whom I was. Really? We were trying to buy drugs. Not drugs.
If I asked you if you wanted to go back to one of the
Any,
shoes era,
whatever you're doing right now, we were doing. Really, yeah.
simple and the rules may be more strict. I see two ends of the spectrum, either like Viking-like, could be one level of the wooden shoes era where you're so tough that you're just, it's like a Darwinian nightmare, day-to-day existence. Or
No, man,
like
actually, Windsor's a whole fucking lot. There's this place called Cheetahs or something. There's,
effort and Spartan denial.
I don't like strip clubs, but I do like having beers outside of strip clubs. Why don't you like strip clubs? It's too easy. I want to work for a girl. I don't want her to give me. I don't want to have to pay. I don't want to have to do it. It's a fucking. There's strip club pickup, which I could teach you, which is a thing. And I picked up girls. I picked up strippers at strip clubs and things like that. I don't like them. But I've had an entire strip club offer to have sex with me, but all at once. No, they just are all offering me lap dances in the back rooms and things like that for free. And this was in a different place where you could have sex together. Did you want to? I wanted to go home. No. And the only reason why I was there was it would have been dangerous for me to have gone. I was with friends and my uncle, and I wanted to go home, and they're like, "We're going to this place, and we're not going home for." So I was like, "Will you drop me off?" They're like, "No." And I didn't have the money for a taxi. I was in the middle of Mexico. I didn't know where the fuck I was. And so anyway, but this was in fucking Canada, and what? The girls there were beautiful. I can tell you that. But what else? Windsor's a fucking place. You can be 19 and drink there. And so we go there. We were like 19 in a bar, which was a thing, and it was a lot of fun. Okay, there's more else. Anyway, but what? I never had any money, so it was like maybe I could afford a bar and afford a beer in Windsor, Canada, but I can't afford strip clubs. I could always do a little thing, but I couldn't ever really. But what about Mexico? It sounded like you were there and all that. Yeah, I mean, I say that, and maybe I could have gone in there, but it just wouldn't have been fun for me. So I don't know. But at least in Mexico, I know that was a for sure. An entire strip club say that I was like, absolutely not. And I just sat in the corner. You can ask my friends. They're like, actually, he's absolutely right. He had a whole strip club that offered him free lap dances, and he turned them all down. And we were just like, damn, you are really, really traditional. I don't know how it's conservative, but I was very traditional. That's how I put it. Why? That's just not how I think you treat people. And
revolutionary activity, those Athenians and their little
I mean, have I been to them? Yeah, I'm talking about them, but I don't.
Also,
that isn't to say you can't have a whole lot of fun on them as well, but people should be able to unionize and kind of things. I think I'd be. Well, I'd have to say this. I was an exotic dancer in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Magic Mike style, really? Yeah, with my friend Josie and my friend, I don't remember this other guy's name, but they were in the military. But yeah, and they'd say that I absolutely did it, and I was the best of them, and it would get them a whole lot of benefits in the future. So they're like, yep, he's the best dancer we've ever seen, which I am. Yep, he's the best dancer you've ever seen, best exotic dancer you've ever seen. But yeah, so it's in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yep, we even tagged this. Magic Mike style. Like, Rabbi's an exotic dancer. And
so from the Persian point of view,
but I did not like that dances. But yeah, I went to a strip club here the last night. I was in California before I had to move back permanently, and I just had the most beautiful heart-to-heart with an exotic dancer. In like in a chair, and I was like, my life is over. I'm gonna have to move, blah 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 blah. And I still got her number. Really? Yeah. Bleeding out of my face. I couldn't believe it. And I think it was a real number. Really? Yeah. Why? Because she texted me after. She had my number too. We exchanged numbers, and she texted me after, and I no. She didn't have mine. We didn't exchange numbers. I got her number. I figured it was a fake number. I texted it saying, I'm sorry, I have to go. And I did. And I drove to Las Vegas. So that's where my flight was, out of where my flight was. But she texted me back that she wished me the best. And, thank you for the time. But, yeah. Anyway, she was a really nice person. And there's been that person, and this other person I met, she was like a Russian person from Chicago, who, I wanted to see what a strip club was like, and this one in particular. Why? Because I basically grew up in this fucking thing parking lot. And
common until the 1950s.
I didn't know it, but
A lot of books even.
it's possible to hold court in a strip club and leave your kid in the fucking parking lot, and
kept the same
if you don't tell your wife about it,
extremely satisfying from a storyteller and old-time historian.
it can occur. So anyway,
The empire of Darius lasted hardly a century. The moral as well as the physical backbone
I was a little
of
kid,
Persia
and
was
not little. I mean, I was
broken
like a
by
young person. I was
Marathon,
18, though.
Salamis,
And I remember
the emperors
being
exchanged
at this fucking
Mars for
parking lot,
Venus,
and
the nation
why?
descended into corruption
If
and apathy.
someone was
The
in
decline
town,
of Persia
and
anticipated
I'm not
almost in detail the decline of Rome.
we couldn't afford
Immorality
shit.
and
But if somebody was in
degeneration
town
among the people,
and they wanted to go to a
accompanied
strip
violence and
club,
negligence on the
sometimes
throne.
they were
The
met at a strip
Persians,
club,
like the
and
Medes before them, passed from
then we go to
Stoicism
the
to
university club.
Epicureanism in a few
And
generations. Eating became the principal occupation
so
of
what?
the aristocracy.
And it didn't
These
happen
men, who had once made it a rule to eat but once a day, now interpreted
to the point where I didn't even really remember until now. Like I remember growing up in the fucking linebacker lounge, fucking parking lot, and I lived in the fucking bar of the fucking university club. Because we weren't born in a bar. We weren't born in a barn like the fucking Neds. We were born in a bar. We were raised in a bowling alley. Different
filled the houses
But, yeah.
of the wealthy, while
Are you done?
drunkenness became the common vice of every class.
So then what?
Cyrus and Darius created Persia.
Oh,
Xerxes inherited it. His successors destroyed
No, I went to this one where I had been in that parking lot as a kid,
As a history
and
that's a
I really didn't want to go there. I had a bunch of teachers who were very much against it.
There are two things that are
And
wonderful, but one, it seems to
and I
teach
would
some
have been,
wonderful
first thing I would have done is
cosmic
try to close
lesson,
those
doesn't
down to improve the city.
about the
But it
decay of
doesn't go like that. It
societies based
flips
on
and it becomes very
civilization's
corporate, and those
tools.
places
That's
flip.
satisfying.
Really, everything becomes very sexual.
You know, less
So anyway, it's like,
wisdom,
well, we tried.
acquired wisdom
Really,
from the past.
they
The other
they
thing
tried.
that's
They fought the good fight. But if anything, we could try to get those people.
It's a very satisfying piece of writing. Compare that to something like
Benefits and things like that, and like,
Persia, where so much of it,
you know,
especially the period we're coming up to, is comparing this ancient author to this ancient author and basically finding problems with both of what they say.
protections, and they would be fine with that because they understand society did not go the traditional way. I wanted it to go to the traditional way, and if it did, this is what it would be. Pleasantville. If you've ever seen the movie Pleasantville, it would be like that, which is nice, but behind closed doors, everyone's lying to each other and everyone's stabbing each other in the back. It doesn't become that. It's the opposite of that, which becomes very open and honest and much more sexualized. But I didn't want that. I wanted Pleasantville. I wanted. You can't have both. You can't have a super open, honest society like that, and
that's because the basic structure is real. The details are completely unknown.
People, it's very easy to go to that society. One person who tells lies has to go to that society and they can take over the whole society. It's too easy for that to happen. So a society where people are smart but more sexualized and things are open and free is seen as a better society. But I wanted Pleasantville. Don't ever forget that. And it's still like that in a lot of
That's
ways.
fascinating
Like what?
because everybody understands how ridiculous it is to blame, something like an entire
Rock
culture's
and roll,
on the fact that
dancing.
people are
It's still like that in a lot of
That's
ways.
fascinating
Like what?
because everybody understands how ridiculous it is to blame, something like an entire
Rock
culture's
and roll,
on the fact that people are
dancing,
getting slovenly and that they're slouching towards
social
disaster.
activism. There's still.
At the same time, one could perhaps be convinced that something like that has some sort of role in the grand scheme of things, but try quantifying it. Try diagramming the toxic stew that brings down the Roman Empire and deciding exactly what percentage of responsibility you attribute to the fact that
Okay,
Roman
go
are a
fill
lot
your
less
fridge.
rich,
Go
are a
fill
lot
your
less
fridge.
virtuous than they were back when the empire was rising. You see what I'm saying? It's possible that that plays a role, but when you read these histories, it isn't playing a role, it is playing the role. And you look back on it now, and you just say, okay, something like that is patently ridiculous. And even if once or twice in history something like that can be said to be, in this case, that really is what it was, to use it as some sort of general rule that applies to the rise and fall of civilizations throughout history is ridiculous. And everybody knows it now. But it's colored the way this story is being told. And so much about the way it's colored now is trying to look through the weeds that have grown up over 2,500 years, including such things as, well, Xerxes was hanging out with harem and drinking too much wine. That's what happened, a victim of harem intrigues. Which brings us to the other problem with all this is, wouldn't it be great if we could just, as I said earlier, write all this off and say it's all BS? Harem intrigues is a wonderful example. Traditionally, Xerxes is assassinated. In keeping with the rest of this history of Persia, we don't know how. And you have multiple different accounts. The traditional overview, they'll say, is it's a victim of harem intrigues, with all these women fighting amongst each other and the rivals and the quest for power and the eunuchs and all this stuff. And as we said earlier, when you get these sources from people like Theseus, he may be a little gossipy. So maybe the whole history of Persia comes down to a Princess Di, Prince Charles sort of love triangle deal. But historian Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones, who's the one sort of putting this Theseus translation that I have together, he writes a very good defense of the idea of harem intrigues that sort of gives a pretty darn good historical justification for something that a lot of historians say this is just a motif. There's no such thing as all this. This is a Greek idea, romantic idea of a harem with all the sex and the drinking, and it's like a Greek fantasy. But here's what Llewellyn-Jones has to say about this. And what this does when he defends this idea is once more make us realize that when it comes to the history of the ancient Persian Empire and a lot of this ancient stuff, we don't know anything for sure practically. You can make a case or an argument for multiple interpretations of most things. Llewellyn-Jones writes, quote, "So what then do we make of Theseus's vignettes of powerful queens and eunuchs? It is clear that the royal women of Achaemenid Persia did not live in Perda, nor did they inhabit an orientalist world of sultry sensuality, but they did form part of a strict hierarchical court structure that moved in close proximity to the king. As a component of his harem, they followed the peripatetic lifestyle of the great king. The royal women's importance lay in their allegiance to the maintenance of dynastic power. The Achaemenid dynasty was, after all, essentially a centrally run family business, and at the heart of the operation lay the harem, the king's domestic inner circle of women, offspring, siblings, and slaves. Theseus' stories of female power and agency, he writes, always operate around the safeguarding of the throne and the preservation of personal power. Stories of sexual shenanigans, the stuff of orientalist dreams, are kept to a minimum.
You
And even
are,
when they
you
do
are.
appear, they serve
Who
a
is
bigger
it that
picture.
is like God?
Royal
You
women fought
are.
over rank
Wait,
and
sorry.
position
Who
and
is like?
privilege.
Wait.
And when
Who is
eunuchs
it that is
overreach
like
their
God?
allotted
Michael.
positions and aim for the
Michael.
throne,
Who is
the
it that
queen
is like
acts
God?
swiftly
It
and
is
punish them.
Michael.
For the women, men, and eunuch slaves of the royal family, prestige and access to power lay in their proximity to the king.
Cool, man. I very
The
much like this
squabble,
song.
rivalry,
That was like,
double
da da
dealings,
da da da
murders,
da
and
da.
executions
Michael,
must be
Michael,
seen in the
da da
context
da
of
da
dynastic
da
politics.
da. Michael,
Persia was controlled by an absolute ruler. That is not Orientalist cliche. It is a fact. Absolute monarchies are open to a particular form of political tension, which usually focuses on the royal family and on the noble families that surround the king. Within such institutions, women of the dynastic family
We're the
often
most
rise to
popular
positions of
name
political
from
agency, not through any
approximately
formal
the
route to power,
1950s
but by
to the
other less qualifiable
20,000, like
means.
50 years.
Cross-cultural and cross-temporal comparisons with other court societies reveal this to be the truth. In other words, what Llewellyn-Jones just did there was take one of the things historians today are most comfortable with blaming on Greek stereotypes and makes a darn good historical scientific defense of it. And what does that do? Just muddies the waters even
I think
more.
so, because I think
This
dance
is my
in the future
excuse now.
would be considered a very athletic.
Several
And so I think for me to not consider Michael Jackson as an athlete, or for you to not consider Michael Jackson as an athlete, is very close-minded.
Succession is my structural framework for a story. I knew I was going to be front-loading events because there's so much known and so much written about the first several kings that created the empire. That most people tend, based on the evidence,
Well, I was
to
just saying,
scream
little kids would call her
succeeding
Loretta.
kings of Persia. Why is he succeeding kings to that?
She was named after Loretta.
Greeks are
She's a friend of mine,
racist, so
and
there's less written about them. But you'll get whole reigns like Artaxerxes the First. He reigns for like 4 decades, and he's a person that normally you see a few events of his life put on a timeline. Listen to the way that same Luther writing in 1935, in a paragraph or two, sums up the rest of the
we used to
history
go
of
on
the
a
kings
lot
of
of
Persia
what I call
after
friendship
Xerxes'
tours.
time. Only the records of Rome after Tiberius could rival in bloodiness the royal annals of Persia. The murderer of Xerxes was murdered by Artaxerxes I, who after a long reign was succeeded by Xerxes II, who was murdered a few weeks later by his half-brother Sulpicianus, who was murdered 6 months later by Darius II, who suppressed the revolt of Taratames by having him slain, his wife cut into pieces, and his mother, brothers, and sisters buried alive. Darius II was followed by his son, Artaxerxes II, who at the Battle of Chenapsa had to fight to the death brother, the younger Cyrus. When the youth
I don't know,
tried to
because
seize
I
the
don't think
royal
this
power,
way. But when guys take a girl on a date, I guess they think that like I'm buying something and you owe me something afterwards. I just never ever like. I think it's laughable.
on finding that another son, Ochus, was planning to assassinate
that's even a
Ochus
thing.
ruled for 20
It's like
years and was poisoned by his
she
general.
wants, it's an option, but not even on
This
the first date
iron-liver
necessarily. If she doesn't
placed
want it, all these
Arsus,
other things.
son of Ochus, on the throne.
And
Assassinated Arsus's
anyway, whenever
brothers
we would
to
do
make
anything
Arsus
fun,
secure,
or I would
then
do anything
assassinated
like
Arsus and
I
his
had any
infant
kind of
children,
trick up
and
my
gave the
sleeve,
scepter
I would
to Cotomanus, a safely effeminate friend.
do whatever it is I would do,
In other
and then
words,
she'd say like,
the highlight
she wouldn't say it like in a normal way though. That she would say it like where you would normally be like
seemed to be
fancy. It'd be
remarkable,
it was very funny.
bloody,
She's a
horrific, incestuous,
internally.
assassination-laden way they died.
She will make a wonderful mother someday, like and wonderful educator. She's an Ivy League educator, Ivy doctorate. Very,
Almost
very
none of
smart
them
one.
can be confirmed.
Really, yeah.
These are traditions. You have to decide that you're going to buy the sources.
You like her?
Sometimes the sources differ. For
Well,
example, take
yeah.
the death of
Meaning she's a
anti-hero
friend.
in the Herodotus production, Xerxes.
She would have been. People would want to know.
The sources that are out
Would she have been the
there
girl that you would
different
have married from
stories.
college? No.
Theseus is the one that's usually cited.
Would she have been the girl you would have married from
Theseus
Second Mary?
Xerxes is assassinated
But
by
not from
his
college. Who would that
bodyguard,
have been? A
which
girl
could be
named
kind of
Lindsay.
a bodyguard or a general or a counselor.
Which I think would be refreshing to all my
It's
friends.
interesting.
Like, oh my god,
Bodyguard person is
he
working
moved on after all of it. All these girls out. This kid never stops, baby. Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. Who you going for? Who you going now? Ariana Rockefeller, baby.
But it says that he died in the most shameful way a man can die, by having his throat cut while he sleeps by his son. And then the
That's
story
not
gets interesting.
This is with her grandfather.
Theseus has the two conspirators, the
Is she?
bodyguard that you
Not.
go into
She just
one of
watched that
Xerxes'
motherfucker's
sons.
dog.
You know, these are gonna be the
Really?
people who inherit the throne, which may be the
I bet
bodyguard
they're not
person.
even related.
Telling the son that his brother's the one who killed his father.
Is that like what she looks? Yeah, we've been fucking her.
So that kid, we're told, goes to his
I
brother's
mean,
house
Rockefeller.
and accuses him of killing their father. The older brother says, I didn't kill dad. The younger brother doesn't believe him and kills him. And then, see how they're
Why
wild and they could
do
be true,
you
but you don't know.
have
Then
a
the conspirators
picture
try to get rid of this other son
with
so that maybe the throne's clear for them.
your
And the
dog?
son figures it out or is told, so he turns the tables and he kills the bodyguard and the
What do you call someone who pays you to walk your dog?
method of the boats
I don't know. Wag out would be good.
becomes Artaxerxes
Why
the
do you
first.
have a picture
Now, Artaxerxes the first is a wonderful example of how the rest of the story is going to go until
with
the very
your
last
dog
king
walker?
of the Persian Empire, or maybe the second to last, depending on how you
Walker?
chronicle that.
Dog walker.
But that's that. Here's a guy
That's not gonna make any sense. It doesn't make sense now. It makes sense on
65
the back there.
BC to 424
With
BC. It's an enormous reign,
Your
4
with
decades plus,
the
right?
person
Yet if you look at Artaxerxes the first's
who
life, it's like a few
pays
bullet points on a timeline.
you to
That's how all the rest of these kings
Hey.
are until the last one or two. It's tempting to say maybe that's just because there wasn't a whole lot to record. Maybe Artaxerxes the
walk
first is a great
their
manager, maybe like
dog.
Darius was a great CEO of Persia Corps, and he's so great that the steady hand on the wheel keeps there from being these
Ariana
enormous flare-ups of things that make great historical
Rockefeller,
stories. Although probably it's more connected to the fact that
you
he's
stuck
working other parts of the
up,
Persian Empire. Remember, there's an entire Persian Empire on the other
bitchy
side of the Persian capital that the Greeks know very little about. It's like the dark side of the moon to them. But there's a lot going on there, and a lot of the more modern historians point out that that's probably the more important part of the empire to
Love
the
ya.
Persians themselves. So who knows what Artaxerxes is doing? He's famous, though, in the Greek story for being the guy who codifies a practice that the Persians were already doing, but sort of makes it the foreign policy of Persia
YOLO.
when dealing with the Greeks. Artaxerxes is the one who decides to make it the policy of Persia to use diplomacy as a weapon. And this is something I think a lot of modern day people forget. That diplomacy is really good at. We think of it as wimpy sometimes,
Fat
or at best
fodder.
offensive. A
Fat
lot of the
fodder.
great
You can just call me
civilizations
fat
in
fodder.
history
Hey, fat fodder.
were fabulous at using diplomacy like a sword, where you could go in and really deconstruct your adversaries using it.
I have a
The
spot
Persians were so skilled at this that some of the
in
modern
my
historians I was reading,
bed.
they can't help but
Named
say,
after you. That's
why
the
did
creepiest thing
Persians
anybody's
do
ever
this
said.
from the
It's
very
so funny
beginning?
because I'm gonna
They
make it
didn't
work.
need to fight any
Really,
of those
named
battles
after
that
you.
just recounted to you. They could have just done this because look how effective it was. In the 490s and the 480s, Persia is fighting
You're
and
gonna love
mostly
it.
losing land and sea battles against these Greek city-states. 100 years later, the Persians have essentially emasculated them.
Do you know what a happy Rockefeller is?
Paying for them to emasculate each other. And they're so Machiavellian about it that when one side seems to be doing too well, they'll fund the other side, and the other side will continually change. Sometimes the Persians are funding the Spartans to bring down Athenian power. But then, for example, there'll be a time where the Spartans will invade modern-day Turkey and Asia Minor and look like they're maybe even thinking about
Your
marching
Basley and
on Persian
petroleum
cities.
jelly.
So the Persians funnel a bunch of
Petroleum
gold back
jelly.
to Greece and have Spartan
Well,
enemies
it
attack
could be
them.
Vaseline, but she's a Rockefeller, so that's petroleum. She on Vaseline
Persian
film
Empire
shows.
was like the puppet
Petroleum
master
jelly
genius by the end of this time, and they had managed to do
in
that simply by
microwave to touch.
and deepen the natural disagreements that Greeks had always had with each other.
Put in
At the same time, provide
between
means to continue fighting until everyone was exhausted. At one point, the Peloponnesian War, for example, one of these wars that
box
was
spring
indirectly
and
in part by
mattress.
Persian gold. These Spartans will lose a fleet to the Athenians, or most of them would feel like they have to maybe drop out of the war, so the Persians will buy them another fleet. They don't even have to go to the Great
Fuck
King.
it.
Sometimes one of the satraps in the
Can you
local
say
area
that?
will pay for it. Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll buy you a fleet. Just keep fighting. Now, Artaxerxes is one of these kings who may have brokered the actual official, maybe end of the war peace agreement in 449, but even that is argued about by historians who wonder if there ever was one, and if the terms that have come down to
I
us
don't know
were
what
real.
else.
So,
I'd say fuck, but
who knows? But Artaxerxes is supposed to have died again.
hump
He's supposed to have a good death, just
to taste, like hump to your heart's desire.
and he's the one who has 3 of his sons sort of declare together that they're going to be king, and that doesn't turn out well. One of them will be killed, supposedly, drunkenly, after 45 days of being proclaimed king. Another
Voila!
one will manage a little longer until eventually he gets killed by, again, a close relative. These are all brothers. The last brother will take the name Darius or Darius II. He'll rule from 423 BCE to 404 BCE.
Cool,
He has
man.
one of the coolest, wildest, wickedest
Alright,
wives in the
Rockefeller.
world. She will
You
be,
stuck up bitchy
well, it
cut.
depends on how you're looking at it.
That's double.
Top worst mother-in-laws of all time, or best, from my standpoint. Loving the story, she's one of the best. She and Alexander the Great's mom. You wouldn't want to have to be your mother-in-law, but gosh, the stories.
Why
that
do you
come
have
out
a
of their
picture
wonderful
with
home.
the person who
Just so happens, of course, that just to make matters more
Kid.
Persian and efficient
paid
and fun and ancient,
you to
Darius
walk
the
their
Second's
dog?
wife
Love
was
ya.
his sister.
YOLO, ViralRabbi.com for fat fodder.
Their kid is Artaxerxes II,
FYI,
who's famous
for
because
information.
he has
KFI.
a civil war with his little brother, known as Cyrus the
For
Younger.
your information.
Cyrus
That
the
was
Younger
FYI,
is these
WFY
Persians
or
all
whatever.
through this period.
KFY, Murphy Brown. But yeah,
Hires
the
a
one
ton
famous person I
of
ever
mercenaries
have
to
known
fight
as a
for him. One
kid
of them is a guy
was
named
the kid on
Xenophon,
Murphy Brown. I knew
who
that
happens to
was
write and whose
but
work has
yeah,
come down to us
crazy.
famous.
What's his name? It's my friend John
Mercenaries triumphed
cousin.
at the Battle of
And what is
Cunaxa.
that kid's name?
To a certain
I don't
as a matter of
remember,
fact,
but he's a
Xenophon
nice
says that
kid.
the Persians
Really?
run
Yeah.
away before they
I'm not gonna guess.
cross spears with his
Really,
Greeks
yeah,
and
we had
pursue
the
them
best
long
time together
distance. It was
actually
all
in
going to be fun
Indianapolis.
except
This one
Cyrus the
time
Younger, the
we had, I
rebel
think,
king they were fighting
NFL
for,
Blitz
managed to get himself killed
on
in the battle.
N64, and we just—it was when the song All Star was big.
Fight
It was
your
a
brother
ton of
for
fun.
the throne
But
if you don't survive the battle. So
I have a spot in my
story
bed
that
named F you. That's
Xenophon
gonna get you a
tells is
block and
famous
probably a
Western
no
literature.
contact order just like everybody else. You're gonna love it. Do you know what a happy Rockefeller is? 6 to 9 ounces of petroleum jelly in microwave to touch. Put in between box spring and mattress. Onto your heart's
With
desire.
the Persian
Voila.
army essentially chasing them and harassing them the whole way, the long story
Location,
short, this
Rockefeller
whole
Center.
thing is they manage it. This has
How about
all
kite
sorts of
flip?
overtones, including this idea
No,
of
this one's
how
really like
vulnerable
rock.
the
We already
Persian
fucking
Empire
shat
must
all
be
over
if
that
they
place.
can't wipe out 10
There
to
you go.
13,000 hoplites, in their own
Rockefeller,
territory
Utah?
unsupported.
What about center for anti-aging?
Of course, my favorite
That's
story
tight
in
stuff.
Xenophon that I recounted all the time is the moment where he and his troops
Rockefeller
camp
Center
out
map.
near these giant
You have a
goat
farmer's market?
cities.
Motherfucker, they got a lottery store in there. Belly of the corner, 7th Street, South Bellboy Station, at Rockefeller Center. Underground entrance to Rockefeller Center? Oh, hells yeah. That's where I'll get you fucking area on Rockefeller. I'll get you in your underground entrance, bitch.
The Persians are the ones who inherited that old world, and they ruled it
It's
for a
like,
while.
what in the fuck is going on at the underground entrance of Rockefeller Center? I have to know. You gotta get me in there, girl. Get me in this bitch.
The Persians are the
Are you done?
They sort of explain how we got from the very, very old world to merely the very old world. When Xenophon
Hey,
asks
Baghdad, thanks for liking my video. I'm calling you back, baby.
around him, he's looking back to his ancient past, and it seems to stun him. As I've said, there's got to be a very weird feeling when you look back on something that is clearly from a long time ago, and in some way looks bigger or better than what you currently have. We don't have that experience, right? When we look back at the past, it looks primitive. Imagine coming from one of those time periods. Maybe you're living in 5th century Europe somewhere, and you look at things that were built at the height of the Roman Empire, and you sit there and go, how did they build that, and how sophisticated must they have been? Remember, human civilization progress has only been straight up for about the last 500 or so years since the Renaissance. Before that time, it was more like a stock market. Sometimes you had your high water marks, and sometimes you went down from your highs. Xenophon's era is coming up to the highs of the very heights of the previous era. It won't be long before they are building cities greater and grander than the one disintegrating around Xenophon. But when he looks at it, he's looking at something that hasn't quite been replicated yet in the world he comes from. It's kind of an interesting feeling when you think right there of something that great
Are you done?
could happen
Damn,
to
man,
any
it's
of
coming
us.
up.
It will happen to Xenophon's people shortly afterwards, to the kings of Persia too. But once again, after we lose Xenophon in terms of his story about his retreat from Persia ends, we don't hear a whole lot about Artaxerxes II, but he rules for 46 years.
Quit stealing
Does
my
that show
fucking...
you how the sources just kind of completely overshadow the reigns of these later kings? How do you rule 46 years and there's not much that happens? There's one incident that happened over 1 year that one Greek writer wrote about. It's huge. The rest of the guy's reign, practically unknown. Supposed to have had hundreds of wives,
I have more
hundreds of
content
kids.
online than any person in global
One
history,
of them
period.
will become the
I
next
will make
king.
you and your family trillionaires
Year
if you
445
help me.
BCE.
Please tell
This
everyone you
king
know
traditionally
this is a
sort
real-life
of
Truman Show.
one that takes an already bloody history of the Persian royal family and takes it off into Caligula-ville. He's known as Artaxerxes III.
Are you done? Hey, real-life trillionaires. Shout out to this fucking place in Compton I used to go. This fucking little...
And when Artaxerxes
I've been there.
III comes
Like,
to
you
the
got a
throne,
20,
he's taking
is it
no
24 hours?
chances.
Yeah.
He starts killing most of the royal
What'd you
family.
buy in there? I don't fucking remember. Like Swisher Street or some shit? I don't know. I just go to all those fucking places in the middle of the fucking night
150 brothers,
in a
probably.
fucking suit.
You start to realize
Not that that's the
what
smartest thing to do. I just was kind of fearless. I want to be first rabbi of Compton.
You had 350
If
wives.
I'm willing to do that, or even just say I want to be first rabbi of Compton.
Artaxerxes
Because
III
Compton hasn't had a
comes to
rabbi.
power at a time where
Really?
Greek warfare is changing.
Not in 100 years.
Once
But
again,
it
it's very
might have
tempting to get
over
down
100
to
years.
the tactical
I'm
level
not saying there
and
isn't anyone there who says that they're a
on the
rabbi.
battlefield.
And there are,
End up involving
but nobody
themselves
says they're
in
chief rabbi of
contests, the
Compton.
end result of which will change the course of history.
Why there? Because that's the hardest place to
In this
be
case, the Persians and the Greeks over the last
right now.
century
Considered
or
it's like a
so
tough place, so I want to go for the toughest. It's like when you go to jail, the old saying, go for the hardest, toughest, biggest guy. That's Compton, baby. That's what I want. And I'm already Chief Rabbi Inglewood, Rabbi Roll.
371 in a famous battle called Lutra.
Compton's nice.
Begin the process
It's really
of
nice.
demolishing
Really?
Spartan military power.
Yeah, when people are like, I'm from Compton, I'm so fucking
many
tough.
Spartans die, Sparta's never the same.
It's like, you're not tougher than
Many different
you're
innovations.
try being from Buffalo,
warfare
Mr.
displayed
Compton.
in these battles,
Why?
and it's often seen as a step towards
Compton is nice. It's nice
sophistication.
365 days a year, basically. And you're not going to freeze to death. If you just take a random ass person off the street and you say, from anywhere in the world, you have to survive in those temperatures or those temperatures, they're going to say, well, obviously in Compton versus Buffalo. And you're going to say, well, Compton's rough, but so's Buffalo. It can be. And Compton's nice. So's Buffalo. It can be. It's like it depends where you are and who you're around. And really, you ask anyone in Compton, if you're not from there, I can tell you this. 10 years ago, 10 years before, because I lived in Compton Basic. I worked in Compton Basically. I lived in Long Beach, which borders it. And it is and like North Long Beach area. And I was looking to move to Compton. It was just a I was looking to live there, to buy a property there and raise a family, because it was the cheapest place I could find in Los Angeles. Within the base, you could find places further out in Los Angeles County, and I was going to do that if I had to. But like, this is the only place I could afford. But I basically calculated the money one day, and it was like, if I could buy this little piece of property, it was 100 shekels or whatever it was. It would have taken me a few years to save up, but that's for what I was saving up, was a piece of property in Compton. So this isn't me like saying, no, I mean, that's what I wanted to do. I still want to do it, really. But yeah, but make it like a house and live there. Make it I don't want to say gentrify it, like make it really, really expensive and yuppie it up. No, I want to live with the people of Compton who currently live there. If there's anyone in Compton right now who would have to get gentrified out, it would be by choice. Meaning, we'd want everybody to stay there for many generations if they could, and get wealthy from stuff made in Compton should be a thing. Like if it's made in the city limits of Compton, being within the city limits is another thing. But if it's made from the people there, it will be very, very expensive. Meaning, somebody's seen some shit to put this together. If it's a hat or a t-shirt or whatever, if it says made in Compton, now people are going to want to steal that made in Compton and shit like that, and they will. But there could be a brand that they could say, like if it says, it'd be a perfect thing. It'd be really easy. Some kid in Compton could figure it out right now. A QR code. Whenever you fucking do this QR code, it goes on the City of Compton's website and it tells you whether it was really made there or not. And people won't fuck around with that kind of shit. Not that much. They would a little bit, but it'd be like you're not helping the people from there. You'd be going against it. Really? Yeah. And then people would really not like it because of it. I also think the Bloods and the Crips get together over this instead of 503B, really? Or 401C, whatever the fucking thing is they needed to do. Really? Yeah. 503CB, whatever fucking thing. CB radio? CB radio gets big. Why not? El Dorado Cook, Encinitas becomes really big. In Mexico, Encinitas becomes really big. I think I'd buy a house there. Really? I knew a girl from there. She gave me her number. She was an employee of mine, and I can tell you this, kids. I haven't dated anyone out here, really, like gone on dates with anyone that you consider what I consider dating. There was one girl who, it was crazy. She was very attractive. She's from Encinitas, very pretty, but also what I liked about her was she was working in a tough environment, and she was pretty tough. And Philip turns them into the kind of soldier. It was like she almost died. She was in this fucking car. I remember she was working really hard. It didn't have air conditioning, and she really almost died. It was like
16 rings
she was very hot in this car, and it was the middle of the summer, and she had to come back from like, she had to drive like several hours. So anyway, she was like, I'm done with this job. And I wasn't the person with whom she was mad. She was mad at the owner of the business. And she, well, I should say,
to fight somebody.
one time she asked me, she just turned around randomly and said, you don't ever
always portray as a drunken barbarian who liked boys but liked women better.
Change
Kind of
anything, dude. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I've never met someone more consistent. You're always here. You're always in a suit. You're the most consistent person I've ever met. And I was like, well, I mean, I get into like a routine, and it's important. And she's like, do you do anything for fun? And I was like, actually, and when was it? Was that weekend? Or maybe in the future weekend? I was getting ready to go mountain climbing, and she was like, I don't think this year, but she's like, if you ever do that, I was telling her where I was mountain, the Cleveland National Forest in San Diego, and I was telling her it was the highest point in Orange County. I wanted to climb it, and I was trying to figure out how to do it, and it's not that easy. I mean, it's easy for like mountain climbers and stuff, but for just like a random person. I climbed mountains. Yeah, I mean like Mount, I forget the name of it. The one that where the Hollywood sign is, that's a mountain. Anyway, but so I've climbed mountains. I just don't remember the names of them. Yeah, I guess. Hey, I'm on TikTok. Like, you're not gonna be. That's not gonna get you a ton of fucking money someday. Oh, I'm on TikTok. Like, just randomly being that, just having a short or good name or interesting name. Just people start doing that. Are you done? But no, this is like a new, like when people could get websites that were unique and things. And the guy who got business.com isn't fucking taking advantage of that, but he would. Or she, I don't know who it is, or they, whatever the fuck that dumbass is doing. They're a dumbass, whatever they are. When's the last time you went to business.com? Never. Why? Because they're just sitting on it. It should be owned by someone. Someone should fucking buy IBM, or somebody should buy it someday and make something of it. But for now, they're not doing anything with it. Anyway, are you done? IBM should do something. Big Blue.
His son Alexander, leading the cavalry charge that destroys the even sacred band to a man.
Shout out to Dolly Duffy. But yeah, I lay into you in one of these. Why? Oh, I was hungry. Really? Yeah, I'm actually really nice to on it. Truthfully. Yeah. Really? Yeah. But right. Are you done?
You may ask where the Spartans are during this time period now that Philip has essentially conquered, although he put Greece into a lead. It looked like we're all here because we want to be, and we're going to call it the Warsaw Pact, something like that.
Oh, shout out to Nicholas Cage. He was at the Whiskey A Go Go when his band was at the Whiskey A Go Go. And so when I say that, like, I thought Whiskey A Go Go would get a lot lighter and nicer, it doesn't. It continues to be dark like that. They just might have different bands or bigger bands there that they used to have, like the fucking Rolling Stones, and everybody fucking do shit like that. And just randomly, a lot of pop-up shows would do them where it'd be like, oh, you're just at a restaurant or something, and it'd be like, oh, more like a bar or something, or a club, but randomly, like Jonas Brothers would be there, and they'd have like a little show, and it would be like a thing, and they'd put out an album, and it was like a surprise to people, and it would be a fucking thing. Really? If you want it.
But the Macedonians kept their hands off Sparta for what it's worth.
I know you.
All this time, it seems clear. As Philip consolidates Greece, he's planning on invading Persia. Philip has a wonderful siege train. He's great at taking
Oh, anyway, you know what one I
He's got
fucking
good
like?
logistics. He's
I haven't.
learned very well how to
I like
fight.
Young Israel Century City. Really? Yeah.
He
This
armies
is really
in
Beverly
for
Hills.
long periods of time. He doesn't have a bunch of amateur farmers in his army. He has a
I
professional
have a
military
video.
force that he
I was gonna go there.
He's taken
And
over
join there
gold mines.
originally.
He's got tons of money.
So they just missed out. They were like number 2. So which one won?
Persia really
Orange
was
County?
that rickety old house that
Really?
some Greeks at the time and some historians afterwards kind of portray it as. All of a sudden, something comes along that can blow it down.
Oh, anyway, so this girl,
By the year 336 BCE,
she's like, well, when you
Philip
do
has
that,
established a
I would like to
bridgehead
come with you or something like that.
Asian soil just
So I was like,
over the
all right,
Bosphorus
well, that really
Hellespont.
didn't mean anything to me because she was my employee and it was like nothing was gonna happen. But
The stage is set.
then she had a time where she had it with this job, and I wasn't her boss,
Column showing
but
the Greek gods, including
she was
a statue
basically
of himself amongst
she
them,
told the boss
supposedly
off, and
walking without his normal bodyguard to show
when she walked
as a
out,
propaganda tool, supposedly.
she
This
gave
is
me
all
a
the
number,
tradition to the
and
other
she's
Greeks
like,
that
you should call
he
me,
is a ruler of
but I'm
Greece.
done.
You know,
And I was
by
like, okay.
consensus,
Well, anyway,
he's a
I
benevolent
almost did.
guy. He's not
I
some
almost
heavy-handed
and
tyrant that
I ended up
maintains
not.
control by
Why?
military force. I don't need bodyguards.
I
love
remember I had this whole text written to her, and it was we were gonna have coffee, and it was just, that's how it was gonna be done.
this terrible
And I know I would have been able to hook up with this chick, and then what? We would have hooked up in my fucking apartment or whatever. I was living in a hotel there in Long Beach. We would have fucked a lot, and that would have been nothing would have ever happened. And it would have just been like a physical thing, and she would have said what all the other girls say, which is,
the assassination is like a Kennedy assassination.
well, I don't want to say all the other girls say, but they can tell I'm in love with someone else. It's like,
The assassin
it's true.
runs off to some
And,
running horses, but is killed by other members of the bodyguard before he can get there.
oh, cool, back it like my video back. Good time.
Alexander the Great's mother, supposedly, there's a lot of slander.
Oh,
that goes
Cornell
on
is my video.
YouTube, so
No,
take
that's
this with a
Cornell.
grain of salt.
Oh, you're tight as fuck.
Woods. Emotional remembrances on the assassin's grave.
Anyway,
Some people always wondered about Alexander because that's who gets the job
yeah, maybe
next.
it's gonna be
So
big.
if we go back to our game of Clue from the earlier part of the story, Alexander's the guy who really benefits from this assassination. But think about it. So do the Persians. Persian gold in the right pocket to get rid of an extraordinary man. Especially after
So that's what you do. Once they like say hi to you or something, get them in there.
Coastline. Who knows who killed Philip II? But if you're one of the higher ups
Okay,
in
then what?
Persia, you probably have to go give an extra large sacrifice.
This girl is,
Religious temple.
she was a model to the point, well, she was a model. She also makes paint, like she had modeling where she would have painted, she'd be like painted on,
But if it was the
and
case that they were, kind of looks like a good
so that
move
becomes
if
a
you're
thing.
looking at this
That's
like
not
you're
seen
playing
as
some
nudity
sort
when
of
there's
strategy
painted.
game, right?
You know,
If you're
nudity's not a big
confronted
thing
with
anymore
an
anyway.
extraordinary individual, and they're causing
what?
you a ton of problems. What's the easiest way to fix that problem?
I didn't call her this,
Just get rid
but
of
her
the
nickname was
extraordinary
Coconut.
individual.
Really? Yeah, that used to be a
Many times
store
in
too.
history that happened.
Anyway,
Not just amongst these
why? Because she
Greeks who
had,
made a lot of enemies.
you guess why. Anyway, there's some people. There's coconuts,
Even amongst
there's
people
softballs,
at the
there's
other end of the violence
fumbles, there's
spectrum,
potential recovery. There's a bunch of
Martin Luther
nicknames
King
of
or
just chicks.
Gandhi, both of whom were assassinated.
There's
Both extraordinary people, and both huge
there are a bunch of
destabilizers.
different sizes.
Caused
What's
a
the
lot of
best size
people a lot of
softball?
problems, and if you're
But,
an
yeah.
ordinary person, sometimes
Anyway,
dealing with extraordinary
So for girls, if you're like, I want to be this big, fuck no. Softballs. Softballs is how big your
Of
tits want
course,
to
you're
be.
playing.
You want to
odds,
have,
aren't you?
you want to be
The idea is
thin,
how
have
often
big
you get
fucking
extraordinary
softballs. There's this one girl, she didn't have
Second,
anything.
this
But this
extraordinary
girl,
European,
she's a beautiful
I
blonde
will end up with someone
girl
not as good as he
who
is.
had this tattoo. What was it?
And if the Persians were
It
behind
was,
the assassination, it would only mirror what Persians saw.
She wasn't like a normal tattoo person, but like she had a tattoo where I think it was.
Always a possibility.
What did it say?
Really took center stage. the famous Arabic intrigues, as we said. I mean, Artaxerxes III,
Imagine
contemporary
all
of
the
Philip,
people
this
living
guy
in
we
harmony
mentioned
or something
earlier,
like that.
who
And I was like, oh,
took the royal family
how did you see that?
to
I was like, oh, that's John Lennon. Anyway,
nasty ruler. He's gonna meet his end. The same
I
way
one time
Philip
said to
does. He's
this
not gonna
girl,
be stabbed.
the way this
He's
girl was built,
famously good
and I was telling you, this is how you want to be built. And none of the girls that came out of talk, this is different girl. People must stop in the middle of the street
uniform tablets that seem to suggest
and admire the way you look.
Artaxerxes
And
III
she's
may
like,
have died a natural death, and Lord knows he was supposedly in his mid-80s. So
and I'm telling you, softballs are the correct size. Really? Yeah.
the ancient sources place his death in the hands of his vizier, his counselor,
Anyway,
maybe his
with that
general.
girl, I was very nuts. I was like, do you mind if I go at those
not
things?
castrated, is known.
But I wasn't
This
like
guy's name
uh,
was
hubba.
famous.
Really? I was not.
The king
I don't want to say I don't want to say like, I've learned my lesson. No, I've been with girls and I've learned that you don't want to just jump up.
that is vicious
But,
enough, so
yeah.
you think
I don't
of
want to say
it
I
almost
have
like a
either.
Syrian
Even when it's been really, really close, there are limits that people sometimes put up, and you don't know where they are, so you want to start slow.
the restorer
But, yeah.
of the Persian Empire. Through a long and absolutely
Hubba Bubba
arduous
becomes a thing. I'm surprised I'm not chewing Hubba Bubba.
smack
I used to just chew Hubba Bubba, this gum in law school, floss, and fucking massage my calves. Some relatives would be like, honey, you learned all you needed to learn. You're good to go. How'd I make up that check? Rabbi Michael Rothschild.
It's a remarkable achievement this late.
Really, yeah, don't put the rabbi part though, because that can fuck things up. I've worked in banks. Just put Michael Rothschild and we'll get cash somewhere. Really? Yeah, but I think you can probably put rabbi. I'll say sometimes accept checks as rabbi. I just haven't accepted any
The
checks
fun
as
for
rabbi.
me, if you're a fan
Why?
of Persia as I am, is throughout this
I
time
don't want
period,
your
you're
money.
setting
That'll
up
be
an
fine.
encounter
But-
between two extraordinary
Yeah.
men. Philip II in
Actually, go to the
Macedonia,
Rothschild
about
shul.
to lead
Really,
a
truthfully,
Greek invasion of
I'll be
Persia,
fine. I'm sure
probably.
if this gets out, I'll be able
Certainly
to
after
make
Artaxerxes III dies, but maybe even before. And Artaxerxes III,
Hey, Fort Wayne.
obviously
Shout out to Jenna
competent
Fisher
as
from
hell,
Fort Wayne.
going to resist him for the heavyweight championship of the ancient world, right? When the representatives of the very, very old world, Persia, or the representatives of the very, very old world, Greece, and then assassination. Lose both of these extraordinary men within 2 years of each other. And the problem, if you're looking at this as a giant championship match, is that you get the stand-ins for both the
Greece
people
becomes
who
really
just
big.
lost. In
And
one
also,
corner,
anal
you
sex
have a
becomes
guy
really big. If you
named
don't know what Greek
Darius
means,
III,
it means
person
anal
that
sex.
the poisoner,
But yeah,
Bagoas, after killing a lot of other people and having a little
get into the
junior
Greek
puppet
becomes a big
king
one.
in
The
the
fucking
interim, puts on the throne, maybe
theater becomes really
mediocre,
big in LA.
maybe worse than
But yeah,
mediocre in terms of replacement. In the other corner, replacing Philip
are you
II.
done? Philip the Fourth becomes really big. Why? Because it's a fucking joke that you make during Pesach. Really? Yeah,
This
on the
is a
fourth
show
drink
of
for
the Persian Empire, but Alexander the Great is the instrument of its death.
Eliyahu.
There are
Really,
some
yeah.
modern historians who like to think of Alexander as really the last king of Persia, but he's the guy who will eventually burn down the royal palace. To me, that's where it ends. And Alexander's the guy who will end it. He's a historical arsonist in my book, and that's a term I use for these people who come into history periodically and sort of burn down the dead wood of an old world so a new one can crop up. It's a very simplistic historical approach, but you see these people all throughout history. Alexander's the prototypical example. It's almost like they do what they have to do. You know, they play their role on the historical world stage, and then they die once their job is over. And Alexander falls into one of two categories these historical arsonists seem to fall into.
Oh, I know
There's
what
the
I wanted to do.
self-made men, guys like
shit.
Genghis Khan, who create the instrument first and then go out and kill people with it. That's what Alexander the Great's father Philip was. He was sort of a historical arsonist in his own way, especially if he'd been allowed to continue his career, the self-made guy. Alexander the Great falls into the other category of historical arsonist, similar to a guy like Frederick the Great, where he's born and the father has sort of set the historical table for him,
Shout out to Bingham.
built the instrument to go conquer the world with, right? Created the weapon and then hands it to the son, who doesn't have to spend years of his life creating the conditions for his greatness. He can just go out and hit the ground running. It would be tempting to suggest that Alexander had it made and anybody would have been able to do what he did, given what he inherited. But here's the thing. Think about the uniqueness to this guy. First of all, understand he's probably the most propagandized figure in the ancient world, especially if you remove religious figures from the equation. He's the Elvis Presley of ancient history. He's the king. There is so much stuff built around him. I mean, as one historian says, the jungle of Alexander myth out there, and it's been going forever. We have all the same problems with him that we have with the Persian sources, but add to that immense propagandizing and cult-like hero worship. There were even historians who suggest that Alexander's life story and the sources have been purged and culled and clipped over the years to maintain a sort of an image for all sorts of domestic purposes at the time, you know, a little Stalinist, a little North Korea-like. The point is, getting to the real guy here is next to impossible. There were at least 20 contemporary accounts of Alexander's stuff written, including stuff from his generals. All that stuff is gone. Or revolved in an absolutely shattering sentence points out that the only actual contemporary thing that exists from Alexander's time, I'm talking about Alexander,
Do you think Elvis Presley's estate does a good job
sentence,
at marketing it?
dedication on a temple. Everything else is
That's
which is typical for
that's
ancient history. It doesn't
actually,
blow
yeah,
your
they do
mind.
a pretty
Think
good
of how
job
much
with it.
stuff there was at one time.
Because it's like the most.
Nonetheless, there are a few things you could say about this guy that are right away. He's not just the son of the most interesting man in European history.
His estate is still like
Certainly the most powerful
the thing that makes the most amount of money every
He's
single
also the
year.
son of the most interesting
He's number one. I think
His mother's
it
fascinating.
used to be.
Like all women in ancient history, she
There was
was
like
a combination
He
of
was number
runt
one.
and propaganda.
James Dean was like number
So
two.
who knows
Marilyn
the
Monroe
truth
was number
about
three.
this woman?
Long ago,
Rumors
and then it
are
started changing when other people
she's a
died.
Molosian witch who sleeps with snakes and is an acolyte of Dionysus.
Is that true? Exactly what it was? It's close enough.
She comes from
But yeah, he was definitely number one.
Macedonians, who the Greeks think are barbarians.
But like when they sold old
Macedonians
shit
think
of
these
theirs,
people are barbarians. She's a Molosian. The Molosians were
Anyway.
a powerful tribe that lived in the wild.
but like he had that song,
papyrus.
Little Less
South
Conversation.
modern-day country of Albania. For what it's worth.
Okay, there you go. It takes me
You can
forever
say
to
about
find it.
her, though,
But it's like,
this is a woman
I don't know. I think you could put out so much shit.
but the greatest figure in European
And I'm
geopolitical
sure
history,
it's just like
Philip
Lisa
II,
Marie,
could not handle
and she
her.
doesn't have time to do it.
Not only
I'm sure he has an
that,
estate, but like she's got to pay someone. At the end of the day, it's like her dad isn't here,
after Philip was
and
gone,
Priscilla's
that Philip's
not gonna
generals
do
and
it.
Alexander's generals, after
so what's she
Alexander
gonna do?
couldn't deal with her
There
either,
should be like a company.
continued
I think I could start a company.
murdered them, killed people that got in her way.
You could just pay, and they would just post your shit. If you were an old star, and you just pay them in perpetuity from some kind of estate. But basically, like, I don't know. I'm sure they're posting stuff, but it's like, but they could post like Elvis music with like modern clips and be really, really cool. Really, totally. Are they doing that now? But I look on here like Frank Sinatra doesn't. His estate isn't doing shit for him. At least Elvis's has something. So I'm not ripping on that. They have something. What would be one like Marilyn Monroe? Everyone's shitting all over her shit. Nobody took her fucking side on this. Somebody had to defend. Who owns Marilyn Monroe's estate?
Both sides of his family.
So she has her
On
own.
his mom's side, Heracles and Zeus on his dad's.
I don't know, but everyone is stolen from that lady.
The keys
Really?
to the ancient world.
She's dead, so nobody can.
And he's 20 years old. I have to keep reminding myself of that, and even though the world has changed a lot, 20 years old then might have been the new 30, if you will. You're still 20 years old. I know guys who are afraid of giving their 20-year-old sons the keys to the sports car because of what they might do. Alexander has the most dangerous military in the world, gassed up and ready to
Okay,
go.
what the fuck is that thing called?
Earlier
Who
in the
owns
story,
Marilyn
he
Monroe's
said
estate?
from the Greek point of
She
view,
didn't have any children.
Darius the Great and Xerxes are
Joe DiMaggio,
agrees that they play the role of Darth Vader to the Greeks.
but they were divorced.
From the Persian point of view of this story, Darth Vader is played by Alexander the Great.
Passed down to 28-year-old Venezuelan actress Anna Mizrahi after Lee Strauss by his first wife, and his acting coach too, died in 1992, which ultimately made Mizrahi the biggest owner of minerals. No, what do I mean? 75% of Monroe's intellectual property estate was left to her acting coach, Lee Strasberg, and the remaining 25% was given to New York psychologist Dr. Marianne Chris.
What are the odds this 20-year-old kid is going to be able to do to us what his extraordinary father did? The answer turned out to be pretty darn good.
Okay, so they sold it to Atlantic Brands Group. I remain involved. Everyone is great in Thomas. She said at Strasberg to the right to the she said at the time I remain involved in so now it's Atlantic Brands. So I guess that's cool that they had that, but there's like the thing in fucking Palm Springs which becomes big for that upskirt, but that's a sad one. It's like, do you know how much people just stole her likeness? And some fucking
they get to go fight this war against Persia, and they get to provide troops whether or not they
actor
want to.
or some fucking acting coach and her psychiatrist got her estate. Like, oh yeah, that's how she wanted it. I remember that's what she wanted. She said 25 and 75.
Glorified hostages to keep their people
I just
down on the farm.
I think that's what it's
main army are gone. Don't rebel against me. I have 15,000 resistance.
But what we could do one day is get her DNA somehow and put her in some kind of machine and raise a clone of her, and then one day get her all her rights back and be like, lady, you have no idea, but we used your DNA, and these are all your rights to your stuff. And though you don't have that memory, maybe one day we could put those memory inside of you, and you would just be in a younger body, basically. I don't know. I don't want to say no to anything scientific. I'm Dr. Science, baby.
It's hard enough to divide fact from fiction in history without having people that are deliberately trying to pull the wool over your eyes for short-term military effect. Alexander's propaganda was fantastic.
Okay, and then we have fucking Marilyn Monroe running around.
You can't tell when you're reading something that's
yeah, man. And then we make a fucking Joe DiMaggio, and then they'd get together. We'd put them on a date one day. They wouldn't even know. And they'd be like, okay, guys, you need 7 years ago. You just have to go with it. Really? Yeah, I want it. And he gets a 57 gauge hitting
speech, claiming all of Asia by right of conquest. Historian Peter says
let's just say, if he's been the Marilyn Monroe clone, he's already.
Because while Persia had all sorts of
history of his own,
history,
he might be busy with that.
Barbarian incursions all over the place. Trouble along the frontier and military breakaway situations, interference from foreign powers. They had never had anyone that had both the stated intention of taking over the whole thing, toppling the government, and just assuming control, but also the means to make that a reality until they run into Alexander. Now, what Alexander's attempting to do here is much more than any
That's this guy named Eric. He knows who he
a
is.
full-scale
Eric.
ancient
He's Guatemalan.
wars
Really?
involving
I
two
believe.
things.
I could be wrong.
One is
He's not Mexican, but he doesn't remind you every 2 seconds like Virgilio Echeverria does. That it's Virgilio. I'm not Mexican. I'm Puerto Rican. Really? Yeah. Don't call him Mexican. Did you? No. Did you ever know anyone to call him Mexican?
Like slow-moving lava.
No, but it had happened in the past. I'm sure. That's why he said it that way. Really? Especially people who were, like he would say, white guys always think I'm Mexican. White girls, white people always think I'm Mexican. But it's not. Why? Because we didn't have very many Puerto Rican people. But he's Puerto Rican. Well, Eric is not as touchy about that. Really?
Soon after crossing over into Asia by the local Persian forces.
Guatemala City is the capital. I know that.
One of our main
I can't
sources
think
for
of
these
that,
events
but,
says that
yeah, is he cool? Very cool, wonderful person. I think he would say the same thing. Did we ever not see eye to eye on anything? No. Everything I always said, he understood. His stuff with which he agreed. Everything he always said to me in suggestions that he had for the business.
told the kids
they were
stay away from
they didn't
that.
ever say anything. It was
Don't
incorrect.
engage
Whether I
that.
could implement them was
Burn
a
the
different thing.
crops,
But he
destroy
knew
everything,
I was really
starve
trying
that
until the
army.
day I left to help everyone there,
Historians
more
have
than
their
anyone ever
supply
helps
problems
anyone
being
ever,
doomed.
by going
The
over
Persian invasion
everybody's
Greece 150 years ago turned about as fair play.
Resumes.
Cut off that
And that
army
really, I know,
and make it
had to help them
straggle
because,
home into
well, I don't
feet.
think he needed it, but other
This
people did.
time,
And
people from Europe
they were
came
able to
in
just
like
go get a
Napoleon
job if they needed
soldiers
anywhere else, because they
straggling
were
home
all
from
very
Russia.
accomplished people. They just didn't know how to put it on
You might
paper
imagine,
professionally.
though, the
And when you're
governors, the
reading
satraps
a
of those
resume,
places whose farms and everything would have had to have been burned were not
one little
enthused by
thing on
that
a resume,
idea.
when you're up against 50 different people,
Cast
done.
aspersions
You're done.
on Memnon's
Really?
Greek
Yeah.
heritage,
But if you have a
suggested
perfect
that
resume,
the
basically,
side
you're in
names
that
have been
pile, and now
lies.
they're going to get you a call.
Questioned his manhood, sort of, and basically said, we don't run from people.
Really?
We're the
Yeah.
Persian Empire. And
What
so
were
the
some funny
local
things that you had seen on
forces
resume? I've
show
seen
up to
almost every one on
confront
resume. But some of my favorites were,
force. And here's the thing: at this point, for the
and
Persians, this is
I-
not that unusual a deal. They have been dealing with problems caused by those Greekish peoples for almost
I
200
think,
years. This is
I
the
think we
fringes of
hired
their
this
empire.
person. Really, it
Heck,
did
they
not
even
work out
lose battles to
until
each
that
other. It
said.
happens. It's not life or death. Whatever happens here. As the sources
what was it?
continually point out,
Well, there was
Alexander gets
so
no
it did
luxuries.
work out.
He
It
cannot
does.
lose
Try
one
what you want, but like
battle.
somebody had their email. It was like
If he loses, he goes home.
it was like
The Persians, on the other hand, are on their home. They can afford to lose some, especially
cool
this
pimpin
first one, which is sort of a
719
throwback to the
at
if they lose, no
AOL.com.
big deal. It was just the local
It was
forces
on their
who
resume
ran
like
them.
that, like cool pimpin. It was something like that.
Macedonian problem solved without the king even having to show up. Wonderful.
Cool pimpin or Mac Daddy. It was something like 719. I don't know what exactly what it was. And so what happened? I think that's correct. So this person put that as their email. Why? To get a job, and you hired them? Yeah. At a professional place? Yeah. Not at the university. Really? Why? Their mother's on this, and she was embarrassing. No big deal to her. Their mother worked at the university, and so it was like we were going to hire this person. It wasn't always nepotism like that, but there was a much better chance of getting in if your family member worked there. Why? If you were a good employee, there's a good chance that your kids are going to be good employees. Why don't you want to bring those people in? It's a working system. So is nepotism okay? It's hard. You can't get rid of it. I've tried. I would try to get rid of it. Really? Yeah. But I mean, it's helped me at times. And networking helps and connections help. So what's nepotism? Well, it's technically hiring a nephew, but hiring a family members generally. Really? Yeah. So is it okay to? Well, you can't like supervise them and stuff. There are certain professional standards, but that's how the world works. For me to say it doesn't, or I'm just telling you that's how it works. If you are,
it's about the best you're gonna get, right?
I could tell you it's like this, kids. This is how the world is. I wanted to get in the university my whole life. That's the way out. So I thought it was just a big way to die. A lot of fun, and you learn some things, but it was a lot of. There's no doubt about that. But I remember we were watching a Final Four game in the middle of winter. It was like March Madness. It was like March, and there was a lot of snow on the ground. Was it March Madness? Yeah. And we're watching a game, and I was sitting next to this girl. I don't remember her name. But this girl and I start getting close to each other while watching this game. My friend's like, dude, my boy's gonna make a move on this girl. Watch him. It's like, okay, so I start talking to this girl and start whispering like, hey, so what team do you want to win? And she's like, oh, I don't know. The team in blue. I'm like, oh, you want Kentucky to win? And she's like, yeah, I guess. I'm like, oh, okay, so you like Wildcats? Are they Wildcats? Probably Wildcats, yeah. she's like, oh, I guess. I'm like, well, it's close. From where are you? And she's like, oh, I'm actually from here. Oh, okay, so am I. So like now I know how to talk to you, and it'd be like, oh, okay, so we have all kinds of things in common. But if you're just meeting someone the first time, you just pick something random and try to like talk about it. So you have something in common. Okay, so then I'm like, it turns out her mom. I'm like, it turns out her mom was in admissions, and so anyway, what happens? This girl and I start to get into do things, and not do things, but I'm like, do you want to go outside and see what's going on outside? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. So we go and sneak off outside, and when you know it, we start making out on this fucking air conditioner outside with this much fucking snow. I remember moving all this fucking snow, throwing this girl up on this fucking air conditioner, we're making out, and I start drinking. I'm up, and I'm munching box on a fucking air conditioner in the middle of fucking winter. March Madness becomes huge. Anyway, are you serious? Yeah. Why is this a fucking story about life? Anyway, once we got that girl's pants up and everything was done, I walked her back to her dorm, and she lived in Walsh Hall, and she's the only person I ever knew in Walsh Hall. There was that girl, and I one time met, she writes for Huntington Post. There's some who's a pretty girl. She's some girl, some rector who I met there at one time. But that was years later. This girl and I walked her back to her dorm. So I'm a gentleman, a nice person, and I remember she told me, and this is the thing about how to get into these schools, these upper elite schools. She said, and this is how it is. Because I had explained to her, I hadn't gotten in, and I wanted to know for the future. So how does it work? She said, so you got all the pools at this. You've got big donors here. Those kids are automatically in this. If they're not, there's some reason, but if they're big donors, it's basically like generational. They just know they can get it. If your name's on a dorm there, you can get it. Is that 100% sure? No, you can't be a dumbass. You have to be smart. But usually if you have that kind of financial backing where your family can donate a building, they can get you a tutor and make you very, very smart. Usually those kids are very smart anyway, so they don't have an issue. But are they so smart where they're like at the top of every school in the country? A lot of them are, but some aren't. I mean, you get some kids who are just there because their name's on a building. And I knew kids like that. And it was like, but they were still smart. I can't say that they were dumb at all. And then what? Then you have athletes and the coaches, and this continues in the future. The coach, and this is actually how you get kids in, like fucking these people did out here with all these schools. Notice the university was not involved in that, where it was pay to play. Basically, you get in your athletic team. So what would it be? You'd like make up a website that your kid played lacrosse, and the kid would get on the lacrosse team in this fake way. There wasn't that. Lacrosse kids are very wealthy, I would say, almost across the board. They're the wealthiest team. And why is it? They came from the Northeast. To play lacrosse is expensive. To play traveling lacrosse is expensive. That's the thing. When you get into these traveling leagues and you got to spend the night somewhere with your family, it's very, very expensive. So kids can't travel. But when you start getting in traveling leagues, that's when these kids start to get very, very good. And that's who my friends were. They all played. Every single kid I knew played on a traveling team in college, who was on a team. And even some that didn't. So that's how you get to learn, like, oh, these kids were on traveling teams, and then they got into better and better competition. If you don't travel, you will never get with the good competition, so that when you play the good competition, they've already seen all. You won't even get to that level. The only people who do well are on these traveling teams. And really, I can't emphasize it enough. The traveling team is where it's at. And why does it have to travel? Because it goes and plays best competition they can find. And so they learn the most from the best competition. So then when they go back to their hometowns, they're able to beat the shit out of everybody because they saw somebody in another state do that or in another part of the region, and it really traveling becomes really big. But if you want to get on these big teams, there isn't another way to do it. Maybe in the future there might be a way to like for instance, fencing. Fencing could be virtual. I think you could make virtual fencing, but that then again becomes like a video game. But I think there are some sports like golf that could be virtual a little bit, but people will still play golf, and that would be really big. I mean, from where I was, we were on a travel. I guess I was in a traveling when I was at golf, and as opposed to at one golf course, and it traveled the city and the county, and went to different cities within the county. And that's how you got good. And you get to a certain level, and then you get in high school teams. And usually, though, the high school teams are not as they can be as good, but it's like traveling and high school at the same time. So now these kids are basically not students anymore. They're now athletes, and that's why we really emphasize the term student athletes. My friends, I will say that, and this is in respect to them, and I talk about, but they worked very hard, and they were student athletes. They weren't athletes who they just got in because they played a sport. That's that way in most schools. But there were a lot of kids who could not get into that school. The kids who did get in, who I knew who were athletes, even the dumbest of the kids, who were the top recruits in the country in their sports, were still pretty smart when they came in. But there was a big gap there, and the university knew that, and so they give them tutors. And that's what happens. When the kids are athletes there, they get tutors that are paid for by the university. And you go to this tutor, and it's like, oh yeah, we see this all the time. Go here, go here, go here. So they know all the shit now. Now all the athletes start to know all the knowledge because they have these tutors who have all this fucking knowledge. So you go in there as a blind fucking domer, as I was, just a fucking student. And so we'll talk about that. So you had basically people of affluence, athletes, affluent athletes.
led his Macedonian cavalry through the riverbed and directly at the position of the satraps and the Persian grandees on the other side. When the two lines struck,
Administrator,
Alexander broke his lance in the fighting.
Staff,
He tried to groom for
faculty,
another,
students,
but the groom's own
their
lance was
children.
broken, and he was defending himself
But
bravely with
look,
the
I
broken
was
stump.
one of them. I got rejected. I know faculty got rejected.
When another of his retinue
So,
finally surrendered his
and they
lance
never
to
went
the
there.
king,
At least I had the opportunity to go there and did. These kids did not go there, and it was kind of shocking to me. Oh, I can name quite a few of them right now who will end up going there. James Ketchum, his sister's on this. He, which is very surprising, he went to Indiana. I stayed with him in Indiana. Through Knox was another person with whom I stayed. That's where I stayed. And shout out to him for allowing that. I'll tell you what, kids, Indiana was always on the top party schools. And I went there. And it was the most disappointing thing I'd ever seen when it came to parties. You think this is going to be such a big party? And not for those guys. No. The university is the biggest party school in the country. I could say when I went there and I was with those guys, we were like, wait, where's all the parties? They're like, well, there's a frat house down the way. And I actually joined that frat. It's like a pink house. And we went to this frat house. We walked in it. It was just guys, and they all wanted us to leave because we were like more guys, adding more guys to a frat house. It's like, what the fuck is this place? They're just dudes here. Anyway, they're tons of us. But it was like they don't know how to party. The university is the biggest party school in the world. It just isn't on those lists. Because when you're on those lists, you won't be considered a serious academic school. But it is the best school for academics and partying in the country by far, and athletics. But we're not even going to talk about that. I'm not saying it's the best athletic school in the country. No, it's up there, but it is not. It is the best
Nonetheless, one
Party
way or
school,
another, it seems
number
that at
one.
some point, Alexander
And will be for
forces
generations,
drive
perhaps.
the Persian
Really?
cavalry off.
We might get Tusk and use Tuckle and fucking Ukla working out here, and like
Alexander
Miami, some others that have really, really excellent opportunities. But
And the Battle of the Granicus is over.
believe it or not, it's
Remember,
there.
this was
Why?
something that involved local
Why do
forces
you
on the
think it
scene.
is?
Once the Persians see this, now it's time to get serious. We're going to call in a
How would you
royal
explain
army.
to
That's a
society,
pain in the rear.
to your kids?
Remember, the
Kids,
Persians
when I
treated
was a
their
kid,
empire
everyone was
like
our
a
religion,
company
okay?
with subcontractors. And their army had a
Everyone I
royal
knew was that.
corps sort of that they could bring to a mustering spot, and then they would call from whatever districts they needed forces from, in this case, most of them, to come and bring troops to the same
The best
location
school
to bring
in
their
that
local
religion,
forces, and we'll pull them
of all the
together, and then
schools,
we'll have
was
a
in our
huge
hometown.
force to deal with Alexander.
And
So the call comes out, and the Persian king is going to take the
it
field
was
himself.
where the best
Meanwhile,
of
Alexander goes and does the
everybody
stuff that you do.
from the
You do
biggest
field battles.
religion
He takes the submission of local people
in the entire
in an
country
area that is
and in the entire world from where it was. Now, was I that? No. No, I was biologically a Jew
Also, the people who resist hide behind the walls and
growing up in an assimilated society. Why? That's what happens with assimilation. Basically, someone becomes a little less observant, a little less religious, and
he doesn't have a fleet that can fight the Persian fleet, so
then
he just goes around and starts taking all the cities along
perhaps
the
has to assimilate
coastline so that
for
there won't be any place for the fleet
financial
to,
reasons or
seek a port. It just takes all the
social reasons, cultural reasons, whatever it may be. But does that make them stop being a Jew? Well, we talk about that. It's really after 1966 is when this was decided. Is that a good law to have? It needs to be established, and it's established in 1966. But there's still a question: what about people who were born or had, who were born previous to that? Be that as it may, it is not necessarily a bad thing to be a Muslim, and don't. In fact, I think one day that would be what people would want to do. Why? Not from that type of relationship, but like I had said earlier, where it would be like you could create like I could create a sister out of my DNA and have a child with that sister. That would be a mom's relationship. The children from that would be mom's. Technically, according to strict halakhic law. But we would see that as really advanced scientifically. And so people in the future may say, no, we all want to be like that and have children with the opposite version of ourselves, or perhaps even within ourselves, or whatever that may be. And so when it's like in English, it sounds like I'm saying bastard, 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 bastard. Don't think that is such a bad thing. That maybe we all of Israel may be mamzerim actually one day, or may want to. Why? Because at the end of the day, everyone wants to just fuck themselves. So then, what does that mean? They want to have sex with their father, their son, their uncle, their brother, their daughter, their aunt, their sister, their mother, their grandfather, their grandmother, their great-great-grandmother, their great. They just why? Because they just want to see what happens, and what happens when that happens. It's really awkward. It's just really awkward, and so you don't really want to do it. You mean if you have sex with, if you have two random brothers and sisters, we've all thought about it before, and I can say this because I don't have a sister, not yet, so it's not weird to me, and it wouldn't be like, oh, that's weird that he's thought about that. Okay, have you thought about having sex with your sister? Have I?
There are historical analogies all over the place for why that would be.
It's really kind of difficult
However large
because
this
she doesn't
Persian
exist.
king of kings is leading
But
personally,
let me think about it,
somehow
and then
manages
we
to
had
get
a
behind
child
Alexander the
together.
Great's army.
If you could do something to the DNA so that you didn't have all kinds of genetic issues, then
the historians, Arthur Farrell says Alexander must have been
yeah, what are you
shocked
thinking
to
of?
find this
What
out.
is your what
How
does
did
your
that
sister
happen?
look?
And historians
Like that chick from
argue
Israel,
whether or not this was
whatever that
deliberate and a
lady
master
is.
stroke by the
Just
Persian
looks pretty
generals,
innocent
or
looking, I
was it
guess.
sort of an
Like a
accident and they
plain
kind of
kind
found
of chick,
themselves
but that girl's really
this one
foolish.
on Alexander's supply line?
Yeah. Anyway,
This fact, though,
What's
is why, if you
the
look at the
Hollywood
battle
version
that's
of
about to happen,
Alison
it
Brie?
looks like the map
Yeah.
needs to be turned
Anyway,
upside
so
down.
that's what
The
you know.
armies
It's
appear to be
because I
on
do
the
have
wrong
a
side, but
female
that's
version of
because
myself.
the positions got reversed, and that's why
At least
Alexander's going
personality.
north,
This
the
girl's named
Persians are
Nicole.
going south,
She's
and
a
they meet
very
in
cool
this
person, friend of
coastal
mine.
plain. So you have
Shout out
the
to her
ocean on one
husband, Greg.
side, one flank is
He's a friend of
guarded
mine
by
too.
the
And
sea,
actually, here's a
and
friend of
you have
mine
the mountains
before she
maybe
was,
2.5
and
miles
I don't know if
in the other direction. So you've got
I
this
didn't
coastal
introduce
plain
them,
that turns out to be your
but
battlefield. There will be critiques from the ancients about the
I think
Persian
it's
decision
kind
to
of
fight
special in
this
this book.
spot.
I know
Because
people
say
like
that
right when they
2
got
miles
started.
or maybe a little bit longer. It's
Really,
not a wide enough plain
before
for
they
the
dated,
Persians
actually,
to
they weren't
really
dating.
take advantage of their
Really,
superior
yeah.
numbers. They're
So did you
constrained,
introduce them?
hemmed
I mean,
in
don't
by
think
the
so.
hills
I'll
on
say
one side
it,
and the sea on the other.
no, they have their own
There's
story.
some
But
people that thought there were 600,000 Persians there, maybe a little distorted view of how it really was. For me, though, when you look at what's about to happen, you're seeing, in my opinion, but a lot of people feel this way,
they were
Alexander's real acid test. The
well.
first time
How
maybe
was
you
it?
could make a good case that he's not living off his dad's fumes, and that everything he'd done so far was something that a lot of people probably could have done, having been handed
I don't
what
really.
Alexander was handed. I mean, my goodness,
I
you could
remember
have
she was not
puppetry
dating him yet,
with those generals of
and
Phillips and his dad's. If they didn't kill you, they're murderous
he and I were
wild
friends.
guys.
So
You
I
wouldn't
didn't put them
survive in
together
that
then.
setting. What do we
But I
call it? A
was.
mafia crime family type dynamic.
I'm trying to think if I was
You know,
there
those
the
guys
first
could
time.
run this whole thing probably on autopilot. This, to me, is a battle where you see Alexander stand out as something
No.
really special. And there are people who
I
will say,
think she
and
was
even after this
there
battle, it's still
like
got to be
during
on
Frost
autopilot.
or
That's how
something
good
like that,
this
so way
army
early,
was.
and
That's
that's
how
when
good
they met. So I wasn't
command
involved
structure
then. But
was. I
they
mean,
weren't
it's
yet
really,
dating or
it's
anything.
really quite a
Like,
step
I
up.
don't know what their story
And
was.
yet,
They'd have a movie.
in
She'd
this
have her own
battle,
movie. They wouldn't need a
as
movie about it. They'd have her own
the
movie
Duke
about her
of Wellington
journey. Maybe
supposedly
like
said
Hamilton. Really
about
journey to
Waterloo,
be a cheerleader.
this
Very,
battle's going
very
to be a
special
near-run
story.
thing,
Anyway,
which
I
you
don't want
don't
to get into
normally
all that.
associate with
But that
Alexander.
girl's
He's got this sort of
personality
godlike
and mine.
quality, in part
Do an impression of her.
fanned maybe by his own
Oh
policy.
my God!
Maybe
She's just like, she's
where
like
you don't
really
even
loud.
think he
Really?
comes close to it.
Yes.
But in this battle,
She's a super loud
it's a
person.
near-run thing.
Really?
Both sides will line up on opposite
From
sides of the
San
same
Diego.
street.
From within the city limits of the city of
Coverage.
Chicago. No, she's
Because,
from
one of the little-known fun parts
Elk Grove
about
Village.
ancient battle,
Really?
even up to Napoleonic times and later, is that it takes
Anyway,
a
her
long
mom's on this, her
time
sister's
to
on this, her
deploy.
brother's on this. He lives in
Think
Korea.
about how many
Like,
people
she
you're
is
talking
Stanford or
about. They all have
something.
to be in specific positions, so
Yeah.
both sides take hours at this.
Are you done?
And in a place like ancient Greece, in a lot of cultures actually, they had all these sort of cultural gentlemen's agreements, I guess you could call them, where we'd say things like,
Anyway,
nobody attacks anybody else.
so you were talking about having sex with your sister.
Vikings did that.
Yeah.
Ancient Greeks did that. But when you're fighting cross-culturally, all those gentlemen's
Well,
agreements
I can
go
say
out
that,
the
and
window.
that's not
So both
weird to
sides
me.
are on opposite sides of this
It would be
street.
weird to
They're all
other
using
people,
light
but
infantry and cavalry
it's
to
not
keep
on the
the other
sister.
side
So
from messing with
everybody
them too much
has
while they
thought
get
about it,
soldiers in just the right
and
spots. Told there's last
what
minute
would happen
moves,
if that
one
happened?
side or the
It would
other,
be awkward.
countering this and
Really?
countering that.
Yes. So
Basically,
if I had a
the
sister
Persians
who's
line up a
currently
whole
my
bunch of
age,
cavalry on their
and we
right
have
flank,
sex,
and their plan, according
what would happen to our
this is
friendship?
about but Arthur Farrell,
Or
he's
relationship?
a military historian to follow, and he goes with the general agreement that the Persians are
It
trying
would
to
make
do
it
a hammer
awkward.
and anvil tactic, and
Now,
so's Alexander.
what if we liked
They're
having
just
sex
doing
with
it
each
on
other?
opposite sides of the battlefield.
That can happen. There's
So
every
Alexander's going to lead a charge
even a blind pig gets
on
lucky
his right
every once in
flank
a while.
and try to crush
But
the Persian left flank,
generally,
and then sweep around and
that's
go
not
attack the Persian middle from behind, and the
the
Persians are going to
case.
try to do
It's
the
really
exact same
awkward.
thing on the
Why?
opposite side.
Because
of the
unless you're
battlefield. They
really
mask
in love with
almost all
someone
their
for a
guilt.
long time,
Now, I can't
most
help
people
but think
are somewhat
how
polygamous.
much of a
Not
morale
necessarily at the
boost
same
it has
time.
to
Maybe they're
be to
monogamous
average Persian
throughout the, I should
soldier
say, most
there.
people are monogamous,
You
but
may
with
be
multiple
facing
partners
the
throughout their
demon
life.
king guy,
Monogamous
this
with
Darth
different
Vader
partners.
character.
And
All you have to do is look down your own
so the same
battle
thing would
line.
happen. Maybe I would like
200,
having sex with my
300 yards
sister
down the line, you'll see
for
the sacred
like 7 years, but we would grow older
perches.
and
King of kings drawn by the sacred white
then
horses
want to move on.
and
7
surrounded
years
by
is
the
what
royal
it's
guard.
like the 7-year itch.
But this guy is not
People
quite
are not
God
like my
or
parents in
king
the
like a
future.
pharaoh or
My
something.
parents
But
have
he's
been
about
married for
one
40 years. Their
tiny
parents were
half
50
step
years.
below
Uh,
that. You have to feel
and
pretty confident If you're on
That's
the
not how it
Persian
is.
side, you look
Because we live forever. If we live forever, that's a punishment. If you want to be having sex with a 170-year-old person? Not necessarily. Now, my friends would be like, oh, this guy does. Depends on the 170. Truthfully, if it's in a body of 108-year-old who looks 25 or 45, even better, I mean, isn't that a good thing?
Reminds me of that
Really?
video when I was a kid. Genesis did one
Age is
during
just a
the
number
Cold War,
nowadays.
Ronald Reagan
But
had
they
the
used to
Soviet
say that, but no, it's
fighting
true.
hand in
Now
a
it's like
cage
if you can
or
upload your
something.
brain, then
I tried to come up with like a modern
that changes the
analogy.
game.
And they're also ridiculous, but they're still fun. I mean, imagine the Second World
Big
War
game changer. Are you done?
where
Brain.
you're fighting this way, and on one side of the battlefield is Winston Churchill,
Anyway,
and the
do you
British
think
forces
that South
live
African
across
chicks are hot?
no man's land, 100, 200
This one
yards
South
across the
African chick I
field,
sent,
and
I
they're
was supposed to have this
surrounded
fucking face in
by,
her
you know,
shirt
maybe
like
they
this.
mounted SS
Oh, that becomes the thing like
lifeguard.
that
Is
chick
that
in the
Adolf
office.
Hitler?
Really? Yeah.
See
Is
them on
that
the
seen
other
as
side,
generally that
and
wouldn't be seen as a modest thing?
depending on
Modesty out the
you
door.
conduct yourselves, if you want to, you can go
Perhaps.
get
What do
them.
people wear in the future? White, like
Once again,
jumpsuits, like
Alexander was
tie
very
dye,
American in the sense that
and like
almost
slippers.
comes through on the
Like
sources. He
in a
wants to make
or they
this
wear a
personal.
spacesuit, really. But
And I'm not sure the king of Persia
there's a
does.
lot of like fashion before then, but eventually people wear like white tie. It's just the easiest thing, and nobody gives a shit. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I worked back from jail. Like, I had to walk like how much was? I thought it was 7 miles, but it turned out to be 13.1 miles. It was a half marathon. Really? Yeah.
Hammer and anvil strategy. He goes on to say that Alexander
Anyway.
has two. He says, quote,
Are you done?
ironically, Alexander's plan was
I
essentially
did it
the
in
same as
fucking
his opponent's.
jail
We can
pool
see
slides,
clearly
these
in this
orange pool
battle
slides.
how the traditions of
They
ancient
become
Near
really big.
Eastern and Greco-Macedonian warfare had been fused. Alexander
People
hoped
want
to break
there's like a
through
walk, like
Darius's left
a
center
footprints what I
cavalry charge,
and it becomes
and to
bigger. We
wheel
build a
around
shul
against the
right at
rear
the corner
of the
of
Persian
fucking Warner
center
and
in
Armstrong.
an identical
Really?
hammer and anvil operation. As Alexander neared the Persian position, he forced his army to advance at a slow pace,
Right where the
just
tits
as the
are.
Persians had
The
done
blimpies.
against Cyrus.
Really? Yeah, because actually the tits
Finally,
are
when the
the
Macedonians were well
Grandma
within
Dolly's
bowshot,
on the
probably
ocean.
about a
That's San
distance of
Onofre.
100
We used to hit
yards,
golf balls there,
Alexander
kids.
ordered an attack
It's on the
double,
backtracks.
with contingents of cavalry on his right, supported by infantry close behind. He charged the river at a gallop. Persian skirmishers in front of their line probably fell back in panic, creating confusion in the main infantry line on the Persian left center, and Alexander smashed through. End quote. This battle is often portrayed as sort of a race against time, because Alexander is blowing away the opponents that he and his cavalry are facing in front of them. The problem is he's having
Are you
problems
done?
in all the other sectors of the battlefield. In the center, he's having problems against the Greek mercenaries hired by the Persians. And his left flank is in real trouble because that's where the Persian version of the hammer and anvil tactics are hammering. They put all their cavalry on their right flank, and now the poor Macedonian cavalry, really Greek Thessalian cavalry on their left flank, is trying to hold their own without collapsing. So Alexander has to manage to finish this battle from the distant position he has on one flank before his center and his left flank collapses. So it's just say Alexander, in keeping with the original plan, swings his cavalry to his left, begins attacking the rear of the Persian line. But is he going to be able to win the battle there before his own army collapses?
How would you do it? You don't put your head. I mean, they'd have like a one you can scan, but a parent can feel on their head. But you use the back of your hand, so it's not. It's like more normal, neutral than your hand. Like your hand's already warmed. Like, oh yeah, it's really hot.
It doesn't always work, of course. But if the commander is the head of state and near God,
and I feel my lymph nodes. My lymph nodes are always strong. This is what a doctor always checks.
traditionally
Yeah.
Alexander spies his counterpart.
Yeah, interesting.
Not that
I
far
feel
away.
okay. You're just saying you didn't feel well. I don't know.
Barbaric fashion makes right for you. With a few
When I had neutropenia, we'll get into all that, but my lymph nodes here would get really, really. They get so
the moment
big,
he located
they
the Greek
felt like
king's
test
chariot,
tubes.
Alexander charged straight for it, and every Macedonian warrior that day shared his ambition. The defense was equally heroic. Darius certainly knew how to command loyalty among the Iranian barons. Ozothres, his brother, leading the royal household cavalry, fought desperately to protect him. Dying men and horses lay piled in wild confusion. Alexander received a wound in the thigh from Darius himself, or so it was claimed. If this is true, it shows how close he came to attaining his objective. The horses of Darius's chariot, covered with wounds and terrified by the corpses lying all about them, plunged and reared, half berserk. For a moment, there was a real danger that they might carry the great king headlong through Alexander's lines. Darius, abandoning royal protocol in this emergency,
red blood cells are
grabbed the
made in
reins
America.
with his own
Hold on,
hands.
we'll have
A
to check on
second
this. 'Cause
lighter
actually,
chariot was
I don't
somehow found
remember.
and brought up. Darius, seeing himself in imminent
You don't think they're made in the same fucking place, man? You don't think your white blood cells and white blood cells?
End of quote. The King of Kings of Persia
You know blood's
got
made
in
in your blood
his
marrow. Blood marrow
chariot,
will
and
come
in
through
front of all these men whose morale was so heartened by the fact that their near God
White
king
blood cell and
was
the
there
soft
with
tissue
them,
inside your bones. Two types
sharing the
of
risks
them
and
grow.
not afraid of the demon
Lymphocytes
king
grow in the
as Darth
thymus gland,
Vader
T cells, and
That
lymph
guy
nodes and spleen glands.
was running away
Oh, so I'm right on both
as
of those.
fast as he could go. Kind of makes you think that all of
Okay,
the
well, without
wonders of
getting into
effect,
all that
the
right now,
magic power of having the God King near God King
like
there,
that fucking kid.
just sort of boomerangs in a
What's your
time
name?
like this, doesn't it? Would have been better had the king not even been there at all than to
Anybody?
see him turn tail and
Anybody?
flee.
You in the back row. Sorry, I can't hear you.
His army, which had been fighting
Again?
pretty darn well, maybe winning the center, certainly winning, the Persian right
Yeast
flank against
infection,
the
what?
Macedonians' other
Yeast
cavalry
infection complex. That's exactly right.
it
Thank you.
disintegrates. Not an unusual thing in an ancient battle, by the way. As we told you, officers are important, generals are really important.
Yeast
They're
becomes
generally
making
your
your
head of
own
state as well. Well, if they run away or die,
bread
it's
becomes
not
a thing.
unusual for the
Really?
others.
Bread makers become big. And the smell of bread being made in the house becomes big. Putting jams on it, it's like in a roll. And so
Begin a choking, panicked retreat, where the bodies become so thick Alexander supposedly in pursuit.
everything had like a way, but of anything I could say, my mother was on what she was right. She said everything happens
Nonetheless,
in
that's one of the few battles in ancient
so
history.
bell bottoms. I remember when bell bottoms were big in the fucking
This is not a
90s.
fluke anymore.
It was like, oh,
Alexander is
in like early noughts, like,
the
oh, bell
process of
bottoms. And like, my
toppling the
mother was like,
Persian
yeah, these in the 70s.
and the mood, historically speaking, seems to change.
Corduroys were big in the
Now
90s.
we start getting correspondence, we're told, between the King of Kings of Persia and this Macedonian warlord, who all of a sudden controls a nice chunk of what was, up until a few months ago, the Persian Empire. Very different tone between these
Jinko
two
be
men
big.
now.
What's
What's
Jinko?
more,
These
some of
huge
Alexander's
fucking
generals, people he inherited from his father, are starting to think that what they've conquered to
jeans
this
that
point
fucking
looks
were
pretty
like
good.
this fucking wide at the bottom. I'm not even
You might
looking up.
want to walk
If you don't know
away
what
from the
Jinko
gambling
is,
table in Las Vegas at this point with what you've won, rather than gamble anymore, an overreach. But they're not Alexander, and he is. In fact, he continually likes to point out to them. Traditionally, it's at this point in the story where the Persians begin to offer Alexander deals. He's supposed to get letters or envoys, the ancient sources say, from the Persian king, basically offering him territory and other things in exchange for deciding you've had enough.
Elvis, who is our Elvis?
I think a little piece
Like
beside
Elvis?
me died. When I read Pierre Brion's for modern history, he
So
suggested
that's it.
that
You
all
gotta
these
make people
traditional
like this
accounts,
shit.
which all the historians I grew up reading took as gospel, are almost certainly nothing but Macedonian propaganda from the time period. As I said earlier, it's hard enough to try to figure out what's going on with the normal source problems. You have the Macedonian propaganda, and it's very confusing. And unfortunately for us, some of the best stuff then is stuff that Brion would have us believe is a direct fabrication for real world purposes. Nonetheless, you can actually tell quite a bit about other things by the propaganda. In this case, what we're used to, and I still wish is actually like the official, from the desk of Alexander the Great type communication between Alexander and Darius is instead a piece of propaganda where the Macedonians are trying to give you a feel for a certain relationship. The relationship is this new one, at least in the eyes of King Alexander, as he calls himself in this propagandistic note. And the King of Kings of the ancient and grand Persian Empire, he refers to merely as Darius. This is from Arian, who, remember, supposedly had a source who was there with Alexander, and who describes a response to an official note he's supposed to have gotten from the King of Kings of Persia saying, give me back my family, which Alexander seized his booty after Isis. They were there. What are you doing bringing your family to the battlefield? And the King of Kings did, and Alexander snatched him up. So he wants his family back, and he's going to make a deal. He proposes a deal to Alexander, who says, you want your family back, you want your wife back, your kids back. Arian has the rest of the note back to
Damn,
you, saying,
fuckers
come to
I
me,
do like you
therefore,
because
as you
you
would
had that
come to the
show
Lord
by
of the
this
continent of Asia. Should you fear to suffer any indignity at my hands, then send some of your friends, and I will give them the proper guarantees. Come then, and ask me for your mother, your wife, and your children, and anything else that you please, for you shall have them, and whatever besides you can persuade me to give you. And in future, let any communication you wish to make with me be addressed to the king of all Asia. Do not write to me as to an equal. Everything you possess is now mine. So if you should want anything, let me know in the proper terms, or I shall take steps to deal with you as a criminal. If, on the other hand, you wish to dispute your throne, stand and fight for it, and do not run away. Wherever you may hide yourself, be sure I shall seek you out. Oh, how can you not want that to be true, right? There's another correspondence that's supposed to have happened right before the big climactic battle we're leading up to, where another deal is supposed to be offered to Alexander, one that basically gives them, everything beyond their wildest dreams if they'll just call the war off at that point. And Alexander's general Parmenio, who's a leftover from his more conservative dad, is supposed to have said, that's a great deal, I'd take that deal if I were Alexander. Alexander's general Parmenio, who's a leftover from his more conservative dad, is supposed to have said, that's a great deal, I'd take that deal if I were Alexander. And then this legendary mythical figure Alexander is supposed to have replied, I would take it too, if I were Parmenio. Boom! Right, a drop the mic moment right there. But the minute you start getting correspondence like this, any king would know you gotta go get another army. So while Alexander deals with a bunch of sieges, including a terrible one in a Phoenician city called Tyre, the king of Persia puts together an army mostly based around peoples from his eastern territories, and he's got wild, nasty warrior people, most of them mounted, most of them archers, many of them armored from his eastern territories. He's putting all that together, and then in 331 BCE, we're told Alexander's sort of making towards Babylon. That's something the Persians can't have happen because that's the financial capital and it's got all sorts of importance. So the Persian king takes this new army of his, which is supposed to be extremely numerous, extremely cavalry heavy, finds a spot that Alexander's going to go through, although there's some tense moments as to where Alexander's actually going to go. But eventually they find this battlefield. We're told that the king actually uses this battlefield to make sure all the little pieces of brush are cleared away, so it's a nice flat place where all of his troops can really operate well. And, in a sort of a wonderfully ironic sort of bookend to this whole piece, here's this climactic battle with a representative, what have we said, of the very, very old world of ancient Assyria and the glory of ancient Mesopotamia take on the newcomers here, the guy who's going to murder that old world. And where does it happen? Right near the ruins of the glorious Assyrian capital of Nineveh, where Xenophon saw his ghost city that we talked about, the Statue of Liberty, half submerged in the surf moment. Seems a perfect spot to decide who's going to take all the marbles here.
I want the whole world on that fucking update on that.
Hellenic lead, which is Alexander.
Why? Because I don't want to be like
They camp
half the world.
between 4 and 7 miles from each other. And the traditional story, which is part of the fun, is that Alexander had his troops eat, sleep well.
Why? Because that one's not correct. When it came to the side, you need one of those is like a rind of a fucking orange. That's like cut. It's fucking cool. You can draw in an orange and then fucking cut it up. Anyway, it's a fucking science experiment. I saw one.
Inciting them to try to assassinate Alexander. So as we said earlier, if you're confronted with these disruptive, extraordinary people, what do you do to level the playing field? Well, maybe you just kill them. So maybe they were out to do that, or maybe that's more Macedonian propaganda.
There's this book I forget what it's called.
First day of October.
But they had this. It had a metal cover on it. It had this spiral thing, and it had all this interesting stuff, like about Amelia Earhart. What happened if Amelia Earhart, that bitch, she has like a granddaughter or something that's on the news named Amelia Earhart. Maybe that's her fucking. Maybe Amelia Earhart. We had her DNA, and that's her fucking DNA of that girl. She's on the fucking news. Her name is Amelia Earhart. I know. I won't go into it. She's like in a helicopter and shit. Anyway, helicopters become really big. And I love helicopters. Really? I didn't know I loved helicopters. I was very good at simcopters. People from where I am don't dream of helicopters. There aren't even helicopters. I remember they had Storm Team 16, or I mean fucking News Chopper 16. That was a big thing, but they got rid of it. And then they got rid of the 22. They got rid of them all. Why? They're very expensive to helicopter, like a pilot and shit. But they'd come back. Really, yeah, it'd be okay. Anyway. Why? Helicopters
stretches off into the distance.
So they start moving them more in the future. No, but like drones become a thing. You'll be able to like have drones from a helicopter.
Available to deal with being surrounded. If that happens, he angles both his flanks backwards. So if somebody does attack from the side, they're actually facing the right direction. He stations some troops behind the main battle line with orders to go get anybody that gets around us. And then otherwise, he sets up a pretty much standard Macedonian template style. He and the companion cavalry on the right flank to act as the lightning bolt hammer. Poor Parmenio and the rest of the cavalry on the left flank with orders to hold off the enemy attack until Alexander can win the whole thing. And then the anvil, this giant mass of human beings in the middle. 16 ranks deep, maybe an 18-foot pike, and stretching themselves, over a distance of like a half mile or more. It's crazy to think about what a wonderful platform of maneuver that is. How do you deal with that if you're the Persians? Isn't this the common standard problem they've had all along against this heavy Greek Macedonian style infantry? Remember at the Battle of the Granicus, they used terrain features, the river and the high bank to break up the cohesion of these troops. But on this flat plain, you kind of have to bring your own causes of disorder. The Persians, in contrast to what historians when I was growing up used to say, that they didn't do anything. They could never do any better than hire Greeks to fight Greeks. They did have things to break up the Greek formations, and they brought them to this battle where they were needed. The first of these things that's fascinating from a historical standpoint, because it's probably the first time Greeks ever saw this ever.
Shout to
It must have been
Cookhouse,
that
this
when we
retreat
talked
house.
about Igers,
On
these
a fucking river. It
Macedonian
was very
soldiers
nice.
that
I don't
across the
know.
battlefield saw for the first time elephants, Indian elephants, traditionally about 15.
And Cedar House actually is the one I
That
would
must have been something
Really?
to
Yeah.
talk to your neighbor about in the ranks as you needed to come into contact.
On one condition.
Later, evidence
Whenever
will
they
show
want
that
the
elephants
Jenkins
are
family, I know
against a Macedonian army because they're good against both the
but
hammer and the anvil elements.
his niece,
Against the
Jessie
charging
Jenkins,
heavy
who with
cavalry,
him,
elephants
very
are
pretty girl.
fantastic. Cavalry
And
usually near them.
is she from Omaha?
If they ever do get caught by the elephants, it's awful
yeah.
for the cavalry.
Really, yeah.
But
She
against the densely packed phalanx,
she used to part of
they
the
could be
president's.
murderers.
Yeah, because he couldn't have a daughter.
It would be
He's a
easy
priest.
to kill, but later
But
evidence
the
shows
party
not
with
so
the
easy. You get
not we she party
4 or 5 of those things
come over all the
stomping
time.
around
Really?
and
Yeah, and
intentionally
what?
create a crowd of people standing shoulder to shoulder.
She didn't
It
lose.
can be very ugly indeed. If you follow
What about
up
her?
with formed troops to take advantage of that carnage, that's not a bad strategy. While breaking up these close order troops is definitely part of the Persian strategy. It doesn't look like the elephants were what they were
Yeah, she's on there.
to it. Instead, they have something right out of like a Mad Max film or one of those 1950s Ben-Hur movies. They have scythed chariots, and they have like 200 of them stationed all along their front lines.
Oh,
I've always
I don't
thought
know
this was an interesting
her in
weapon,
particular, but
but nobody knows
they
what
can
they
trash
do.
that place whenever the fuck
Everybody
they
tries
want.
to
From
recreate
now until the cows come
your
home.
image
When's
of
that?
it
Who the
from
fuck
literary
knows?
resources, and everyone's take is a little different.
Little kids, cows.
You imagine some combination of heavy
Who are
chariot
saying that? All right, all right.
cutting blades. You're starting to get there, though. beach I usually run into has the equivalent of about 3-foot-long swords, one each sticking out from the end of the wheels of the chariot, and then either something projecting forward from the cab of the chariot, like a spear or blades facing downward underneath the cab, so it's like a giant human lawnmower. There were stories earlier in history, 2 or 3 of these things had attacked a Greek phalanx that was forming up and created a ton of carnage.
Is
The
this
Persian
your
cavalry
story?
swooped in to take advantage of
Do
the
you remember the
chaos
first
and
time you ever
disorder,
met Yost?
destroyed the formation. So you can see how the Persians
I
were
was
thinking.
junior in
These 2 or
college.
3 scythe chariots were able to
He
do
was
that.
captain of the soccer team, but I didn't give a shit about any of that. Why?
But my 200 of them along our front
I don't go
lines,
to
too. It's not a
university
bad
here,
idea, is it?
and I
Certainly shows
really
that they were thinking outside the box a little bit, contrary to the historical
much
take on the
more
subject when I was growing up.
focused on the
And
cross
then they
country
had
team. Or they were
their
focused on
army
the
essentially
national.
deployed in 2
Really?
long lines. Each line
Why?
comprised of
I
several
mean, they were
groups
all
of
my
troops. The
friends,
front
and
line was almost entirely cavalry. The line behind it mostly infantry and seemingly
it's not like I ever went to their room. They would get in my room.
that's the
Really?
traditional
Yeah.
way.
So I mean, for me to be like,
But in the midst of it all, in the center, the traditional
I
place,
was the center of
in his
fucking
sacred chariot
universe.
again,
There's still
surrounded
am.
by his royal guard
Really?
again,
Yeah. Alumni
is
Hall
the
used to
great
say
king
center of the
kings of
universe
Persia,
was
Darius
their
III, still
motto,
able, apparently,
and
to command
they could just hold that as a
royalty of
temporary
enough
hold
people to raise
for
an
now.
army this
Why?
big
Because it's
in a
really wherever
year,
I go. But
despite
they can hold it temporary. But that would become Father George Hall. But yeah,
as I look at this Persian
and
army
that'd
on
be
this
cool.
field,
Really, yeah.
I think to myself,
That should be center of the
not a
multiverse,
bad
which is
setup.
really
I'd
what I
take
am.
that army if you
Really,
told
God
me
willing.
I had to fight one side
Anyway,
or
are
the
you
other.
done?
But you know, and I'm absolutely using 2020 hindsight here, although I wonder what Alexander the Great was thinking. If you're looking at that army and trying to figure out where its weak point is, what if you thought that the weak point might be sitting in the sacred chariot? What if that army's weak point is the psychology of its quasi-divine ruler? Maybe it's a sign that Alexander thinks that this is a dangerous army, and when it is deployed well, that he doesn't just charge into some spot he thinks he can break through. That would be standard
Oh, I
operating
forgot
procedure.
this
This
thing, but
also just
keep them
spot.
up. Pause a second.
In this
No,
case,
what
he
was
goes
it?
to his
Oh,
typical
it's
plan
fucking
B,
funny.
which is to
What?
use tactical maneuver
It was when we
on the
learned. Okay.
battlefield to see if he can create that spot.
So what?
You get a fully armored and protected enemy. Can you get them to raise up their arm and
We had this friend.
expose
I've talked
the
about it. I'm not
vulnerable
going to go
underbelly?
into it all. But
As soon as Alexander sees that vulnerable spot, he will launch himself like a rapier into the vitals of the
he
enemy's
was.
vulnerable underbelly, as he always does.
He loved Frankie's. Really? Hey, brother.
In this battle, that's what a lot of these
Except you're older fucking ass. Why? I would say it's overrated, and I'd say it to their face, and they'd be like, oh, I'd be like, it's bones. I got it. It's bones, kids. If Frankie's boneless, now that might be a thing. But a lot of that shit, I don't like bones, so that's not my thing. Really, yeah. I like boneless. And it's easier to eat boneless, so whatever. Really, yeah. Naked tenders would be really great to eat. Anyway, the letter W would change. It should be, I'm so big, kids, I can't. People don't say W anymore because it's too long. It's a dub. Really? Yeah. So it's just dubs. So it'd be like, instead of saying W, 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 it'd be dub, dub, dub. It's much faster to say. Really? And when you're in advertising and marketing stuff, that little amount of time means the world to you when you can get your punch in a little bit more, you know, your call to action. Cool, man, call to action. I love what it does. Calm down. I wasn't even allowed to apply to business school. Why? Because you got to suck somebody's dick over there. Really? Yeah, even when I attempted to.
Which is on the left center of the Persian line,
Anyway,
which is right near the royal guard of Darius III. In the last battle, you sort of had the impression from the sources and the way it was written that maybe Alexander never intended to go after the king. He got into the back of the ranks and it became the quickest way to achieve his goals. In this battle, you get the impression that that was the goal. Maybe he decided that this guy was skittish, or that he flinches. because Alexander goes at him in Homeric fashion again. This is where you get into the
Like a
idea
car.
of this guy maybe being the weak link in the armor at this point.
I know. That's nice.
What one of his predecessors had done in the situation that's about to occur. Because the situation that's
But what's
about to
there?
occur is that this guy is going to relive
They were
one of the scariest moments of his life right now. Darius III has almost certainly, would you imagine, he's a human being,
Hold on.
seen
Has,
this in his
has anyone
dreams
seen any
before.
of these?
Alexander and these
Here?
murderous Macedonians smashing into the guards.
Dude, you know what you want
just
to
like
do?
a human
See how many
would
of us look at it?
and
And this thing's not
to
done.
cut
You are a goddamn mess,
stab
dude.
their way, person by person, yard by yard, towards him as he watches in his chariot. There is a fragment of a mosaic that they found in Pompeii, which is a copy of what was thought to be a near contemporary original that's famous. And it probably shows the scene from the Battle of Issus, but it's the same scene. We're seeing a replay. Must have
So
seen
you don't remember when you first met yours?
And then that scene, you see Alexander on his
He
horse
had
stabbing
longer hair.
one of the
Really?
royal
Yeah.
guardsmen in front of the
He got it.
Persian chariot.
Or what?
And
Lots
the
of
king
love,
of
but I would be
Persia
saying
with
ball
eyes
dress or
as
whatever.
big
That
as
would be big.
saucers. It's like the moment before he takes off at the
But what?
Battle of Issus. I have to say,
I honestly think I met Yosh
so
and
I have a lot of sympathy where
Come on, are you serious? You met them at the same time?
this guy wasn't really born and bred to be a king. He's obviously brave. Remember, he's a guy who killed the rebel leader or the barbarian leader in single combat.
I met Yosh. I think he was building his loft.
I would think
And
all but the most extraordinary of people do.
I was like, hey man, you're Yosh, right? He's like, yeah, you're Michael, right? I'm like, yeah.
Getting nearer to him as he watches his kinsmen slaughter in front of him.
It was like,
He's going to
you're captain of a soccer team. You'd be like,
fight and kill a person.
no, I'd be like,
Weapons mano a mano.
that actually never meant anything to me.
Might
That
be
really.
forgiven.
He was. I was captain with a bunch of them. I was friends with a bunch of them. I didn't fucking know shit. Boys and girls teams. I mean, it meant they were good leaders and things, and like, but that is not why I was friends with them. I was friends with them because they were the funniest things I
Especially
could
if you've already been through this once before.
find.
This had to be the biggest nightmare this guy had for the last 2 years. And here it is, deja vu all over again, as you would say.
So what did you do? Hold on, you gotta time yourself.
Don't give a single person to impact history. As we all know, it's usually all kinds of things working together, paying off each other, giant transit forces and things like that. But we talked about how extraordinary individuals can sort of sometimes push the envelope and make the difference and ping the meteor off in a different direction and change the impetus and all those kind of things. What's the opposite of an extraordinary person? When you get somebody in a position that is less than what you could normally expect to have in key ways. The system's based on clawing your way to the top. Theoretical merit-based systems, you see this less of the time. But sometimes in inherited systems or systems like this, remember this guy got the job from a supposed poisoner who put him into a royal position because he thought he could
Do you
do
need
trouble.
any help?
What if that guy is just an ordinary person for the most part who ends up in this extraordinary role? Well, sometimes you can get away with it. After all, most monarchies have all sorts of safeguards, things in place to keep some less than talented monarch from destroying the whole thing, right? Won't let him make a stupid military decision. That's why you have all those generals and advisors. But in certain key ways, there are no safeguards for one single. Below what you could have hoped for individual, the opposite of extraordinary, what they could do to you. Sometimes history comes down to trends and forces and big stuff like that. And sometimes it comes down to one guy deciding to run away for the second straight time. We're pointing out that at the moment the king of Persia does the unforgivable again, things aren't going that badly for the Persians. I would say they're losing, but they still have a shot, just like they still had a shot at the Battle of Issus when the king turned tail and ran. Once he turns tail and run, the chances of pulling out that upset go way, way down. And while we hear nothing about the elephants in this battle from the sources, and while the ferocious-looking Scythian chariots turn out to be easily countered by the Macedonians, the Persian cavalry is living up to the hype fully, and they have Alexander in a good deal of difficulty. Sources say that he was Alexander's right on the heels of the Persian king pursuing him, that he gets a message that his left flank report Armenio is, as usual, fighting off huge numbers of people and holding his own, but starting to fall apart. Alexander has to stop the pursuit and come and help. The Persians have also broken through the middle of the formation in a couple of places where gaps appeared, so it is far from a steamroll on Alexander's part. He has to come back and help. And there's some tough fighting in one area, and the bottom line is that for the moment, the person who has the crown that Alexander wants,
That girl who you munched your box on an air conditioner. How did she tell? This is how the world works, though. Get in these quotes. So you've got affluent, athletics, administration, somehow, some kind of connection, or economics. She didn't put it like that with all the A's, but that's just the way I could remember. And I knew how it works. That's how it's easy. And what? It's very difficult. Really. Well, did you? Well, what? Once I did not get in. She basically said to me, it didn't really matter that you had to get in on your own with academics. So as a transfer, it's a little different with athletics, but then in affluence, it's really transfers really only get in with academics. Really? Why? That's the only because you would have already. It's not like your parents are just randomly built a fucking building within 1 year. That doesn't really happen. And if it did, then it'd be like, okay, why didn't you fucking tell us that a year before you rejected the kid or whatever? And
sort of karmic justice in this whole thing if you look at it from the Persian point of view. And the Chinese did this all the time with conquerors. But you are the great cultural power of your day. As the Persians were, they were the inheritors in this culture. And the Greeks were the rustic outsiders, the Macedonians even more so. Over time, Alexander became Persianized, dressing like wearing his own people to act more like them, in terms of treating him more like a Persian king. There are a lot of historians that consider that the last king of kings in Persia is the guy who just destroyed the Persian army at the Battle of Gaugamela. And in my mind, that's an exclamation point on a story where he eventually rides all the way to the eastern parts of the empire and captures the great city of Persepolis and proceeds to burn the royal palace down. Rather intentionally, as a symbol, in payback for all the wars with Xerxes and Darius from a century ago. These traditions report it sort of a drunken mistake. Source suggests that Alexander was told that he should not burn down his own stuff. Quite the realization. All of a sudden, the demon king has gone native. Alexander's conquests put European dynasts in charge of these ancient civilizations that had never been under the European heel before. Then, in some cases, for centuries, when the locals and the natives eventually get native dynasties back and get control of their own societies, there will be precious little of their pre-Alexandrian world that hadn't been bleached out and left.
what is known as heaven. And this is
Alexander's
not
always
just
considered to be the end of an era. In Western tradition, it's
there's
considered to
different
be a
levels
good
of
thing.
heaven.
He's spreading Hellenism,
In
to all these parts of the planet that didn't have credence or wonderful, mixed with
So there's
some
kind of a
fantastic
timeline.
culture.
Really, because I do 4 in a row, it's too many. So anyway,
It's
good to know. Good to know. Everybody should know. It's good.
seen by the
But
cover.
if you do it slower,
spiritual teachers were
Yeah.
Archaeologist
see if you can figure out these fucks are
was one of a bunch of
by
experts.
chance. Fuck
Not
it.
that much of what Alexander gets historical credit for
Anyway,
actually
are you done?
contributed to the empire's historic down.
Where the fuck does that say?
All Coach historian J.M.
What?
Roberts talking about the Persian Empire founded by Cyrus the Great.
Save the draft. Fill the upload.
Years before Alexander the Great, he says about it, quote, right
Now,
across
of the ones that I want to see,
Persia
how many they
suddenly
have?
pulled peoples into a common experience. Indians, Medes, Babylonians,
Hey, Cyrus
Lydians,
is great. Are you
Greeks,
done?
Jews, Phoenicians, Egyptians
Jesus
were
Christ.
for the first time all administered by
Oh,
one
white on white.
empire, whose eclecticism
White on
showed
white.
how far civilization had already come. The idea of distinct units
That's
of
not
history
gonna
in the Near East was over. The base of a future world civilization was in the making. End quote.
Is it? Are you done?
It's always so strange about hearing this line that Alexander spread Hellenism.
Well, no. I just-
He's bringing enlightenment to a
When I went
religion,
to like what they considered very big party schools,
when in fact the better analogy here,
who's they?
ancient
What like
Persia
Princeton Review and all those fucking
Roman Empire,
Playboy and fucking
and the better analogy for
Maxim,
Alexander's
all those
not
fucking
bringing
magazines that
light,
do
but something much more akin to
reviews of the
physical
top party schools.
Attila the Hun. The
There was
empire that Alexander
one
destroyed
school
is the
ever
greatest the world
on
has
that
ever
list.
seen. And the
Really?
way it's often portrayed in history,
I mean,
the
I can
story, the
tell you,
stereotypes, and
I
the
partied every
motifs,
single
the
day
whole team cheering for Western
of school,
civilization.
except for junior parents weekend.
Was
Hold on. It's not that I didn't party, I just didn't party as loudly.
law of
And-
the jungle that made sense. He's the lion
It's
taking out the
anyway.
sick
Are you
animal
done?
from the herd. It's nature's way. It strengthens everything.
Hey, somebody look maybe
Wooden shoes and silk slippers. The Persian Empire at this point is like the Roman Empire at the end too. They have silk slippers for their silk slippers. But let's not forget who was wearing the silk
Anyway, are you
slippers
done?
last and found out he really liked them. As we said, Alexander really went all Persian. Maybe the last Persian king of kings. Never mind that he may have killed Darius III. That never stopped the Persians from being kings. But while he may have
Sure, it
been king of
definitely
kings,
helps,
while he
okay.
may actually fit the motif,
Even just
Xerxes is
random.
supposed to have fit
Like
absolute
other shit
power,
doesn't do shit.
corrupting Alexander. Absolutely. Helped along by a terminal case of alcoholism.
Shout out to fucking Marion High School. And thank God I didn't have to go there. Why did Marion High
No
School?
such
Miriam
thing
High
as
School?
put on a
They changed
Persian
the name of it.
local facade. They will later,
Yeah.
but
Why?
initially,
They were next door to a dog food factory. Oh my God.
By Europeans before.
We would go to pick people up there, and I could not stand it that it was next to a dog food factory, and it stunk so badly. That would be a thing. Companies would not. You shouldn't be able to tell that something is made there. That to me is pollution. It's smell pollution. What does it mean? If we're talking about pollution and keeping the air clean and shit, you can't have the whole fucking place smell like fucking shit. What's another thing? Ethanol plant smells like fucking shit south of town. From where I am, everyone is like, it smells like bread here. Everyone's like, it smells like bread here. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, your whole fucking town smells like bread.
I think most of you ought to have
Like Bethlehem, like House of Bread, like bread, like fucking eat bread. They're like, yeah, and you don't smell it until you leave, and then come back, and you can smell. It smells different. It's like, oh my God, it smells like bread here. And but like normally I couldn't tell what it was. California, what is California? Like, what does California smell? Truthfully, like flowers. It's so beautiful. All the time. You go out to the desert, it smells like nothing. You go to the beach, and it's just 8,000 miles of pure ocean. The fucking air's never been so clean to hit your fucking nostrils. It's amazing. And then you walk a little inland off the beach, and it's fucking flowers for fucking miles. It's just amazing. When I first moved to San Francisco, there's this kind of flower when I was walking home from jail that I could smell. It's just, I love this little white flower. It's like fucking X. It's just the most beautiful smell. I love the smell of flowers. I love the smell of California flowers in particular. I love the smell of California. Anyway, that's the I love the smell of perfume, girls, and all kinds of shit like that. Flowers, I think, too. Anyway, smell-o-vision would be a thing, and taste-o-vision would be a thing where you'd be able to, like, smell something or taste something. It'd be a fucking thing that would go up inside you like a Peloton golf. So we could have virtual sex or whatever you wanted. And guys, it'd be a sex box. You just stick your dick in it like a fucking Happy Rockefeller deal. Anyway, are you done?
But I found that it works for me, kind of like how it's working for Squarespace. You can start a trial with no credit card required, and when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use the offer code HARDCORE and get 10% off your first purchase. What are you waiting for? My grandmother used to say, give fate an opportunity to intervene. Websites are a great way to do that. Squarespace.
Just go to primechoicesolar.com and follow these 3 steps or give them a call.
I bet I read a Rockefeller. It's like, yeah, I'm on TikTok. I don't really use it. But mine's the one with the flower next to it. I have a picture with the person who looks like me. I don't know what happened. Anyway, cool. Do you know what, like, she looks? I one time saw a picture of her, inadvertently, right there. I was right fucking there. And it's on camera. But that's the only time I think I've ever seen it. She's going like this in the fucking... It's not like this. It's like this. Why do you do this? This is like a stupid thing. This is like Angela Merkel kind of deal. Anyway, it's this. She's doing this. Anyway, that was the thing.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not sure you know the meaning of the word. These started off this idea of
bus access. What are you guys doing? You gotta take a whole bus there? They're gonna have a party bus to KaiCon. Party bus. I'm king of the party bus. King of the party. Party boy. So do you remember where you were when you met Yosh? So I said, do you need any help? And he said, no, bro, got it. Or something like that. Is that it? He said, I'm like, okay, well, if you need anything, I'm across the way. And I look forward to living across the hall. He's like, same. Really? No. He was just like, that's the sweetest thing anybody's ever said. Everybody said you were really nice. No, they were like, he's like, I'm almost done here. I'll be down. I'll be across in a little bit. Do you play Halo? And I was like, and he was like, but I said, that doesn't mean I can't learn. And he's like, I'm gonna teach you.
Specifically, usually they focus on an idea or a question.
Anyway, he had this fucking hat on, these fucking things. Really? That's how I imagine him. Did he? There's a picture of us, but where he has that fucking thing. It's like a snowboarding hat or something. Snowboarding hats become big. Really flamboyant fucking hats. Like kids had when I was in the 90s. Like they look like a jester and all kinds of shit.
But we didn't want to do that to you, so you get one long one instead. And maybe in an experimental effort here to see what works. And in addition to some feedback we got from you folks, we tried arbitrarily after the fact, mind you, it wasn't
Are you done?
put together this way. To separate
Are you done?
the show into sections, books, book 1, book 2, in places where maybe there are natural breaks.
Why don't you follow me?
Points or what have you. We'll see based on your feedback whether you like that or not.
This is a child.
Finally, this is a very unusual story
Character
to
limit,
tell.
Sita.
Because unlike most historical
Fuck your
tales,
couch,
there are
ninja.
things that happened. This is about something that didn't happen.
Court on Friday. Been in jail. Practical holocaust, no base. Aside from ceremonial pinprick. Mansion of Prostrate, 39 days abortion, live forever. New innovations, translator, womanizer, female biography. These are all my good ideas. Really? Yeah, but no base, no bris.
bit of a spoiler knowing
Yeah,
how this will
fuck, it
turn
didn't
out.
save. God damn it.
In the specific case we're talking about here in this tale today, because it's an ongoing story, there's no guarantee that you actually do know the end.
Are you done though?
In that sense,
So then
this
what?
story is not just
Yours forgave me and eventually taught me the ways of Halo.
to talk about.
Had you ever played Halo before?
Crisis. It's prologue for our own future potentially. Strap
Really?
in. Get ready for
Yours
it.
would be like, not competitively, not competitively. Right?
We call it by the light.
I'd be like, Yosh didn't even know the first thing about Halo.
Title.
He'd be like, stop saying that. I'd be like, Yosh, you didn't even know. And Rebecca's gonna agree. The best thing about Halo, and it's still true, is Team Swords. It's a song that I had. Team Swords. Team Swords. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing Team Swords. Team Swords. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing Team Swords. Why? It was just the best game where like you just got a sword, everybody had a sword, and it was like one guy versus another guy, and whatever person could hit the button fastest, basically, that person would win.
Why we are
Almost always. Sometimes if it was exactly the same time, you'd have to do it again. But basically, it's a very fun way. Shooting and stuff is fine, but that was more like a basically. Whether you were just forced to get something, Josh would be like, dude, but what about sticky bombing? What about sticky bombs? And they'd be like, yeah, there's some skill, but
alive and thriving.
But the best was fucking Team Swords. Why? Because it was like basically as soon as your it was just it was very simple. You versus me, whatever person hit the button first won, basically. And that's what I really liked, and I was good at it.
But some of these problems
Anyway,
may require adaptation beyond which we are capable.
I can't believe he's telling me how to play Halo.
Halo.
It's just playing, talking about teams, but really that's where the fun of the game is, and the Rebecca would agree. All the other shit is fun, but it's like, at the end of the day, if you want to go with what is like the most fair way to have a competition, it was about hand-to-eye coordination. It's very sexy. Hand-to-eye coordination is very sexy. And I know that fucking Bill Handel's daughters have very good hand-eye coordination. Really? Yeah.
What are the odds we'll never do them again?
Anyway, are you done? They don't know anything about Twitch. I remember at the beginning of this, I used to yell at them, God damn it, Pamela, get your shit together and get this fucking Twitch going. It's like, oh no, this thing sucks way bigger than you, honey. Really? Oh, this thing's
Obviously, there hasn't been a
Okay,
whole
are
lot
you
of
done?
peace since 1945. There's been lots of conflict. People get bombed all the time. I mean,
It's like these people don't even
violence is
care
ongoing and continuous.
about advancing
What that refers to is
their
conflict between great
companies.
powers.
Really, I can see that they don't.
You've seen from Mesopotamia onward, the World Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, the 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War, the Punic Wars. I mean, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Forever. One of the constants of human history, right? Up until about 70 or so years ago. Of course,
Some lady's like, you could blast yourself, Rabbi. Rabbi, you could blast yourself, Rabbi. In the future, like a general or something, you'd be, sir, yes, sir. Rabbi, yes, Rabbi. Really? Yep. Why? There aren't going to be rabbis that much longer, but it's just something that rabbis want. If you want to say father, yes, father, or whatever for fucking priests or minister, yes, minister, whatever the fuck, but in rabbi, in Jewish terms, it's rabbi, yes, rabbi. Really? Yep. That's Coolio. He died, but he's on this. Really? How did I get here? Shout out to George W. Bush. If you ask me who's my favorite president, I can't believe I would say this. I don't know if he's my favorite president. But what one am I most?
There is no guarantee that the long peace lasts forever.
Why? Oh my God, I think Laura Bush is so fucking hot. But actually, the one with whom I in my love is today. Jenna's very pretty, but far behind.
17 plus years into an ongoing and unending experiment. Can we handle our weapons technology? The only
Really?
way this experiment ever
Oh my
concludes
God, is she beautiful?
is if we find out that
I want her to be Barbara. I want to be George Herbert Walker Bush in the White House if Barbara Bush at my side. Really? Yeah. Maybe she'd be president or something. She's not in the running to be president. I don't know. Maybe she wants to be. I think she wants to be your grandmother. Really? Everybody always liked. Oh no, Barbara. Like which one? Really? So that it'd be like the first lady. Oh, okay, first lady. But then it would be like which one? So you're gonna marry Barbara Bush? She's got to get divorced, and you got to marry like 15 chicks before that.
Someone back to the Stone Age. Is something like that even possible? And what are the odds that we get to find out? I think what I find so interesting about both those quotes, the Einstein one and the LeMay one, is that they both invoke this idea of knocking humanity back on the civilization scale a few rungs below where we are now. As we all know, human history, as I've described, is kind of like a stock market, and you have your ups when civilization reaches new levels of sophistication and technological capabilities and all that, and then you have your downs, and it's sort of weird for modern people to realize that there were ever people who lived in a time where their forebears were more technologically sophisticated than they were. We've been kind of on a long stock market run since about the Renaissance or really the Middle Ages. Haven't had any
Are you
downturns.
done?
You know, within 1,000 more years, start getting pretty fat and happy and comfortable, and you forget that there maybe are variables out there that could do to us what giant plagues that wiped out, a quarter of the population could do back in the old days.
Give them a call to action. They don't know what to do. If you don't, people don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. But if you tell them, hey, this is what I want you to do. Can you please share this? Then it's like, okay, I know what to do.
Once upon a time, when I was growing up, even seemed to me like a gun aimed at your head. You walked around with this all the time, a sort of
Please share for world peace.
entire
Please.
society, really the entire world.
I don't care if it sounds close, but I like it. Please, please, please.
All-out nuclear exchange happened between the United States and its allies and the Soviet Union and its
Are you done?
allies.
So that was the first time you met Yosh? It was something like that. It was not my junior year. I mean, it was not my sophomore year, and it was not my junior year. Now, I very soon thereafter met Justine, his girlfriend, and while I had not met her, she was all over my Facebook for really, yes. Why? There were some weird girls who were on my Facebook, and that like people you may know, or not even that. They didn't. That wasn't invented yet. People you may know wasn't invented. It was because that only came out when after I graduated college. So I was like, oh, this would have been so helpful. I never knew that person's fucking name, and it's like, oh, that's what that person, because they had all these people in common. No, it was. I would go to a friend's page, and she was always on one of the friends, and she was one: Megan O'Farrell, Sarah Barrett, Allison Green, and someone else. I don't know. Really? Allison Green, Allie Green. Really? Yeah. And I don't think Allie Green and I have ever, I think we met once. And I even said to her, I feel like I know you. And she's like, I feel like the same thing. You're always on my Facebook. And I'm like, I know. You're always on mine. But it was like, I think, what about those people? I think we all may be related. Like very closely. And we don't know. And who do you know of that group? Well, I met Sarah from her brother Mikey. She was the one girl who I knew in Michael, of that group who I knew as I knew her in high school actually.
This is scratching the surface of what this new era
and what
in terms of weaponry.
She's beautiful. Yeah. And then
Sometimes called the father of
but I met her. She visited her brother in high school when she was in high school, I think. And she came to a party or something, and we were at
You knew the world would not be the same.
Megan O'Farrell was her friend. She's from Chicago. Is she? She says they're not within the city limits. None of these girls are from the city limits. Why? They're all from the fucking suburbs. And they all say they're from Chicago. And it's bullshit. Why? Because where does that end? You can't say you're from within the city limits of the city of Chicago. Or you can't say you're from Chicago because Jesus Christ, people from Peoria could say that, and they do. Now, my father's going to say, did my kid just say that Chicago was, Peoria was in the city of Chicago? He doesn't know what the hell he's saying. No, I'm saying when people from Peoria move to LA, and people say, from where are you? They say, Chicago. Really? All the time. Why? Well, I'm from Peoria, Illinois. Well, where is that? This is like a pain in the ass for them to say. However, if I say it, Jesus fucking Christ, do I get an earful at Shul on the Beach by some fucking Chicago man bitch?
Oppenheimer and his fellow scientists created and saw
Really?
and witnessed
Yeah, so I'm at Shul on the Beach my first time, and shout out to this one guy. I was talking about this story before, and that guy who on Snapchat had the house on the corner, and then there was a psychic. There's a guy who was like literally screaming about assassinating the president, and everybody was like, he had it like spray painted on signs and stuff, and I was like, well, that's the First Amendment, but again, I thought there were federal laws against some of it, but it was like, it was very interesting. Venice is very interesting. So it was in Venice, and this one guy who came up, he had fought in war. I don't know exactly when, but I believe he lost his legs in it, and he came rolling in on rollerblades. And I would say to him, well, I empathized with him certainly, but also it was like I had met all these Jews and they're all so fucking perfect, and it was like, no, they're not. But especially when you start seeing some of the people on the outskirts too. And he was on the outskirts. Yep. Why? Not to say he was like, he had a house in Venice. He was a contractor. He was a very accomplished person. But I remember he was on the outskirts of the shul. He just like rolled in off the fucking boardwalk into shul on Shabbat, and then just was there davening, and then fucking rolled out. But he was really nice, and anyway, we didn't continue our friendship. We texted a little bit, but I didn't. It's complicated, but he understands that, and that's kind of how it is within friendships and Judaism or anything. It's like, okay, well, we connect when we can. But what? So I was there, and it was after shul, and it was Kiddush. And I went up to the rabbi, who looked exactly like Rabbi Moshe Shalom. It wasn't him, but that guy looks just like this other rabbi. And I shook his hand and said who I was, and he said, every rabbi wants to hear a Rothschild come into the shul. It's like, well, don't get too excited. Anyway, then we had Kiddush after Shachrit. So after morning prayer, we had a meal, and this girl was there, and I sat at this little table at Shul on the Beach, which is literally very close to the beach. I thought it would be on the beach, and it would be in the future, but, and it would be inside too, but it was inside. And what'd you guys do? I said to this girl, she says, somebody says, so from where? So you're new here. From where are you? And I said, oh, Chicago. And this girl and her parents are like, oh, we're from Chicago as well. Whereabouts?
looking on the bright side, or putting the best face on the idea.
And I say,
now that we have these super weapons,
well, actually, Pawnee. And this girl goes, that's not Chicago.
It did not take atomic weapons to make man want peace, but the atomic bomb was the turn of the screw.
Now,
The atomic bomb made the
was that a
prospect
Berkshire
of
Kavod
future
on
war
Lakuta Whale or a Creektown
It
USA?
has led us up those last few steps
So
to the
this fuck
mountain
kike ass is the most fucking
Beyond,
Jewish looking
there is
bitch
a
I've ever
different
seen.
country.
This cunt calls me out and says that's not Chicago.
Never
Why?
quite
Because it's not. She's right.
get that
But
piece
when you're in LA
right
and you're like trying, people are like, so where?
King
If I say the guy who owns his house, from where? If he says from where are you? If I say to him Pawnee, he doesn't know where that is, but he knows a little bit about Chicago. So you can say Chicago. Same thing with Peoria. So, but people with Peoria, they allow that. That's allowed. They pull that shit. Why? Because it's the same state. But we are not. Pawnee never traditionally. It would be changed, but never traditionally was considered part of Chicagoland. But it would change. The Chicagoland Chevy dealers. This message brought to you by Chicagoland Chevy dealers. Why? And Bob Ryan. I mean, we'd get a little bit of Chicagoland influence. And we had WGN. We had WGN News at 9. I don't want to get into WGN News at 9, but there's a big deal. Anyway. As the steel of Daedalus Are you done?
presents to mankind, we are forced to grow into greater manhood.
Where's Dick Butkus? He's got to be opening up a car dealership around here somewhere.
Saying, adapt or die when it comes to altering.
So is that the end of your story? No, but people were really fucking
since there's been a story.
Possessive about that, about where Chicago was, and we were never allowed to say we were from Chicago. Never, ever, ever, ever were we allowed to say we were from Chicago. Really? No. My father was from Chicago because he was from within the city limits of the city of Chicago. Gets far south and far east of within the city limits of the city of Chicago as you can get. Really? These assholes about who I'm talking from, fucking Elkville Village and Naperville and fucking Waukegan. These assholes had never even walked within the city limits of the city of Chicago unless it was the fucking Magnificent Mile or Michigan Avenue. But we knew Brandon Avenue.
For atomic bombs, dropping nuclear bombs, thermonuclear bombs by then.
Anyway.
That gun is still pointed at our heads. We just don't notice it anymore because so many people have grown up in the shadow of that they're used to it. If somebody's pointing a gun at your head all the time, eventually you forget.
Are you done?
If you're born with a gun towards your head, do you even notice it?
Why Brandon Avenue? I have no idea. This is where my family bought property like 100 years ago. Really? Not that long
Success tool. Why should these people be traumatized?
Anyway, but from where so this girl called me out, and was she right? Yeah, she was. Really? Yeah. But and she said it with just such disdain that I was like, holy shit. Shout out to this girl. If she treated me like that when she found out I was from Pawnee, wait till she finds out how Jewish I am. I'm 100% Jewish, but Jesus Christ, really? And it was really a shock. Like, if she's willing to call me out on being from Chicago like that, is it? Well, that was not Chicago, really, yeah. But if I'm willing to be like that, then it was like, so what?
British philosopher Bertrand Russell once made it sound like the odds of human beings.
Well, shout out to that family. But
having to be reminded.
So I knew I had to get my observance up. But here's the interesting thing. I remember being like,
reasonably expect a man to walk a tightrope safely.
I explained to the guy on the rollerblade, I forget his name, but I was like, so you live here? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, and you're within walking distance of Shul? And he's, I mean, I think that's how I said it. He couldn't walk though, but we'd make it. I'd say he's the first person I'd try to get with a full set of like legs. Was this one guy I met in a drug rehab thing, and this other, that he'd be the first person with like knees down or like some kind of biofields and stuff like that. Women in place and wildlife, whatever. Anyway, are you done? Is it Zimmer? Yeah. Anyway, are you done? No, so I said to that guy,
6/19/45, and the one right afterwards.
I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford to live within walking distance of any
These
shul.
days when the atomic bomb
It's
is
so
discussed
expensive here.
often
And
in the context of discussing the
he's
morality
like, well,
of dropping, was it
I'm
right
like,
to use them at all?
and you, he's like, I'm like, you live around here? He's like, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to live with him. I think I do one day, but I didn't want to. I just was trying to figure out, like, how do people, I wanted him to say, well, people did start to tell me about, there were like secret inns within Judaism, not huge ones, but couple of them that, one of which I take advantage of. I have this fucking rabbi's telephone, maybe I'll text him right now.
Is a little bit out of step.
Of reduced rates. You could get somebody, it was still very, very expensive. It was not like, that's the family rate? Holy shit. Really? Yeah.
Had this to say about what would have happened if
So
we
what?
had decided not to use the bombs or to have used them in another way. The other person, by the way, mentioned in this quote is General Groves. General Groves was the military.
So what did you do?
head of Manhattan Project.
Well, I said to him, I don't think I'll ever be able to drive, and he's to be able to do this where I can't drive.
The families of
I think I
Americans
always have
killed
to be
after
able to.
the
I would always. And he's like, oh, drive
It
somebody.
was
I
the
was like, what do you mean?
the press,
He's like,
and Congress
oh.
would turn on the president and his advisors.
So Rabbi, I
There
think,
would have been a
drives
cry
here.
to
I'm like,
impeach
on
President
Shabbat?
Truman.
He's like, I think he drives a motorcycle on Shabbat.
The administration would be convicted of spending billions
So
of
again, we'll
dollars
say that
and
it was
draining massive amounts of brain power and manpower
it
from
was
other war projects.
an
and all
electric
for nothing.
motorcycle, which that would be big. I think Harley Davidson would make an
In
electric
addition to
motorcycle.
that,
It'd be really
this is
good. But
often
Honda, I think, would
overlooked, I
be
think,
really
by
good.
people
And it would just
who
sound
talk about the
like
morality of
it'd
dropping
have
a
its own
bomb,
unique sound.
like the
Because
Hiroshima and
Harley
Nagasaki
Davidson
weapons
is
and
a certain sound. They
and that's
patented the
what
sound,
Japanese
or
civilians were already
they
putting up
copyrighted
with
the
on a
sound,
daily
and
basis.
they NBC would get that NBC, that
Germans
octave, which would be really good.
places like
People would
Rotterdam,
want to start coming to me to
Japanese
get
had
sounds.
China
Like,
before
oh
the
yeah,
Second
that's a
World War
fucking
officially
that
started.
that fucking Maxwell House fucking percolator thing. That's a thing.
Devastating without the nuclear bombs at all.
Really?
In March
Yeah, but I mean,
1945, months before the atomic bombs were dropped, Tokyo was hit with a
did they just have the
firebombing
percolator
rate
sound?
of 100,000 and vaporized
So when you do it like that, they would have that anyway. That's a jingle.
And by the time
Really?
the atomic
Yeah.
bombs were dropped,
Is that
50 to
Maxwell House?
60 square miles of Tokyo gone, and it had been taken off the top priority targeting list. Some 60 plus other Japanese cities had had the same fate meted out to them. It was a logical
Are you done?
extension, a natural progression, if you will, of total war. It's a dynamic that would have been very difficult, if not impossible, to stop. It's partly the reason why, when we discuss
You gonna go out
another
yourself like a
atomic
dog?
war today, it's so scary. Because the idea that human beings could control
Then you just fucking
is enough
fall
of a
asleep and pass out and shit.
It has a momentum all its own. Now, there are some things that were different about the atomic bombings and that blow me away. to
What if
this
you got
day.
those ones going on your
One
desk?
is the instantaneous nature of it. It's hard enough, you would think, to get your mind around the changes that happen to your city during a massive late war bombing raid. I mean, if you have 500 or 1,000 heavy bombers flying over your city, practically wingtip to wingtip, dropping incendiary and high explosive bombs on your town, how hard is
Are
that
you
to
done?
get your mind around? When you crawl out of the bomb shelter and see what used to be your city in ruins, how hard is that to get your mind around? If instead of happening over a 24 to 36 hour time period, it happens in the blink of an eye, well, that's what the atomic bombs did. The best relatively short description I've read of the effect of the two bombs was penned by author Susan Southard in her book about Nagasaki. She says that within a second of the bomb being dropped, the fireball was 750 feet in diameter, and the temperature in the fireball was 540,000 degrees Fahrenheit, higher than at the center of the sun, she writes. She says, quote, "The bomb's vertical blast pressure crushed much of the Urakami Valley. Horizontal blast winds tore through the region at 2.5 times the speed of a Category 5 hurricane. pulverizing
They
buildings,
killed someone.
trees,
I know someone who killed someone.
animals,
It was
and
like
thousands of men,
a
women, and
fight,
children.
and
In every
I
direction,
think they broke a
people
bottle
were
over the
blown
other
out of
person's
their
head
shelters,
and
houses,
killed them. But it was like
factories, schools, and
self-defense.
hospital beds,
But it
catapulted
wasn't.
against walls,
They went
or
to.
flattened beneath collapsed buildings.
It
Those
was, but they
working
went
in
to
the
jail for like
fields, riding streetcars, and
manslaughter.
standing in line at city ration
Or
stations were blown off their
I
feet
think they went to
or hit
jail
by
for
plummeting
murder,
debris
and they got
pressed to the scalding earth.
executed. I honestly don't exactly know. I met the person. They're very nice, and I know their mother very, 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 very
Patients and
well. She's one
hospital
of my
staff
closest
jumped out of the
colleagues.
windows of Nagasaki Medical College Hospital and mobilized high school
It was
girls
such a personal
from the
issue,
third story
and
of Shirayama Elementary School, a half mile
she
from the
endured two
blast.
things I don't want anyone else to have to endure on this. That where they had the child go to jail for murder,
That it all
and
happened in an
and they had
instant.
a house burned down. I don't want to.
Think of the shock that this engenders.
Anyway,
And there seemed to be, two things in quick succession. Well, really three. First, if you saw it, you got the light. And if you weren't shielded from the light somehow, it burns you. It looked kind of like it's been described differently, but like a flash bulb going off of an old camera. That sort of bluish white light. Then there was the blast wave, which could level everything depending on how far away from where you were. And then there were the fires, which seemed to break out several minutes after the
Hey,
initial
how's it going?
blast, as though
Are you done?
everything were sort of heated up, and it took a minute for the kindling to.
No, there's that kind of house
catch a
burning,
light,
like
but it
arson.
did
Like I'm gonna burn your
everywhere.
house down.
Almost heroin
That's
stories
arson. But if
come
you
from
say like
family members
I'm gonna burn
who
this
would be
house
trying
down,
to get another family
that
member,
means
who was stuck in
I'm
the
gonna light
debris
this
that
place
was all
on
of a sudden
fire. I'm gonna
everywhere out
give
as
it
the flames
energy.
approached and had to leave them.
Really, like get your
And
popcorn
essentially
ready. I'm
saying
gonna light this
goodbye as
house
they
on
watched
fire.
their
I'm gonna light
child
this place
stuck
on
in the
fire.
rubble as the
That's
flames
what that
approached.
means, as opposed
It's
to
horrifying stuff.
that's a-
People
that's
who
a-
were first on the scene.
turn of phrase.
Both
Light this
cities
on fire.
talk about running into human
This girl is on fire.
zombies,
Does that
if
mean
you
she's
will.
really on fire? No, she's
Silent people
on a wavelength. She's on a
burned
vibration.
almost
She's
beyond
doing well.
recognition.
Same with I'm gonna light this place on fire. Really?
Hiroshima survivor Hiroshi
You light this
Shibayama
place on fire.
saw the explosion
fucking
and ran
close it.
toward the city
I
center
just
where
want
the
that to be
bomb had
said.
gone off.
But yeah,
Said,
are you done?
When we had gone about 1 kilometer, we were brought to a standstill by a grotesque group of people. The blood pounded in our heads again. I remember that my eyes were drawn inexorably to the scene. The people were burned so badly that it was hard to distinguish feature from
Are you
feature,
done?
and all were blackened as if covered with soot. Their clothes were in rags. Many were naked. Their hands hung limply in front of them. The skin of their hands and arms dangled from their fingertips. Their faces were not the faces of the living. End quote. He went on to point out that he'd seen quite a few normal air raids up close, but this was different. Quote, how could I comprehend what I saw before me now? It was not just a group of injured people, nor was it a procession of the dead or a band of ghosts. No sound came from these figures. They seemed to have given up. The pity that they engendered
Knifing
is
could be a
beyond
big thing.
expression.
Like mass
They
stabbing. They said
continued to
mass
stream
shooting.
past
No one
in
ever got
deathly
mass
quiet.
stabbed.
How can anyone
Some
describe
motherfuckers shoot that.
their clothes ripped from
Somebody
them by
had
the
a
force of the
like the future.
explosion?
Not everyone
Their
will look.
bodies
It'll be
burned by
mass
the
stabbing.
intense heat. Some were completely
And they're
naked,
very bloody.
and others had only the shirts stuck to their bodies. The injuries to
What a
their
lot.
faces were particularly cruel. Unscathed and with clothes intact, I felt like an
Really?
intruder.
Box cutter. Truthfully, they were like those fucking. People wouldn't know. They were those like kind of box cutter that's like
For example, were between 70 and
like a
80,000
reciprocating. What do
dead.
you call those? Break off box cutter. Nice
Or
brief,
killed
dog.
later by radiation. Probably
Breakaway knives or something.
injured. The Nagasaki bomb numbers were somewhat lower.
Is that a Baruch Shem from Uncle to my own bed? Oh, Quick Town USA Tiger.
Tens of thousands
Whatever you want to do,
of
baby.
deaths, maybe almost
You done
100,000
breakaway
in
razor.
one city, caused by a single bomb, was an
Yeah.
exponential.
It's called a snap blade.
After the first
What a
bomb
breakaway
was
knife.
dropped on Hiroshima,
So you 86 yourself in another with an breakaway knife?
television
Yeah, but X-Acto
showed
knife sounds
the
funnier.
American people
What says X-Acto?
what this new weapon was.
X-Acto knife is not a word in Israel, but it would be. Really? Yeah, it's got a Y right there. Just saying. Alright, are you done? I gotta take a shit.
The atomic age.
A short time ago,
Good look
an
at it.
American
Very nice.
airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima that destroyed its usefulness to the enemy.
I thought you were gonna
That
fucking.
bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese began the war from the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid many folds, and the end is not yet. With this bomb, we have now added a new and revolutionary increase in destruction to supplement the growing power of our armed forces. In their present form, these bombs are now in production, and even more powerful forms are in development. It is an atomic bomb. It is a harnessing of the basic power of the universe. The force from which the sun draws its power has been loosed against those who brought war to the Far East.
Historian Michael S. Sherry says that there were overlapping feelings on the part of the American public to finding out that this new reality existed. He writes, quote, "A cacophony of reactions to the bomb's advent arose swiftly among Americans. Some stressed pride in American achievement and satisfaction in gaining vengeance against the Japanese. Truman's announcement that the Japanese, quote, have been repaid manyfold, end quote, for Pearl Harbor. A minority of Americans wished the war had gone on longer, so more atomic bombs could have been used against Japan. Others, especially soldiers who assumed that an invasion of Japan was the only alternative to the bomb's use, welcomed the peace that the bomb had speeded, and the bomb itself as a tool for enforcing continued peace. Overlapping those other reactions was another. As in responding to the Holocaust, many Americans saw the bomb as evidence of the scourge of modern war, in the face of which the wisdom of American use seemed a minor matter." Now he quotes a New York Herald Tribune article from the era, which said, quote, "One forgets the effect on Japan as one senses the foundation of one's own universe trembling." End quote. Famed CBS News correspondent Edward R. Murrow put it this way at the time, quote, "Seldom, if ever, has a war ended, leaving the victors with such a sense of uncertainty and fear, with such a realization that the future is obscure
Are you fucking
and that survival is not assured."
Are you fucking serious?
So while Americans could be glad that the bomb was in their hands, there was a clear sense and understanding that this would probably not always remain the case. Someone like that, used to having two oceans that kept you safe from anybody doing any major damage to your country of the sort that other countries were very familiar with during the Second World War, could set the foundations of your universe trembling. And this is where you begin to get this divide. This idea on the part of some that everything has changed, and so the human species is going to have to shed themselves of habits they've had forever. The people who view themselves anyway as much more firmly attached to reality, who think that what we have here is just a natural extension
That
of
fucking charger
technological change,
strong enough or something?
working in the benefit of our side, the good side. President Harry Truman called the atomic bomb the greatest thing in the history of the
Why
world.
do you like milk so much? Well, again, to define it,
The bombs were dropped, the war was over.
to define a milk,
There'd be a famous meeting where
what's
the
a milk?
scientists
Cheers,
went
I
into
like
the Manhattan
fucking.
Project.
That's not necessarily
It's
women
face
who
to face with
reproduce.
the president of
Why?
the
Because it's
project.
unfair. Some women haven't had the chance to reproduce or reproduce yet.
Oppenheimer is a perfect
Could you be a
example
mature
of that.
who
Science
hasn't reproduced? Of
feels
course.
as though Pandora's
As
box
a woman,
has been
I don't want to
opened.
put age on it.
He feels
Why?
increasingly
Honestly,
responsible for picking the lock on it.
if I say,
It sounds like
I almost said a
Truman
number,
was caught off guard
and it's like,
by Oppenheimer's
well, that
guilt.
gets in trouble.
There are many different
What
quotes
the
of this
fuck?
account, and they're all different. They're booked to win a nuclear war. Michio Kaku and Daniel Axelrod tell the story this way. Oppenheimer and the president,
I
the Secretary of State, are talking. Quote, in the course of the conversation, Oppenheimer told Truman, "Mr. President, I feel I have blood on my hands." Truman then reached into his top pocket, removed a neatly folded handkerchief, and offered it, saying, "Would you like to wipe them?" After Oppenheimer
Just wait
left,
to kind of
Truman
point to
turned to
just
Dean
have good
Acheson,
LP.
the Undersecretary
That's what I'm
of
doing.
State,
So I just want good
instructed him
phone
not to bring Oppenheimer around anymore, and declared, "Blood on
quality
his
of
hands?
assurance
Damn it, he hasn't half as
improvements.
much blood on his hands as I have. You just don't go around belly aching about it." End quote. A more R-rated version of the story is told in Jean-Jacques Solomon's Science et Politique. He said, quote, "Oppenheimer, when he went into Truman's office with Dean Acheson, said to the latter, wringing his hands, 'I have blood on my hands.' Truman later
Why?
said to
Make
Acheson,
it too long.
'Never bring that
Why?
fucking cretin in here again. He
Get
didn't
a
drop the
ton of
bomb.
fucking
I did.
checking.
That kind of weepiness makes me sick.' End quote.
And I spend too much time watching it.
Truman could
Like, it's really
dismiss
easy for me to be the other way,
that he was
but I
far
like
from
pay
the
attention to all this stuff.
scientist who was gravely concerned. Even before the two bombs were used on Japan in the Second World War, more than 70 atomic scientists signed a petition with a bunch of different things in it, but among other concerns were that the bombs were going to be used against cities and people, and they suggested using them
Come on,
offshore
NSFW.
or in uninhabited areas. Truman, as we said, had a whole bunch of different pressures working on him, but these scientists didn't have working on them. Once the war was over, all of a sudden the outlook could change because it could afford to be changed. You're not in hot blood anymore, you're in cold blood. And now you have in your hands
Wow, I like
these new
that.
weapons.
Thai massage course
What do you
menu.
do with them? How do you control
How much is this cash?
who's in charge of them? And what if other countries get them too? There were, in the years 1945 and 1946, a lot of tug of wars and all sorts of questions being debated. I mean, the number one for a while was, who's in
That's
charge of
newer
atomic
massage.
weapons? The military? It seemed like a logical choice.
Newer massage becomes good.
Their argument was, if we're going to have to use them, we ought to be in control of them and know what we're doing. Truman is supposed to have said something to the effect of,
Ever
"I'm not
newer
going to let
massage?
some
I did.
dandy
You
lieutenant
like it?
colonel
Yeah, it
decide
was
he wants to start an
different.
atomic war."
What was it? No,
Eventually,
just
the
a
power would be
naked chick on it.
wrested into
And?
the hands of the civilian authorities, and the president, particularly,
Did you fuck her?
he
No.
was going to be the
What
one
was it?
who had the power to decide
Kind of like that time
to
menu,
push the
but
button,
yeah.
as it were done later. Historian Gary Wills said this is one of the effects the atomic bomb had. It changed the American constitutional system almost quietly due to the technological necessities that the weapon required. They were, quote, lodging the fate of the world in one man with no constitutional
Plus,
check on his
that's a
actions
thing.
caused a violent break in our whole governmental system. General Groves had a mere simulacrum of that authority, and only for a single project. Presidents now have it as part of their permanent assignment. This was in effect a quiet revolution. It was accepted under the impression that technology imposed it as a harsh necessity.
I could look at
In
girls'
case
tits
of
all day
nuclear
long
attack
for
on
the
the
rest of
United
my life.
States, the
and just
president
be
would
like,
not have time
you
to
have
consult
great New York
Congress or
boobs.
instruct the public. He must respond
Wow.
instantly, which means that he must have the whole scientific apparatus for response on constant alert, accountable only to him. If, on the other hand, a danger to our allies or our necessary assets is posed, calling for a nuclear initiative on his part, he cannot issue a warning ahead of time without alerting the enemy. Like President Truman, who was told he could not forewarn Japan, he must act with a lone authority. The nature of the presidency, he writes, was irrevocably altered by this grant of a unique power. End quote. So already the nature of the weapons was changing the way we do things
I used
on a
to
national level here in the
teach
United States.
Marquise
But the question of how this might change things on a human-wide level was being widely debated as well.
Yeah, I
In the years
really wish the best for his
1945 and
education.
1946, there were some very
Yeah.
interesting,
He
relatively
needed help,
unique
but
ideas
he had
floated in
talent,
the
like
world
to be.
of public opinion
He was cool. He was a
and
cool kid,
government
and he
proposals.
just needed a little help.
there was an attempt in
And
those
they were doing what
years,
they could to help them. I'm not saying
an
that.
active attempt to try to put the nuclear genie back in the bottle,
And in
to eliminate atomic weapons from the face of the earth, and almost as if to pretend that they had never been discovered at all. Now, there are two things to understand before we get into this. The first thing is, all this is occurring when the bodies from the Second World War are still warm. And after these terrible, earth-shattering wars, you often have a hangover period afterwards where people are understandably in one of these moods where they say, never again. This can never be allowed to happen again. And at the end of the Second World War, you throw the advent of atomic weapons in at the very end there. That's a definitive extra exclamation point on that never again. And so this seems like a pie in the sky, rainbows and unicorns utopian approach to things. Realize that they're living at the last time the sword of Damocles dropped, and they have a justifiable fear of it. The other thing to take into account, and I'm not a historian, so you're not going to see me making the right approach, is that this can be a legitimate proposal that we're talking about here. This could be for public consumption, and behind the scenes, realpolitik and geopolitical chess matches and business as usual can be going on.
That's right. I have no idea.
In October 1945, which is right after the Second World War ends, President Truman gives a speech to Congress, which kind of begins to deal with that question
Lady
about how
like that
are we
lady from
going
the
to control
sunrise?
these nuclear weapons now in this new atomic age. He gives one of these speeches where he says, the hope of civilization rests on international agreements where people renunciate the use and development of atomic weapons. It's a pretty big deal. And then he begins work with the heads of Canada and the United Kingdom a month after that on formulating some sort of policy. One of my nuclear experts I was reading, Joseph Sergio, essentially says it's the first nuclear non-proliferation agreement ever. They send their financier representative, a guy named Bernard Baruch, to the brand new United Nations. And on June 14, 1946, he makes this proposal. He does it with this very dramatic, famous language. He says, we are here to make a choice between the quick and the dead. That is our business. If we fail, then we've damned every man to be the slave of fear. It's a great speech that is supposed to set the apocalyptic tone, though, that a world with these weapons out there, conjures up. And the discussion talks about taking all the uranium and plutonium everywhere and everything you would need to build these bombs and putting them in a central location under an international sort of a security situation where nobody could get their hands on them and you couldn't have these weapons anymore. Now, if you're one of these people that thinks in terms maybe that the physicists were using about people growing into greatness, maybe you could see this as an example of that. These are human beings treating this with the respect and rationality that it deserves, and eschewing all of the normal power politics one would expect. 5,000 years of human history would lead you to believe. And truthfully, from a humanitarian viewpoint, the United States offering to essentially give up their monopoly on atomic weapons. I mean, when in the history books does somebody do that? With a super weapon. We've got the only one, but we'll give it up for this humanitarian cause. Now, here's the catch, sort of. The United States said they would do this as soon as everyone else had renounced them and all the materials had been put into a central location and all of the agreements to make sure no one was cheating and building these weapons on the side were in place. And then as soon as that was done, the U.S. would give up all their weapons too. Well, there was a little counter proposal made by the people that were going to begin to be the other superpower in the world for this next 40 years after this period that we have called, and the history books all label, the Cold War. And by the way, there's a decent number of historians who believe it's a Cold War instead of a hot war because of the existence of atomic and later thermonuclear weapons. Our former wartime allies, but we weren't exactly buddy-buddy with them before the war, the Soviet Union. the seeds of the suspicion that will explode into rabid animosity in just a few
This girl
years are
pisses on
already
camera?
apparent in 1946. And the Soviet counter-proposal to the United States, Britain, and Canada saying, let's all just renounce the use of development of these weapons, and as soon as we can prove you've all done that, the United States will throw theirs away. And the Soviet Union said, why don't you throw yours away now, since you're the only one that has any, and then we'll figure out how to keep the world from developing any more after that. That's exactly the kind of attitude that anybody studying human history forever would expect, right? Many out there would say that's just rational. Absolutely, don't get hoodwinked.
Is it your thing?
There was a belief on the Soviet side that what the United States really wanted to do with this arms control agreement, if you will, is extend the length of the monopoly that they had.
Girl, did you say Morani?
Since we're sure no one else can develop any.
Girl, you say Morani?
Period of time where we're the only ones who have them. But it
Did you
began
say
to sort of
Morani?
lay the groundwork for
Lady,
what we would see in the future.
this girl just pees everywhere?
Geopolitical chess match where the board itself is booby-trapping nuclear weapons. And
You know,
nobody knows
it's
where
fair
they
well.
are on the board, so every time anyone conducts a major move, everyone tenses
You
up.
say Morani?
The board itself was determined
You wouldn't say Morani. Did you say Yashar Atzar? Lady, did you say Yashar Atzar? Why would you say Morani? Say Yashar Atzar. This lady's everywhere.
geopolitical trouble spot on this chessboard, Berlin, the former German capital. At the end of the war, Germany is divided. The eastern half is under the control of Soviet forces, the western half under control of the United States, France, and Great Britain. All four of those powers are sharing jurisdiction and occupation of the
Whenever I
former
think of
German
you, I
capital,
beat off and masturbate. And then,
The problem is that Berlin
Jesus, lady.
is geographically speaking well within the Soviet zone of control in eastern Germany. The Soviets control all access to the city. A couple of roads that the Soviets watch over carefully is where all the supplies come in from the west. It's an important piece on the chessboard, but it is a piece that from the beginning of the game is effectively held hostage. The most important piece the Soviet Union has on the chessboard is the Red Army. The Red Army is constructed differently than armies in the West were. It's an army that was meant to slug it out with German forces, with tanks, with heavy artillery. It is a hammerhead sledgehammer of an army. It is full of veterans, and their commanders are well versed in how to use the very large forces that they possess. When the war ends, the other powers like the United States and Great Britain quickly start demobilizing their forces. The Soviets demobilize forces to a degree too, but the Red Army stays where it is, large, powerful, threatening. And the Allied forces really have nothing on the ground in terms of an army that could stand against it. When asked what the Red Army would need to advance into, I believe in Switzerland, U.S. commanders said shoes. I mean, the belief that it could just advance all the way to the Atlantic in 1946, with little to stop it, was widespread.
What is this? This reminds me of
Chess pieces on the west side, though, were compensatory.
Why are your socks always so hard?
To some degree. The West had the Great Air
Sweat.
Forces and naval supremacy. And they also had the atomic bomb. The problem that the United States found itself in terms of a dilemma is the only thing that they had that they knew could blunt the Red Army's march to the sea if it came to that were atomic weapons. It may have been early on too valuable a piece to give up. Of course, let's remember, the Red Army was not sitting on the edge of Soviet territory defending the motherland. They were perched basically along the farthest extent that they had taken over in wartime, and were occupying unwilling populations of people who before the war were living in their own countries. Places like Poland and Romania and Hungary and the Baltic states and a lot of other places were now occupied and were being incorporated slowly but surely into the communist bloc. This became a bone of contention and something that would have kept good relations from breaking out probably in any case. The other issue that divided the two sides after the war was ideological. And that should come as no surprise. I mean, the 20th century is such an ideological century anyway. And in the 1930s, you had three giant different ideological blocs sort of competing with each other: fascism, communism, and the democratic free market West. The war essentially eliminated the big fascist powers, leaving a dynamic that, as historian Gwen Dyer points out, diplomats from hundreds of years ago would have understood. They would have predicted a war between the Soviet Union and the United States based on power politics alone. I have to bear this in mind because growing up when I did, the idea of communism versus democracy was such a huge part of the equation that it's hard to rule that out or minimize that. But as Dyer points out, it's a lot like the role religion played in the wars of the 16th and 17th century. It's important and it makes a big difference, but if you took that out of the equation, you probably would have had the same competition anyway. Here it's quote: "The United States and the Soviet Union have no common border, no claims on each other's territory, no history of national animosity. They're not even serious rivals for trade or resources. But their post-war confrontation was perfectly predictable and widely predicted as soon as the probable outcome of World War II became clear around 1943. He said, quote, "Our gravest error in the late 20th century is to overestimate our distance and our difference from the past. We believe that the present round of competition between the great powers is different from all the others in history, that it is invested with special significance because of its ideological dimension and because of the appalling consequences if it were to lead to war, as all such other competitions have eventually done in the past." End quote. He then goes on the list that both sides can use to point to the other and say, well, look at all these provocative things you've done. And then he says, quote, "Each side has an ideologically watertight explanation for why the adversary behaves with such persistent wickedness and aggression. But none of the post-1945 developments would seem surprising to a 17th century Spanish or Ottoman diplomat. Neither communism," he writes, "nor liberal democracy would mean anything to him other than as a useful label for the players, but he would have no trouble understanding why the victorious alliance so quickly fell apart. They almost always do after victory, because the winners are the biggest players left on the board. Hence, they automatically become the greatest potential threats to each other's power." End quote. No, I disagree with Gwen Dyer's excellent point about power politics. But at the same time, as someone who grew up in that era also, it's hard to discount what the dread and disdain here in the United States for communism, the impact that that had overall on events. There's a Foreign Affairs magazine review of Stephen Whitfield's book, The Culture of the Cold War, that I thought was an interesting description that sort of spanned the width and the breadth, and then sort of the weirdness as you look back on it now decades later, the entire affair. It says about the book, quote, "A lively and well-documented account of how the Cold War both produced and was sustained by super patriotism, intolerance, and suspicion, and how these pathologies infected all aspects of American life in the 1950s. Entertainment, churches, schools. Older readers will remember and still be amazed. Younger ones will find this a readable introduction to a bizarre aspect of the American past." End quote. And you know, looking back on it, there was something bizarre about it. And I didn't even exist in the time when it was at its most bizarre, the 50s, the 1950s. At the same time, and I've said this before, I wish that there was this potion or serum that you could drink that would allow you for a moment to feel what the people living in that era felt about this ideology that to many of them seemed little better than what Hitler and the Third Reich was offering, and whose desire, as they saw it, to extinguish freedom all over the world was about the most evil thing they could think of. When you're fighting the most evil thing you can think of, there's not a whole lot of things you're not willing to use to win. Case in point, atomic weapons. There's another element that's involved in the story that contributes to how bizarre it looks as we look back on it now. It's something that for a great many people was an article of faith at the time period, which we know to be false because, well, what they were worried about happening never happened. But they don't have that luxury. And every era has its conventional wisdoms that it has to use in factoring out how to make decisions. We are as trapped by our own as they were by theirs. But a great many people, and it's hard to quantify exactly how many, but it spanned the entire spectrum from world leaders and decision makers to the intellectuals, down to the farmers and the ma and pa operators of hardware stores in Middle America. It was this idea that war with the Soviet Union wasn't just a possibility, but that it was an eventual inevitability. And that colors your thinking in ways that if you don't believe that, or if, as we do, we know that that wasn't what was going to happen, it looks insane. Because you consider things that don't make sense outside of that context. For example, if war is going to happen eventually, more than 5,000 years of human political and military history tells you it's better if it happens at a time and at a place of your own choosing. And also when your advantages are maximized and your adversaries are minimized. Since the end of the Second World War, no greater disparity in weapons technology has ever existed. And the United States had a monopoly on atomic weapons. It should be pointed out
Are you done?
those even
Allegedly. What? I was tomorrow, I'm like, Shine, it's so rude. We get close with the what's here. Go the fuck around, so
you know, we already had our stuff all over there. Everything was mobilized. Everything was
go
aligned.
fucking ready to
We
send
are
it.
fighting that
No
war with the
fucking around,
Russians
so
right
shit,
now.
what?
He was notoriously gung-ho and general, but even stone
Let's go,
cold
perfect.
pacifists will be tempted by this temporary window of opportunity that exists. If the one atomic power on the planet wanted to kill the other potential one by strangling it in the cradle, and no one knew how long the window of opportunity was going to last. Expert opinions differed. President Truman is supposed to have asked J. Robert Oppenheimer how long he thought the monopoly would last. When do you think the Soviets would get the bomb? He's supposed to have replied, I don't know. To which Truman is supposed to have responded, I know, never. Truman didn't explain his thinking on that, whether or not he thought perhaps the collective minds of mankind would come to their senses and international agreements would fix this problem, because he believed World War III was imminent.
No way.
And the Soviet Union
I
would be
did
wiped off the map
crazy
and
fucking
would
nuts.
disappear in a giant mushroom cloud. The military head of the
Do
Manhattan
you think that he
Project,
would?
General Rose,
I didn't really have an
decades
opinion on it.
before the Soviets got the bomb.
I know he won't win.
But concerned scientists and even
I didn't know he liked
pacifists
losing that bad.
worried enough to consider the potential value
In fact, I think
of a
that's the thing about, like, if
preventative
you like
nuclear
one thing in the
war.
world he's done
Bertrand
to
Russell
hate the most,
was jailed for opposing the First World War as a pacifist.
he likes it a lot
Wrote
more than we all do.
right after the Second World War, quote, Russia is sure to learn how to make
I
it.
thought he was out of the
atomic
place.
bomb. I think Stalin has inherited Hitler's ambition for world dictatorship. One must expect a war between USA and USSR, which will begin with the total destruction of London. I think the war will last 30 years and leave a world without civilized people, from which everything will have to be built afresh, a process taking, say, 500 years. There is one thing and one only which could save the world, and that is a thing which I should not dream of advocating. It is that America should make war on Russia during the next 2 years and establish a world empire by means of the atomic bomb. This will not be done, he writes. He then gives a speech, pretty much right after that time, to the British House of Lords. I'm quoting this, by the way, from Prisoner's Dilemma by William Poundstone, wonderful book, one of the most famous scientists associated with atomic power, John von Neumann. And he quotes Russell as telling the House of Lords his nightmare scenario that would turn a pacifist into somebody that wanted a preventative nuclear war to be started. On his advice,
I'll take it.
he
That
told
girl
the House
pissed
of
all over.
Lords,
Boy, she is epic. Girl,
as I
you
go
are so
about the
desperate for
street
money. You
and
needed me
see
so
St.
badly.
Paul, the British Museum, the Houses of Parliament, and the other
Fuck
monuments
you.
of our
I'll piss
civilization,
all over your
in
face
my
if I
mind's
need to,
eye,
better.
I see a nightmare vision of those buildings as heaps of rubble with corpses all
Maybe.
around them.
I mean, if anybody,
End quote.
she's got a lot of guts to do it.
When Russell, who's one of the more intelligent people of the century,
Hey, we're so-
theorizes that the next war,
If I
which he sees
were,
as
I'd want it
imminent,
like a motherfucker, though. I'd be like, I'd want to feel the pressure against it.
uncivilized,
Be able to compare it to her, like, normal pee
will have
in
to
a
be
fucking toilet and what
rebuilt
kind of pressure that would
and it
be.
will take 500 years to get
I
back
want
to
it
where
all
we are now.
Why?
Think
For
of how
science, baby.
apocalyptic
Science.
that is. Now, humankind obviously faces these sorts of threats periodically. In fact, we still face this one now, although we don't think about it much. I mean,
That
everything,
sounds
for
like
example, from global warming to some meteor hitting our planet or anything like that constitutes a grave potential threat. And the dynamics of each one is different, so our reaction is different. Climate change, for example, because it needs to be figured out via mostly things like data and observation and science.
Don't call me
becomes
Mexican. I'm Puerto
an argument
Rican.
ground for people with vested interest. These people had a different situation going on. The dynamics around atomic weapons had just been proven and seen. Basically, the attitude was, if you don't want to end up looking like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and here are some pictures, by the way, if you didn't see it, we have to do something. Doing something was a conundrum that these people found themselves a lot more trapped by than we would find ourselves trapped if we invented atomic weapons yesterday. It is one of those little vagaries of history, isn't it? That a lot of these things happen at a time period where everyone is still all traumatized and stressed, not when you really want to hand the new powerful super weapon over to human beings. Let's let the human beings heal a little bit. I mean, if you discovered atomic bombs yesterday in a laboratory, and we're talking about it today, how different might our approach to them be? You know, these are terrorists, these could really do some damn. We better think about this. But, you know, nobody's ready to kill each other. We're not sitting on a knife's edge of tension. When Bertrand Russell gives that speech, remember what's going on in this guy's memory banks. Remember the life experience that he's forming his decision making, which is the best line I think a history teacher ever gave me. He says, remember what these people have seen. Their life experiences determine how they formulate, you know, the best reaction in any given situation or the approach. Bertrand Russell was born in 1872 into a completely different world, and the reason it wasn't the world he was born into anymore is the two worst world wars in history destroyed it twice. The first one was so bad that they had this
People are
entire
gonna be going
period
there, and it's like,
afterwards
lady, you're fucking
where
right.
human
And I'm
rights
like,
had
I
never
know, and
again,
it's just fucking
not
runs
the
out
first
like
time,
doorbell
not the last
bitching.
time, and built up whole structures and treaties and arrangements and deals and everything. The League of Nations is just one example to see that this never happened again.
Also known as Ding Dong
Instead,
Kitchen,
within
but
20
he didn't.
years, it did, and it was worse than the first one.
Why?
And at the end, it ended with atomic weaponry. So if you're Russell in 1945, a month or two after the war ended, you are suffering from historical post-traumatic stress disorder, and so is everyone around you.
Snow is glistening.
So when you wonder how atomic
In the rain,
bombs
I thought
might
it was
be
snow.
used, you're thinking they're probably going to be used like the last two
A
things I saw
beautiful
happen
sight
within living memory.
as we fuck tonight,
It's going to be a lot messier than any of
screwing
that.
in. Well, what
The
did you
other
used to
thing that
say?
these people had going on,
Walk
I had
it
to
in
continue to
Grandpa's
remind
underwear.
myself of, and
Yeah.
it would be again so different if we developed these weapons yesterday, is that the two sides that are the, shall we call them, the tip of the spear in the Cold War, the USSR, the Soviet Union, and the United
This
States,
would be a big song. Who is
both
this?
entered the Second World War
Moody Blues would be
as
really
the
big.
result
Really? Yeah, that lady who likes
devastating
cruises loves
surprise
Moody
attack.
Blues as well as these other
Barbarossa,
ladies. They
the
love
German
two
surprise
groups,
attack on the
Moody
Soviet
Blues
Union
and
in
then
1941, and then in December
Neil Diamond.
1941, of course, at Pearl
Yeah,
Harbor.
so I know more than most people
Imagine
about.
the
I don't
next
know
devastating
like, that
surprise
much about
attack
it. I don't
happening
fucking know.
with
I was
atomic
born in
nuclear
Brooklyn,
weapons.
and I said to our friend one
And then
time, I said,
remember that these
"You know
people
he's
had
Native
already
American?"
seen that
And
movie
she's like,
just a few
"I
years
thought he was
ago.
Jewish." And I go, "Well, his last name's Diamond."
The other thing that they were absolutely certain that they had
Yeah, and I
learned
thought that was the
from
Native
the Second
American.
World War and the time leading up to it had to do with appeasement and how tough you
What
had to
is
be on
it?
people. All
It
of
could
these
be
elements
both, but he is
combined to
Native
create a
American.
dynamic
Really?
where
Yeah.
everyone was on a hair trigger alert, and now
He's
they
Jewish,
had
isn't
these
he?
weapons that were so dangerous on one side.
How's you, dude?
And this was key. 1946, in northern Iran, when the Soviet Union did not leave as quickly as they were supposed to, President Truman is supposed to have threatened to use an atomic bomb on them, and seemed pretty darn happy when they got out real fast. In other words, the idea that when you have this super weapon, you can impose your will on other people is really, really seductive. Truman's
Are
Secretary
you
of
done?
War,
Or did you like it when I just was like, oh my god?
explained
Was that your
the
favorite?
advantage that the atomic bomb
What was the
gave
name of
the
your
president
blanket?
and the
Favorite?
United States and the West in poker terms. He said that when it comes to world power,
Why?
the atomic bomb
There's
is
this
the
blanket my
equivalent of
dad
a
had,
real straight flush.
and
That is a hard
when I was a little kid,
geopolitical
and
hand to avoid playing, isn't it? I mean, what would people
it was
earlier
a comforter, it was
eras
a Bill
have
Black
done if they
comforter,
had nuclear
and
weapons and a
I
monopoly on them? Julius Caesar,
had
Alexander
this
the Great, a
comforter
bunch of
as a
Chinese
baby,
emperors, Japanese
and a little,
daimyos,
not a
or
baby, but like a little kid,
Hitler.
a toddler, and it was like my only comfort. My
Here's
parents
50
didn't have a lot of
bombs,
money,
but don't
and
use
so
them.
we did not, it was like a hand-me-down basically,
If Oppenheimer and
but
those physicists who were
it
talking
was all I had, and I
means
used to carry
rise
this
to
fucking
another
blanket
kind of
everywhere.
level
Really,
of
like that fucking
evolution
pig pen
where
and
they were
fucking
destroying themselves. You can see why. Because actually imagining them in the
Charlie
hands
Brown.
of most of the history's great figures in the past sound like the prelude to a nightmare.
Anyway, it was blue, it had rectangles on
Maybe
it.
that question could
Really,
be
yeah, I
phrased
would
a little
fucking
differently and examined also. I mean,
beat
if
this thing to death
the
to the
physicists
point it
were
would
talking
tear.
about a new
My mom
level
would
of
have to
human understanding being necessary to
sew
build
it,
this sort of
and
technology, maybe it's not
all the
fair to
fucking stuffing
imagine
would come out of it, so it was like a sheet
atomic
basically.
weapons in the
And
hands of
what?
some of the most sociopathic leaders in history. How would humankind in general in the past have dealt with something like this? Is perhaps a fairer comparison. If you could go back in
Made
my
you do
famous
something.
time machine, a very large version of it, and bring back nuclear weapons and some technicians to
NSA,
simulate
no strings
and
attached,
show
you
them
just
what
fucking
button
leave.
to push and
Nothing
everything.
ever happens. Fuck yeah,
Do you
baby.
think of
All right.
people from the Bronze Age
NSA.
or the Iron Age nukes their adversary? If you give Hannibal
Starts with Loma
nuclear
Windows in
weapons,
fucking
explain what
Toledo,
they do, set
Ohio.
them up for him
It was
handing
like
the
a
button,
really
say if
big,
you
it would
push
be a
this,
really
all
big,
of Rome will
wherever
be
it
gone,
was.
and there'll be
It was the
walking
hottest
zombies
place
with
to
their
go,
skin
even more than Tony Pacos in Toledo, where I've been as well. I've never been to Loma Windows. I'm telling you how hot. They wouldn't even let me in Loma Windows. No, I'm kidding. We drove by. Why?
about the development over time.
It was big.
And systems.
It wasn't necessarily big.
But also something based on, if you want to suggest the species learning, how about the idea of imagining Hannibal with that nuclear weapon, having gotten a chance to already live through things like the
You were
First
in a
and Second
MASH.
World
If you were in a
Wars,
MASH, you were an
to
American board.
experience
You weren't going to go
Verdun,
anywhere.
and Stalingrad, and gas and atomic bombs used in warfare, and then hand him the weapon and say, maybe now you understand the mess this sort of Damocles will leave. Do you still want to nuke Rome? I'll tell you what's fascinating to me, and again, it's part of the human condition, I'm not sure you can get around it, is at this moment, and maybe this is the kind of stuff the physicists were talking about also, at this moment when it's all on this like doomsday clock knife edge in 1947. Scientists will inaugurate the doomsday clock because it's showing how close we are to destruction because of atomic weaponry and all that. Doesn't matter how close it is, though, to striking midnight, we're still playing politics in the world's democracies because that's how democracies work. To go back and read the political pressure
Shout out to
on
all
a
the
guy
fucking
like Truman
Spanish people
that
who
the
taught
opposition party
like
uses
white kids
against him,
and made them
and
very smart in
typical
Spanish.
political
It was like trying
dynamics
to
are
compete
trying
with
to
a kid who
appeal to
basically was
voters in
bilingual
swing states.
because his
And
nanny was
it's
fucking,
insane
it was
how
impossible to
it
compete with
changes
these
a
kids.
dynamic that
So,
you
yeah,
really wish humankind could
nevertheless,
sit in a
are you
room
done?
and coldly and dispassionately without one
That
ounce
was
of
a
concern
thing.
about the politics of it and think about this issue that bedevils us, right? And
Shout
maybe
out
all
to Tony
humankind, maybe
Fiskeridge.
all
He's
succeeding
what's
generations,
going
if you
on,
want to
Mom?
take it to the
Yeah, he's from
logical
fucking
nth degree of
Pittsburgh.
hyperbole. But no, we're still going to
Just
call
outside,
President
Mom.
soft on communism because it's going to help us in the congressional elections in a place like New York.
I'd be like, you were
Darn
good
close
in
to taking the
high
Senate
school. He
back.
was like, oh yeah, man, I was
How else can
National
you
Honor
perceive
Society. I had a 1560 on the SAT.
I
It's
think,
like,
and I don't
it was
think
like
that this is an unusual statement to make at all.
I was
If
like,
you look at U.S. history, there are
National
certain
Merit
time
Finals. I
periods
was like
where the country
captain of
fundamentally
2 team.
changes.
I'm like, but you're a dumb
It's
fuck.
almost like a
He'd
body
be like,
part breaks
whoa,
and
you think
replace
I'm a
it with
dumb
something
fuck?
else
I
that's
was like,
reasonably similar if you want to fool yourself and dress it up. But
whoa. He was just like fucking Christopher Lloyd in fucking
and is unrecognizable to
Back to the
previous
Future. When this thing hits 88
Founding of
miles
this
per hour,
country
you're gonna see some
changed from
serious shit.
Confederation
Except
to the
he
Constitution
was
to one of them, in my opinion.
like a year younger than I was, but
The
he
Civil
was my
War
friend.
and
He'd be like, yeah,
Reconstruction's
you
another
are
one in
always partying,
everybody's
man.
opinion.
Mad props, man.
If you look at
I
the
don't know how you
period
do it. Every
of
fucking night I come down here.
independence
There are
from
different
about
girls here.
1946
There's
to about
different party
1952,
going on. Oh
you've
my
seen
god.
the United States
Oh my god.
government transform.
Well, man.
Historian Kerry Wills and we described him talking
Shout
about
out
how
to
the presidency and
Pittsburgh.
the power of one person to decide to go to war in a window of minutes changed that
Pittsburgh,
aspect
California
of
is a thing.
presidential power.
Really?
But then
Yeah.
he goes on to list things that people who know American history all know anyway. All of the famous national security decisions and things like the Marshall Plan, the Truman Doctrine,
Shout out to my cousin who
all
liked
these
Pittsburgh
different things
Steelers. I
that
had
have
a
been taken
cousin
as
like
a
a
whole.
Pittsburgh
When you look
Steelers
at them
and
on the
another
list,
cousin
it's
who liked
amazing how many
the
happened in
Minnesota
the space
Vikings.
of a few years.
Really weird teams for our family.
Create the national
Why did they like
security state.
Well, I think my one
You should
cousin
know
liked
my
the
own
Steelers
biases before we go
because they're
further,
fucking
because I do have them. In
unstoppable.
this case, it's worth
And the
factoring that into your thinking when you hear me. But I
sevens.
talk a lot about politics, and in my opinion, the United States made the wrong course change during this time period and became a different country. A country much less connected to the one
There's shit
Americans
all
believe
over
that they
this
have
fucking can.
when they study
Really?
what I like to call the
Yeah.
myths of America and the Constitution.
These
As a
darkness
layperson would
kind of
understand
shit.
it.
Kids, when this shit,
I think September 11th and the 9/11
they need to
attacks
put
is
like
another one of
a
these
thing on
periods in
here.
U.S. history.
Oh,
And I think you see a similar dynamic then as well.
what is it?
In neither case, by the way, do I hold the decision makers accountable for having made the
There's some
decisions
kind
at
of
the
shit
time.
on this fucking
I think it was inevitable, for example, that any U.S. administration, given what's
that
going
made
on,
it
would have freaked out and overreacted after 9/11.
nasty.
I think the same is true in this period we're talking about here between 1946 and 1952.
Anyway, are you done?
It is the later generations afterwards that I'm upset with for not fixing it. But the problem with historical memories is trends go on long enough. Whole generations are born never knowing what needs to be fixed
I'm
because
sure
they
some
never lived
ladies
in
like
the
this. You ever
time
just
before the change
masturbate
occurred.
and be like, okay, I did something else.
If you wanted to
What
say
is it to do? I
today,
can masturbate.
we need to go back and fix the things that we did between 1946 and 1952 that Dan Carlin thinks were overreactions. How the heck do you get back that far? And a more critical question for a person like me is, what if we like it better this way? So please note my biases at the outset.
Popcorn.
But this new national security setup that was developed from about 1946 to about 1952. It's when the CIA was created, the NSA. the entire structure of government that we know today that protects secrets and spies on the internet and keeps us safe. And it's our world now, and this is when it happened. It seems to run counter to the very things that some of those scientists were saying we were going to have to do if we were going to avoid World War III, where they called for a new level of human understanding, whatever that is. I don't pretend to understand exactly what these physicists wanted who said things like this. But you got the opposite with the national security state. Whereas some of these famous physicists, some of the most famous, were saying in 1945 and 1946 that we should tell the Soviets about the bomb right when we started making it, or that we should give them the nuclear secrets after the war. Think of how crazy that sounds to us today. With our modern mentality, we should just give the terrorists all the nuclear bomb secrets. That sounds insane, doesn't it? And it sounded insane to a lot of the military class. After the Second World War, we executed people in U.S. history for turning over nuclear secrets, and some of our physicists were suggesting that that's the sort of level of understanding that will take us to a new world where we can ease tensions so we don't have World War III. That's a pretty hard evolutionary tool to have to fight against, because you have to combat your own fear. As I think I've said before, fear is one of those evolutionary developments that has probably saved more lives in human history than anything else I can think of. Normally, it's a very good thing to have, right? Saber-toothed tiger comes at you back in caveman times, run. Or kill it, or whatever you have to do, then protect yourself because you're afraid from saber-toothed tiger attacks and put up fences. The fear thing is not a bad condition. It helps with security. But if the very things that have always helped with security threaten not just your existence, but civilization, can you turn that evolutionary tool off? If that's the only way to survive. As I tried to play with counterfactuals, what-if scenarios in this period, imagining it turning out differently than it did, I can't think of any that sound like they would be rationally imaginable. You take, for example, the military in this situation. What are they supposed to do after the Second World War? Pretend they don't have a bomb if you're the United States? Or if you're the other side in this growing distrust, that will turn into the Cold War, if you're the Soviet Union, do you just pretend the United States doesn't have an atomic bomb? How does that work? Like we said, it's, for the President of the United States, almost too good of a hand to resist at least threatening to play. That's just politics, right? That's just foreign policy, the way it's always been handled. And if you look at this from a strictly, age-old power politics viewpoint, historian Michael Howard does a great job of just setting up the way the military saw this thing. To them, and we're speaking of them as a whole rather than some of the individuals, and even perhaps some of the various services, more on that in a minute, saw these things because that's what they're paid to do. Howard wrote, quote, "When confrontation developed between the Soviet Union and the West shortly after the ending of the Second World War, the military on both sides foresaw business as usual. The Soviets planned to advance their western places to the Atlantic, to deny to the Americans the use of air bases in Western Europe, while the Americans hoped at least to retain bases in the British Isles, Spain, and the Middle East, from which to bombard the Soviet Union, and then in due course, in quotes here, liberate Europe for a second time." He continues, quote, "The peoples of Europe knew nothing of these plans and would have shown little enthusiasm for them if they had. Next time, remarked a French prime minister who did know about them to his American colleagues, you will be liberating a corpse." End quote. The problem you face in 1946, 1947, if you're the United States military or Harry Truman, and maybe you've already threatened to play that royal straight flush on the Soviets in northern Iran once, the problem you have is you have very few of these bombs, although no one knows that, and you have no good way to deliver them. The next couple of years, the military and Harry Truman and the government of the United States will focus on a system to deliver Armageddon, if that's what's needed. Its official name was the Strategic Air Command, and it was part of this brand new branch of the United States military known as the Air Force, which used to be a part of the Army, and it was part of an entire reorganization that was also a part of this post-Second World War transformative period that changed U.S. foreign policy, the whole design of government, the new Department of Defense, the new Pentagon. It was all part of this. The Strategic Air Command's job, if called upon to do it, was to destroy the Soviet Union's major cities with atomic weapons, and in the process, kill tens of millions of people. The mind sort of reels, doesn't it, when you think of how quickly we went from that, well, to us today, it even looks like a rainbows and unicorns place of trying to craft legislation to rid the world of the scourge of atomic weaponry. To a year and a half, 2 years later, when the president has to deal with the approval of Air Force plans for winning World War III that involve as the key part of the strategy something commonly referred to as the atomic blitzkrieg or atomic blitz, trying to explain all the various things that go into why these decisions were made is complicated. And one of the main reasons why is how recent all this is. As we said before, reality is complicated. I don't have to tell you that. Social, cultural, economic, individual forces. 1,000 things working on us in every direction all the time. That's pretty much how it's always been. But you can't always see the sources. So you look back at ancient Egypt and you look at historians write about that. They don't have access to all of the information that would flesh out the reality of those people who we feel it now. Consequently, history seems much more simple because the minor strands that are all interwoven around events are not visible back then. But the closer you get to now, the more visible those minor threads become, and it's impossible to quantify the importance of this thread over that thread. For example, as I said earlier,
popcorn ham and your knuckles get all yellow, so they look like you got highlighter on them.
Global nuclear war, that we would have philosopher kings sitting in quiet rooms discussing with the most intelligent physicists and ethical people in the world how we deal with this situation. But instead, the normal things that impact humankind are at work here too, despite the stakes. We said politics in a democracy a little while ago. But it's more than just politics. How about such banal concerns as budgetary questions and inter-service rivalry? To name just two. For example, I think you can make a pretty good argument, and a lot of people have, that the number one reason that you have an atomic blitz-style strategy as the plan to win World War III should it come during this time period has more to do with budgetary restraints than anything else. And you, again, would wish that you had your philosopher kings and everything in the back room, not worried about anything banal like politics and budgets and what have you, but reality intervenes, which is why this whole argument about having to change humanity in order to survive in a post-atomic world is so difficult. As Einstein said, the atom changed everything but our modes of thinking. But it's hard to change your modes of thinking. Think about Harry Truman after the war. Harry Truman's got to cut the budget because it's spending a fortune because it was just in the biggest war in history and it was doing the lion's share of funding. Can't stay at those levels, right? Can't live at those levels. So Harry Truman has to cut the military by what he figures is going to be 70% after the war, while still having to be able to fight World War III should it come. And as we said, a lot of people thought it was imminent. How do you do that? Truman brought in business people, opened up their business books for college citizens. It's all about prioritization and consolidation. There's no reason for all this redundancy. First of all, you should just combine all these services and have no Air Force and no Navy and no Army, just one whole military defense structure. You hear this argument all the time in this country. You hear in other countries too. The services hate that because they all have a little pride in their own service and sometimes a little bit of activity to the other ones.
Into everything. Fucking fortune.
What's more, You
I
had
went to Ohio. I went
a
to
whole
good shit. I
new
gotta tell
branch
you
of
that.
the service out there, the U.S. Air Force, that had just been created.
But he
And all
went
of them competing for an
while he was going.
economic
It's actually a really
pie
good story. It might
that
be
was
a
going
movie
to
from
be
that.
cut by 70%.
He was working as a contractor,
As you might
actually.
imagine, in
Yeah,
any
working
country, any
construction.
time period
And
ever, the knives came out.
somehow, somewhere,
And the backbiting
in Ohio.
started. And the services had to get up there and
Yeah.
essentially argue for why they were relevant,
He
and
got
why they
to
mattered, and why they should get a larger
go into school at
piece
the
of the
same time.
economic defense pie. And it was the
He
Air
got
Force
into
that
like
ended up winning the
technology
argument.
in like the 80s and
They
90s.
went to the president and they
And
basically
became
said,
the
if I
chief
can
technology
simplify
officer
this, there's only
on
one
a very
branch of the
big
service
company
that
here.
will
Golden
win
State
World War
Foods.
III
I'm
for
not
you,
coming.
and it's
Very
us.
big.
Because
Okay?
we're the ones who will send fleets of bombers
No one
over to the
heard of it
Soviet Union
because they don't
and
advertise.
bomb them with atomic bombs.
Their owner, who's an Orthodox Jew,
This was a very
he's not really.
contentious period in U.S. defense history. Again, it's
Orthodox
part of that
Jewish
entire
faith.
era where the big change occurred between 46 and 52. But the services, in some of these
So
cases,
I'm
were
gonna
fighting for
go
their very existence.
that guy
I mean, the second defense
had a big
secretary,
fucking sign
Ed
on his
Johnson,
building.
who was totally on board with
It's a
this,
Golden State
let's
Foods.
get rid of a bunch of branches of the service idea.
This is who
Was
puts
supposed to have
out
said this, quote,
all the French fries in the state
there
of
is no
California
reason
from
for having
McDonald's.
a
This is this
Navy
company.
Marine Corps. General Bradley tells me that amphibious operations are a thing of the past. We'll never have any more amphibious operations. That does away with the Marine Corps. And the Air Force can do anything the Navy can do, so that does away with the Navy. End quote.
I bet he's not on fucking TikTok though.
He then goes
And he
on to
wonders
cancel this giant super carrier the Navy was building.
why
And as you might imagine, things just go ballistic.
Golden State Foodies,
It leads to something
Golden
that's
State Foods,
considered to be
and he wonders why nobody's heard of his fucking company.
serious, because there hasn't been a lot of them. Revolts by a branch of the service
I
in
mean,
American history. It's often
I'd be like,
referred to as
if I were
a
his
mutiny in
friend,
some respects.
I'd be like,
Very strange mutiny, because usually it's the mutiny is from the lower levels of the Navy to the higher levels.
what's his
This
last name?
involved the highest levels
It's that van
of the
of
Navy who came to the
steak.
defense of the service
Uh,
by arguing for all sorts of things that you would understand. They're just trying to make themselves look relevant. And of course, the Navy can do this and no one else can.
well,
But the unusual argument that they also brought to the table, and they brought it out in congressional hearings
fucking
in a way that,
whole lot
when you
of
think
shit
about it, is just
together.
shocking, was the question
Anyway,
of
that's
the
his
U.S.
kid,
strategy
Devin.
of atomic bombs on moral grounds.
That's his wife. Really?
Something
She's nice.
known as the
She's a friend of my
Revolt
Robertson.
Admirals and
I ain't friend of my
congressional
Robertson. He's a
testimony.
special person.
A bunch of war heroes from the Second World War, I mean, guys like
What's her
Chester
name?
Nimitz and everything, came out and in
Debbie?
arguing
Really?
essentially that we
Is
don't
that
like
true?
your plan to
Right.
just go
Is that you?
and drop atomic bombs on
Good
cities,
luck.
and that's how you're going to win
Is
the
it?
Third World War, but at the same time, defend
Debbie's
your own branch
my
of the
wife's
service.
sister.
They
Her little brother.
decried the entire idea is un-American anymore.
But
As
Barbara
English also writes,
yeah, Barbara Streisand, but not the same.
at congressional hearings in October 1949, one high-ranking admiral after another condemned the atomic blitz, arguing that the bombing of Soviet cities would be not only futile,
I don't know.
but immoral.
I
They
go on
advocated
an
precision
ocean.
tactical bombing of
Barbara
Soviet
Streisand.
troops and supply
Why is it that
lines,
Barbara
using
Streisand is
planes
on
from
TikTok?
American aircraft carriers.
Barbara
Admiral
Lawrence,
William F. Halsey
your
compared the
husband's
Air
former
Force's
company
new
isn't on it?
bomb to the siege
I don't
weapons
fucking
once
know.
used to destroy
Make a
medieval
call. Be like, hey,
castles and
dude.
towns. Quote, I
Golden
don't
State
believe
Foods. It's
in
really
mass
fucking easy.
killings of
You don't even fucking need an
non-combatants.
email
End
address or
quote.
like anything.
Admiral
Just go to
Arthur
fucking
W.
get your
Radford
shit.
testified, quote, a war of annihilation might bring a Pyrrhic military victory, but it would be politically and economically senseless, end quote. The harshest criticism of the Air Force came from Rear Admiral Ralph A. Austin.
It's a really
who
bad
went to
sign
the burned
of
out
your
cities
marketing.
Japan
If
after
your
the war.
company shows
He
up on
described
Google,
the atomic blitz
whatever
as,
the
quote,
Google map
random
thing was,
mass slaughter of
the
men,
search
women,
results
and
thing,
children, end
and you
quote.
don't have
The
a
whole idea, he said, was ruthless and barbaric and
like this is a
contrary
major
to American
platform,
values. Quote,
and
we must ensure that
and
our
their chief
military
technology
techniques
officer
do not strip
would
us
always
of
complain to me
self-respect.
because my business, the business where I work, everyone fucking knew about it.
Hard to
It was a small
quantify
little place, but everyone in town, you ask anyone.
how
I was in
much
Santa
the
Monica,
Navy's
California,
opposition to use of
and
atomic
people were
bombs
talking
as
about
a
it
war-winning
when it first started.
invasive
And just
strategy
randomly, I would
because
hear
their
about it on the
service
street.
didn't
I had to
have
wait till
any.
it's fucking
And how much
I mean,
was
they
based
knew
on
about it at
war
Chabad.
crimes.
I mean, it doesn't get any more deeper into LA than getting into Chabad. So anyway, but that was with like a somewhat small in comparison to what this guy had, in comparison to his money, set of advertising he had made.
An atomic or nuclear war.
And everyone in town knew about it. He's the one who came to me, and he knew all about it.
Civilians with atomic weapons.
Because he was in technology. And I said, so what do you do? He's like, I'm somewhere part of Chief Technology Officer at Golden State Foods. And I said, oh, okay, what the fuck is Golden State Foods? Like, anybody would say. And he'd be like, nobody has heard of it. Here you go. They're the largest food distributor on the West Coast. Any fucking French fry in the state of California goes to this company. And that's their advertising right there. That's a big fucking deal. They got a fucking sign on the building that you can't really see from the 405, maybe a little bit. But it's a nice building. And it's in a great location. But these assholes were like, all right, we built the building, it's got a sign, and we've got customers.
Pacifist Bertrand Russell for a little while was thinking that
Now
the
what?
United States should strike first.
And they never told anybody
Keep the
about it.
bomb out of the hands of guys like Joseph Stalin. Interesting to think about what our history books are like today and how we treat the subject of a preventative nuclear war. Had the United States acted on that kind of premise back in the day when Bertrand Russell was making those speeches? By the way, in all fairness to Bertrand Russell, he changed his opinion. Nonetheless, I can't imagine the history books treating it all that nicely today. Trying to explain away all those deaths to keep the Soviet Union from getting an atomic weapon.
So my friend understood. I went from
Reminded of Friedrich Nietzsche's line about be careful when fighting
nothing
monsters,
to him.
that you yourself do not become a
But
monster.
the people with whom I would spend my time were all thousandaires or hundredaires. They had no money. But, yeah, most of them were in debt. They were slaves, just as we are. But then I went to meeting people who were all millionaires, who knew billionaires, and then started getting this billionaire world. It's a whole new world when you get to that world. I mean, it's like people can live forever. They can have plastic surgery and look any way they want. It's fucking unreal.
Version of ourselves to survive. This is the period of like adolescence. Can we do it before we shoot something? It's a period where the tension is mounting at such a pace. Historian says that the drumbeat of crisis and initiatives was relentless during this time period. You go look at a timeline, it's one thing after another. Bam, 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 bam. And remember, those are the things that make it into the history books. That totally discounts what the people in that era reading their morning newspaper on a day-to-day basis would have had to contend with. And maneuvers and
Now I
things
got
that might
fucking.
happen but never turned out
Why
to
does
be
this
true.
remind you of
They
study
sweat
hall?
that out on a daily
None of the
basis.
kids who I knew.
So if you're talking about these things that sound horrific to us today that anyone would even consider, you don't understand the threat those people thought they were facing. The fact that we know that their worst nightmares won't come true
So
can't be
what
allowed to
happened?
blind us from the position that they found themselves in. Remember, we have the luxury of knowing how things turn out. Changes everything, doesn't it, though?
When I was
It's
in
very difficult to put ourselves back in those shoes and want that serum. They instantly allows you to go, oh my God, I'm so scared that the communists are going to take over the world. You know, when I was growing up in the 1970s, there was something known as the domino theory of communism. It was this idea that it spreads from one country to another, and then, as soon as one falls, it subverts the next one over there. And it was supposed to explain this exponential growth of communism in the world and why you needed to be concerned about all these little countries. You would say, well, who cares about this little out-of-the-way place if they go communist? It's not exactly like they're in the center of the
we don't
world.
have any money.
Why do they matter? You say, oh, you don't understand. It's a domino effect. They will subvert the country next to, and then you can't really get a foothold.
But my
In
mother,
the 70s, when I was growing up, you were beginning to think that that was crazy, although there were still
they had these M&M minis that came out in the
The reason it looks so out of whack
late 90s.
is because in the
And
1970s,
she'd
when
buy
those
these,
things had stabilized.
and
That was a
she,
theory developed by people that were watching reality.
and she put them in my lunch,
unfold
so I'd eat them.
back in the era we're talking about
But
now.
she said, save the container and bring it home, and I'll give you quarters to put in your
couple of different kinds,
backpack.
covert and
to-
overt, for example. At the beginning of 1948, the Czechoslovakian government
Buy
is overthrown in a
things
coup
at the vending
and they
machine.
become part of the
The vending
communist
machines
bloc.
became very
One of their
I'm not going to go
famous
into all of them,
ministers found
because I'd go into
at the
stories
bottom
about it.
of a multi-story apartment dead,
We used to have-
apparent suicide out of his window.
It was, like, that's a lot of food for, like, as I recall, it was 50 cents. Really?
That
Yeah.
began
And
to
they
give
were making a big
sort of
profit.
very spy, underhanded, clandestine.
In comparison to
the
like,
enemy within sort of feel communism
like you
was
get
different
mints
than
for the
fighting
same
Nazism.
fucking price, basically. Well, mints are usually 25 cents.
You didn't have to worry
I
about
don't know.
Nazism as
You'd
an
get, like-
intellectual contagion very much. Whereas communism was something that could appeal to
What did
downtrodden
they have for the
peoples
same price?
everywhere, including in
They
your
would
own
sell these for the
countries.
same price. And this was a lot of food. This was
deal
food.
with potentially some of your own people to change things too, as everyone knows. A couple of
And
great
what?
scares, if nothing else.
It became,
McCarthy era.
it was one of the best sellers in the school, and you could sell it for very cheaply as well. Meaning the markup was very high on it, and
Letters from communists all the time
so it's
saying
kind of a
was
win-win.
communism is such a
But
terrible
what?
light.
Well, we didn't have a lot of money,
Examples
and
we have.
so after
They
school,
don't match the
when all the other kids got to go home,
classroom theories.
we would stay at school. The kids who were poor, I would just say most of us were poor or bad, and it was like
And it wasn't pretty.
breakfast club
And
of
if you
these
want
like
to point out the
bad
problems
kids
that the West
or
has,
poor
I'm
kids,
going to agree
and
with you on all of them. But there's still no
we
comparison.
had like very little in common. We were very
In this
diverse,
case, the
and
Soviets just were
we liked foosball,
ruthless, and the United States and
we
others
liked
argued that you had to meet that
candy and stuff, and soda, and
with a
like
similar
we
sense
all
of
liked
resolve.
popcorn. Really? Who
Some
in
of this
particular?
resolve
April Doxy.
required
Who
the
comes to mind?
ability
She'd be
to
like, all the
push
people.
back in places.
She'd be like, she'd be like, do you have to sit for one of these? Go amazing good for what you sit.
Joseph
Okay, she'd
Stalin
be like,
does something
she had this little
that
doily thing.
tests the resolve
Anyone
of
who
the
ever
West,
looked,
if you will, in a way
I would just say compliments to her
that is so challenging. It's like
parents'
calling
familial
your bluff
unit. I
in
don't know
that
exactly
high-stakes poker
who
game.
raised her, but she always looked
Chiokaku and Daniel Axelrod in their book, How to Win a Nuclear War, say that by
impeccably
this
dressed for
time
that.
period, Harry Truman has
Really?
already threatened the
Yeah.
Soviets.
When it
four
came
times
to
with a
putting
nuclear bomb.
on the
Maybe
uniform
bluffs,
the way it was supposed to be.
never came
Like
to a
we had a
head
uniform,
because the Soviets
and
gave in.
nobody really wore all the stuff to the uniform except a few people, and she was one of them.
Pretty
And when
darn
she
good
wore it all,
geopolitical chess player himself,
what would she
Joseph
wear?
Stalin makes it work.
I don't really
Basically
remember
calls the
exactly everything,
entire
but
nuclear
she
bluff
had
of the West and shuts down
a sweater
all the
that
rail
said the name
lines
of the school,
and the
and
land
a
routes
white
that were
Oxford shirt.
supplying
Those
West
are eventually
Berlin,
called
place
Cambridge shirts.
occupied by the French, the British,
she'd have-
the Americans. They shared with the Soviets, and there
I
was
don't remember
deeply
exactly how
inside
this worked,
the
but
rest of
somehow there was some
Soviet
kind of
Eastern Germany
doily,
at the
like
time.
fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg or something. She'd have
Only
this
allowed
fucking
to
touch
exist
that,
because Stalin
and she'd
allowed
have like
food and everything to go
little
through.
pearls,
On
and
June 24th, 1948, he stopped allowing that. And then basically looked at the
like her
United
shirt,
States and the rest
blouse,
of the world,
and
and in his own geopolitical way
skirt.
said,
And
check.
why did that stick out in your
We
mind?
may be thinking to yourself that we are
She always wore the
poker
uniform.
chess
Not everyone wore the
just
sweater.
movement.
Not everyone wore the
Because there are
skirt
things about
always,
God that can always be
um,
applied to
but she did.
diplomacy
And I was around her a lot because we were in the school after school together a lot. And she was a class older than I was, so we didn't have anything in common when it came to the kids in our class or anything. And we didn't have a lot of discussions, but we did like to play foosball. Oh, who else was that other girl? She had a friend. What was her name? I don't remember. But this girl was also class above me, and she one time heard me. My mom and I were driving to school, and I'll stop this after this fucking stuff. We were driving to school, and it was in the winter, and my mom was, she had a big cell phone. I remember it was a big cell phone. Was that true? No, actually, I think she had a, yeah, or maybe she had a little phone like my dad, but it wasn't a smartphone. It's big in comparison to it. It's a big clam flip phone. And I said, on the radio, JT in the morning, JT, John 1, J1010, no H, John no H, becomes a very popular way to spell your name. It's like Jonathan in the Bible. I know how that John and JH got in there, but it's really like
our zone, our sphere of influence. We haven't attacked anybody. You'll be attacking us first.
well, it's really a short
So
name.
you're going to start
Jacob
World War III over this.
Really?
And
James John. Is it?
if you do, not only will the war start,
I
but will
believe it's
start
a
with
derivative
wiping out all the
eventually.
forces that are in Berlin now.
Really?
An appetizer for World War III, if you will.
It's something like that.
How do you respond to that? And especially in this period where, once again, it's hard to get into the minds of these people, but everything you read talks about how much both sides in this Cold
John
War
Jacob Jingleheimer
thought that they learned from
John
World War
Jacob
II
Pastor.
and the
You
lead
know,
up to
something
that.
that wouldn't make sense.
The whole idea of appeasement is ever present in the discussions, right? Hitler proves the point for
Well,
every
hold on. Jonathan's and Jonathan in the Bible.
aggressive
But
dictator everywhere, right? They're all like Hitler, so everything that would have applied
so
to
the
Hitler applies to
Yonah?
everything else. And in the sense of a Joseph Stalin, who cannot show weakness, so do you start World War III over this? Well,
So it means God has
wheels
favor.
are in motion.
Really, yeah.
Very soon, the solution of the crowd.
Shout out to etymology online. My Rebbitzin love etymology. Like that was something she always said. We inherited anything from her. She wasn't our mother, kids. I have a mother, had a mother and father, and they did everything they could for us to a certain level. They're as smart as they're gonna get, and they know as much about the world as they're gonna get. But I had to like adopt other parents, and I did. My rabbi and my Rebbitzins growing up, and they gave me other traits that were different. And one of the things that my Rebbitzin loved was etymology. Really? Yeah. That isn't to say that my mother didn't love cool stuff too. She loved crafts and all kinds of other things. People will like what my mom liked a hell of a lot more than what my Rebbitzin liked. There's some things in my Rebbitzin like that were very, very important. Yoga, which was an argument. Strictly speaking, yoga's a different religion, but we it's an amazing achievement and was an easy out to absorb that. So yoga now is part of Judaism. Anything else?
Especially in July 1948.
No, but there was a famous case in the state of California that schools were teaching yoga, and people argued that it's a religion, and it was found to not be one. But is it? It is actually. It is its own religion.
But it's absorbed by Judaism.
That you must be totally different than any weapon that's ever been invented ever, and those who think it's just a bare bomb.
Hot yoga becomes really popular.
For the purposes of our story here,
Bikram yoga. This one time, my friend Jake, he and I, we were living together in Fullerton, downtown Fullerton, DTO, and he goes, "Dude, you're never gonna believe this." I'm like, "What?" He's like,
it's the first time that you get the
Jessica Alba is outside. I'm like,
really arisen
the
to this
actor,
point.
the
It's
actor?
almost
He's
like you
like,
have
yeah.
to have the
I'm
crisis
like,
before people will
the
actually
girl
sit
from
down
like
in a room together.
Dark Knight? He's like, yeah.
Questions that should
I'm like,
have come
all
up
right.
a long time ago, like, what can we really accomplish with these weapons? What can you do with them?
He's like, you don't want to go see her?
Everyone
I was like,
understood that you can
I mean, if she's outside,
because they'd already done this before.
what I was studying. I was like, I don't have time for this shit. He's like, come with me to double check and see if this is her. I'm like, okay, I'll go. Not like sure to see a hot chick, but like I was just going to help my friend. So we go. There's this Bikram yoga place across from where we live, which also is right next to this cigar store that had a bar in the back. It was a secret bar. It was super cool. You would just be walking on the street and some guy would be like, hey, come here. And he's like, what? And he's like, do you want to see something cool? He's like, yeah. And you walk into this cigar store. Well, that's what happened. We walked in the cigar store. This guy's like, come here. You want to see something cool? Come on inside. We go in the cigar store. We start looking around at cigars. And he's like, you want to see something really cool? Like, sure. And he opens his fucking back door. And it is a huge bar. Like, a huge bar. And it's just empty. It's like, what the fuck is this? A speakeasy is what it is. It was a secret bar inside this chain. So there's this, like, secret chain of cigar stores around the world that have bars inside. And you can get a membership to them and then go to any bar in the world, basically, where this is. And have, like, a cigar. And, okay, it's cool. Yeah. This is something for which we had the money. Hell no. But it was a really cool thing. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No, but like people didn't know these existed in the world. That like it was so secretive. It's like nobody's ever gonna find out about this shit. Honestly, if somebody doesn't start talking about, there's this kind of shit in the world where it looks like one business on the outside, but it's actually a fucking speakeasy on the inside, or and legally. I'm not talking about oh, it you know, like it was a massage parlor that did a rub and tug, and anything like that. No, this is a straight up. These are two legal businesses with like licenses and stuff. But on the front, it was one business, and on the back was another, and it did not advertise that on the front. And not to say you would want to advertise that it's both on the front. That's part of what makes it cool. But people don't know these are a thing. Anyway, so it's right next to that place. We go to this Bikram yoga place, and I look, and this girl looks, I mean, she looks a little like her, but not like, I was like, are you fucking serious? Anyway, she would go to that Bikram yoga sometimes. But I remember being like, this is what I did. I remember going, you're telling me that Jessica Alba is outside our apartment right now? Just, I'm like, where? She's like, doing yoga. I'm like, is she even from here? He's like, I don't know. We looked, I remember, Corona, California. It was like, maybe. We went down there. Not her. I was like, how did you swing and miss so badly? At that point, I realized, like, I was like, you really thought that looked like her? He's like, yeah, that's what that. You don't. I'm like, dude.
He said the bomb's too terrible to use
They're
under
totally
any
different.
circumstances. It has
Not
no
really,
deterrent
but a
value.
little. I mean, they were two
Even
different
if you're
people.
one of those people that
Really,
would never
for sure.
foresee the use of atomic weapons, you
Anyway,
can't say
she's
that.
like, no, I was there. Fuck you, lady. You were really. No, she wasn't. But she would go to that big. Bikram yoga becomes really big. Really? What is it? Some this fucking guy in our family started, not directly in our family, but somebody somehow.
Because if World War III
Okay, anyway,
breaks
are you
out
done?
in response to some event connected to the Berlin airlift in
Hot yoga becomes
1948,
really big though. The hot yoga on the corner of PCH and oh, that's a cool little place. There's a diamond store there, a jeweler there, and what else? It's this hot yoga place on the corner of PCH. It's in Newport. Is it? Yeah, it's not yet Huntington Beach. It's in Newport, and it's hot yoga, and it's right. I can't remember the name of the street. It's not Bonita Canyon.
That will change everything.
That's, but it's I don't know.
Destroyer of worlds.
Anyway, I love that little street. It goes up around
1949 is a terrible year
Newport.
in terms of the Cold War. The only thing that keeps it from being, say, the most
Just look up
terrible year in all
fucking
world history in
on
terms of
PCH
danger
in Huntington Beach. It's in Newport Beach. It's a yoga place. I'm not looking it up, but I'll be doing that shit all night.
And I think it is the
Look
worst
at
year
yoga.
ever, most dangerous.
Yoga?
A lot of things happen in 49 that make people
Okay,
very
are you
edgy.
done?
I mean, for example, after a long-running civil war with an intermission during the Second World War, the Chinese communists finally gained victory in their civil war over the nationalists. The nationalists go over to Taiwan. The communists declare a communist country. And all of a sudden, Soviet Russia, the largest land power in the world in terms of actual
Now, wouldn't you think if you were
geographic
tagged in a
size, has
video,
added to a
you'd be
country
like,
roughly
what
the
the fuck
size of the
is, and
United
some
States
people are,
geographically,
but
and with the largest population in the world. Communism just took in 25% of the world's population and added it to its ranks. That's how a country like the United States or the UK would have seen the situation. To zero-sum game, and all of a sudden communism just took China and we lost it. Be a big political debate in the United States for a long time. Which party in the White House lost China?
All right, are you done?
China was ours to lose. 1949 is also the year NATO is formed in an attempt to begin to cobble together a European defense strategy from a whole bunch of countries still trying to recover from the damage of the Second World War. Remember, only one country came out of the Second World War, major ones anyway, any better off than they went into it. That was the United States. Everybody else was recovering. Certain countries like the Soviet Union from really grievous wounds. And that's partly the reason why the estimates maybe of how long it would take the Soviets to get their own atomic bomb were so off. How did they do it so quickly? The military head of the Manhattan Project, General Groves, didn't think that the Soviets would get it for 20 years. They got it 16 years sooner than he thought they'd get it. Now, there's no doubt that espionage played a key role in helping. It doesn't change the fact that it took the Soviets about the same amount of time it took the United States.
Who's the hottest person you know from Pondy? You said the hottest older sister was Joey Kelly's sister, Katie Kelly. I know the other sister was Heather, yeah. But here's the interesting thing: neither one of them technically lived within the city limits of Pawnee. One of them lived maybe like a quarter mile outside, and the other one was maybe a mile outside. I mean, they're very close, and they went to those schools. But I think that's the thing, because I didn't really know anyone. I knew a lot of girls who lived within the city, but I can't say there was one who was overwhelming. I knew another girl, Ashley, who was the hottest girl from outside that county in Pawnee, in the state. And then one girl, Allie, from Michigan. She was hotter than Kate Upton. Kate Upton has shit on her face. Oh, I didn't talk about that. So why, Rabbi, are women, when you have a choice of any kind of woman, so when they all look the same, it's like, okay. But then if there's one who has a beauty mark, it's like she's super hot and it draws the eye to it. And so there's something about that person that makes them special. But it has to be in the right spot, and it can't be just anything. It has to be really, really unique. No, I don't want to say unique either. It has to be in the right spot, and people cannot, because it can also fucking ruin your life. Definitely. But it's like there are 100 girls who look like Kate Upton. So she's the only one who has that fucking thing. Is that why? Is it natural? That would be a thing. Girls would start getting those. But then I'd be like, keep in mind, girls, if you start getting, everybody gets one of those fucking beauty marks, then the girls that don't have a beauty mark, like, I don't care, I'll get it fucking removed. And then they do that. It'd be like a thing.
Well, it takes the fear level and exponentially confounds it, because now all of a sudden the United States.
Anyway, but you can see them on
having the same thing
people with lighter skin. You cannot on people with darker skin. Well, what about, do people with darker skin have any kind of? There's something called vitiligo, which is a thing, but it's not that. And there'd be a cure for that if you had it. So I wanted anyone to know if they had it, there'd be like a cream or some kind of pill or something you could take, and you wouldn't have to worry about passing on those genes in the future. And people would be really interested in it, but a lot of people are very.
Psychologically, it would affect any power. The United States, though, with its extra sense of
self-conscious of it,
was in a unique place in its history.
They shouldn't be. It's just like a normal thing that happens to people.
Now, the other side,
but there'd be a way to fix
power does a couple of things.
Right,
First
Bob,
of all,
drag queen.
it closes the circle.
And Boston. Shout out to Boys Town. Shout out to my cousin Kelly. Why? Boys Town used to have one of the biggest gay pride parades in the United States, and it wasn't as big as West Hollywood, but it was, and it was definitely the biggest in the Midwest. And my cousin went to in Boys Town. My cousin, I had another cousin who lived in Boys Town. Is that where he lived? No, he lived in Lincoln Park. But we walked through Boys Town, and it was the first time. It was the first time I had been in a gay area. He took me the first time I was in a gay area. He lived in Lincoln Park. Very nice place. These brown houses, brownstones become really big. I always thought it looked like Cosby Show, but those are brownstones in New York. But it was very similar in Lincoln Park like that. Very nice area. I think I ended up buying the old house that he had. Anyway, did you like it? Yeah, I liked everything about it. It was like it inspired me, I would say. The whole thing was very inspirational to me when we went up there and visited. My aunt and I visited him. I think I drive a Lexus like he did in the future, though. That would have been a 90s Lexus, and that's what it is. But I wanted to be a stockbroker, a New York stockbroker, because that's what he was. And then he moved to Chicago. And what else? He was from Merrill Lynch, and he had this brownstone. And he just had his shit together. Really? What happened to you?
Let us not delude ourselves. To bring about a true international control agreement with Russia, we would have to use them. The consequences would be
two sets of grandparents.
Even though I assume that the Russians have so few
one of those sets of grandparents was more well off than
they could put them on target. In theory, we should issue an ultimatum.
My set of grandparents, which was nothing. They were dead. So
he had more support when it came
And this
to
is true
if
no
he ever
matter
needed
how much
anything.
greater a
And
rate
school
we
was a lot
produce,
cheaper
no matter
then,
how much more
and he was an
potent
engineer. He was very
weapons,
smart. I'm not going to
Russia
put
is
anything
in a
down
position to
on
put
him,
A-bombs on our
but
cities, no matter how inefficient those
he
bombs
had
may be and how few in number, she is in a position to do us unspeakable injury. That we can retaliate a hundredfold or wipe out every Russian will not repair the damage. So a good,
he had some
though
advantages
immoral
that I
case
did not
can be
have,
made by the
but I wouldn't say
disinterested
that I
man
didn't have
from
advantages
Mars
that he didn't
for
have
our
either.
shooting at once.
So,
End quote. He then goes on to say, however, we won't do it, of course, no matter what the alternative, because the public would never support it.
well, he went to
The last
school
comment is
a
fascinating.
little
He
before I
adds,
did.
"Again,
The
tempted to
economy
see
was
this
better. It was
sort
the
of
roaring
ethical
90s.
evolutionary change.
But when the
ancient
tech
Bronze Age
bubble
civilizations
burst,
hesitated a minute.
Merrill Lynch got rid of a lot of people, and he had an opportunity to leave and go out with a lot of money from our family and do what he wanted, which was be a teacher. He always wanted to be a teacher like both his parents, and he really wanted to be a principal, and that's what he became. And he's an excellent
survival instinct that
really.
kicks in, and maybe the people from the Bronze Age would have understood
But-
that perfectly.
And
But we come to another one of those moments now.
but what's the difference?
Fork in the road, a
Well,
decision between maybe
he didn't have a business degree,
things the way we always have for all the right reasons,
so what made the difference?
acting in a way that would serve
He had
expectations
a degree
given human history. It's
to do something. A political science or liberal arts degree won't get you too far in this world. Even if it's from Harvard, Yale, Princeton University, anything, it doesn't get you very.
and all of human history would
I
say, try to go get another monopoly.
have managed
You
kids
continue
from
work,
Yale
right?
who
You develop the next system.
had graduate degrees from
Regain
Yale.
dominance
They
and
were Yale
superiority
legacies,
in that field. Nobody wants to
and
be the one who's the last
they were my employees, and
machine gun or something like that. You can lose a war that way.
you would think, well, wow, you have a Yale graduate degree, you can go just about anywhere you want.
But if you are already
Or you
struggling,
can do anything
trying
you
to
want.
figure out how
No,
to handle
the market
it,
is
not
so
having catastrophe
saturated with
strike
Yale
or the
degrees and
atomic
Harvard
weapons.
degrees and Princeton degrees that once
How sort
one
of against the grain
when these kids thought they went to these
Einstein
schools,
or Oppenheimer,
they were told the same thing I was. You'll be able to write your way. Basically, it's a blank check. Once you go to these schools, you'll be able to do whatever you want. It is not true. Really?
Level in
Why?
human weaponry development that was already theorized and the work had
The-
already begun on.
The ability of the common person to
The atomic bombs
do
had
things with their
Hiroshima,
life and have
Nagasaki look like
skills and trades, and in addition get education outside of the
a bomb like
elite
the bomb
schools
used in
or
Hiroshima
even
and
just college
Nagasaki.
has made it so that they have really high positions as well, and you just don't get these jobs because you were fucking from a good school. You really have to. You start down here, even from these really good schools. You start down here, and you have to work your way up. No one.
Atomic bombs obsolete.
What they made it seem like when you were a kid is that you would get one of those degrees, and you would automatically start in at like a vice president level. No one does.
But the
It
kind
just
of
does
bomb
not
that a
happen.
guy like J.
You-
Robert Oppenheimer
you
would say
Would start maybe a little higher than some people, meaning like I had out of school, I went to law school, but even when I
how much that runs against the grain of
applied for
human
positions
behavior.
for Fortune 500 and got one,
If
when they
faced
gave a
with
scale of
extinction,
at what they could
decide
hire
to
me,
cap
I was at the high end of the scale,
weapons
meaning
research and development,
they could have offered me at, let's say, 30 shekels or 36 shekels, and it was higher, but I mean,
information.
so what?
He keeps on
Could have done that from a lot of schools.
These are the
But I
age-old
remember
problems that
asking,
humanity's always had to deal with.
why is it that they
Right
went
after
on
the
the high
Soviets
level
demonstrate
of
that they
this?
too
And
are now an atomic power,
the person with whom I
Harry
asked said
Truman has to
probably because
wrestle
you went to that
once
school.
again with all
And,
sorts of forces and
but
uncertainties.
that isn't to say that was a
And he's in
benefit
brand new era
to
of
go
human
there,
history with
really.
no roadmap.
Not in a lot of ways.
This is a guy, by the way, who
People
had
love
been
to
vice
hate
president for like 5
Don't ever
minutes
forget
when
that
Franklin
too.
Roosevelt died, and who had cried saying he wasn't up to the job. He dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan, ended the Second World War in effect, and now he's called
Is
upon
that the end of your
to
story?
face these kind of pressures. It's
No.
crazy.
So like,
Whether you think
and
he did a good
not to put
job
down
or not,
Yale by any means, or the people I've known to go there, or the employees I've had
for the
who have gone there.
haberdasher
It's
from
just
Missouri, which is what this guy was. The artillery captain from the First
Once you
World
get the
War.
degree, kids, it's like, okay,
Truman is
you've
not
done nothing.
one of the great minds
That's
of
kind of what it
history,
is.
one of the
Everybody has
Marcus
that now.
Aurelius
When
type
I was a
leaders.
kid,
He's
not
just
everybody
a
went to
pretty
college,
normal
but
human being, put in a situation
then
where he literally is making
within a
decisions
generation,
about whether or
everybody
not
started
he
to go to
build
college.
stuff to
Everyone
destroy
got
the
in
world,
tons and tons of debt, and
whether or not that's a good
then
decision.
here we are. But
After the Soviets
when I was a kid, they literally like brainwashed everyone. You will not amount to anything if you don't go to college, and it's the college scam. It's a huge scam. I would tell kids, don't go to college.
but it is the physicists
Go to a trade school. What would you tell kids? Actually, I'd say go to coding camp. Learn how to code for free, basically. You could do it, and you could get a job like that. People will hire coding monkeys, people that just code all day long, if they can speak English. Definitely. That's a rare to speak a good coder who can speak English.
Level of weaponry above atomic weapons. And is it possible? And if we did it,
I have yet to meet one. Wait, hold on. Who can speak English exceptionally well? Why is that? I've met people who can code, who can speak English exceptionally well. But usually, if you're a coder and you can speak English exceptionally well, you move up so quickly, you're no longer a coder for very long. It just doesn't happen. Most coders start and they can't speak English well, and they know how to code very well, though, and they're still working on both. And when they go to apply for a job, their English skills are poor. So when they code, their coding is great. But when they write the information to the user, it has incorrect punctuation and things. And so when a user is using it, this person sucks at coding. They don't. They just don't know English that well. And I can tell you that those people who do know English very well don't code for long because they get jobs doing other things. That's what I'm saying. It's so in demand. It's basically like if you speak English well and you can code, you won't code for long because you'll get a better job. But that's an accelerator to the future. If you can code in anything, and what would you say in like if a kid had no idea what should